The man was reborn a month before the apocalypse, yet he sold stocks worth $3 billion for a mere $1 billion. He hoarded 1 billion tons of supplies directly, all because in 27 days, a global apocalyptic crisis will break out. 80% of humanity will turn into zombies. Of the remaining humans, 90% will die at the hands of zombies, and the small remaining portion of humans will begin to evolve and develop special abilities. Some have physical abilities, some elemental, and some are mental. Yet, the ability the man possesses is the incredibly rare spatial power. In his past life, he was known as the Void King. Ever since he mastered the Void Walk, an ability that was top tier for both combat and survival, he thrived in the apocalypse like a fish in water. Regrettably, as he continued to survive, all other survivors died out. The world was left with nothing but increasingly bizarre monsters. He couldn't find another human anywhere. Unable to bear the loneliness, he dug a hole and buried himself alive. But when he woke up, Qianluo was reborn 27 days before the apocalypse. Moreover, the special space he had opened in his previous life still existed, and now his special space has the ability to stop time and preserve food. As for other missing powers, Qianluo didn't care at all. For him now, only good food in this world was invaluable. He needs to hoard quickly. First, he hoarded a ton of pork, 100 buckets of fried chicken, and 100 servings of roasted duck, along with other various supplies. After storing all the supplies in his space, Qianluo received a call from his uncle, asking him to come to the corporation as there was something to discuss. When he arrived at the company and faced his uncle's reprimand, Qianluo showed respect to his elder on the surface. Deep inside, a huge murderous intent was rising, if it weren't for the fact that in his previous life, after the apocalypse began, he heard from his uncle's son, Qin Fei, that 6 years ago, it was his uncle who had plotted the car accident that killed his parents, and then gradually took over the shares of the corporation his parents left for him. I have a premonition that pork prices will surge again. The pork I hoarded for 1 billion could rise to 5 billion. Upon hearing Qianluo's words, Qin Jianan's mouth dropped in shock. Isn't this purely nonsense? How can he even dream of such things? After his shock, Qin Jianan laughed. Little Luo, what about selling it to me for 1.5 billion? Qianluo scratched his head, showing embarrassment. I've already sold the shares, and the contract has been signed. It's impossible to buy them back from that young master now. As he finished speaking, Qianluo's phone rang. He turned to Qin Jianan with an apologetic look and walked outside. Watching Qianluo's retreating figure, Qin Jianan's face darkened. This little punk dares to pull such a stunt without telling me. He needs to be taught a lesson. Outside, as Qianluo answered the phone, a woman's voice came through. Mr. Chen, the dog you asked us to find, the one with black fur and missing an ear, we've got a lead on it. I've sent you a picture. Please confirm if it's the one you lost. Upon hearing this, Qianluo's breathing became hurried. In the last life's apocalypse, a ranking was made for those with different abilities. Qianluo was naturally ranked first for spatial powers. The top in fire abilities was called the Spirit Flame Princess, also known as the Blood Rose. The top in lightning abilities was a dog named Thunder King. While some humans turned into zombies, others evolved and gained special abilities. The same happened to animals and plants. If they didn't turn into zombies, they had a chance to gain abilities. Despite being just a dog, in an apocalypse with no food, many saw him as a source of fresh meat. However, all who tried were defeated without exception. Only Qianluo, with his spatial powers, managed to ambush this dog. The black dog in the picture was unmistakably Thunder King. The missing left ear was undeniable proof. Qianluo couldn't help but laugh. Thunder King, in this life, we won't be short of food. How about we team up? I promise to treat you well, ensuring you always have the best to eat and drink. Wait for me, I'll rescue you. I hope you'll recognize me as your master. After putting away his phone, Qianluo couldn't wait to go and rescue Thunder King. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Qin Jianan didn't stop him. Squinting his eyes, he watched Qianluo hurriedly leave. The Chen Corporation no longer had anything to do with Qianluo. After leaving Qin Jianan's office, Qianluo threw a glance back at him. Even though in my last life, Qin Jianan and his son were lucky enough to survive after the apocalypse, they won't have that chance this time. They'll die on the day of the apocalypse. Mark my words. Upon leaving the office, Qianluo followed the information provided by the private detective and arrived at a dog shop. At the entrance, a large iron cage housed 3 dogs, one of which was Thunder King. Qianluo looked at Thunder King's current pitiful state, which bore no resemblance to the dominating figure he was after the apocalypse. Thunder King, feeling Qianluo's gaze, lifted its head and shuddered, cowering further inside the cage. With a degree of intelligence, it seemed to know the intentions of people who stared at it in such establishments. Qianluo's face changed as he exclaimed, "Where's your boss? Call him out. You've dared to steal my dog. If I hadn't found out in time, I would have lost my Thunder King." The shop owner was momentarily stunned, but soon realized this man was here to cause trouble. Remembering that these were all stray dogs he'd acquired, he quickly waved his hands, trying to explain, "Bro, all the dogs I have are from legitimate sources. They all look similar. You might be mistaken." Qianluo sneered, taking out his phone, ready to report the dog shop for theft. After all, no business can withstand thorough scrutiny. Seeing Qianluo Chenluo's intention to call the police. The owner immediately panicked and tried to snatch the phone away. But Chenluo, with a decade of combat experience from the apocalypse, effortlessly subdued him. "Do you really think you can overpower me?" Chenluo taunted. Facing Chenluo's threats, the owner quickly pleaded, "It's a genuine misunderstanding, sir. I truly didn't know this dog was yours. I'll settle scores with the one who brought the dog later. You can take your dog today, free of charge. Is that acceptable?" Chenluo's expression softened slightly. "Considering your attitude, I'll let it go this time. Even though I'm willing to spend all I have for Thunder King, getting something for free is always the best. Little Black, come with me, let's go home." Thunder King looked a bit confused. "Little Black? Who are you calling?" But sensing that Chenluo had rescued it, it obediently followed. Chenluo was pleased. Looks like it understands human speech now. He opened the car door for Thunder King, who without hesitation jumped in. As Chenluo drove home, he thought it was a good opportunity to bond with Thunder King. An hour later, upon arriving at his luxurious mansion, Chenluo saw a burly, somewhat dim-looking guard in the security booth at the entrance. Chenluo's heart ached at the sight. The man was named Su Daju, with thick brows and a simple, honest face. He looked slightly foolish due to his innocent demeanor. Su Daju was Chenluo's close friend after the apocalypse. He was a physical ability user, impervious to weapons, with a body as strong as steel. In their previous life, before Chenluo mastered the void walking, they were ambushed due to scarce resources. Su Daju used his physical abilities to cover for Chenluo, even sacrificing himself so Chenluo could escape. Although Chenluo avenged him afterward, Su Daju was gone forever. "My dear brother, in this life, I promise you'll live comfortably," Chenluo vowed. Looking at the security guard, Su Daju, Chenluo invited him to hang out after work. However, Su Daju declined, saying, "My mother told me not to get into bad habits. Also, beware of those who are overly courteous, as they might have ulterior motives." This left Chenluo dumbfounded, recalling that in this timeline, he and Su Daju were not yet close friends. Yet, when the apocalypse begins and Su Daju is on duty, history will repeat itself, and they will become inseparable again. After entering his mansion with Thunder King, the grand fountain at the entrance made Thunder King a bit hesitant. Regardless of whether Thunder King understood him or not, Chenluo laughed and said, "Thunder King, this will be your home from now on. Let's go. I'll give you a bath." While bathing Thunder King, Chenluo began contemplating his plans for when the apocalypse erupts again. With this second chance at life, he didn't want to end up the sole survivor of humanity as he had previously. The chilling loneliness of that existence was unbearable. Perhaps he could establish an organization. He knew which individuals would develop powerful abilities in the future, which could complement his spatial ability, ill-suited for direct combat. But setting up an organization meant needing more resources, including stocking up on staple foods, fruits, seeds, generators, medications, and most crucially, water. Water sources would be contaminated after the apocalypse, and the only safe drinking water would come from rain. He suddenly realized he also needed to stock up on high-voltage electric batons, tools effective against the impending zombies due to their vulnerability to electricity. They might become obsolete after some time, but initially, they would be indispensable. As he was contemplating, Thunder King jolted at the mention of the electric batons. Chenluo comforted the dog by petting its head, saying, "Why are you so scared? The batons are for the zombies, not for you." With that thought, he immediately took out his phone to place an order. Suddenly, a beautiful woman arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Chenluo quickly welcomed her in. She was the culinary teacher he had hired for a hefty sum of 100,000 a month. With the unpredictability of the upcoming apocalypse, Chenluo didn't just want to stock up on supplies. He also wanted to be able to cook delectable meals. However, things didn't go as planned. Despite being coached by the talented Mayu, Chenluo's culinary attempts were disastrous. Even the dog refused to eat the dark dishes he prepared. Thunder King, discontented, let out an indignant growl, as if to say, "What did I ever do to you, master? Why are you trying to poison me?" Chenluo could only sigh in resignation, sending Mayu out of the mansion. Watching her retreating figure, he began to ponder. Mayu's culinary skills were indeed impressive, but since he hadn't known her in his previous life, he wasn't sure if she'd turn into a zombie when the apocalypse hits. It would be up to fate. If she remained human, he could consider hiring her as his personal chef. As he was about to close the door after Mayu's departure, Chenluo's eyes lit up with recognition. Am I seeing this right? It's the sisters Mi Ling and Mi Li. In his previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, both had risen to prominence due to their awakened abilities. The elder sister, Mi Ling, became the most prominent flame-powered individual, earning her the title Blood Red Rose Spirit Flame Princess. The younger, Mi Li, awakened a light-based ability and emerged as the top healer. Though Mi Li's combat abilities were limited, she wasn't a fighter but rather a support. Rumors had it she eventually gained the power of resurrection, an almost godlike ability. Chenluo decided that no matter the cost, he had to bring these two sisters onto his side. However, approaching them now without a strategy would just make him look desperate. Chenluo quickly called a private detective he had worked with previously, instructing him to gather information on the sisters within 3 days. Most crucially, he wanted to know their favorite foods. Whatever you love to eat, I'll stock up on. After all, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. In less than the given 3 days, the detective handed over the information. Mi Ling loved grapes, while Mi Li was fond of fish and particularly loved braised pig's trotters. Her favorite fruit was watermelon. Time flew, and it was now June 1st, with only a day left until the apocalypse. During this period, Chen Luo not only received the armor and electric batons he ordered online, but he also splurged on a heavy-duty truck, spending millions. Having prepared everything, and with just an hour to go before the apocalypse, Chen Luo called his uncle, offering the 10 billion tons of supplies he had amassed as collateral. He requested a loan of 500 million. Chen Jianan, puzzled, asked, "Why do you need so much money so urgently?" Chen Luo, making up a story, responded, "From my observations, Bitcoin is about to surge. It might even increase tenfold or eightfold. My 500 million could turn into 5 billion. I promise to repay you with interest. Uncle, please wait for me at home. I'll come over and discuss it in person. I also miss brother Fei, so let's invite him over as well." Without hesitation, Chen Jianan agreed. Such a significant matter can't be discussed over the phone, and I can't just lend out money casually. I need to investigate first. After ending the call, a cold look appeared on Chen Luo's face. "You were supposed to die on the day of the apocalypse," he muttered. Passing by the security booth, Chen Luo looked at the security guard, Su Daju, pondering for a moment before deciding to warn him. "Su Daju, I have a bad feeling that something significant is about to happen. Please be cautious around 9 o'clock. Su Daju, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. Inside the Chen mansion, Chen Jianan, sipping his tea, remarked to Chen Fei, "Kid Chen Luo wants to invest in Bitcoin. Isn't he fearless? Though Bitcoin initially cost only a few cents and has now risen to over 60,000 apiece, I can tell you it doesn't have any real value. It's just a game of making quick bucks, but this deal might still be worth considering. First, we need to verify if the goods Chen Luo has are truly worth $1 billion. That's why I asked him to discuss it face to face." No sooner had he finished speaking than the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Chen Fei warmly greeted and embraced Chen Luo, leaving Chen Luo feeling a bit overwhelmed. They then began to chat over breakfast, with Chen Luo continuously boasting about how profitable investing in Bitcoin could be. However, by 9:15 a.m., a painful scream echoed from the maid's room. Chen Jianan instructed his son to check out what happened. Chen Luo, with gleaming eyes, knew the apocalypse had arrived. "It seems you two really are destined to die today," he thought, standing up to join the investigation. Upon reaching the maid's room, Chen Fei was horrified by the sight that greeted him as he opened the door. The middle-aged maid, with disheveled hair, was bleeding from all orifices, blood streaking down her face. Seeing Chen Fei at the door, she growled and lunged at him. Chen Fei, recovering quickly, was about to shut the door to trap the now zombified maid inside, but a hand stopped him. "Cousin, didn't we come to see what's happening? How can we see if you close the door?" Speaking, Chen Luo pulled out an electric baton from his special ability space and pressed it against the back of Chen Fei's neck. Instantly, Chen Fei's body convulsed a few times before he passed out. Looking at the unconscious Chen Fei, Chen Luo swung the door open. The zombified maid inside lunged directly at Chen Fei, gnawing at him viciously. At that moment, alerted by the noise, Chen Jianan rushed in and yelled in rage, "Chen Luo, what are you doing?" But Chen Luo ignored him, swiftly turning around and extending the electric baton towards Chen Jianan. As Chen Jianan instinctively tried to block it, Chen Luo sneered, "Did you think you're insulating and immune to electricity, trying to block an electric baton with your hand?" Chen Luo coldly watched his cousin, who was being bitten by the zombie maid, struggle and shout, "Chen Luo, Dad, save me." Chen Luo retorted, "Stop shouting. I don't consider you my bastard son. Your father is lying right there." Saying this, Chen Luo kicked away the hand that Chen Fei was trying to reach out to him with. As Chen Fei started to curse, he was interrupted by the zombie maid. Watching this bloody scene with an expressionless face, Chen Luo remarked, "Such a thrilling spectacle shouldn't be for my eyes only. Uncle, wake up." With that, he zapped Chen Jianan with the electric baton. Chen Jianan groggily woke up to the horrifying sight of his son's plight and pleaded, "Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your own cousin. Please save him. I admit I secretly sabotaged your shares, but Chen Fei knew nothing. He's innocent." Chen Luo coldly snorted, "What else have you done to betray me?" This remark made Chen Jianan internally panic. Does Chen Luo know about that incident? Seeing Chen Jianan's silence, Chen Luo gripped his throat. "Uncle, have you decided how to answer? Your son won't last much longer." With Chen Fei's breath growing weaker and his cries fading, Chen Jianan roared, "Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now and I might choose not to call the police. Otherwise, you won't escape this." Unbeknownst to Chen Jianan, the apocalypse had already begun. He merely thought the maid had contracted a horrifying disease, or that Chen Luo had drugged her. "You heartless beast, planning to kill your own uncle and cousin. You're worse than a dog." In response, Chen Luo slapped him across the face. "The truly heartless one is you. My father introduced you to the Chen Corporation out of kindness, and you betrayed him. How dare you speak those words?" By this time, the zombified maid had already bitten through Chen Fei's neck. Chen Jianan completely lost it, roaring in resentment, "I am his older brother. I contributed so much to his success. In return, he gave me only only 10% of the shares. Is he treating me like a beggar? He deserved to die. And with today's technology, there's no way you can escape. Chen Luo's eyes turned cold. Considering the share value at that time, 10% was worth 1.5 billion. Which employee gets a 1.5 billion share? You truly are an insatiable ingrate. With that, he threw Chen Jianan towards the zombified maid. Father, you truly let the wolf into the house back then. As for your son, this is all I can do for you. After the zombies finished off the father and son, Chen Luo adjusted the voltage of his electric baton to its highest setting and struck the zombie. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity, the zombified maid screamed a few times before becoming motionless. Following this, Chen Luo took out a dagger from his space and stabbed it into the zombie's forehead, retrieving a small crystal. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, both special ability users and zombies would grow a crystal in their foreheads. The size and color of these crystals would vary based on the power type and strength. Fire ability users or zombies had red crystals, wind ability users had green, and space ability users or zombies had transparent crystals. When Thunder King had awakened, his electric ability had produced a purple crystal. The zombified maid's crystal was pale white, indicating she was of the lowest level and had yet to evolve any special abilities. After storing the crystal, Chen Luo went outside the villa intending to bring in Thunder King, but as he stepped out, a female zombie lunged at him. Chen Luo smirked, extending his electric baton towards the young zombie. With a zapping sound, she fell motionless to the ground. Chen Luo commented, "This baton really comes in handy. Since Uncle granted you freedom, it's not too much to ask for a little reward, right?" Saying so, he retrieved a crystal from the young zombie's forehead. Thunder King, who had witnessed everything, was dumbstruck. "Master, how can you be so ruthless?" Seeing his pitiable state, Chen Luo chuckled, "Thunder King, I reckon our awakening time is near. It's not safe outside during the awakening. Come inside with me, and we'll set out once the awakening is over." After letting Thunder King out of the car and into the villa, Thunder King, seeing so many corpses for the first time, was quite frightened. He shivered and pressed close to Chen Luo. Meanwhile, Chen Luo casually peeled an apple. Just as he was about to take a bite, a yellow electric arc flashed over Thunder King's black fur. Chen Luo, standing close to Thunder King, got shocked. The apple that hadn't reached his mouth fell to the ground. He was both surprised and elated. So Thunder King has awakened his ability. And yet, the first one he shocked was me? Chen Luo quickly stepped away to avoid getting shocked again. Electric arcs kept flashing over Thunder King's body, and pain was evident on his face. After about 10 seconds of pain, Thunder King returned to his normal state, collapsing powerlessly on the ground. Chen Luo looked at Thunder King with a hint of envy. The strength of an ability talent is mainly determined by two factors. First is the awakening time, the earlier, the more potent. Second is the speed of ability growth. The faster it grows, the stronger it becomes. Thunder King is clearly top tier in the electricity ability. He must also have developed his intelligence a second time. Chen Luo muttered to himself, "It's frustrating when a dog outdoes a human." Just then, Chen Luo felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was forming inside. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Seems I'm not so bad either." Feeling the spatial ability inside him, Chen Luo stretched out his hand and guided the force of space to his palm. The next second, he opened his eyes wide and swung his hand. The force of space slammed into the wall, leaving a crack of several inches. Thunder King, watching from the side, had eyes as big and round as saucers. Chen Luo sighed. That one spatial ball attack had used up a quarter of his ability energy, yet its offensive power wasn't enough to even instantly kill the weakest of zombies. "It seems I need to absorb crystals to level up." Chen Luo immediately took out the two crystals he had just acquired and held them tightly, beginning to absorb their energy. In this apocalyptic world, ability users were ranked from levels 1 to 10. Above level 10 was king level. In his previous life, both Thunder King and Spirit Flame Princess were at king level. He himself was also at king level, but after absorbing Thunder King's crystal in that past life, he ascended from king level to another unknown level. He wasn't sure what that level was, because, later, he couldn't bear the loneliness and chose to end his life. 5 minutes later, Chen Luo had completely absorbed the power of the two crystals. Feeling the size of the crystal in his mind, he estimated that he would ascend to a level 2 ability user after absorbing around 20 more crystals. Having absorbed the crystals, Chen Luo stretched his body and began teaching Thunder King how to control his newfound abilities. As expected, after listening to Chen Luo, Thunder King tried and spat out a bolt of lightning from his mouth, electrifying and damaging the opposite wall. Chen Luo, ecstatic, patted Thunder King on the head, praising him. "Good dog, you catch on fast. Let's head to the cold storage and gather supplies." As they were about to leave, Chen Luo spotted a high-end supermarket spanning over 200 square meters and decided to stop. "Look at the size of this supermarket, Thunder King. It must be packed with supplies. We should take everything and not leave anything for those wandering zombies inside." Thunder King barked in agreement. Chen Luo then put on armor and took 2 baseball bats. Heading confidently towards the supermarket entrance, he reminded Thunder King, "Attack when you can and avoid direct confrontations." items. Use agility to dodge them. I don't really need you, but this will be a good training for you. Thunder King nodded like a human would. As they approached, Chenluo dispatched 2 zombies with his bats. Thunder King barked and shot out a bolt of lightning but missed. Seemingly confused, Chenluo chuckled. It's okay. Distract them for me. Thunder King, understanding, lured the zombies away. Zombies were slower than normal people, let alone Thunder King, who was extremely fast. Although Thunder King could easily outrun them, he deliberately drew their attention to help Chenluo get into the supermarket without distraction. Once inside, Chenluo marveled at the high-end items in the store, as expected from a supermarket next to a villa. Everything's so premium. I won't hold back then. He then summoned the power of space and, in an instant, stored all the items. Before leaving, he extracted the crystals from the brains of the fallen zombies. Outside, he stretched and thought, it's great having spatial abilities, shopping without spending a dime. Thunder King, on the other hand, was struggling. One of the 2 zombies he had distracted was dead, but the other was still chasing him. Thunder King was wondering why he couldn't deal with the zombies as easily as his master could. Chenluo stepped in and dispatched the remaining zombie with his electrified bat, then comforted Thunder King by patting his head. Don't be sad. You did great. With more time, you'll be the strongest dog. Thunder King's eyes sparkled with happiness. Leaving the villa area, Chenluo chose to take a less traveled route to the cold storage. As they waited at a red light, a speeding yellow car pulled up next to them. A young man leaned out of the window, anxiously asking, do you know what's happening? I can't get through to the police. Chenluo calmly replied, obviously, the apocalypse has begun. The young man was horrified and drenched in sweat. Desperately, he asked, can we team up? It's better to have someone to rely on. Chenluo coldly declined and sped away, leaving the young man behind. While Chenluo did plan to gather a group, he was selective. He wouldn't recruit just anyone, only the elite. At this stage, ordinary survivors have some use if they obey, but a few years later, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Even though I have a lot of resources right now, they are not infinite. I must be cautious. After all, in the apocalypse, people's intentions are unpredictable. As soon as Chenluo turned into a narrow path and drove a few dozen meters, he frowned. The road ahead was blocked by a runaway truck. There were also more than 20 zombies nearby, and this was the only road leading to the cold storage. Taking a detour would be too time-consuming. It seems I have to deal with them. As soon as he got out of the car, the 2 nearest zombies rushed at him. Chenluo casually smiled, pulling out 2 electric batons. With the sound of electricity, the 2 zombies fell dead, but he was soon surrounded by zombies. Yet, he remained calm, facing the zombies attacking him, and knowing the electric baton could only zap 2 at once. After dealing with the 2 zombies ambushing him, a zombie managed to bite his armor. However, the armor protected him and caused no harm. Chenluo swung his electric baton, sending the zombie flying. This armor is made of alloy. There's no way you low-level zombies can break it. Chenluo grinned. There's no one to fix your teeth in the apocalypse. Be careful, or you might lose them all and can only rely on licking. Saying this, he charged into the horde with his electric baton, but as soon as he entered, he found that the baton ran out of power. This made him slightly embarrassed. At the critical moment, Chenluo took out another baton from his space, easily killing all the zombies. He then extracted the crystals from inside them, signaling Thunder King to come over. Thunder King was puzzled. Weren't they headed to the cold storage? Where were they going now? Soon, Chenluo found the heavy truck he had parked here earlier. He excitedly told Thunder King, this truck is even more amazing than the armor and electric baton. I kept it here just for today. Get in. I'll show you something that will blow your mind. Driving a truck is nothing like driving a car. The fixed steering wheel and massive body give a sense of security. Chenluo, a bit unaccustomed, drove the truck to the cold storage. The electronic doors outside the cold storage were closed. He didn't care. He stepped on the accelerator, smashing the door open. Chenluo really enjoyed the feeling of destruction, while Thunder King, in the passenger seat, was shocked with wide eyes. The roar of the truck, combined with the noise of the door breaking, immediately attracted a large number of zombies. They rushed towards Chenluo. Chenluo smiled and sped up, crushing the hundreds of zombies, which would be slow and power-consuming with the electric baton. At this moment, on the rooftop of the cold storage, 3 survivors were cautiously observing Chenluo. They were all employees of the cold storage, 2 men and a woman. Zhang Meng excitedly said, let's ask him to take us with him. Gu Tao sneered, why would he take risks for strangers? I think this driver is ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he just did. I guess he knows about the supplies in our cold storage. He'll take what he wants and leave, and won't care about you at all. It's better to rely on oneself. Let's just snatch his truck. It's most reliable when it's in our own hands. At this point, Zhang Meng suddenly noticed the armor on Chenluo. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang looked over immediately, and they were all shocked. If we can get his equipment, we'll be safe. What do you 2 think? Yes, let's rob him. This kid is trying to steal supplies from the cold storage. We can't tolerate that. Zhang Meng hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. Gu Tao smiled and said, Zhang Meng, use your charm to distract him. Tong Yuanhang, you and I will take him down. At this moment, Chenluo was extracting extracting crystals from the zombies. Zhang Meng suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hello, thank you for saving us." Qianluo squinted at him, thinking, are they going to ask me to take them away next? If I refuse, they'll resort to force. Without rushing, Qianluo asked, "Are you the only ones here?" "Yes, only the three of us survived." Qianluo suddenly became wary as Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang began to approach him from both sides. Sure enough, the next second, both Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang made their move, each pressing down on one of Qianluo's shoulders. Qianluo sneered internally, "I haven't even made a move yet, but you guys are taking the initiative. You just thanked me for saving you, and now you turn on me so quickly?" With his hands on Qianluo's shoulders, Gu Tao couldn't help but feel triumphant. "Bro, don't resist. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Indeed, kindness is the least valuable and most harmful thing in the apocalypse." Seeing this scene, a fierce expression instantly appeared on the dog's face. Gu Tao and the others were taken aback. There's actually a dog. It was getting dark, so they hadn't seen clearly. Qianluo, seizing the moment they were distracted by Thunder King, pulled out 2 electric batons from his space and shocked the 2 individuals. "Now, I'm not worried about exposing my spatial ability. After all, the dead can't talk. Rule number 1 of survival in the apocalypse: strike first." After Qianluo dealt with the 2 survivors with ulterior motives, Zhang Meng was completely shocked by the turn of events and screamed in terror as she saw Qianluo approaching with the baton. "Don't kill me! Help!" With that, she turned and ran toward the door. Given the life and death urgency, she ran surprisingly fast. An armored Qianluo found it challenging to catch up. "You sure run fast. Thunder King, it's up to you." Upon receiving the command, Thunder King rushed and struck Zhang Meng from behind, knocking her down face first. Qianluo then finished him off. Looking at the 3 bodies, he suddenly laughed. "So, it's always best to make the first move." After dealing with the hostile survivors, Qianluo, along with Thunder King, began raiding the place frantically. Every piece of meat, seafood, or seasoning, anything edible, was stashed into his space. 2 hours later, Qianluo finally stored all the supplies into his special space. This haul amounted to almost 60,000 tons of supplies. Qianluo, quite content, headed back loaded with goods. "Let's go home and rest for today. I'll continue raiding the granary later. I wonder how Sudaju is doing." Qianluo hummed a tune as he headed for his villa. Just then, a man suddenly dashed out in front, waving to stop the vehicle. "Sir, please help. Give me a lift." Qianluo looked at him expressionlessly. The guy was hiding something under his clothes, most likely another person with ill intentions. "My survival rule is to never let any threat emerge, no matter how insignificant. I simply won't allow it. There's no way I'm stopping. If you dare to block my way, I really won't hesitate to run you over." Seeing the truck showing no signs of slowing down, the man quickly stepped aside. As the truck was about to speed away after passing him, the man yelled at the truck, "Do you want to kill me? Wait and see. If I get a chance, I'll make you pay." Hearing this, Qianluo's expression darkened, and he immediately stopped the truck. There was no doubt in his mind about the man's words. If given the opportunity and capability, he would surely seek revenge in the future. After all, harboring grudges in a post-apocalyptic world could be deadly. "Thunder King, did you hear what he said? He said he wants to eat dog meat." Thunder King looked puzzled. Although it couldn't understand all human words, it was certain he didn't mention dog meat. Seeing Qianluo stop, the man menacingly approached, brandishing a wooden stick. Thunder King promptly jumped off the truck, catching the man off guard, yet he remained undeterred. With a cold laugh, he boasted, "Watch my dog-beating technique." As he was about to strike Thunder King's head with the stick, contempt flashed in Thunder King's eyes. "I have magic. Did you really think I'd engage in hand-to-hand combat with you, whether or not you want to eat dog meat? If my master says you die, then you must die." It opened its mouth, sending a bolt of lightning at the man. Caught off guard, the man was hit. A scream echoed, and he collapsed. Qianluo peered out and commented, "Finish him off, but don't use the lightning power, Thunder King. Any hesitation in battle can cost you your life. Only by adapting to this apocalyptic environment can one survive." Thunder King hesitated for a moment, but under Qianluo's gaze, it bit down on the man's throat with its sharp teeth. After Thunder King took care of the man, Qianluo and Thunder King returned to the villa area. The roads inside the villa complex were too narrow for the truck to navigate, so Qianluo had Thunder King disembark first to attract nearby zombies. Upon receiving the order, Thunder King barked twice and left the truck. It would be just a matter of time before Thunder King could leave, and the zombies would return. Then, they would serve as my free vehicle security, ensuring no other survivors would approach, trying to steal or damage the truck. Qianluo walked to the entrance of the villa area and saw that among the 2 security guard zombies, Sudaju was not there. He sighed in relief. "Fortunately, my rebirth didn't affect the turn of events." He took out an electric baton in and effortlessly dealt with the few zombies he encountered. Chenluo began searching for Sudaju. I remember when the apocalypse broke out, Sudaju fled to the inner part of the villa area to hide. Sadly, I can't recall which villa Sudaju hid in, only that it was in the outer region. Seems like I'll have to use the most basic method. So Chenluo, holding his electric baton, shouted loudly, "Sudaju, where are you?" Thunder King, who had just returned, widened its eyes in astonishment. Has the master gone mad? Shouting like this would attract zombies. At that moment, Sudaju, inside one of the villas, heard Chenluo's voice. He wanted to go out to meet Chenluo, but was stopped by a girl next to him. "Brother Sudaju, don't go. That man must be crazy. Isn't he afraid of attracting zombies? He can endanger himself, but he must not endanger us." This comment shocked Sudaju. Indeed, it's strange. Why would Brochin use such a dangerous method to find me? Our relationship isn't that deep. However, Sudaju was still touched. He went to the window and, sure enough, saw Chenluo. The quiet, refined girl also came over. Coincidentally, a zombie was lured over, but Chenluo calmly electrocuted it. The girl was taken aback upon seeing this. Such a powerful electric baton. If I had this for self-defense, I wouldn't be afraid of zombies. No wonder this man is so brave. Then, Sudaju leaned out and shouted at Chenluo, "Brochin, I'm here." Chenluo spotted Sudaju and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. "Good buddy, glad you're safe." But when he saw the demure and delicate girl, Chenluo's expression darkened. "How could I forget this bitch Chenjing? In my past life, she dragged both me and Sudaju down. She's very scheming. In the past, when we ran out of purified water and were afraid tap water might be risky, she used Sudaju as a guinea pig. After Sudaju and I teamed up, she was always trying to cozy up to both of us. Even when distributing food, she would always hide a portion first, then pretend to be starving and pitiful, deceiving Sudaju out of his share, making a fool out of him." Remembering all this, Chenluo was filled with rage, wishing he could slap Chenjing to death right then and there. But he soon calmed down. Now was not the time to kill Chenjing. Killing her directly would only alienate Sudaju, driving a wedge between us. "Sudaju, come with me to my place. It's better if we look out for each other." Sudaju nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chenjing hurriedly approached. "Big brother Chen, my name is Chenjing. We share the same surname. Perhaps 500 years ago, we were from the same family." However, Chenluo completely ignored Chenjing and took Sudaju towards his villa. This made Chenjing grind her teeth, suppressing her discontentment, yet she followed them with a cheerful face. It seems she needs to improve her relationship with Chenluo. Having two men protect her maximizes her chances of waiting for national rescue. Looking at the two hungry individuals, Chenluo walked to the fridge. Apart from 3 pieces of bread, he transferred everything else into a special space. Immediately after, Chenluo gave a sly smile, staring intently at Thunder King, and slapped a piece of bread onto Thunder King's behind, preparing to add some special seasoning to the bread. Then, Chenluo, holding 2 plates, walked over to them. "This is all we have at home. Make do with it." Sudaju hesitated. "Brochin, you should keep it for yourself." Chenluo replied, "It's okay. When we get the chance, we'll get some food from the supermarket." After that, Chenluo looked at Chenjing and said, "You're a woman, and you eat less. Giving you 1 piece isn't unfair, right?" With Chenjing's character, she wouldn't voice any objections outwardly, but inwardly, she felt dissatisfied. Yet, she also thought Chenluo had a point. After all, Sudaju needs to eat well so he has the strength to find food for her. Thinking of this, Chenjing didn't hesitate and stuffed the entire slice of bread into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, Chenjing's expression suddenly changed. "There's something off about the taste of this bread." Beside her, Thunder King looked at Chenjing with a horrified expression. "You dared to eat bread that touched my butt?" Witnessing this, Chenluo had a faint smile on his face, but deep inside, he was immensely pleased. "It's an honor for you to taste the flavor of Thunder King's behind. However, I still need to get rid of Chenjing soon. Otherwise, many things will be inconvenient." With that thought, Chenluo said gravely, "There are zombies everywhere now, and food is scarce. We need to find a way to get more supplies from the supermarket at the entrance." Sudaju confidently responded, "Brochin, you just focus on zapping with that electric baton. As long as I'm alive, no zombie will harm you." Chenluo, however, shook his head, rejecting this idea. The baton, when fully charged, can only kill 4 zombies, and there are far more than that near the supermarket. "I have a better plan." Saying this, Chenluo pointed at Chenjing. "Little sister, you're petite and presumably fast. You distract the zombies, while Sudaju and I get the supplies from the supermarket. Then, we'll regroup back home." This left Chenjing dumbfounded. "Me, distract the zombies? Isn't that just asking for death?" Facing her pitiable look, Chenluo said emotionlessly, "Alright, I'll distract the zombies. You and Sudaju get the supplies. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chen Jing replied with a whiny voice. Bro Chen, it's not that I don't want to. I've only had the slice of bread you gave me since morning. I fear I might not have the strength and end up being a burden. This made Chen Luo slightly irritated. What can you do then? You can't just sit around doing nothing and let Su Dazhu and me take all the risks while you reap the benefits. Chen Jing didn't expect Chen Luo to have no chivalry and not to be a gentleman. Shouldn't taking care of women be a given? She could only look pitifully at Su Dazhu, hoping he would speak up in her defense. Before she could, Chen Luo coughed deliberately. I haven't had any water since morning and my throat feels parched. It's my fault for not stocking up on bottled water. I'm not sure if the tap water is contaminated. Why don't you, Chen Jing, try it for me? If you do, I won't make you go. This made Chen Jing furious. You want to use me as a guinea pig? I've been so worried about the water being contaminated that I haven't dared to drink any. I do have a bottle in my backpack, but with Su Dazhu around, I was hesitant to drink it. What if he asked me to share? I've been holding back, and I'm about to die of thirst. Just then, her eyes fell on Thunder King beside her, and she exclaimed with a sudden realization. That's it. We can let him try the tap water to see if it's drinkable. This made Thunder King stare at Chen Jing in bewilderment. I may not be human, but you're truly heartless. Using me as a test subject? Damn, I want to bite you. In his rage, Thunder King lunged at Chen Jing, only to be blocked by her backpack. Yet, in the scuffle, he tore a hole in it, and all the snacks and water inside spilled out. Seeing a backpack full of treats, Chen Luo laughed. So that's why she's been guarding this old backpack. She was hiding snacks. She probably planned to enjoy them secretly after getting rid of us. Disgusted by her actions, Chen Luo thought, I won't tolerate this deception. He then pierced a drink with a straw and handed a snack to Su Dazhu. You must still be hungry. Take this. Once you're full, we'll get the supplies. This time, Su Dazhu didn't hesitate. He took it without a word, then shot a disdainful glance at Chen Jing. This morning, I risked my life multiple times to rescue her, and yet, she lied about not having food when she clearly did. She obviously didn't want to share. I won't be courteous with someone like that. Realizing what was happening, Chen Jing rushed forward shouting, Don't eat that. It's mine. Give it back. Seeing her approach, Chen Luo swiftly stuck out a leg, tripping her. As she fell to the ground, she began to sob. You two men, picking on a small girl like me. What kind of men are you? Chen Luo sneered at her. Why don't you ask the zombies if they care whether you're a man or a woman? But just this little glimpse of your true nature isn't enough for Su Dazhu to truly grasp human behavior. I need to give Chen Jing a harsher lesson. Soon enough, he formed a plan in his mind. So Chen Luo stepped forward to console Chen Jing. Why are you crying? We need to eat to have the strength to search for supplies, right? You don't need to go this time. We'll repay you double for the food we eat. Hearing this, Chen Jing realized, no matter what, it wouldn't benefit her to confront Chen Luo and Su Dazhu. Turning against them would only push her deeper into danger, and if she died, she'd have nowhere to plead her case. Thinking of this, she quickly apologized to both of them. I was wrong. I have this instinct because I was traumatized by hunger as a child. I know my attitude isn't right. I'm sorry. It's just my natural reaction. Then, Chen Jing spun a story about her difficult childhood. Even Chen Luo had to admire her for making up such a tale on the spot. Su Dazhu, let's rest for an hour, then head to the supermarket nearby. I'll prepare some things. You two do as you please. Su Dazhu nodded in agreement. I'll follow your lead, Bro Chen. Chen Luo then pretended to gather supplies, but in reality, he summoned Thunder King, asking him to lure a dozen or so zombies home. Thunder King stared in disbelief. Master, you're joking, right? I understand luring zombies, but bringing them into the house? I don't get it. Chen Luo gave Thunder King a sidelong glance. Don't ask too much. Once we return, you'll understand. With that, Thunder King set off on his mission. Subsequently, Chen Luo took out 4 garlic bulbs from his special space, minced them, and placed them in 2 bowls, then brought them outside. The pungent smell made Su Dazhu puzzled. Bro Chen, why are you preparing so much garlic juice? Hearing this, Chen Luo explained with a smile. You might not know. When I was outside earlier, I happened to see someone wearing a string of garlic. Zombies seemed to be terrified of it and kept backing away. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. In movies, garlic does indeed work against zombies. Noticing this, Chen Luo became elated. Good, they've taken the bait. Unfortunately, reality is the exact opposite of movies. The pungent smell of garlic might severely attract zombies. It's a pity we only have this much garlic at home, enough for just 2 people. We should check the supermarket to see if we can find more garlic. Just then, a horde of zombie roars came from the distance. Clearly, it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. The noise turned Chen Jing's face pale, while Chen Luo looked grim. Facing this incoming horde of zombies, will you choose to face them with us, or will you try to take this life-saving garlic juice? In the face of dozens of zombies rushing towards the villa, bitch Chen Jing, desperate to survive, doused herself with the garlic juice first. This stunned Su Dazhu, who had intended to share his portion with her. Although he had grown to dislike Chen Jing, he wouldn't stand by and let her die, but he never expected her to be so selfish. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. See, Su Dazhu, after the apocalypse, don't be so kind to just anyone. Some people are no longer deserving of such kindness. Realizing she had been duped again, Chen Jing Jing questioned. But why? Chenluo, you also poured garlic on yourself. Chenluo smirked. I didn't deceive you. You chose to pour the garlic on yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Zombies are incredibly sensitive to the smell of garlic. You're doomed. Hearing this, Chen Jing broke down. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to live. Is that wrong? It's not wrong, but it is wrong to continuously bully an innocent person, especially when that person is my brother. In your words, we all want to live. Is sacrificing you really so wrong? After saying this, Chenluo had no further interest in wasting words with Chen Jing. He took out a suit of armor from his special space and gave it to Su Daju. Anyway, Chen Jing would be dead soon, and the dead don't spill secrets. And for Su Daju, Chenluo would tell him about his awakened power of space. At this moment, Chen Jing finally understood where Chenluo's confidence came from when he poured garlic on himself. Su Daju, find a room to hide in. Right now, you'll only be a burden to me, Chenluo advised. Su Daju agreed, knowing that with that kind of armor, zombies couldn't harm Chenluo. He would indeed only slow him down. Meanwhile, Chen Jing also wanted to find a room to hide. He immediately looked pleadingly at Chenluo. Bro Chen, give me a break. After this, you can do whatever you want to me. Chenluo coldly snorted. I want you dead. Once you're dead, I'll have given you a break. Chenluo, what have I ever done to offend you? You've been targeting me since we first met. Chen Jing broke down completely. In no time, he was mauled by a wave of zombies. 10 minutes later, looking at the devastation and bloodstains, Chenluo felt a sense of despair. I miscalculated. My home, where I've lived for over a decade, is ruined. Emerging from a room, Su Daju looked complexly at Chen Jing's corpse. Chenluo didn't say much, motioning Su Daju to move all the zombie bodies out of the villa. They then cleaned up all the corpses. Seeing the bloodstains everywhere, Chenluo really didn't feel like cleaning up. It would be great to have a maid right now, he mused, recalling the cook he had hired. Mayu was quite good, not only pleasant to look at, but also efficient at work. However, I don't know if she's alive or dead. Looking at the floor stained red with blood gave Chenluo a headache. He didn't want to mop it up himself, but he also felt embarrassed to let Su Daju do the dirty work. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Thunder King. Chenluo fetched a few cloths and a bucket, teaching Thunder King how to pour water and wring the cloths. Thunder King, this important task is yours. You can eat after you're done cleaning. After speaking, without checking if Thunder King was willing, he threw the cloth to Thunder King. This left Thunder King stunned on the spot. Master, you're really something. At this moment, Su Daju popped his head out and suggested, Bro Chen, should we go to the supermarket and get some stuff? Chenluo waved his hand dismissively. There's no rush for the little stuff at the nearby supermarket. I have something better. Come, let's go upstairs and have a drink. As Chenluo took out a full table of food from his special space, Su Daju's face was filled with shock. This is way too incredible. It just appeared out of nowhere. Bro Chen, how did you do it? Chenluo chuckled as he explained. Su Daju, have you felt any changes in your body? In the morning, I had a brief headache, but afterwards, I felt much stronger. I experienced these changes before the apocalypse. If your change is related to strength, mine is about space. I found that I could control a bit of spatial power. I had a feeling that a disaster would occur, so I stored some supplies. Hearing Chenluo's explanation, Su Daju nodded with a semblance of understanding. Immediately after, Chenluo poured a beer for Su Daju. I also had a premonition that we'd become brothers. Come on, let's not worry about it. Nothing's bigger than enjoying a meal. Looking at the full table of dishes, Su Daju swallowed hard. There's too much food, Bro Chen. We can't finish it all. Let's save some. 2 or 3 dishes are enough. Chenluo responded grandly. It's okay. If we can't finish, there's still Thunder King. He hasn't eaten yet. Thunder King, who was currently mopping the floor, didn't seem to mind. Leftovers are fine. During my wandering days, I was grateful just to get some leftover scraps. Thank you, master. But seriously, is mopping the kind of task a dog should be doing? After a satisfying meal, Chenluo took out a zombie crystal from his space and handed it to Su Daju. Full, right? These crystals are for you. Try absorbing their power. They can rapidly enhance your strength. Su Daju curiously asked, where did these come from? Chenluo smiled and explained that they were extracted from the brains of zombies. Su Daju immediately looked disgusted. That's kind of gross. Come on, let's go to the room and absorb the crystals together. If it gets too intense, stop immediately. That night, Chenluo lay in bed, holding a crystal and started absorbing its energy. Strange. Based on my experience from my previous life, absorbing 8 crystals at a time should be enough. Why have I absorbed 20 now? When he absorbed the 21st crystal, Chenluo felt a sudden pain in his head. Immediately after, he discovered he had leveled up. I remember it took me a full 14 days to level up in my past life. Now, I've reached level 2 on the first day of the apocalypse. I feel like I can continue absorbing. I wonder what my absorption limit is this time. It wasn't until he absorbed the 40 40-second crystal that Chenluo stopped. Feeling the power within him, he tried to conjure the Sword of Void. Though it dissipated in less than 5 seconds, Chenluo was satisfied. In his previous life, he only mastered the Sword of Void's ability at level 7 and the Void Walk at level 9. Given his current progress, he might master it by level 4, and the Dimensional Blade, which he could only control at the king level in the future, might be developed earlier. It was his most potent weapon for assassinations and surprise attacks. With these thoughts, Chenluo quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Chenluo asked Su Daju and Thunder King about their crystal absorption experiences. Su Daju excitedly replied, "Bro, your method really works. I feel much stronger. I absorbed about 7 crystals." 7? That's already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Thunder King barked 9 times in a row, indicating he had consumed 9 crystals. Chenluo laughed. Thank goodness it wasn't 99. Otherwise, you'd have to bark 99 times. Su Daju looked at Thunder King in astonishment. This dog is truly remarkable. He's consumed more than me. Don't underestimate Thunder King. He's very talented. As he spoke, Chenluo took out an electric baton and armor from his space. Try this armor on. After breakfast, accompany me to the granary. The two, along with the dog, soon arrived at the truck they had parked earlier. Seeing the truck unharmed, Chenluo smiled. Free guarding works well. Bro, there are so many zombies. Should we take them out? Asked Su Daju. Chenluo stopped him. These are free laborers. Let Thunder King divert them. Thunder King then skillfully drew all the zombies away, making it look easy. This left Su Daju somewhat frustrated. Why do I feel Thunder King is more useful than me? Chenluo chuckled. Don't compare yourself to a dog. There are things he can do that even I can't. Everyone has their strengths. Bro, what can't you do that he can? He might eat poop, would you? Chenluo teased. Thunder King, upon hearing this, barked in protest, clearly indicating, "Master, you're slandering me. I don't eat poop." Once Thunder King got into the truck, Chenluo headed towards the granary. Strangely, it was eerily silent. I made such a ruckus, and not a single survivor has called out for help. Bro, don't granaries usually have large basements? Maybe the people are hiding there and didn't hear us, suggested Su Daju. Considering Su Daju's words, Chenluo got out of the truck and approached the pathway to the basement. Using their flashlights, they illuminated the path. Chenluo's eyes widened in shock. Not far from them lay the skeletal remains of a human. Normal zombies wouldn't clean the bones so thoroughly when they feed. They always leave some remnants. Only mutated creatures like ants or rats would clean bones to this extent. I don't know if it's ants or rats, but both are communal creatures. There must be a staggering number of them. Chenluo hesitated for a moment. If they encountered a massive number of those creatures, he wasn't sure they'd come out on top. We can't take the risk. Our lives are the most important. Just as he decided to retreat, a series of squeaking sounds echoed from below. Chenluo's face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Su Daju and started running. That sound was unmistakably a swarm of rats. Thunder King, upon seeing a mass of shadows rushing out from the basement, was startled and sprinted away. Among the swarm, a mutated rat king hesitated for a split second as it gazed at the fleeing Thunder King. Deciding that human flesh was more delectable, it commanded the rat horde to pursue Chenluo and Su Daju. Just as Chenluo reached the granary's entrance, the rat king lunged and hit him squarely on his back. With a loud thud, pain seared through Chenluo's spine, and he uncontrollably toppled forward. Ignoring the pain, he quickly scrambled to his feet, but that slight delay allowed the rats to catch up. Looking back, they were horrified to see hundreds of rats, each one significantly larger than a regular rat, swarming towards them. Without hesitation, Chenluo pulled out his electric baton and dispatched a few of the rats lunging at him. Both Chenluo and Su Daju stood back to back to prevent any sneaky attacks from the rat swarm. Fortunately, the electric baton was effective against them. However, the idle rat king was a concerning sight for Chenluo. It was a mutant. In this post-apocalyptic world, while every being, be it a survivor, zombie, or mutated creature, grew stronger gradually, some rare mutants drew upon their life potential, boosting their power at the expense of their lifespan. These mutants were incredibly unlucky to encounter. The present Rat King was obviously such a mutant. There's no way it could have grown this large in just 2 days. Suddenly, the Rat King launched a surprise attack, knocking Su Daju to the ground. In the face of danger, Su Daju managed to jab the electric baton into the Rat King, but to his horror, barely affected the creature, which merely winced in pain. It lunged at Su Daju, biting hard onto his armor, producing a cracking sound. The sturdy armor now bore a deep crack. One more bite, and it would breach the armor entirely, causing Su Daju to break into a cold sweat. In a swift move, Chenluo pulled out 2 chunks of pork from his space and threw them to the ground. The surrounding rats were instantly distracted by the meat. Seizing this chance, Chenluo approached the Rat King. He couldn't help but think if he hadn't leveled up the previous night, they'd have been doomed for sure. As Chenluo charged forward, the Rat King's eyes flashed with disdain. It wondered whether Chenluo would electrocute it first or if it would bite Chenluo to death first. Little did it know, while Chenluo openly held the electric baton in his left hand, he had conjured a sword of void in his hidden right hand. The Rat King, about to deliver a fatal bite to Sudaju, suddenly sensed a looming threat of death. Turning its head, its eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chenluo, and it tried to flee. However, it was too close to escape. In a swift motion, Chenluo slashed its throat with the sword and then extracted a crystal from the Rat King's forehead. Sudaju, I think its two front teeth might make useful weapons. I don't have the strength. Can you try prying them out? After much effort, Sudaju managed to retrieve the two large teeth. Good, let's head to the basement. With the rat swarm dealt with, it should be safe now. Even if zombies entered, the rats would have attacked them. Upon entering the basement, Sudaju's face registered shock as Chenluo stored all the supplies into his spatial ability. Bro, how big is your spatial ability? It's not that big, probably around the size of this granary. He then turned to Sudaju with a serious look. Sudaju, you must never speak of how much I've hoarded. No matter who asks, you can't say a word. In these end times, we can't trust anyone. Sudaju nodded solemnly. Don't worry, bro. I won't say a word, even if it kills me. Upon their return to the villa, Chenluo recognized that his strength wasn't enough. Today's encounter at the granary was a close call due to the mutant Rat King. He planned to level up to rank 3 at home. Given my current rate of absorbing crystals, it'll take over 3 days to reach the 3rd rank. Sudaju, if you're bored, you can play some single-player games upstairs. After their meal, Chenluo turned to Thunder King with a smile, hinting that dishwashing duty was now his responsibility. This left Thunder King, the dog, utterly speechless. From mopping and cleaning to now washing dishes, he thought, Master, can't you act like a human for once? You're even more demanding than a dog. Chenluo looked at Thunder King, who had just finished washing the dishes, and said, Thunder King, if I recall correctly, you leveled up to the 2nd rank yesterday, didn't you? Hearing this, Thunder King excitedly barked in affirmation, as if to say, yes, Master, I'm awesome. But what Chenluo said next dampened his enthusiasm. As the saying goes, a good dog needs to be polished to become talented. Why don't you go find some zombies to practice on and see if you can develop some new electrical skills? Dejected, Thunder King began to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to exit, Chenluo suddenly called out to him. Thunder King, hopeful, turned around, thinking that maybe his master had changed his mind or was concerned about his safety. However, Chenluo simply handed him 2 bags of trash, asking him to dispose of them on his way out. Alright, I overthought it. Thunder King seemed to lament, Master, you really don't treat a dog like a dog, do you? Watching Thunder King depart, Chenluo sighed. He's so high maintenance. When will he clean up and dispose of trash on his own? That's when he'll be a mature dog. I seriously need someone like Mayu to take care of daily chores. Once I level up to rank 3, I'll go find her immediately. With that in mind, Chenluo eagerly returned to his room to absorb the zombie crystals. As a wave of pain washed over him, Chenluo successfully advanced to a rank 3 power user. In my past life, it took me 1.5 months to break through. Now, it's only been 3 days, he marveled. He could feel the enhanced power within him. Compared to when he was at rank 2, his energy was significantly higher. Most importantly, the Void Sword, which previously lasted only 5 seconds, could now be sustained for 20 seconds. Now I can confidently go outside. It's the perfect time to search for Mayu and restock on crystals at that 5-star hotel. The next day, Chenluo, Sudaju, and Thunder King set out. In no time, the trio cleared the zombies surrounding the hotel and extracted the crystals from the zombies' brains. At that moment, a survivor from the hotel named Lu Wenba, seeing the duo's formidable fighting skills, rushed to seek their help. However, Chenluo didn't immediately respond but instead asked, Do you know Mayu? Lu Wenba trembled and replied, On the day of the disaster, there was a business meeting in the morning and she was called to prepare dishes for it. Chenluo then grabbed Lu Wenba, instructing him to lead the way. Meanwhile, inside the cold storage, Mayu had kindly saved a group of people, but instead of showing gratitude, they not only complained that she took up too much space but also physically assaulted her. A famous actress named Lin Ear even suggested to throw her out to feed the zombies so that they could have more resources to survive. Hearing this, the others quickly showed their true colors and unanimously agreed. Ignoring Mayu's desperate pleas, they forcefully threw her out, even going as far as mocking her and calling her derogatory names. In utter disbelief and filled with regret, Mayu wished she hadn't opened the door for these people. I should have let the zombies eat them and stayed safe inside the cold storage. I'm so angry. I would pay any price to see them get what they deserve, she thought. However, she believed it was too late. 2 zombies detected Mayu's scent and roared, rushing toward her. As the zombies approached, Mayu closed her eyes in despair, thinking about the saying, in the face of the apocalypse, the true nature of humans is unpredictable. Just as the situation seemed dire, Chenluo arrived in the nick of time, kicking a zombie away with force. Chenluo Chenluo looked at Mayu with immense relief, saying, "Thank goodness the chef is still alive. Now I can have some good food." "Mayu, it's me, Chenluo. I came all the way here, risking my life to save you. Tell me you're moved and that you'll become my dedicated chef." Tears welled up in Mayu's eyes as she replied, "Thank you for coming to save me." Suddenly, Chenluo put his hand over her mouth, signaling her to keep quiet. "Let's deal with these zombies first, then we can catch up," he whispered. They were now surrounded by dozens of zombies. Chenluo and Su Daju, armed with electric batons, swiftly dispatched the nearby undead. Meanwhile, the ungrateful group inside the cold storage, upon seeing this, rejoiced, thinking that someone had come to rescue them. People began to emerge from the cold storage, trying to ingratiate themselves with Chenluo. "Thank you, heroes, for saving us," one exclaimed. "Hello, I'm Linear. It's great to meet you both." She assumed that if they were her die-hard fans, they would fawn over her like a dog. However, she was mistaken. Chenluo completely ignored them, heading straight to Mayu and helping her up. "Tell me what happened. I'll handle it for you." Noticing that Mayu was the only one outside the cold storage and nearly became zombie food, it wasn't hard for Chenluo to guess that something shady had taken place. Hearing Chenluo's words, all the pent-up grief and injustice Mayu felt came flooding out. She tearfully recounted the betrayal and the events leading up to her near-death experience. Chenluo responded with a cold laugh. "That's why it's not always good to be the good person. I only came to save Mayu because she has value. If you have no value, who cares whether you live or die?" Upon realizing that Chenluo and Mayu knew each other, Li Lin, one of the group, quickly tried to offer money to smooth over the incident. "Young man, could you escort me home? After the crisis is resolved, you can work at my company with a monthly salary of 200,000, he proposed. This enraged Su Daju, who was standing nearby. He loathed such ungrateful, double-dealing individuals. First, they got saved by someone else, then they tried to send that person to their death. Now, they want to use money to settle the issue, he thought. In his anger, Su Daju slapped Li Lin across the face. Lu Wenba, another survivor, watched in shock. In their city, Li Lin was a well-known figure. Weren't they afraid of retaliation? Suppressing his anger and covering his bruised face, Li Lin humbly pleaded, "Young man, you've already avenged your friend. It's true, we were in the wrong. Just get us to a safe place. Name any condition you have." Chenluo dismissed Li Lin's plea with disdain. He was a man of principles. Once someone became his enemy and there was an opportunity to get rid of them, he wouldn't hesitate. These people had been sentenced to death in his mind. With this thought, Chenluo took a rope out of thin air. "Since you've offended someone close to me, I can forgive you once by tying you up. Whether you survive or not will depend on your luck." Li Lin was infuriated by this. "How is this different from killing us? Is there no law and order left in your eyes?" Su Daju sneered at the side. "Did you think of that when you threw her outside?" The female celebrity, in a desperate attempt to save herself, knelt in front of Chenluo, begging for her life. "If you save me, I'll do anything for you," she cried, attempting to pull down Chenluo's trousers, implying a lewd favor. This left Chenluo utterly speechless. "What's wrong with you? Why are you trying to undress someone just like that? Get away from me, you're disgusting," she responded defensively. "It's not my fault. I haven't showered in days, so of course I'm a bit dirty. You can help me clean up." Chenluo, tired of her nonsense, promptly used a smelly sock to gag her mouth. "Let's go, let them fend for themselves." He then headed out of the hotel with Su Daju. Lu Wenba hurriedly followed, calling out, "Big brother, I want to come with you." Chenluo turned to look at him, picking up an iron rod from the ground and handing it to him. "If you can go to the main street and kill 10 zombies, I'll let you come with me." The mere thought made Lu Wenba break into a cold sweat, shaking his head in fear. Chenluo scoffed, "You're as useless as mud that can't be molded. When given a chance, you don't seize it." Before leaving, as a token of appreciation to the waiter who guided the way, Chenluo took him to a small supermarket next to the hotel. He gave him 3 minutes to shop freely, and then promised to escort him back to his dormitory as a thank you. As Lu Wenba excitedly filled his cart with supplies in the supermarket, Chenluo turned to Mayu and offered, "I'm in need of someone to handle logistics. How about you join us? Your only responsibilities would be cooking and washing dishes. In exchange, I guarantee your safety and you'll be well fed. To be a bit boastful, meeting me is the luckiest thing to happen in your life. So, what's your answer? Would you like to come with me?" "I'm willing," Mayu replied promptly, nodding. After all, if it weren't for Chenluo, she would have already been dead. Chenluo, pleased with the response, said, "Once we've escorted that young man back, we should celebrate with a grand meal, but you'll be cooking." After safely dropping Lu Wenba back to his dorm, half an hour later, reached their villa. Upon their arrival, Chenluo asked Mayu about her newly awakened power. He then introduced his own power, as well as Su Daju's. Mayu pondered for a moment, remembering a headache she'd had on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. She hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but Chenluo guided her to tap into that newfound strength. A second later, a flame appeared in Mayu's hand. Chenluo was astounded. A flame ability in a chef could make dishes even more delectable. "We've truly found a treasure." In just half an hour, Chenluo and Su Daju found themselves drooling over a lavish spread of food. After taking a bite, tears of joy streamed down Chenluo's face, confirming that seeking out Mayu had been been the right decision. After the meal, Chenluo led Mayu to her room, reminding her to be cautious if she decided to take a bath, specifically warning against drinking untreated water. He handed Mayu a cell phone and a power bank to pass the time, informing her that they would stay put for the next few days to focus on enhancing their abilities. Chenluo promised to explain the upgrade method later. 3 days passed, and Chenluo managed to advance to level 3 of his power. Based on his progression rate, he estimated that it would take about 10 more days to reach level 4. It was time to go out and gather more crystals to further enhance his abilities. Simultaneously, he thought of checking on Mi Ling and Mi Li, the two sisters. Even though it might not be the right time to recruit them, he believed it would be good to see how they were doing. After all, it's a resurrection technique. Not having such a powerful individual under one's control would be inviting divine retribution. Before setting out, Chenluo gave a strict warning to Mayu. While we're gone, no matter who it is or what reason they give, don't open the door for anyone, even if they die right in front of you. Also, make sure to lock every door and window in the villa. Don't stick your head out or step outside, or you'll face the consequences. After giving his instructions, Chenluo and Su Daju headed to a nearby villa area and cleared out all the zombies in the vicinity. In a short span of time, they had collected over 500 zombie crystals. Seeing they had gathered a good amount, Chenluo stretched his body, preparing to head towards the apartment where the sisters Mi Ling and Mi Li lived. Su Daju, head back to the armored truck and rest. I'll take Thunder King with me and scout around the area to ensure we haven't missed any stragglers. Soon after, Chenluo arrived at the apartment building where the sisters lived. If I remember correctly, they live in Unit 201 of this building. He then sent Thunder King up to sniff around and check if anyone was home. Thunder King barked joyfully, as if to say, this is what a dog is supposed to do. All the chores you had me doing before, like mopping the floor, washing dishes, and taking out the trash, were definitely not meant for a dog. Just as Thunder King was about to ascend the stairs, his remaining right ear twitched. He immediately crouched low, emitting a low growl from his throat. The next second, like a rabbit, he darted into a nearby bush. A white cat sprinted out from the bush at high speed. Even though cats are generally more agile than dogs, it didn't take long for Thunder King to catch up with this particular feline. Chenluo was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. The cat was uninfected and beautiful. It'd be nice to take it back as a pet. Immediately, he called out to Thunder King, asking him not to harm the cat. Just as he spoke, Chenluo heard a voice, "Get this stupid dog off me." He stared at the cat in disbelief, realizing that it possessed the ability for telepathic communication. What an unexpected find. I must keep it. Thunder King, how could you be so rude? Let it go. Chenluo chided, though at the same time, he made sure to grab hold of the cat, fearing it might escape. Thunder King looked guilty, as if accepting all the blame. Once in Chenluo's grasp, the cat didn't struggle. It looked up at him with big, sky-blue eyes, and a voice echoed in Chenluo's mind. I didn't provoke or annoy it. Why did this dog just randomly bite me? So infuriating. Chenluo replied in agreement. Yes, so infuriating. Suddenly, the little cat seemed to sense the smell of dried fish on Chenluo. He was amazed by its ability, wondering how it knew. Was it instinct? I can give you dried fish to eat, and then you'll be my kitty. Just then, a voice from above shouted, let go of my Rice. Looking up, Chenluo was shocked to see that it was Mi Li. The cat, named Rice, belonged to her. He thought, how come I never saw this cat in my past life? The sisters never mentioned it. Mi Li came down the stairs, approaching Chenluo with her hand out, demanding, give Rice back to me. Mi Li quickly took the cat from Chenluo, holding it close. Observing this, Chenluo speculated, it seems the two sisters are not together right now. If Mi Ling were here, she would never have let Mi Li come down alone. Relieved, Mi Li, holding the cat, didn't want to linger outside any longer than necessary. She quickly thanked Chenluo and was about to leave when Rice started struggling in her arms. Let me go. He has dried fish. I want the dried fish. He's not a bad person if he has dried fish. Confused, Mi Li thought, what kind of weird logic is that? Rice, having escaped from Mi Li's grasp, looked pitifully at Chenluo. I haven't had dried fish in over a week. Can you give me some? Considering this, Chenluo thought it might be an opportunity to ally with Mi Li. His plan was to collaborate, as both Mi Ling and Mi Li weren't just pretty faces. One possessed a top-tier flame ability, and the other a light power that could resurrect people. With that in mind, Chenluo smiled and picked up Rice. There's a supermarket nearby that should have dried fish. Should we go there? And perhaps we could team up to find supplies? Mi Li's initial reaction was to refuse. The idea of venturing out with two strangers seemed perilous. However, Rice convinced her, citing that he didn't sense any ill intent from Chenluo. This left Mi Li conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, Rice said with a huff, if you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go with him. You can wait at home for me to bring back food. Rice's words made Mi Li blush. For the past week, they had relied on Rice's small and agile frame to get supplies from outside. So, she agreed and told Chenluo to wait for her while she got her gear. In a moment, Mi Li returned, wearing a purple helmet and armed with a rolling pin. Seeing her unusual attire, Chenluo almost choked. He then introduced introduced his own companions. "This is my buddy, Sudaju. Think of him as a warrior. And this dog is also my partner, named Thunder King. He's an electric mage. You can call him Thunder King. I'm Chenluo, a spatial power user. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Meili replied, "You already know about Rice's ability to communicate with humans. I've also suddenly acquired a special power. I'm akin to a priest in video games." No sooner had she spoken than a group of zombies began to surround them. Chenluo quickly warned everyone to be cautious. Meili, who was at the back, initially panicked but soon regained her composure. She directly amplified the strength of both Chenluo and Sudaju. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chenluo was amazed. Truly, an incredibly rare light power. At level 1, she can amplify strength by a third. With Meili's boost, Sudaju began to dispatch the zombies effortlessly. However, a lone zombie rushed towards Meili. Chenluo shouted for her to get out of the way, but Meili stood her ground. After all, she had never fought a zombie before and felt this might be a good practice. The post-apocalyptic world requires one to adapt. Meili, faced with the oncoming zombie, quickly applied a strength boost to herself. Due to her lack of combat experience, she didn't dodge the zombie's attack. Its sharp claws aimed for her neck, but her thick jacket shielded her from the brunt of the strike. Without hesitating any longer, Meili began to wildly bash the zombie with her stick, causing its head to split open. Chenluo, who was nearby, felt a chill watching Meili ferociously bash the already dead zombie. Brain matter was splattering everywhere, but she kept smashing the creature's head. Snapping back to reality, Meili looked at the zombie whose head she had destroyed and couldn't help but vomit. Chenluo handed her a tissue and a bottle of mineral water. Meili gave him a grateful glance. Meanwhile, Rice looked quite annoyed and huffed. "Are you two done? Are we going to get that dried fish or not?" Half an hour later, after Chenluo had dealt with the zombies on the supermarket's second floor, he instructed Meili, "Grab as many supplies as you can." Rice had already found the dried fish snacks in the snack area, pleading with Chenluo to help open the packaging. Looking at the little cat, Chenluo began to ponder. He always felt that this cat had other secrets, not just an awakened psychic ability. After all, such a unique ability like mental communication isn't something a novice in psychic powers could master. With such a rare cat, he definitely needed to recruit it into his team. With this thought, Chenluo opened the dried fish and tempted Rice. "This fish isn't fresh. Eat sparingly. I have fresh fish. Come with me later, and I'll make you braised fish." Hearing this, Rice became excited. On the other side, Meili, who was gathering supplies, was completely unaware of a mutated zombie sneaking up behind her. Sensing the danger, Thunder King quickly yelled out a warning and rushed towards Meili. Hearing Thunder King's alarm, Meili instinctively turned around, her face turning pale with terror, collapsing to the ground. She saw a 2-meter-tall, obese zombie before her. Meili tried to flee but tripped over 2 large bags of food she had packed. Seeing this, the obese zombie smirked. "I'm so hungry, I'll eat you up." Meili scrambled up, without hesitation, hurled the 2 large bags of food at the zombie, and turned to flee, only to run directly into the arriving Chenluo. At first glance of the obese zombie, Chenluo's pupils contracted. This was another mutated zombie, and more specifically, the most common type known as Devourers. Not only do they possess great strength and defense, but they also can use body slam attacks, and even self-detonate. Judging by its size, it must be a level 3 zombie. Thinking this, Chenluo pulled Meili behind him. "Stay behind me. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Hearing these words from Chenluo, Meili's racing heart miraculously began to calm. Looking at Chenluo shielding her, she felt an indescribable sense of security. Just then, Thunder King arrived in the nick of time, unleashing a bolt of lightning to ambush the obese zombie from behind. The ambushed zombie, infuriated, turned and roared at Thunder King. Seizing this opportunity, Chenluo brandished his sword of the void, slashing at the obese zombie. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the obese zombie was cleaved in two. It didn't even get the chance to use its self-detonation skill before falling apart on the ground. Chenluo quickly shielded Meili with his body, telling her to close her eyes and not look at the corpse. Hearing his voice, Meili involuntarily closed her eyes. At that moment, the only thing in her mind was the scene of Chenluo's sword swing earlier. He looked incredibly cool. She let Chenluo take her hand and lead her downstairs. When she opened her eyes again, Meili couldn't help but look at Chenluo, thinking, how did I never notice before how handsome brother Chenluo is? Chenluo looked at her, puzzled. As they gazed at each other for a moment, Meili's face inexplicably turned red. This caught Chenluo by surprise. He never expected that the appearance of the obese zombie would lead to a classic hero saves the damsel moment. Although it's a bit cliche, the effect was really good. Thinking of this, Chenluo decided to strike while the iron was hot, inviting Mi Li to join his team. Mi Li nodded with a blushing face. In that case, come to my house later, and we can all have dinner together. Hearing this, Mi Li felt a bit torn. She really wanted to go, but her sister had gone out to find supplies and hadn't come back yet. If her sister suddenly returned and couldn't find her, she'd be very worried. Brother Chenluo, I'll go after my sister returns. But as soon as she spoke, rice next to them showed its displeasure. You shouldn't refuse. After all, Chenluo promised to make me braised fish. No matter what, you have to come with me today. Didn't you leave a note at home? Mi Ling will see it and won't worry. Plus, I have a feeling Mi Ling won't come back today. I want to eat fish. Hearing Rice's words left Mi Li feeling a bit dizzy and overwhelmed. Having no choice, she reluctantly agreed. Looking at the delicious dishes, Mi Li and Rice were drooling. They hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. After eating, Mi Li said goodbye to Chenluo, preparing to go home. But how could Chenluo easily let go of Mi Li, a top-tier assistant? So he used the excuse that it's too dangerous for her to be alone, suggesting that he, Su Daju, and Sister Yu would move to her place. It would be good for them to take care of each other. The reason Chenluo wanted to do this was mainly to also recruit Mi Li's twin sister into the team. Hearing this, Mi Li happily agreed. This isn't about looking out for each other. Clearly, it's big brother Chenluo looking out for me. With that, everyone started packing and preparing to move. In no time, Chenluo and the others were ready. Then they drove a heavy truck to the foot of Mi Li's building. Her place had 4 rooms and a living room, just big enough for everyone. If no one minds, Chenluo took out 2 watermelons from the space and cut them for everyone. This moved Mi Li deeply. The outside world is so dangerous now. Big brother Chenluo is protecting me. He not only gave me delicious meals, but also brought light on a power outage night and my favorite watermelon. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but hug Chenluo. Brother Chenluo, I feel that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Being hugged like this, Chenluo secretly felt pleased inside. It's all thanks to my darn charm. It's a pity I only met Mi Li today. I can't rush to eat hot tofu. Otherwise, my ugly face would have been exposed. Thinking of this, he started to comfort Mi Li. In the future, we're all teammates. Helping each other is what we should do. No need to be so formal. Do you want to eat some watermelon before hugging me again? Hearing this, Mi Li's face turned red. She ate the watermelon in small bites. Her face flushed, trying to hide her embarrassment. After finishing the watermelon, Mi Li began to assign rooms to everyone. Sister Yu, you stay here. This room was for classmates who occasionally visited. Brother Su Daju, this room is where my sister paints. Just move a bed in, and it's good to go. Brother Chenluo, this is my sister's room. You can stay here. This made Chenluo a bit puzzled. If he stayed in Mi Ling's room, where would Mi Ling stay when she returned? Never mind, let's just settle down first. With that in mind, Chenluo took out some zombie crystals for Mi Li. After teaching her how to use them, he bid her goodnight and went to his room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Rice waiting for him on the bed, even casting him a flirtatious glance. You devil, why did you come so late? This left Chenluo speechless. Rice and Thunder King, although they had increased intelligence, had never received education. They didn't really understand the meaning behind those words. Rice just thought it was fun, so when Chenluo entered, he teased, I'll sleep with you tonight, and with Mi Li tomorrow, Rice said, rubbing against Chenluo's hand. You're really a flirtatious cat. Know how to share love equally. Chenluo picked up Rice and started petting him vigorously. Rice was indeed lovable, good-looking, and sweet-talking. Well, I'll pamper you well tonight. Let's cultivate together. Having said that, Chenluo took out the crystals and absorbed them with Rice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mi Ling was clearing zombies on the road, hurrying home. Accompanying her were 2 of her classmates. However, these 2 inept teammates kept hiding behind her out of fear, and she had to protect them from time to time. It was exhausting for her. Whenever they encountered zombies, they'd push Mi Ling forward to deal with them. This infuriated her beyond measure. Although her flame ability was potent, the consumption of energy was immense. Even after advancing to level 2, she couldn't deal with multiple zombies consecutively. Looking at the 2 cowardly teammates hiding in the bushes, Mi Ling couldn't help but think of her younger sister. If I'm struggling so much to survive, how could my delicate little sister cope? Did she starve to death at home, or was she eaten by zombies when she went out to find supplies? As the zombies were cleared, the 2 cowardly teammates cheerfully emerged from the bushes, and the group continued on. In her heart, Mi Ling prayed, Mi Li, if you're still alive, please hold on. I saved a piece of chocolate just for you. On the other side, Chenluo and his team were preparing for a barbecue night. Just as Chenluo was about to ask Su Daju and Mi Li what skewers they wanted, shouts came from downstairs. Mi Li was shaken, and a look of immense joy appeared on her face. Excitedly, she exclaimed, it's my sister. My sister is back. Saying this, she dashed downstairs. Witnessing this, Chenluo murmured to himself, after a long wait, I've finally met you, Mi Ling. He then followed Mi Li. Seeing the two sisters embrace. He felt reassured. It's touching, he thought, but as this sentiment settled, Qianluo suddenly noticed the two dimwits nearby, wondering where on earth they had come from. Xinjiang and Wang Xingwu looked excitedly at Mi Li, their faces alight with anticipation. The two quickly exchanged glances. Mi Ling, the campus belle, has a sister, and Mi Li is no less beautiful. It was worth accompanying her all the way from school for so long. Yeah, if we can get close to these two sisters, it would be a dream come true. The sudden appearance of Qianluo put Xinjiang and Wang Xingwu on alert. Who is he? Why is he with Mi Li? I don't know. I've never heard of Mi Ling having a brother. Seeing Qianluo, Mi Ling also became instantly wary. Seeing her sister's reaction, Mi Li smiled and quickly introduced Qianluo. Hearing this, Mi Ling had an epiphany. Oh, I see. That's why Mi Li looks so well taken care of. He really has done a good job with her. Meanwhile, in their minds, Xinjiang and Wang Xingwu decided to take the initiative and woo Mi Li. After all, Mi Ling had been distant towards them throughout their journey. Thinking this, Wang Xingwu made the first move, pulling out a crumpled piece of bread and offering it to Mi Li. Seeing this, Xinjiang hurriedly pushed Wang Xingwu aside and presented Mi Li with a sausage. Mi Li, don't be shy with us. Look, I also have some grilled sausages for you. Xinjiang looked at Wang Xingwu in astonishment, thinking, you're going all out, aren't you? The supermarkets outside are all full of zombies. Getting these supplies was extremely hard. However, Mi Li decisively declined their offers. She could eat and drink whatever she wanted every day. Why would she care for their measly bread and sausage? Even if Qianluo wasn't around, she wouldn't accept things from strangers. Qianluo, watching from the side, couldn't help but think, these two guys, their attempts at flirting are so obvious. But he had already decided how to get rid of them. Daring to vie with him for someone's affection was a death wish. Mi Ling, seeing the two trying to woo her sister, knew exactly what they were thinking. She mentally cursed herself for ever getting involved with such burdens. I can't let them be a burden to me and my sister any longer. After a farewell meal later, we should all go our separate ways. Thinking of this, she motioned for everyone to head upstairs. Hearing this, the two men made a face as if they were pigs, still fantasizing about living together with the campus belle. Mi Ling then inquired tentatively, do we still have food at home? Qianluo thought, of course, we have food, but only if you, Mi Ling, listen to me and join me. Otherwise, there's nothing for you. As soon as they entered the house, Qianluo asked Sister Yu to cook some rice. After all, it's Mi Li's sister. He couldn't be too stingy. I'll offer some rice for you all. This made Ma Yu puzzled. I thought we were having a barbecue. Why suddenly change to rice? When he saw the group, he immediately understood Qianluo's intentions. As soon as Xinjiang and Wang Xingwu entered the house, they rushed into the kitchen. Seeing Ma Yu pouring purified water into the rice cooker, without a word, they grabbed the water bucket from him, hoisted it up, and began to drink directly from it. Ma Yu looked at their disgraceful behavior and immediately felt repulsed. Can't you pour it into a bowl to drink? How will others use it if you drink like this? However, the two were indifferent. Do you know how hard our journey here was? What's the big deal about drinking some water? This made Qianluo even more eager to get rid of the two. After quenching their thirst, Wang Xingwu and Xinjiang left the kitchen, surveying the environment approvingly. Worthy of the campus belle's house. It's spacious and the interior design is stylish. It's just a pity there's another guy here. At that moment, Xinjiang suddenly paused, his eyes locked onto Thunder King, the dog lying under the couch. Both of their mouths watered, wanting to eat the dog. They began to act self-righteous and started lecturing Qianluo. Bro, no offense, but people are struggling to survive in these times. Why are you keeping a dog? I heard you say you only have a bit of rice left. What will you do after it's finished? Take our advice and slaughter this dog. It would not only save food, but also feed everyone. Thunder King, hearing this, immediately glared at them menacingly, causing them to be taken aback. Bro, this dog is too aggressive. What if it harms someone? It's better to cook it and improve everyone's meal. Upon hearing this, Qianluo immediately wanted to get rid of them. How dare they think of harming my dog? His usually cheerful face instantly turned cold. I indeed don't have extra food to feed a dog, but it seems I have to feed two dogs here. You two better get lost before I lose my temper. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang became furiously embarrassed. Pretty boy, have you ever fought a zombie? How dare you talk to me like this? Qianluo was taken aback. Fight with zombies? This guy is too perverted. It seems as long as one has courage, even zombies need maternity leave. I indeed haven't fought zombies. As soon as he finished, Xinjiang snorted coldly. I knew it. You're just a pretty boy hiding at home. Then he turned to Mi Ling and continued, Mi Ling, we've been with you all the way. We've suffered so much, faced countless dangers. Don't you know how hard it is to survive? This guy is wasting food on a dog. Isn't that a waste? Wang Xingwu chimed in. You know what we've been eating on our way here. Besides, the end of the world is not a suitable time to keep dogs. Why not eat it to improve our meals? Mi Ling, disgusted by their behavior, shouted, "You two bastards, shut up. Do you think I don't know what filthy thoughts you've been harboring? Throughout our journey, all you've done is hide behind me. I initially thought we'd have a farewell meal together, but it seems there's no need now. Get out right now. From now on, everyone fends for themselves, and we won't interfere with each other." Upon hearing this, Jin Zhang and Wang Xingwu were furious. They hadn't expected Mi Ling to break off ties with them. "Mi Ling, have you no conscience? We risked our lives to protect you, and even helped you find your sister. Now you're just abandoning us?" Mi Ling laughed coldly. "It's laughable. Every time we encountered zombies, you pushed me to the front. Who was really protecting whom?" Hearing Mi Ling reveal their true colors, an infuriated Jin Zhang began cursing at her. Mi Ling didn't bother to argue with them and waited for them to finish their tirade before telling them to leave immediately. Before leaving, the two didn't forget to throw out threats. On the side, Chen Luo petted Thunder King's head, signaling him to follow them out and finish them off. In this apocalyptic world, it's hard to predict human nature. Thunder King nodded in agreement and quickly followed the two downstairs. Seeing this, Mi Ling was puzzled. Is this dog being sent to deliver dog meat? Jin Zhang and Wang Xingwu continued their rants downstairs, planning revenge. Little did they know they were nearing the end of their lives. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them. To their surprise, it was Thunder King. Just as they thought they could feast on dog meat tonight, Thunder King spat out 5 bolts of lightning. Before they could react, they were electrocuted to death. Having dealt with the two, Thunder King lifted his head and hurried back home, thinking, "You thought you could eat dog meat with that level of skill? What pathetic trash." Back home, after Mi Ling finished a pot full of rice, she looked at Chen Luo apologetically, having consumed all the rice. "But don't worry, whatever I've eaten from you now, I'll repay you doubly in the future." Chen Luo simply responded with an "oh" and asked if she was full. After receiving a positive answer, Chen Luo turned to Mayu and said, "Sister Yu, we won't have a barbecue today. Let's make mabo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, spicy shredded potatoes, boiled beef slices, spicy diced chicken, braised prawns, spicy crab, beef. As for soup, let's make tomato and egg soup." Hearing this, Mi Ling was puzzled. Chen Luo gestured for Mi Li to come over. "Mi Li, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Mi Li nodded and followed Chen Luo to a room, which made Mi Ling frown in suspicion. A man and a woman alone in a room? What was Chen Luo up to? Was he planning to make a move on her sister right in front of her? As they entered the room, Chen Luo quickly cornered Mi Li, placing one hand on the wall beside her. The intimate gesture made Mi Li blush. Chen Luo looked at her affectionately. "Being with your brother, you don't have to worry about food or drinks, right?" Mi Li nodded. "And with me, you feel safe and protected, right?" She nodded again, her face turning even redder. Chen Luo smiled at her. "It's because you're obedient, gentle, and capable that I treat you well. But does your sister listen to me?" At this, Mi Li pondered. Her sister was always independent and hardly knew Chen Luo. She wouldn't just listen to him. Seeing Mi Li lost in thought, Chen Luo continued, "Mi Li, if you had to choose a leader between me and your sister, who would better lead us to survive in this world?" Without hesitation, Mi Li responded, "Of course, it's you, brother Chen Luo. After all, my sister just returned and ate like a starved ghost. She devoured 3 bowls of unwashed rice, which made me feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, the dog you keep is even tired of eating meat. Since meeting you, I've never gone hungry again. If my sister can't even take care of herself, how can she lead the rest of us?" Chen Luo chuckled. "So we must first get your sister to." He initially wanted to say be trained to obey, but he stopped, thinking it sounded too sinister and didn't want to come off as a creep. Mi Li looked at Chen Luo, puzzled as he suddenly stopped speaking midway. "What do you mean by we must?" she asked, her expression full of confusion. Chen Luo felt a rush of awkwardness, causing sweat to form on his brow. Clearing his throat, he said earnestly, "We must get her to listen to me. Otherwise, in crucial moments, disagreements between your sister and me might put us all in danger." Mi Li nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in his words. "So, until she listens to me, I won't share my supplies with her. She'll have to watch us eat." With that, Chen Luo patted Mi Li's shoulder. "Whenever she starts listening, she can eat. Remember, we're doing this for her good." Having been somewhat brainwashed by Chen Luo, Mi Li echoed, "Yes, it's all for my sister's sake." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mi Ling was shocked to see Mayu preparing a vast amount of food. She hurriedly advised her to conserve supplies, but Mayu ignored her, stating that Chen Luo had instructed her to cook all this. How much she cooked wasn't her decision. Hearing this, Mi Ling went straight to Chen Luo, urging him to be more frugal. Otherwise, there'd be nothing left to eat tomorrow. Chen Luo remained unfazed. "Today, you reunited with Mi Li. It's a happy occasion and deserves celebration. Besides, these are my supplies, so it's none of your business." Mi Ling was taken aback. She had never seen anyone anyone be so extravagant during the apocalypse? Looking at the feast, she sighed, regretting eating so much earlier. Although full, she couldn't resist joining them for the delectable dishes. As Mi Ling took a seat at the dining table, Chen Luo asked her in surprise, "What are you doing sitting here?" This infuriated Mi Ling, and she retorted, "Where I sit is none of your business." Mi Li could only silently apologize to her sister in her heart. For her sister's future, she'd have to endure some discomfort now. "We're about to start eating. It's not appropriate for you to sit here." "Of course, if you want to watch us eat, feel free to stay." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling's face was filled with disbelief. "What do you mean? Don't I have a share of the food?" Chen Luo responded that the sumptuous feast laid out on the table wasn't for her. Furious, Mi Ling exclaimed, "Didn't you say this was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li?" "Yes, I did," Chen Luo replied coolly, "but I never said you'd be joining us for the meal. You're not part of our team. Only those who are with me get to enjoy the delicacies I've risked my life to bring back." Turning to Mi Li, he asked, "Aren't you with me?" Mi Li bashfully nodded. "Yes, I am with you." Chen Luo, Su Daju, Sister Yu, and even Thunder King the dog and Rice the cat all echoed their allegiance to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling triumphantly. "See, only those loyal to me get to eat my food. Since you're not with us, why should you have any right to eat with us? Unless you two decide to follow me and call me brother, you can't share our meal." Mi Ling, more enraged than ever, interrupted him. Slapping her hand on the table, she shouted, "Chen Luo, don't push me too far. Just for a meal, you want to humiliate me like this? Let me tell you, even if I starve, I won't take a single bite of your food." With that, she stormed off towards her room. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was a blatant play at humiliation. After all the hardships she'd endured to return home, she had been met with betrayal. Forced to smell the tantalizing aromas from the dishes and listen to them discuss the delectable food, she couldn't stand being in the living room any longer. She couldn't bear the scent of the food. With a cold expression, Mi Ling retreated to her room. Just as Mi Ling entered her room, her chest tightened with anger. On her bed was a man's underwear. Without a doubt, it belonged to Chen Luo. "Oh, Mi Li, what a wonderful sister you are," she thought sarcastically. "You gave away your own sister's room to a man." Just then, Mi Li peeked in, attempting to explain the situation. Hearing her words, Mi Ling clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in anger. She held back her fury only because she had seen how Chen Luo took care of her sister. If not for that, she would have given him a piece of her mind. Mi Li mentioned, "Chen Luo said it's okay to take a shower. Just make sure you don't swallow any water. If you feel uncomfortable, you can rinse off quickly." Nodding, Mi Ling told her to go back to her meal. While showering, Mi Ling couldn't understand how she had become so isolated. Rice's behavior was understandable. Cats were known to be fickle. As the saying goes, with treats, they recognized their master. But she was deeply hurt that even Mi Li seemed to have traded her loyalty for food. "Eat all you want now," she thought. "Once the fridge is empty, Mi Li and Rice will come running back to me. Just wait and see who has the last laugh." When she finished her shower and heard Chen Luo distributing grapes for dessert, her mouth watered uncontrollably. "Of all the fruits, why did he have to choose my favorite? Grapes? I want some so badly." Shaking her head, she tried to distract herself from the craving. Coming out, Mi Ling called Mi Li to her room. She wanted to understand everything that had happened recently, how Chen Luo acquired the supplies, what kind of spell he had cast over everyone, especially her sister. Mi Li, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to persuade Mi Ling to listen to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who was nearby, unabashedly admired Mi Ling's figure. Even a brief glance at her seemed tempting. To tease her, he waved some grapes in front of her. Fuming, Mi Ling was sure he was doing this on purpose. Once inside the room, Mi Ling pushed Mi Li onto the bed, glaring at her. "Why are you siding with a stranger over your own sister? What was that earlier? Why didn't you stand up for me?" Mi Li pleaded while trying to reason with Mi Ling. "Sister, I did what I did for the good of all of us. If we're going to form a team, we'll need a leader to avoid disputes during dangerous times. Among us, Chen Luo is the most suitable candidate. That's why I didn't support you at first. Chen Luo was just worried you wouldn't cooperate, which is why he resorted to such tactics to corner you. Besides, he discussed it with me beforehand, and I agreed with him." Hearing Mi Li's explanation, Mi Ling suspected that her sister had been brainwashed by Chen Luo. "If he shows his competence, I'd naturally listen to him. But using such trivial methods, does he think he can make me surrender just by offering a meal?" she retorted. Upon hearing this, Mi Li felt frustrated and asked Mi Ling about her plans. A continued standoff wouldn't be helpful. Mi Ling stated that unless Chen Luo showcased his prowess, "Let's have a duel. The winner will lead. If he's so sure of himself, let him prove it." Saying so, Mi Ling grabbed her jacket, heading decisively towards the door. Panicking, Mi Li asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to search for some food within the community," Mi Ling replied. "But it's getting dark. What if something dangerous happens?" "Chen Luo, can you please talk some sense into her?" Mi Li pleaded. Chen Luo hesitated. "Sorry, Mi Li, I have no grounds to stop your sister. But don't worry, let her take Rice with her. It can sense danger in advance." Rice grumbled, unhappy with the arrangement. Why doesn't Mi Ling just align herself with Chen Luo? Women are so obstinate. Chen Luo nudged Thunder King with his foot, signaling for him to accompany Mi Ling. Thunder King muttered to himself, "Why go out in such heat? It's annoying." Mi Li intervened, "If that's the case, can I assist my sister?" Nodding, Qianluo replied, "Yes, but make sure you're well equipped and stay safe." Watching the duo, accompanied by a cat and a dog, leave the house, Qianluo sighed deeply. Mi Ling, I never wanted to trick you this way, but you did kick my butt in our previous life, just because I stole a few cabbages from you. Isn't it fair to take some small revenge now? However, this couldn't go on like this indefinitely. A solution had to be found to bring her under control. 10 minutes later, Mi Ling returned with a bucket of instant noodles and began to show off in front of Qianluo. Hearing this, Qianluo chuckled. "I was planning to have barbecue tonight, but since you are flaunting in front of me, I will show you what real beef noodles are like." After ordering Sister Yu to prepare beef noodles for the night, he turned his focus back to the significant issue at hand. Qianluo then directly invited Mi Ling to have a serious conversation, to which Mi Ling nodded in agreement. He began, "Firstly, I admit that my behavior at noon was excessive. I shouldn't have treated you like that, and for that, I apologize. Secondly, until you recognize my position as the leader, I won't be sharing my resources with you. After all, the role of a leader requires both strength and strategy, but I will prove to you that my abilities and judgment are superior to yours. First, regarding strength, let's have a duel in 3 days. If I lose, I will follow your lead from then on." Mi Ling's eyes brightened at this proposal. "Are you serious?" she asked, indicating that she was willing to have the duel immediately. Qianluo, however, flatly refused. He explained that he wasn't in full control of his abilities and feared he might seriously injure her. Besides, he added, "Just wait 3 days. Once I break through to the 4th level, I will be able to crush you easily. Moreover, as you are now, you wouldn't just lose to me, you'd lose to Thunder King as well." Hearing that she was considered inferior even to a dog, Mi Ling became furious on the spot. "Are you saying I can't even beat your damn dog? This Qianluo is humiliating me again, comparing me to a dog." Seeing Mi Ling in this state, Qianluo quickly conceded, all right, you are more formidable than Thunder King. Happy now?" Just then, Thunder King suddenly became alert. The next second, there was a knock on the door. Along with it came the pleading voice of a woman. "Please, Mi Ling, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 2 days." Hearing this, Mi Ling responded with a question. "You haven't eaten in 2 days? Doesn't that mean you ate something 2 days ago?" Qianluo, standing nearby, was taken aback. Such a fresh and natural response from her, he thought. The woman outside was speechless. Is this what a person says? Mi Ling continued coldly, "I have nothing for you. Leave." However, Mi Li felt a pang of guilt. Seeing this, Mi Ling sternly told her, "No matter how much food we give her, she will never be satisfied. When the food runs out and she comes asking again, what will you do? In this post-apocalyptic world, only the fittest survive. If she can't find food and dies, it's her own fault for being weak." Qianluo, hearing this, couldn't help but praise Mi Ling. "Impressive, Mi Ling. You have a high level of awareness." Mi Ling, however, wasn't impressed. "Enough talk. In 3 days, I want to see where your confidence comes from." At this moment, Rice whispered to Qianluo that the woman outside was filled with malice. Nodding, Qianluo held Rice close. No matter the reason for the malice, if she dares to approach, she won't be leaving. The woman, cursing under her breath, left Mi Ling's home. "That little bitch Mi Ling is so heartless," she muttered. Quickly, she informed others in the community about the incident. The people began to gossip excitedly. "Great, Mi Ling and Mi Li are alive. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. With their figures and looks, dying under a peony tree would make even a ghost charming." As they spoke, a group prepared to head towards Mi Ling's home. Upstairs, Su Daju witnessed this and immediately reported it to Qianluo. Qianluo responded with a cold laugh, instructing Su Daju, "Deal with that group. Just don't let them die in the corridor. We don't want to clean up the mess." Su Daju nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Mi Li released 2 green lights into Su Daju's body. One amplified his strength, and the other boosted his defense. With the buffs, Su Daju and Thunder King headed downstairs. He then watched the situation from the window. Mi Ling, who was nearby, surprisingly found Qianluo quite handsome. She thought, "I want to see if this man and dog duo are as impressive as they seem." That, she approached Qianluo, maintaining a distance of half a meter, and observed the situation below. At that moment, Su Daju was surrounded by 5 people. Thunder King suddenly dashed out, barking at the crowd. This excited the group, and their first thought was, "We have dog meat now." Taking advantage of their distraction, Su Daju ambushed one of them. The others quickly responded, attacking Su Daju, but their strikes didn't harm him at all. The group was taken aback, realizing Su Daju was also a superpowered individual. As they prepared to use their abilities against him, Thunder King unleashed a bolt of lightning at them. In no time, Su Daju and Thunder King had taken out the group. Upstairs, Qianluo was a bit surprised. Thunder King took the initiative to draw their attention. "I didn't teach him that. Did he learn it on his own?" Thinking this, He turned to Mi Li, preparing to give her a task. Mi Li, retrieve the crystals from the foreheads of those 6 people. Mi Li was horrified and pointed at herself in disbelief. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, even if you are a support, there are some things you need to experience firsthand. It's to ensure you can adapt during critical moments without affecting the battle. Hearing this, Mi Li looked pleadingly at Mi Ling, hoping she'd intercede. However, Mi Ling strongly agreed with Chen Luo's words. Mi Li, this is something you will eventually have to face. It's better to get familiar with it now when it's safe. Mi Ling also swore in her heart, dear sister, I swear I'm not trying to get back at you for not backing me up at lunch. It's really for your own good. Taking the dagger handed over by Chen Luo, Mi Li went downstairs with him. Facing the corpses, Mi Li, with a whining voice, turned to Thunder King, hoping he'd do the task for her. Thunder King promptly shook his head. This isn't a job for a dog. Gathering her courage, Mi Li made an incision on a corpse's forehead and extracted the crystal. Immediately, she vomited. After a few minutes, pale-faced, Mi Li handed over the packaged crystals to Chen Luo. Seeing her drenched in cold sweat, he comforted her. It's okay. You'll get used to it after a while. Sudaju used to be the same. Later, I'll ask Sister Yu to prepare braised beef noodles for you. After going upstairs, a bowl of steaming braised beef noodles was served. Mi Ling looked at the noodles in shock. Are you here to eat beef or beef noodles? Who eats beef noodles like this? Chen Luo then handed the bowl with the most beef to Mi Li, but she couldn't eat due to the trauma from earlier. Mi Ling on the side was even more infuriated. Chen Luo definitely did it on purpose. Mi Ling had resisted the temptation for several days, waiting for the duel with Chen Luo in 3 days. If she won, all the food would belong to her, but the tantalizing aroma from the side made her even more furious. Eat, eat, eat. Let's see what you'll eat next time. Don't I know how big my fridge is? That evening, when Mi Ling saw another lavish dinner on the table, she was astounded. Knowing the size of their refrigerator, she thought, it's so small. They should have emptied it in 2 meals. Rushing to the kitchen, Mi Ling opened the fridge to discover it full of food again. Chen Luo, how did the fridge fill up again? When did you go out? Even if you did, you shouldn't have gotten such fresh produce, Mi Ling questioned. Before Chen Luo could respond, Mi Li interrupted. Sister, actually, Chen Luo has spatial abilities. He has stored enough ingredients to last for several years. This left Mi Ling dumbfounded, feeling like a fool. Angrily, she asked Mi Li why she hadn't mentioned it earlier. Mi Li sheepishly scratched her head. I'm sorry, sister. I was so excited that I forgot to tell you. Upon hearing this, Mi Ling chose not to argue further. She turned to Chen Luo and said, according to our agreement, we'll have a fight in 2 days. If you lose, you'll obediently listen to me. Chen Luo smiled. Perhaps we can do it tomorrow. I'll try to satisfy your desire to be dominated. Mi Ling, however, didn't take his words seriously, still fantasizing about defeating Chen Luo and having him kneel at her feet, calling her sister. After Mi Ling left, Chen Luo returned to his room, preparing to use the mutated Rat King crystal he obtained a few days ago. Level 4 was crucial for him, enabling the use of void walking. It would bring a qualitative change to his strength and a drastic improvement in his ability to protect himself. A sharp pain in his brain signaled his successful advancement to level 4, and with more than half of the Rat King's crystal energy remaining, Chen Luo eagerly used void walking. In an instant, he appeared outside the door, startling Thunder King, who was guarding it. Don't be afraid, it's me, Chen Luo said. Thunder King replied, I'm guarding the door for you, and you scare me? The next morning, Mi Ling looked at Chen Luo discontentedly. Did you let your dog disturb my sleep last night to give you an advantage in our duel? Thunder King glanced resentfully at Chen Luo, remembering the scare from the night before. Chen Luo simply smiled. You overestimate yourself. Let's have breakfast first, then we can have our match. Mi Ling's eyes lit up. So we don't have to wait till tomorrow? Before that, I need to clarify something. If I win, you'll listen to me, right? Chen Luo nodded in agreement. How about we make it more interesting? We'll stand 20 meters apart, and if I can't subdue you in 3 seconds, I lose. Mi Ling was infuriated by this. Although she acknowledged Chen Luo's strength, the idea that he could subdue her in 3 seconds felt like an insult. Chen Luo was nonchalant. It's not that I underestimate you, I'm just very confident. Seeing Chen Luo's smug face, Mi Ling sneered internally. Once the match begins, I'll just turn and run. I only need to last 3 seconds. She then asked, what's the prize for our duel? Hearing this, Chen Luo smirked. It's simple. If you lose, all you need to do is bend over and let me kick you. Mi Li was taken aback and immediately retorted, and if you lose, I get to kick you. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You can kick me to death or ask for any other demand, and I'll satisfy you. After all, with my insane void walking ability, there's no way I can lose. Mi Ling nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them arrived at the rooftop of the apartment complex. Sudaju and Mi Li were present as witnesses to ensure that no one would deny their loss. As they prepared, Mi Ling fixed her gaze intently on Chen Luo, ready to dodge any move he made. She was confident she could last 3 seconds. However, to her astonishment, Chen Luo vanished from her sight the very next second. Startled, she quickly looked around, but there was no sign of him. Suddenly, with a swift sound, Chen Luo reappeared behind her, gripping her throat. Mi Ling instinctively tried to counter with a judo throw, but found herself unable to move his hand. Chen Luo Luo then whispered into her ear, Mi Ling, you've lost. Realizing she had been defeated, Mi Ling released his hand. She knew that if Chen Luo had used a dagger instead of his hand, she would have been dead by now. Reluctantly accepting her loss, she wondered if she really had to let him kick her. At the thought, her cheeks reddened slightly. Chen Luo chuckled and said, let's head downstairs for breakfast, and he also apologized to her for the events of the previous days. Seeing the lavish breakfast spread out, Mi Ling couldn't resist and began eating heartily. After breakfast, Chen Luo called everyone for a meeting. We are all part of a team, so we need to discuss our next steps, he said. Once everyone was seated in the living room, Chen Luo began. Since the apocalypse began, I believe everyone has noticed that the zombies are getting stronger. The only way to survive now is to unite, especially since food is becoming scarcer. Venturing into the horde of zombies alone to get supplies is a near-suicidal mission. Hence, survivors banding together in teams or settlements is the trend for survival. Though our small squad has individuals with significant strengths, if we face a group of 100, even if we emerge victorious, some of us would undoubtedly die, and that's an outcome I can never accept. Additionally, Mi Ling, Mi Li, the two of you sisters. At this, Chen Luo turned to Mi Ling and continued, being such beautiful sisters, what would you do if someone demanded unsavory favors? With society's collapse, human desires have been unleashed. The kind of experiences two beautiful women might encounter can be imagined. Hearing this, Mi Ling's face changed drastically. Who dares to have such intentions towards me and my sister? I'll castrate them. That's why we can't join others' teams and also don't want to be bullied. We should form our own group. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that there's strength in numbers during an apocalypse. Seeing no objections, Chen Luo continued, if everyone agrees, we should decide on a base location. From my understanding of the apocalypse, the city center is full of zombies and not suitable for our base. Any sane person would seek refuge in the suburbs. So, the best place would be my villa outside the city limits. Listening to this analysis, Mi Ling had to admit that Chen Luo was indeed more suited to be the leader. As Mi Ling was deep in thought, Chen Luo, thinking of avenging past grudges, had a mischievous look. However, kicking Mi Ling in front of everyone wasn't appropriate. Considering this, he ended the meeting and beckoned Mi Ling to follow him to a room. With a stern face, Mi Ling entered the room. Without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, she blushed, turned around, and presented her behind, urging Chen Luo to get it over with. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo's excitement was palpable. Mi Ling grew impatient. Hurry up, I've been waiting here, and you're still hesitating. You have one more second, or I'll assume you've given up. As Mi Ling began a 10-second countdown, Chen Luo was still contemplating the best angle. Although he could avenge with this kick, it might cost him a potential relationship. As Mi Ling counted down to 2, Chen Luo knew he was out of time. Without further hesitation and with gritted teeth, he slapped Mi Ling's behind with his hand. The surprised Mi Ling, with a blushing face, exclaimed, weren't you supposed to use your foot? Why the sudden change to hand? Hearing this, Chen Luo sheepishly scratched his head, admitting his oversight. Oops, I forgot. Should we try again? Mi Ling was so angry that she felt like pouncing on him and strangling him right there. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately begged for mercy. Mi Ling, still seething, finally backed down, warning him that if he ever mentioned this incident to anyone, she would genuinely strangle him. In an attempt to placate her, Chen Luo quickly agreed and added that he'd have sister you cook her favorite dish later. An irate Mi Ling warned him against playing any tricks on her, but then a sudden realization hit her. How does he know my favorite dish? Did Mi Li tell him? Seeing the table full of her favorite foods, she put this thought aside, her mind filled with the thought of the delicious food. After their meal, Mi Ling sincerely thanked Chen Luo for taking care of her sister. Once everyone finished their lunch, Chen Luo advised everyone to pack up, as they would soon head out to his large villa. Given their current dense residential location, it was easy for other survivors to rummage for supplies, and the area was not ideal for long-term habitation due to its limited visibility. Soon, everyone was ready, and they set out. As they traveled, they fought off zombies, making their way to the villa. This journey also served as a training exercise for Mi Ling and her group. Just then, distant cries for help reached their ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Chen Luo saw a young man fervently swinging a rubber stick, fiercely holding his ground. 3 other youths, however, were slowly retreating. Chen Luo immediately recognized that they were under attack from poison-type zombies. The young man could have escaped if he had left his companions behind, but he didn't. Spotting Chen Luo, the young man desperately called out for help. Impressed by his character, Chen Luo felt this man could be a good addition to their group. He ordered Thunder King to rescue them. Obeying the command, Thunder King jumped from their heavy truck, rushing towards the scene. A dazzling flash of lightning later, Thunder King had taken out the dozen zombies in mere moments, leaving onlookers like Fang Yu in utter shock. This dog is way too powerful, they murmured. With the help of his friends, Fang Yu approached Chen Luo, deeply bowing in gratitude. If there's anything you need from me, just let me know. Hearing this, Chenluo, intrigued, asked, "What were you guys doing before the apocalypse? Have any of you awakened any special abilities?" Not wanting to hide anything, they immediately began introducing themselves. "I'm Fanyu, the oldest among us. I awakened a physique-enhancing ability on the 3rd day. My name is Yang Xian. My power is ice, and I awakened on the 5th day. I'm Li Fei. My ability is electricity, awakened on the 5th day as well, but I'm nowhere near as powerful as your dog. And I'm Su Lan, with the power of earth, able to control sand and stone. I awakened on the 7th day. The 4 of us worked for the same security company and have been comrades in arms for years. Today, we went out to scavenge for supplies, but encountered a toxic spewing zombie and nearly got wiped out." Listening to their stories, Chenluo didn't waste any words and directly invited them to join his team. Fanyu nodded in agreement. He had been looking for an opportunity to join Chenluo's team, recognizing their obvious strength, especially when even their dog seemed mightier than all 4 of them combined. Teaming up with Chenluo would ensure their safety. Seeing their agreement, Chenluo promptly asked them to board the vehicle, advising that if they had no essential belongings at their previous place, they should just leave them as there were plenty of supplies in the malls and stores. Soon, they arrived at the villa district. Chenluo arranged for them to stay in a villa close to his. Watching them leave to settle in, Mi Ling remarked, "You have a good eye, Chenluo. These 4 not only have the courage to fight zombies, but also don't abandon their teammates in dire times." Nodding, Chenluo replied, "It's precisely that quality that made me invite them, but always be cautious and watchful." "Don't worry, bro, we understand." The group then returned to their villa. Chenluo retrieved everyone's luggage from his unique space, along with a bag of rice and some daily necessities. He and Su Daju then went to deliver these items to Fanyu's group. As they approached the door, they overheard the group discussing Thunder King. "It's unbelievable. One dog managed to take down a dozen zombies, and it feels like he could easily defeat us." "Take out the feels like. He can definitely defeat us." Chenluo cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. He handed over the food and daily necessities. Su Daju also passed them a walkie-talkie. "It'll be easier to communicate with this if needed. I'm planning to settle here for the long term. This afternoon, I'll be leading a team to scout the villa district. Since you all have injuries, you should rest. If anything comes up, use the walkie-talkie to contact us." After lunch, Chenluo took Mi Ling for a walk around the surrounding villas. This greatly upset Mi Ling. "Why do you have to bring me along? I need to ensure Mi Li's safety. What if I get into trouble?" Before she could finish, Chenluo swiftly pulled her into some bushes, signaling her to stay quiet. Someone was approaching. From a distance, a bus stopped at the entrance of the villa area, and a white-haired girl stepped off. Chenluo immediately recognized her. Mu Tiange. In their previous life, she was the ultimate bootlicker to Mi Ling. Mu Tiange had created an all-female survivor team. While this might seem like a positive endeavor, she absolutely forbade any of her subordinates from dating or engaging in romantic activities, and those who defied this order faced severe punishments. It was hypocritical considering she herself was the #1 bootlicker for Mi Ling. Mu Tiange didn't allow any man to approach women from her team, mainly due to her being a full-blown psychopath. Despite her crazed tendencies, she was deeply loyal to Mi Ling, even sacrificing her life to save her. After her death, Mi Ling took over her position as the leader and began permitting romance within the team and even allowing male survivors to join. Lost in these memories, Chenluo recalled, "If my memory serves me right, around this time in our previous life, Mu Tiange was here to gather supplies. She hadn't met Mi Ling yet. However, our paths did cross. I wanted to join her team upon realizing it was all female, but she rejected me. Now, due to my presence, Mi Ling and Mu Tiange might meet sooner than expected. Also, if I remember correctly, there's an incredibly strong ice element ability user in their team. Had she not died early, she might have been one of the top-tier king-level individuals later on." Just as he thought of this, he and Mi Ling, hiding in the bushes, were discovered by Mu Tiange. The moment Mu Tiange laid eyes on Mi Ling, her whole body tensed, and a peculiar emotion welled up within her. She walked directly up to Mi Ling and greeted, "Hello, my name is Mu Tiange. May I know your name?" Although Mi Ling was a bit perplexed, she noticed Mu Tiange's politeness and replied courteously, "My name is Mi Ling." No sooner had she spoken than Mu Tiange, right in front of Chenluo, invited Mi Ling to join her team. However, Mi Ling promptly declined. Chenluo, on the other hand, cursed inwardly, thinking, "She really doesn't care about me, trying to poach right in front of me." Hearing Mi Ling's refusal, Mu Tiange glanced at Chenluo and pointedly asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" As Mi Ling's face turned a shade of pink and she was about to deny, Chenluo bluntly retorted, "What's it to you?" With that, he turned and prepared to clear out nearby zombies with Mi Ling, planning to return to the villa afterward. Watching the departing figures of Chenluo and Mi Ling, Mu Tiange smirked internally. All men are inherently fickle and greedy. I must show Mi Ling his true colors and get her to join my team. With this in mind, she ordered her subordinates to search for supplies in the nearby villas. That night, Mu Tiange approached Chenluo with a proposition to gather supplies from a nearby large supermarket, claiming that the goods inside would be enough to feed 100 people for 3 years. However, the store might be swarming with zombies. She wanted to collaborate collaborate with him, suggesting a 70-30 split in her favor, justifying the ratio based on her team's size and contribution. Chenluo was utterly baffled, sensing ulterior motives. Isn't that the mall where Meili and I encountered the mutated zombies? And the supplies there have already been taken by me. What's her game? He declined Mu Tiange's offer outright. Upon hearing this, Mu Tiange was fuming with rage. It never occurred to her that Chenluo would be so timid. Thinking him a spineless coward, she wondered how Mi Ling could be interested in such a loser. She had originally planned to use the mall as a stage to show Chenluo's true colors in a crisis and then take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. But now, with her plan foiled, she was left wondering what to do next. As she thought of this, an idea suddenly struck her, and she considered seeking someone's help. Watching Mu Tiange's departing figure, Chenluo pondered, could this woman be targeting me because she wants to be with Mi Ling? In his past life, he never realized that Mu Tiange could be so ruthless. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heartless. But who should I send to deal with her? As he contemplated, he returned to the villa and noticed Thunder King, the dog, sleeping on the floor. He chuckled. Who would suspect a dog? If anything goes wrong, we can blame it on Thunder King being ill. The next morning, Mu Tiange knocked on door 301. Bro Feng, are you there? As her words faded, the door was open from inside. The young man known as Bro Feng's eyes lit up when he saw her. It's Miss Mu. In front of you. I dare not be called Bro Feng. Just call me Little Feng. Watching the man who resembled a bootlicker, Mu Tiange sneered internally. If not for wanting Mi Ling and needing your wind power, I wouldn't even look at you. She then explained her plan to him, to use his wind ability to lure the zombies. This is to deal with that scumbag, understand? Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, but as he was about to set his conditions, Mu Tiange anticipated his request. Once it's done, you can join my team. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Looking every bit the bootlicker he was, humming a tune, he left, thinking, it's a simple task, just exposing the true colors of the scumbag. But I remember my friend Su Daju works as a security guard in that villa area. I couldn't find him last time. Maybe I can find him now. Using his wind ability, he lured a horde of zombies towards the villa. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was shocked to see his friend Su Daju standing there. He skidded to a halt, exclaiming, Su Daju, what are you doing here? Thunder King, ready to pounce on the uninvited Jiang Feng, was held back by Chenluo. Zombies were closing in from behind, and without wasting time on catching up, Jiang Feng quickly led them away. Internally cursing Mu Tiange, he thought, damn her, she didn't mention my friend was in there. I can't jeopardize my friend just to join her. Watching Jiang Feng leave, Chenluo remarked, isn't that your bro Feng? He had a tragic end in our past life. We were friends, and he helped us many times by luring zombies away, giving us time to gather supplies. Unfortunately, he met a gruesome end in a zombie's jaws. Why would he bring zombies to my villa? Before he could delve further into these thoughts, Jiang Feng, who had led the zombies away, returned. Before he could speak, Chenluo took the initiative. Did Mu Tiange send you with the zombies? Hearing this, Jiang Feng was taken aback. She asked you to lure the zombies here? Do others know about it? Jiang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, indicating that no one else was present except for him and Mu Tiange. Just as Chenluo was about to say something, a zombie's roar echoed from a distance. Jiang Feng and Su Daju looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled, not knowing what it signified. Chenluo's face paled slightly. That sounds like a level 5 mutant zombie. Suddenly, a bus was seen approaching the residential area. Inside the bus, Mu Tiange was directing her subordinates to charge directly into the zombie horde. It seems these zombies must have been lured by Jiang Feng. Good job, she thought. Mi Ling, hang in there, wait for me, and don't get eaten by the zombies. In an instant, a few mindless level 1 zombies were sent flying by the bus. However, one zombie managed to dodge and stood to the side, watching coldly. It then conjured a fireball with its hands and hurled it towards the bus. With a loud bang, the rear window of the bus shattered. Women inside the bus screamed in terror. They had brought along gas cylinders, and an explosion would be catastrophic. Mu Tiange's face turned ashen as she shouted, stop the bus. Everyone out. The passengers panicked and hurriedly exited the bus. The zombie readied another fireball and hurled it towards the crowd. Mu Tiange, seeing the danger, quickly directed everyone to concentrate their firepower on the fire-wielding zombie. However, their attack seemed to have no effect. The mutant zombie then made a beeline for Mu Tiange. It seemed to understand the principle of capture the leader first, which left Mu Tiange in shock. Why is it coming straight for me? Seeing the zombie getting closer and closer, in a moment of desperation, she pushed one of her subordinates towards it and turned to flee. This act left her companions in disbelief. They never expected that their leader, Mu Tiange, would use one of them as a shield. As Mu Tiange ran, she spotted the approaching Chenluo and thought of using him to distract the zombie and buy herself some escape time. However, Chenluo smirked and said, Miss Mu, using your own sisters as shields during a crisis? I didn't expect this from you. As he spoke, he slapped Mu Tiange, sending her flying through the air. In disbelief, Mu Tiange wondered about Chenluo's surprising strength as she crash-landed next to the zombie. The zombie immediately pounced on her, biting into her. Just then, something unexpected, even to Chenluo, took place. A girl emerged from the bus, holding holding a burning gas cylinder in her arms, her expression wild with determination. She seemed intent on taking the level 5 zombie down with her. This brave girl was Xu Yun. Seeing this, Chenluo couldn't help but commend her courage. "Girl, I have to admit, you've got guts." With that thought, he conjured the void sword, feeling that he couldn't let such a brave girl die like this. With one swing of his sword, he obliterated the level 5 mutant zombie. The scene left everyone in awe. A zombie that could have annihilated their entire group was taken down by this man with a single move. Is he that powerful? After vanquishing the zombie, Chenluo looked at Xu Yun and asked, "Why haven't you thrown away that gas cylinder? Are you waiting for it to explode?" Hearing this, Xu Yun quickly discarded the cylinder. As an explosion reverberated, Xu Yun knelt on the ground, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Seizing the moment of the ensuing smoke, Chenluo extracted a red crystal from the zombie's head. "This will be quite useful for me." He then turned his attention to Xu Yun, offering her a hand and saying, "Stop crying. Let me help you up and comfort your sisters. We should also bury the dead." Tearfully, Xu Yun thanked him. Chenluo then inquired about their future plans. At that, Xu Yun paused her crying and looked at her fellow sisters. "Indeed, the living must go on living," she pondered, casting a glance at Chenluo. Chenluo, sensing her contemplation, made his intentions clear. "If you all join my team, I guarantee that you won't starve in the foreseeable future. I'll also provide you with 50 tons of rice. How does that sound?" he offered. Tempting as the offer was, Xu Yun didn't immediately accept. She decided to discuss it with her sisters first and give Chenluo a response later. After a brief cleanup, everyone dispersed to their homes. Chenluo, meanwhile, relaxed in a villa, sipping coffee, waiting for them to come to him. Unless someone's a complete fool, they wouldn't refuse such an offer. The only exception would be someone with great ambitions. But these girls don't seem to have any such ambitions, so they're bound to accept. As expected, it wasn't long before there was a knock at the front door. Chenluo approached and opened it to find Xu Yun. She informed him that there were 20 others with her who wanted to join his team. Chenluo nodded in agreement but laid down some ground rules. Firstly, he began, "You must unconditionally obey my commands. If you decide to join but don't follow orders, don't blame me for being ruthless. And just to be clear, it's not anything inappropriate that you might be thinking of. Secondly, I don't discriminate between men and women here. Everyone is treated equally in combat. Don't tell me you're afraid or unwilling to kill zombies. Thirdly, if any of you seek a partner, try to find one within our group. It's not forbidden to look outside, but the person must marry into our group and join us." The girls were taken aback by the marriage condition. "Yes, you heard right," Chenluo continued. "This is not just to prevent someone I've painstakingly trained from being taken away, but more importantly, to avoid any malicious individuals from learning our internal secrets, which could threaten us all." Hearing Chenluo's explanations, the girls nodded in agreement. Pleased with their consensus, Chenluo assigned Xu Yun as their temporary leader and then invited everyone in for lunch. The girls were ecstatic as they gazed upon a lavish spread. Their mouths watered at the sight of rice, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a bottle of chili sauce for each. Meanwhile, Fang Yu and his 3 friends, excited by the sudden influx of girls, took their given chili sauces to woo potential partners. There were only 7 men in their group, while there were over 20 girls. One of the 20 newcomers had a rare light ability. This individual, named Wang Ling, was the very girl Jiang Feng had taken an interest in. She awakened her powers on the 3rd day. Impressive. I'll need to keep a close eye on her in the future. It seemed that out of all the girls, Xu Yun had the best potential, with the talent reaching the king level. With this in mind, Chenluo instructed Fang Yu and Su Lan to stay home, as he planned to take the team out for some team bonding and training the next day. If someone invades during this period, he told them, warn them if they're a minority, and if they still don't listen, then use force. If it's the majority, ignore them, and I'll deal with it when I return. Both nodded in agreement. The next day, Chenluo led the group to a nearby clothing market in a heavy truck. Outside the market, hundreds of zombies roamed, making it a perfect training ground. Through the walkie-talkie, Chenluo directed the team, form a formation. Jiang Feng, control the number of zombies. If it exceeds 30, lead the extras away. Don't worry, bro, Jiang Feng replied, and with his wind ability, began to control the number of zombies. Su Daju, who had a physical strength ability, was tasked with protecting the mages. Being their first time working together, there were many flaws in their coordination. Not only was the accuracy of their spells questionable, but the casting time was also painfully slow. A well-trained mage could cast a spell in 1 or 2 seconds, not the 5 or 6 seconds they were currently taking. Seeing the lack of coordination, Chenluo facepalmed, realizing that without his leadership, the team would have been wiped out. They clearly needed more practice. Once the battle was over, everyone was exhausted. Chenluo directed them into the supermarket to pick out suitable clothing. The women were overjoyed and went on a shopping spree. Chenluo sneakily stashed away some black stockings into his space. Unfortunately, this act didn't go unnoticed, as Mi Ling caught him in the act. Shocked, Mi Ling stared, wondering if Chenluo had some weird fetish. But then she thought, no, he isn't that perverse. Who could those stockings be for? Mealy? She was confused as the color didn't suit her sister's personality at all. At that moment, one of the girls discovered a supermarket within the clothing market. Since there were quite a few zombies in the market, no one had searched it yet. She was thrilled to find a lot of bottled water in the supermarket. As she was about to quench her thirst, Shuyun stopped her and turned to ask Chenluo, "Captain, can we distribute 1 bottle of water per person first?" Chenluo smiled and replied, 2 bottles each. With his permission, everyone eagerly opened their bottled water. Witnessing this, Meili felt uneasy. There was something she had been holding back, wanting to talk to Chenluo about. After some hesitation, Meili decided to come clean. That night, as Chenluo was engrossed in a game, Meili knocked on his door, asking if she could come in. Delighted, Chenluo thought to himself that this might be an opportunity he had been waiting for. Once inside, Meili blushed as she said, "Chenluo, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time." Seemingly aware of what was coming next, Chenluo was not surprised when Meili confessed, "Chenluo, will you be my boyfriend? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment?" He replied, leaning in to give her a kiss. Meili shyly admitted she wasn't ready for such intimacy. However, Chenluo, being a bit mischievous, started to playfully complain, suggesting that given the dire state of the world, he might not live to see another day, and therefore, they shouldn't wait. As Meili considered his words and began to relent, Chenluo was suddenly struck with the feeling of being watched. Turning around, he was horrified to find Rice, staring at them with a curious expression. Annoyed, Chenluo promptly tossed the overly curious Rice out of the room. Rice, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Chenluo, you weren't like this before." After a noise, the door was immediately locked from the inside. Rice couldn't get in, no matter how much he tried. Frustrated, Rice continued scratching at the door. Meanwhile, Mi-Ling sarcastically remarked from the side, "Oh, isn't this Chenluo's little kitty? Why aren't you sleeping with him and instead are out here in the living room?" Rice snorted coldly in response, "Chenluo is in the room bullying Meili. I saw how distressed Meili looked. He probably threw me out because he was afraid I'd come to her aid." Mi-Ling, puzzled, asked Rice about how exactly Chenluo was bullying Meili. Just as the words left her mouth, realization dawned on her. Her face went through a gamut of emotions, and she impulsively wanted to rush into the room to help Meili. However, she was stopped by Thunder King, who said, "Without the master's permission, no one can enter. If you want in, you must knock first. Otherwise, don't blame me if things turn ugly." Just as Mi-Ling was about to knock, she had a change of heart, thinking, if Meili herself was willing, what sense does it make for me to intervene? With that thought, she turned away, sighing, "My family's prized possession has been taken by a pig." The next day, Chenluo instructed Sister Yu to prepare a nutritious meal for Meili and to serve 20 kilograms of pork for the team's lunch. Mayu, a bit puzzled, inquired, "Where's Meili? Is she still sleeping? She doesn't usually sleep in." Before Chenluo could reply, Mi-Ling responded sarcastically, "What do you think? She's been harmed by someone." Chenluo embarrassingly stuck out his tongue, "You're very observant, big sister. Well then, I'll go prepare that nutritious meal." Saying this, Sister Yu left. Thunder King was on the side, wolfing down its breakfast. Rice, however, was lying on the couch with an air of aloofness. Feeling guilty, Chenluo approached Rice and said, "Hey, Rice, why aren't you eating? It's not good to starve yourself." Rice hummed lightly in reply, "Rice is very angry. The consequences will be severe." Chenluo tentatively asked, "How severe are we talking? The kind that can't be appeased with a single dried fish treat?" Chenluo chuckled, "What about 10? That's not enough. I need 20. Alright, deal. Okay then, since you're being sincere, I forgive you. Give me a hug." Hearing this, Chenluo gently picked up Rice and said, "Rice, you're a mature kitty now. You should get used to sleeping on your own. After all, I'm a married man and can't cuddle you to sleep anymore." Chenluo set up a feast for the team, serving braised pork. The aroma of the pork attracted an old sedan, from which stepped out a weary-looking brother and sister. The brother was named Li Ming, and the sister was Li Hui. Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Li Ming, who managed a faint smile and said, "Sorry to bother you all. Do you have clean water? I can trade food for it." Upon hearing this, Chenluo nodded and had Shuyun bring over 2 bottles of mineral water. In return, Li Ming presented 2 loaves of bread and 2 sausages. After the exchange, Li Ming, holding on to Li Hui, prepared to leave. However, Li Hui, with longing eyes fixed on the braised pork, asked Chenluo if their team was recruiting. Chenluo, hearing this, stood up and approached them, questioning, "Are you sure you want to join?" Li Hui nodded affirmatively. Chenluo said, "Alright then, go outside and kill 10 zombies. Extract the crystals from their bodies. You can use weapons, but no vehicles or other external forces. Once you've collected the crystals, come find me." As soon as Chenluo finished speaking, a system voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. "Ding, an NPC has issued you a task." Hearing this, Li Ming nodded in agreement. "We'll do it right away." He then led his sister away. Watching their departing figures, Chenluo pondered, people with attachments like them are easier to trust than lone wolves. Besides, from the looks of it, these siblings aren't weaklings, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Back in the car, Li Hui exclaimed, "Brother, it seems their team knows the use of the crystals. I thought they were unaware." Li Ming chuckled, "There are many smart people out there. Moreover, the fact that he can provide meat for so many team members is truly remarkable. If he asked us to kill 10 zombies, we should kill 20 to prove ourselves. Hearing Li Ming's words, Li Hui nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Chen Luo, looking at the crystals in their hands, welcomed them into his team. He then inquired about their awakened abilities. They introduced themselves. I'm Li Ming and I awakened on the 3rd day. My sister Li Hui awakened on the 2nd day. I possess a constitution-related awakening, while my sister has darkness-based powers. Chen Luo looked excitedly at the dark power in Li Hui's hands. He knew that darkness-based powers would get stronger with leveling up, and in the late stages, they become nearly invincible. With this in mind, Chen Luo asked Sister Yu to prepare a portion of braised pork with potatoes for the siblings. That night, Chen Luo asked Rice to sleep with Mi Ling, stating he had important matters to attend to with Mi Li. Rice, however, was somewhat reluctant, assuring that he would quietly watch and not interfere. This irritated Chen Luo immensely. Confused, Rice watched as the furious Chen Luo stormed off, not understanding why he was suddenly being shunned. Upon entering the room, Chen Luo, unable to contain his excitement, immediately tried to initiate a passionate encounter with Mi Li. Mi Li promptly declined, saying it was inappropriate and she was still sore. Chen Luo, feeling helpless, hugged her, saying he would only be close without crossing any boundaries, and suggested, "Why don't you try using a healing spell on yourself?" This left Mi Li blushing deeply. The next morning, Chen Luo led the team out to search for supplies. On the way, Chen Luo began to delegate tasks. First, everyone should rely on the vehicle to clear the trailing zombies, then get out of the car to remove the vehicles blocking the road. Elemental attack. Others protect in front. Jiang Feng, try to control the number of zombies. Upon receiving the command, Jiang Feng got out of the car and lured the zombies with his wind abilities. Xuyun then ordered everyone to focus their attacks. In an instant, the girls opened the windows of the bus. They attacked the zombies outside from the windows. Seeing this, Chen Luo was very pleased. Good job. The accuracy of the spells is much better than the first day. After clearing the trailing zombies, everyone got out of the car to deal with the other approaching zombies. At the same time, they moved the vehicles, but Chen Luo just stood by quietly watching everyone take action. Just then, Rice suddenly exclaimed, "No touching, it still hurts." Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. He then glared fiercely at Rice, asking him where he had heard that from. Rice said that she overheard it from the balcony last night. Besides, you only said I shouldn't watch. You didn't say I couldn't eavesdrop. Hearing this, Chen Luo was utterly speechless. "You know too much, you cat. Be careful, or I might kill the cat to silence it." Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the Yulin community. Chen Luo instructed everyone to take a weapon and clear out the nearby zombies. He also instructed a group to first enter the restaurant to see if there were any supplies to be collected. They split into 4 groups and were told not to act alone. All the collected supplies were to be moved to the truck. Soon, there were rice, flour, oil, and other supplies being loaded onto the truck. Just then, one of the girls exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. There's a supermarket over there that hasn't been looted." Upon entering the supermarket, Mi Ling was looking for something near the cash register. This strange action caught Xuyuan's attention. Curious, she went over and saw that Mi Ling was holding a box of ultra-thin condoms. Seeing this, Xuyuan's face turned red instantly. Could she and Chen Luo be in that kind of intimate relationship? Just then, Mi Ling noticed Xuyun staring at her, and her face turned crimson as she hurriedly tried to explain. However, Xuyun made an excuse and quickly left, leaving Mi Ling trembling with rage. If it wasn't for Mi Li, she wouldn't have been looking for that. Elsewhere, Chen Luo noticed that many people in the community were watching their team, but he didn't care. Then, an old lady from upstairs asked Chen Luo for a watermelon to quench her thirst. Hearing this, similar requests emerged from other rooms in the building. Chen Luo was left speechless by these people. "You all really have some nerve." Chen Luo flatly refused, saying that he had difficulty moving and they should come down and get it themselves. At his words, the crowd instantly became enraged. The old men and women upstairs began to curse at him. Led by one of the elderly men, a group of seniors armed with weapons rushed downstairs and surrounded Chen Luo. "You young man, don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Didn't your family teach you any manners?" To this, Chen Luo snorted, "A bunch of shameless old bastards. They don't dare to confront zombies, but are quick to bully people." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man started cursing at Chen Luo. "The supermarket downstairs is owned by my brother. Where did you guys come from? Since you moved things out of it, we're keeping this truck. Be careful, or we won't be so polite." The others were preparing to seize the truck and the supplies inside. Seeing this, Chen Luo, with an icy gaze, told the old man in front to get lost. But the old man, extremely arrogant, pointed at Chen Luo and said, "What? You want to hit someone? Come on, hit me. I tell you, if you dare to hit, I'll lie down and won't get up. Hit me. You're afraid to, huh?" Hearing this, without saying a word, Chen Luo raised his hand and slapped the old man. "In all my life, I've never seen such a demand. You're welcome." The old man was slapped so hard he flew backward, landing with a loud thud and not moving. Seeing this, this, the others began to talk. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Why isn't Oldly moving? Is he alright? Don't worry, he used to scam people by pretending to be hurt. He's a pro. He's really good at acting then. Hearing this, Chenluo was speechless. You're all old. Is your vision not working? Didn't you see half his face is skewed? If I don't give them a hard lesson, they won't back off. Thinking this, Chenluo snapped his fingers. Immediately, a group surrounded the old men and women, who also took on an aggressive stance. I'm a grandma and I know magic. I'm a grandpa and I also know magic. Chenluo sneered, without making an example. They won't disperse. The next second, a spatial orb was thrown at them. Help! Run for your lives. After dealing with this group of elders, another group emerged from the community, and Chenluo felt a sense of recognition upon seeing one person. In his past life, when he was still weak, he used to hang out with this guy. It seems his name was Chen Guang. The young man named Chen Guang held out his hands to show he meant no harm. These elders who cursed us every day, I let them be because they're neighbors. I didn't expect them to meet their end by your hand. Upon hearing this, Chenluo asked in response, do you seek revenge for them? Dude, don't get me wrong. We came here for 2 reasons. First, to make friends with you all, and second, to ask for a favor. I am Chen Guang. Saying that, he extended his hand for a handshake with Chenluo. I am Chenluo. What kind of favor? Hearing this, Chen Guang replied, in our community, there's a zombie dog that can control lightning, and it possesses an incredible intelligence. I hope you can help us kill it. Furthermore, there are many resources in the community that we haven't gathered. How about we split the loot? After listening, Chenluo nodded. What's the compensation? Chen Guang was taken aback for a moment, but then laughed. How about 300 pounds of rice and 5 buckets of water? Upon learning from the rice that this group meant no harm, Chenluo readily agreed. Before leaving, he instructed his team to continue loading the remaining supplies onto the truck. Thunder King, come with me. This made Chen Guang slightly shocked. Just the 2 of you? It might not be enough. Chenluo just smiled. Didn't you notice I have a dog with me? This left Chen Guang completely baffled. No way. Bro, this is an apocalypse, not some peaceful golden age. You've kept 2 pets, and even travel with a group of ladies. It seems these ladies all listen to you. You've truly reached the pinnacle of life. At that moment, Meili suddenly asked, Brother Chenluo, do you want me to come with you? Chenluo smiled and waved his hand. Wait for me to return. He then handed rice over to Meili to hold. Seeing this, envy-filled tears streamed down Chen Guang's face. Damn, is there any justice left? He's got a cat, a dog, and a partner. All he's missing is a feast for every meal. On the way, Chen Guang began to explain details about the zombie dog to Chenluo. After finishing his explanation, he asked if Chenluo had any strategies to deal with the zombie hound. Chenluo grinned, looking at Thunder King. Fight fire with fire, or in this case, dog with dog. Upon hearing this, a puzzled expression crossed Chen Guang's face. Dude, do you have a vendetta against your pet dog or something? Sending it might as well be delivering dog meat on a platter. Why not sell the dog to me instead? However, Chenluo just laughed it off. Since the conversation had gone this far, Chen Guang no longer tried to dissuade him. Besides, the dog even nods its head. It seems quite intelligent. Thunder King then began to keenly sniff the air, moving while following a scent. Soon, Thunder King led them to the 8th floor of a building. Before even getting close, Chenluo could smell a strong scent of blood. Opening a door, right in front of them was the zombie dog they were searching for. Upon receiving a signal from Chenluo, Thunder King lunged forward, using his astonishing speed to dodge the undead hound's attacks. Seeing this, the pupils of Chen Guang and others contracted. Such speed! Thunder King seized the opportunity during a brief lapse in the undead dog's assault to close in. Simultaneously, Thunder King charged his tail with electricity. Using a newly acquired skill called Thunder Sweep, the zombie dog had no chance to evade. Being struck fiercely by the swift and powerful Thunder Sweep, it was sent crashing into the wall, meeting its end. That's it, our collaboration is over. Time to hand over the promised supplies. Upon hearing Chenluo's words, a stunned Chen Guang gradually came back to his senses, staring agape at Thunder King. It felt surreal. The entire battle hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds. If it wasn't for the fact that the zombie dog also had lightning attributes and some resistance to electric powers, it probably wouldn't have lasted even that long. As Chenluo prepared to leave with his reward, Chen Guang stopped him, offering an invitation to team up with his squad. How about it? Would you consider joining us? I'm not boasting, but each of us has killed at least 10 zombies. We're willing to fight and absolutely reliable. Furthermore, we have abundant supplies, enough to last for at least 6 months. However, Chenluo was unfazed, indicating he alone could easily annihilate all of them. To put it bluntly, have you ever seen a strong individual team up with weaker ones? If you really want to unite, you'd have to do everything under my command. I need absolute control. Hearing this, Chen Guang hesitated. Just then, one of his teammates teammates rushed over, saying, "A zombie that can shoot fireballs just injured Zhang Liang." Seeing our numbers, it fled. Hearing this news, Chen Guang, leaving Chen Luo behind, hurried to his injured comrade. Observing the situation, Chen Luo signaled Mi Li to follow and check it out. Seeing Chen Luo approaching, Chen Guang, like a drowning man clutching at a straw, pleaded for him to save his brother. Chen Luo, with a smile, looked at Mi Li, signaling her to administer a healing spell on Zhang Liang. Mi Li nodded and, with a single spell, the critically injured Zhang Liang was miraculously healed. He immediately thanked Chen Luo and Mi Li. Before leaving, Chen Luo reminded Chen Guang, "Consider my proposal carefully." With that, he and Mi Li left. Watching their departing figures, Chen Guang exclaimed, "Such a powerful healing spell. Guys, I discussed teaming up with Chen Luo. He said we could, but on his terms. What do you think? Should we join him or decline?" Once this was spoken, the others began to voice their opinions. Chen Guang looked around, and seemingly no one objected. What's there even to discuss then? If this is the case, brothers, let's join them. Soon, Chen Guang, with his sizable group, approached Chen Luo, signifying that his squad was willing to follow Chen Luo's lead. "Welcome to the team. I have just two conditions. Follow orders, and dare to fight zombies. If you can't meet these, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that said, Chen Luo instructed them to pack all their supplies, to bring them to his main base. After all, now that we're united, it's better if we live together for mutual support. So, moving to my place is fine, right? Chen Guang and his team nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a group of thugs led by Lu Wei was going from house to house, gathering resources. With about 18 or 19 survivors in his group, Lu Wei had established some dominance among them through his ruthless methods. Soon, they stumbled upon the villas where Chen Luo and Xu Yun resided. The ones on guard duty, Fang Yu, Su Lan, noticed them first. Su Lan inquired, "What should we do? Their numbers are significant." Chen Luo once said, "If there are too many, just pretend you didn't see them. If conflict arises, with only the two of us, Fang Yu and Su Lan, we won't stand a chance." Fang Yu, however, shook his head. "That won't work. We can't let them search our place. Our supplies are in there. Even if Chen Luo didn't command it, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's go down and warn them. Tell them our main forces are about to return. If they don't heed the warning, we'll fight. We can then run to lure them away, buying some time. With the electric batons in our hands, we might even have a chance to strike back." Just then, they saw Chen Luo's convoy returning to the compound. At the same time, Chen Luo on the vehicle also noticed the aggressive survivors heading straight for his villa. Seeing the main forces return, it's a perfect timing to join forces. Chen Luo remembers, the leader was the backer of bitch Chen Jing from his past life, Lu Wei. Lu Wei is a poison ability user. The thugs wanted to rob supplies, but were stopped by Lu Wei, all because he was waiting for the right moment to ambush Chen Luo and the others. The next second, Lu Wei left with his gang. Rice sensed the hostility from this man, so he warned Chen Luo. Chen Luo had his own plans in mind. "Don't worry, Rice." Chen Luo swiftly unleashed a spatial sphere, instantly targeting and blowing off Lu Wei's head. Without hesitation, he then ordered his subordinates, finish off the rest of them. Then, Chen Luo entered the room alone, remembering his past life. "Starting the day after tomorrow, some zombies will evolve to level 1. We must transport the supplies back before they evolve." Chen Luo lay on the bed, deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Could it be Mi Li? Why is she so proactive today? Excited, Chen Luo sat up, but unexpectedly, it was Mi Ling. She even blushed and handed Chen Luo a small umbrella. Then she ran away in a hurry. Chen Luo smirked, "Haha, how could I not appreciate the wife's sister's kind gesture?" The next day, Chen Luo held a meeting. "I think everyone has noticed that there are more and more zombies who can use magic. If one day all zombies could use magic, would you still survive?" Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing. "Yes, I've noticed too. It's terrifying." "Exactly. What should we do?" Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Chen Luo clapped his hands to interrupt everyone. "If you all follow me, I won't let you die in vain here. Now, I'll teach everyone a method to deal with magic-wielding zombies. First, we need groups of 4, ideally 2 warriors and 2 mages. Warriors take damage up front. Mages provide continuous output from behind. If you encounter multiple magic zombies, run. Now, I'll teach you a little trick to dodge spells. Mi Ling, Xu Yun, attack me with your spells. I'll dodge." Mi Ling and Xu Yun nodded, using their abilities to launch attacks at Chen Luo. Yet, all their attacks were easily dodged by him. Everyone watched, mouths agape, faces full of disbelief. "My god, the captain is amazing." Chen Luo then explained, "To dodge a spell, it's impossible to watch the spell and dodge. You have to watch the caster's movements to predict the spell's trajectory and move in advance to dodge the attack. This is called anticipation. As long as you pay attention to the spell's trajectory, it's easy to dodge the zombie's magic." After hearing this, Mi Ling was eager to test it out again. Chen Luo chuckled, "All right, bring it on." Little did he know, after dodging an initial fireball, he was hit by another one from behind. Mi Ling, pleased with her cunning, said with glee, I anticipated your anticipation. Hearing this, Chen Luo exclaimed, true to her name, the Spirit Flame Princess. Her combat talent is indeed formidable, but everyone can be reassured. Level 1 zombies definitely don't have this kind of wisdom. If you encounter one that can anticipate, just run. They are beyond your capability to resist. After dinner, everyone will go out and find opponents. Start practicing this skill. Before setting out, Chen Luo reminded everyone, listen up, today counts as half a day. 3 level 1 crystals per person. Any team that doesn't complete this will be punished as a whole. The punishment is no dinner when you return. Meanwhile, Chen Luo led his team out to collect crystals, only to come across a father-daughter duo being bullied. At a glance, Mi Li recognized the girl as her best friend. Brother Chen Luo, can we help them? If they were strangers, maybe not. But since she's your best friend, how can we stand by and do nothing? He then ordered Thunder King to get off the vehicle to deal with the group. The gang greedily eyed Thunder King, thinking they had dog meat delivered to their doorstep, unaware that the god of thunder and lightning had arrived. Before they could react, Mi Ling and Su Daju ambushed them from behind, and at this moment, electricity surged around Thunder King. You bunch of trash think you can eat dog meat? After dealing with them, everyone began introductions. Zhang Jingjing shared that she and her father had no home and wished to join Chen Luo's team. After some thought, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After all, she was Mi Li's best friend. He told them to follow their rules. Follow us back to our base in your vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa area, Zhang Jingjing held Mi Li's hand, saying, Mi Li, can you ask brother Chen Luo if we can share a room tonight? We can chat and catch up. This left Chen Luo quite speechless. He already had rice as a third wheel, and now another one? How could he possibly agree? Chen Luo firmly declined with a cold face. No, without my permission, you cannot enter this villa. Turning to Xu Yun, he asked her to arrange accommodations for Zhang Jingjing. Xu Yun hurriedly took Zhang Jingjing away. At lunchtime, Zhang Jingjing curiously asked why Mi Li hadn't come, and wondered what she had for lunch. Zhang Jingjing's comment caught the other girls off guard. We're not 3-year-olds. Apart from occasionally dining with everyone, Chen Luo usually eats in his own villa room. As for what Chen Luo and the others eat, how would they know? Chen Luo is like the boss, and we're like the employees. It's always a bit uncomfortable eating with the boss, so everyone dines separately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face fell. Mi Li must be eating something better. We're such good friends, yet you didn't include me. This saddened her, making her previously delightful sausage seem less appetizing. Meanwhile, inside Chen Luo's villa, Chen Luo said to Mi Li, we need to observe your best friend for a while. Don't reveal anything about our side of things. Let's see if she's trustworthy, if she doesn't have any ulterior motives. Even if she lacks abilities, I can arrange a logistical position for her. Mi Li nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Guang's voice came through the intercom, stating that about a dozen cars had arrived at the villa's entrance, with roughly 50 to 60 people. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately issued a series of commands, ordering everyone to assemble at the villa's entrance. Upon receiving the command, the girls promptly headed towards the villa's exterior. Before departing, Xu Yun asked Zhang Jingjing about her abilities. I have strength-based powers. Hearing this, Xu Yun instructed her to stand at the front of the lineup. Zhang Jingjing immediately resisted. Grabbing Li Hui's hand, she said, isn't she also standing at the back? Li Hui whispered in reply, I have support abilities. Chen Luo said I should stand at the back. Xu Yun, running out of patience, dragged Zhang Jingjing to the front. Zhang Jingjing protested tearfully, Mi Li and I are best friends. You can't treat me like this. Seeing this scene, Mi Li hurriedly approached to comfort Zhang Jingjing, saying that this is a step everyone has to go through. Don't worry, I'll boost your status. If you get injured, I can heal you. However, Zhang Jingjing was staring at the corner of Mi Li's mouth. Mi Li had a trace of white there, a remnant of the cream ice cream she had eaten. This detail fueled resentment in Zhang Jingjing's heart. You had such a delicious treat and didn't share with me. Moreover, I've never heard of you having a brother, but here you are, constantly calling Chen Luo brother. You must have used your charms on him. If you don't value sisterhood, don't blame me for not being courteous. At that moment, both sides were intensely confronting each other. Just then, Chen Luo walked up from behind. Seeing him, Chen Guang immediately greeted, Big brother. The leader of the opposing group, Sun Dawei, scoffed upon seeing this. So, this is the impressive leader of the squad? Just a pretty boy. Young man, you're in charge here, right? My people haven't eaten or drunk for a day. Could you provide some assistance? Chen Luo replied, we can't just give you supplies, but we can trade. You can exchange the crystals from the zombies' foreheads. 1 crystal for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. After all, our food is also limited. It's impossible to just give it away. Sun Dawei was taken aback by Chen Luo's statement. He hadn't expected Chen Luo to reveal the secret of the crystals. It seemed that Chen Luo led this group due to some superior power. With that in mind, Sun Dawei decided not to feign niceties anymore. You think your group of women can stop us? That's a dream. Guys, this man wants us to kill zombies to provide us with supplies. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, there was a murmur of discussion behind Sun Dawei. Many hoped that Chen Luo would spare them some food, but Chen Luo knew that if he compromised and gave them food, they would always want more. Whenever their food ran out, they'd surely come to him. It seemed that these people truly weren't afraid of death. Just then, Zhang Jingjing suddenly spoke up. In all matters, harmony is most precious. Give them a bit of what they want and let them leave. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Zhang Jingjing, what nonsense are you talking about? Faced with Mi Li's gentle persuasion, Zhang Jingjing seemed unaffected and insisted she wasn't speaking nonsense. Why engage in a life and death battle when you can just use food to send them away? Moreover, I'm standing right in the front. What if I get hurt in a fight? Before she could finish, Sun Dawei from the opposing side burst into laughter. This young beauty speaks the truth. We don't need much. Just give us a few thousand pounds of rice or flour and several tons of purified water. Unable to bear it anymore, Chen Luo slapped Zhang Jingjing across the face. Who do you think you are? Is this your place to speak? The boss is talking here. It's one thing for the younger ones to interrupt, but it's another thing to speak on behalf of the enemy. Zhang Jingjing's father couldn't hold back anymore. He ran over and rebuked Chen Luo. Is what my daughter said wrong? There are so many of them. What good will come from fighting? Besides, you have so much food. What's the harm in sharing a little with them? To risk your subordinates' lives over some food? Your heart is truly malicious. Mi Li tried to help Zhang Jingjing up, but was pushed away as Zhang Jingjing hurled curses at her. Seeing this, Chen Luo looked displeased. He had saved them out of goodwill, yet instead of being grateful, they were causing disruption among his troops. Truly, some people are worth saving, while others are not. With this thought, Chen Luo momentarily ignored the father-daughter duo and turned to face Sun Dawei. If that's what you truly want, then I'll give it to you. Having said that, before Sun Dawei could react, Chen Luo suddenly conjured a spatial orb in his hand and hurled it towards Sun Dawei's head. Accompanied by a loud bang, Sun Dawei's head exploded. Seeing the stunned faces of the opposing group, Chen Luo swiftly waved his hand, issuing a command. If they wish for death, then let's oblige. When Zhang Jingjing saw that in just a short exchange, 7 or 8 people were killed, and in no time, Sun Dawei's group collapsed. Without a leader and lacking strict command, they were easily defeated, leaving Zhang Jingjing dumbfounded. She had expected a bloodbath, but it ended so effortlessly. No wonder Chen Luo was so uncompromising. Had she not intervened earlier, there might not have been any conflict at all. Thinking this, Zhang Jingjing crawled towards Chen Luo in tears, begging for his mercy and pleading with him not to kill her. Chen Luo chuckled. Don't worry, you're Mi Li's best friend. How could I possibly kill you? However, you can't remain in my team. Leave while I'm still in a good mood. Hearing this, Zhang Jingjing nodded. She knew that staying could endanger her life. Although she was resentful, she had to prioritize her safety. Mi Li managed to get close to the boss. I can do the same, she thought. After the two departed, Chen Luo subtly nudged Thunder King, hinting that he shouldn't leave any potential threats behind. Thunder King got the message instantly, quietly following Zhang Jingjing from a distance. At that moment, Chen Guang rushed over and said, Bro Chen, a young man who just left mentioned he has urgent business with you. He seemed quite anxious. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, and then approached the young man to ask about his business. The young man, Leng Chen, said with a sheepish grin, Boss, are you recruiting? I want to join you. Upon hearing that, Chen Luo's face instantly turned cold. This is the important matter you spoke of? Leng Chen, frightened, quickly pulled out a blue crystal. Chen Luo's pupils constricted upon seeing it. It's a level 6 crystal. How did you get this? Leng Chen truthfully responded. I obtained it from a dead monster. The creature was over 10 meters tall. Consider this our greeting gift to you, boss. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. For your sincerity, I'll let you join. Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. Chen Guang approached and explained the team's principles. Firstly, always follow the boss's commands. Secondly, if you flee in battle, you will be killed. While speaking, Chen Guang made a throat-slitting gesture. Hearing this, Leng Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Luo, with excitement evident on his face, gazed at the level 6 crystal in his hand. With this, I can advance to level 5 in just 3 days. That's half a month faster than I expected. Excellent. With that in mind, Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang to keep an eye on the people around the villa. After all, many from Sun Dawei's team escaped. If you find any with light abilities or support skills among them, recruit them all. If they refuse, bring them to me by force. Only Mi Li in our group possesses healing arts. If more people get injured, she won't be enough to treat them. Don't worry, Bro Chen. I understand, replied Chen Guang. As Chen Luo prepared to return to the villa, he spotted Thunder King. You're back so soon? Asked Chen Luo. Thunder King boasted proudly. Who do you think I am? I'm a professional hunter. To train the new member, Chen Luo immediately convened a mobilization meeting. He assigned Shuyun to lead a team to hunt zombies, collecting crystals and resources. Leng Chen, looking at the leader Shuyun, remarked to Chen Guang in surprise. She's not as she appears. I thought you'd be leading. Instead, it's a pretty girl. Is she very skilled? Chen Guang chuckled and explained. I'm just a younger brother here. The ladies in our team joined the boss earlier and have all reached level 2. Shuyun, leading now, is particularly talented and has the boss's favor. I believe she's already level 3. Upon hearing this, Leng Chen was flabbergasted. My goodness, that's so powerful. All level 2 ladies. Facing a group of zombies, Shuyun issued a series of commands. Everyone split into groups of 4 to search for and collect supplies. supplies. Jiang Feng, you stay at the entrance of the residential area. If there's any situation, use the walkie-talkie to inform everyone. An hour later, dozens of vehicles swiftly approached the residential area. Jiang Feng, who was guarding the entrance, saw them and his face changed color. He quickly contacted everyone through his walkie-talkie. Be alert, a large number of vehicles have entered the area. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shuyun immediately instructed everyone to gather and assess the situation. We don't need to rush to collect supplies. However, Yanli was somewhat unwilling to give up. There's still a lot of food here. If we gather together, what are we afraid of? As everyone prepared to go upstairs, they realized it was too late. They were surrounded by the arriving group. The men in the vehicles, spotting the ladies, displayed lecherous grins. One of them stretched out his hand with malicious intent toward Yanli. Yanli quickly slapped the man's hand away and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Just having a little fun, sweetheart. It's the apocalypse. No need to play coy anymore, right?" Hearing their vulgar words and unable to restrain herself any longer, Yanli delivered a swift kick, shattering the man's eggs. The leading man of the opposing group was infuriated. "You dare hit my brother? Take out these two men first. We'll deal with the women later." As the words left his mouth, a group immediately surrounded the two men from Yanli's team. Seeing this, Yanli tried to step forward to help, but unexpectedly, someone attacked her from behind. A metal rod was slammed ruthlessly onto her head. In an instant, Yanli collapsed on the ground with a gash on her head, bleeding profusely. The man cursed at her. "Bitch, how ungrateful," a voice shouted. "Hey Z, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Hey Z quickly replied with an ingratiating smile. "Bro Yuan, some damn woman tried to hit me. I just taught her a lesson." Lu Yuan frowned, guessing what had transpired. Given Hey Z's strength and value to the team, he didn't reprimand him but warned, "Don't go too far. This should not happen again." The others nodded in agreement. Just then, an ice arrow shot through the head of the man in black. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately got out of his vehicle. Shuyun coldly said, "Release them." Lu Yuan scoffed, "You killed one of mine and expect me to let them go?" Hearing this and filled with anger, Shuyun immediately shot an ice arrow towards Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan summoned a protective shield made of earth. Although Shuyun's ice arrow penetrated the shield, it had lost most of its momentum. Both Shuyun and Lu Yuan's expressions changed, recognizing each other's power. After a moment of standoff, Shuyun calmed down, fully aware that now wasn't the time for an all-out battle. She demanded the release of her teammates. Lu Yuan, not wanting an all-out conflict either, agreed. Although the four members of Shuyun's team were returned, Yanli had already succumbed to her injuries. Shuyun, cradling Yanli's lifeless body, mourned deeply, "You'll pay for this. Chenluo won't let you go." Men from the opposing side began to mockingly jeer at the scene. However, Shuyun ignored them and whispered, "Let's go." Yang Xian gave the men a cold glance and was about to drive away the heavy truck when someone stopped them. "Leave the truck. You can't take it." Upon hearing this, Shuyun, suppressing her rage, said, "Give it to them. Let's leave." Watching the retreating figures of Shuyun and her team, He Z whispered to Lu Yuan, suggesting they forcibly keep the group of beautiful women. Lu Yuan, however, slapped He Z in response and scolded, "Damn it, why are you stirring up trouble? That woman is not to be trifled with." He Z, covering his face, argued that they had the advantage in numbers. Would they really risk everything? Lu Yuan was aware that this group's main base was nearby and realized that the situation wasn't as simple. They needed to understand their enemy's capabilities and then strike them decisively. Otherwise, they'd face retaliation. Back in the villa area, Shuyun immediately briefed Chenluo on the entire situation, admitting her mistakes and recognizing her failure in leadership, which led to Yanli not dying at the hands of zombies but by survivors instead. Hearing this, Chenluo took a deep breath and reassured her, "You did the right thing. Engaging in a fight then would have been unwise." He was well aware that the most dangerous thing in this post-apocalyptic world wasn't zombies, but the infighting among survivors. "Since you all chose to follow me, I won't let anyone trample on us. Those who spill our blood must pay in kind. When I have a grudge, I don't let it linger." Immediately, he gathered everyone from the villa to set out for revenge. Hearing about the incident and Chenluo's declaration, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, especially by Chenluo's words, which made their blood boil. With Chenluo leading, they felt undefeatable. Seeing the imposing Chenluo and his group, He Z commented, "Bro Yuan, someone's approaching. It looks like the group that just left." Lu Yuan quickly looked out the window and saw more than 60 people alighting from vehicles. As the two factions locked eyes, Lu Yuan sensed something amiss. This woman, a level 3 ability user, was pouring her grievances out to this young man. Chenluo coldly stared at them. "Are you the leader? Who gave you the audacity to kill one of mine? I can't find a single reason to spare any of you." Upon hearing Chenluo's words, Lu Yuan was taken aback. For someone to speak with such confidence, the young man's strength must surpass that of the woman. They couldn't confront him directly. With that thought, Lu Yuan quickly apologized. "Young man, it was our mistake. We'll return your truck immediately and compensate with a ton of rice." "How about that?" Chenluo sneered. "A ton of rice for the life of my team member? How about I give you 100 tons for the lives of all your men?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned. He realized that but this young leader was not to be trifled with. Anyone with such audacity must have a trump card, otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader. People were his most valuable asset, and he couldn't risk them. With that thought, he decided to hand over the main culprits to Chen Luo for judgment. At his command, several of his men forcefully brought the struggling He Zi before Chen Luo. Seeing He Zi kneeling before him, Chen Luo smirked internally. You think handing over one scapegoat will resolve this? Impossible. Chen Luo, always repay my debts. Terrified, He Zi's nose ran with mucus as he pleaded with Chen Luo, claiming that he wasn't the only one responsible and there were 2 others involved. Curious, Chen Luo looked at Lu Yuan and asked, "What do you have to say?" Knowing that he must hand them over to settle the matter, Lu Yuan ordered his men to bring forth the other 2 culprits. Observing this, Chen Luo coldly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Step forward and slap these men. Continue until they're dead." As soon as the order was given, a group rushed forward, brutally slapping the 3 culprits. After a while of watching the trio bruised and battered, Chen Luo ordered for some medical treatment for them, only to let Xu Yun and the others continue the beating afterwards. The 3 men cried and pleaded, "Big brother, we were wrong. We are willing to join you and fight against Lu Yuan." However, Xu Yun and the others paid no heed. After about 10 minutes, He Zi and the other 2 were slapped to death. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated the ferocity of these individuals. They say never to wrong a woman, he thought. Little brother, since the main culprits are now dead, and you've also killed one of ours, can we consider the matter settled? Lu Yuan proposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo snorted dismissively. You must be daydreaming. How can their pathetic lives compensate? I want the lives of everyone present. Lu Yuan retorted in disbelief. Are you even being reasonable? Why should I reason with you? Who do you think you are? Chen Luo shot back. This remark made Lu Yuan scoff. I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. You think I'm afraid of you? My men here fought their way out of zombies, and we even outnumber you. You'd best leave while you still can. Unperturbed by Lu Yuan's threat, numerical superiority means nothing in the face of absolute power. It's just a delivery of heads. I need to establish my authority amongst my followers. To firmly sit in a leader's position, one not only needs resources, but also raw power. It's been a long time since I last showed my true strength. Many of my new members haven't seen what I'm truly capable of. This is a perfect opportunity for me to demonstrate and intimidate. With that thought, Chen Luo instantly summoned his void sword and charged towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan realized the imminent danger and quickly summoned an earthen shield to protect himself. However, the void sword, like a blade through sand, pierced effortlessly through the shield, then through Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan was immediately split in 2. Witnessing the swift execution of their leader, the opposing forces felt their scalps tingle with terror. At this moment, Meili cast a spell on Chen Luo, enhancing his defense and strength. Chen Luo grinned. It's great to have a wife who looks out for you. He then charged into the heart of Lu Yuan's camp like a tiger amongst sheep. Although the void sword couldn't last more than an hour, it could easily endure for 3 minutes. Another 2 fell, sliced cleanly in half by Chen Luo's blade. The shock and terror that had started with Lu Yuan's death now peaked. Thoughts raced. This guy isn't human. If we don't flee now, we'll die by his hand. Chen Guang, Ling Chen, and others were deeply shaken by the scene, while Meili sighed. The gap between him and me seems to be growing. She urged, let's all attack together and not leave any lingering threats. Half an hour later, Chen Guang, exhilarated, pledged his loyalty to Chen Luo. Listening to Chen Guang's flattery, Chen Luo responded with a mild smile. Enough of the bootlicking. I truly regret Yan Li's death, but this is the apocalypse. We must remain vigilant at all times, as danger can strike any moment. I sent you out to gather crystals, but more importantly, to gain battle experience. The best protector for each of you is yourselves. I hope everyone will quickly enhance their skills, and since you've chosen to follow me, anyone who bullies you will pay the price. Now, let's gather some supplies. It's almost noon. We should head back and let a few of our skilled sisters prepare lunch for everyone. In a villa district, 2 men in tattered shirts were intently staring at Thunder King, craving his flesh. Although Thunder King was aware, he pretended to be oblivious, intending to tease these 2. The men, meanwhile, were salivating profusely. Just as one of them, with red hair, was about to make a move, he was stopped by Miao Hui, who advised against rashness. What if the dog escapes? We've been hungry for a day and definitely can't outrun this dog. Let's lure him over with a piece of feces, ensuring a fail-proof plan. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit of eating feces. As Thunder King approached step by step, the 2 drooled even more. Really? I'm minding my own business and you're offering yourselves up to die? Using feces to lure me? You can target a dog, but you can't insult one this way. With these thoughts, Thunder King became so enraged that unnatural lightning began to flash around him. This bewildering phenomenon left Sieda and Miao Hui dumbstruck. How can this dog generate electricity? Especially given Thunder King's fierce appearance. The 2 sensed imminent danger and turned to flee towards the exit. But it was too late. Thunder King spewed terrifying lightning from his mouth, striking them down. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by the returning Chen Luo. Thunder King, what are you doing? Were these 2 intruders? An infuriated Thunder King ignored Chen Luo and left. Watching him leave, Luo was utterly perplexed, wondering what had just transpired. Unable to fathom the situation, Luo decided not to dwell on it. Turning to the others, he said, "All right, everyone, take a break now. After lunch, you're free to practice." As the crowd dispersed, Luo contemplated whether he should recruit more members. After all, his team was relatively small. If they were to encounter a group of several hundred people, even he alone couldn't handle them all. Furthermore, with the current manpower, who knows how many would remain after a few months? It seems necessary to draft a recruitment notice. I have plenty of supplies. As long as they obey orders and dare to combat zombies, they're welcome to join. After lunch, Chen Guang sat at the entrance of the villa district. A conspicuous notice board had been placed at the entrance. The message was quite straightforward, indicating that there were several Tier 3 superpower users in the base. Their strength was formidable, the compensation was generous, and there were sufficient crystals. Before long, a 7-seater minivan pulled up to the entrance. The sight of the notice board piqued their curiosity, drawing them closer for a better look. After reading all the terms and conditions, the group, who were uncertain about their next move, were immediately intrigued. But while the perks were attractive, the qualifications were demanding. Only Tier 2 individuals could join, and out of the 5 of them, only 2 met the criteria. One of them inquired, "Chao, what do you think?" Wang Chao hesitated before saying, "If everything they've mentioned is true, then there's no doubt we should join. But only Lu Qi and I have reached Tier 2. The 3 of you don't meet the criteria." Lu Qi suggested, "Why don't we get out of the car and inquire? Don't they accept family members?" Chen Guang laughed and shook his head. Family members refer to those with blood relations. However, if a Tier 1 individual can contribute 3 Tier 1 crystals, they can join. Hearing this, the man named Lu Qi introduced himself, claiming he was a healer, someone who could heal and bolster strength. He asked if they could make an exception for him. Chen Guang was taken aback by this revelation. Healers were rare and valuable. He immediately agreed and brought them to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked them over. Lu Qi's name seemed familiar to Chen Luo. He recalled hearing about a rather well-known healer by that name. Additionally, Rice confirmed that these newcomers bore no ill intent. So, Chen Luo tasked Chen Guang with their arrangements. Returning to the villa, Chen Luo took out the Tier 6 crystal to absorb its power. By his estimations, he should be able to advance to Tier 5 by nightfall. And indeed, with the depletion of the Tier 6 crystal, Chen Luo successfully ascended to Tier 5. As their team grew stronger, their needs for supplies also increased. Chen Luo thus rallied everyone to embark on a supply hunt. Before leaving, he reminded Chen Guang and Thunder King to guard their base. Half an hour later, a grand convoy reached a nearby agricultural market. Though the market was teeming with zombies, it was equally abundant in supplies. Facing the horde, using traditional 4-person team tactics would be ineffective. Jiang Feng, you'll draw the zombies out, one batch at a time. For Jiang Feng's safety, Mealy boosted his status. Entering the marketplace, Jiang Feng quickly attracted a group of 7 or 8 zombies, which eagerly pursued him. As long as he maintained a distance of more than 20 meters from the zombies, they couldn't harm him. Lower-tier zombies didn't have a long attack range. Meanwhile, the rest of the team stood by, launching long-range magical attacks. Observing the scenario, Chen Luo explained, "See this? If you encounter slightly larger groups of zombies in the future, use this tactic. But if there are too many, don't try it. If you die, don't blame me." He then delegated a few Tier 2 members with good speed to attract the zombies. "Let's start clearing them." An hour later, the 100 or so zombies lurking around the marketplace were exterminated. Hearing the team's reports, Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll personally draw out the next batch of zombies." Chen Luo was reluctant to send Jiang Feng because he feared he might encounter a mutated zombie and lose his life. He recalled hearing in his past life about a certain time when there was a mutated Earth-type zombie in the market, its strength equivalent to a Tier 4 or Tier 5 zombie. The question was where this creature was hiding. He first approached the area selling pork, beef, and lamb. The space spanned about 500 to 600 square meters and was home to around 80 to 90 zombies. Just then, a zombie resembling an old farmer with a straw hat suddenly unleashed several spikes in a straight line, effectively blocking Chen Luo's path. But Chen Luo, far from panicking, rejoiced. "Didn't expect to find you so soon." Utilizing his void walking, he not only dodged the old farmer zombie's attack, but also instantly appeared behind it. The creature had no time to employ its earth shield, and Chen Luo's blade swiftly decapitated it. Holding its still twitching head, Chen Luo continued running forward, now with over 200 zombies tailing him. The sight of such a massive horde following Chen Luo left the others stunned. "Run," he yelled. "Use your speed advantage to lose them. Prep your magic, roughly aim, and cast. But don't stop, keep running." With everyone's coordination, the hundreds of zombies were easily vanquished. Jubilation and a hint of exhilaration filled revealed the faces of the team. If we practice this strategy diligently, no amount of zombies will be a match for us. Chenluo, however, was more sober-minded. Only if you keep pace with the evolution of the zombies. Most survivors can't keep up with the rapid development of these creatures. Now, let's gather what supplies we can carry and move out. Meanwhile, Chenluo ventured into the cold storage room. Compared to the one where he stored pork, this one seemed quite small. It had been without power for a long time, rendering the meat inside spoiled. But Chenluo decided to take out some pork and beef, presenting them as part of the retrieved supplies. 2 hours later, the group had loaded all the supplies onto their vehicles. As they were about to drive away, a middle-aged man stepped forward to block Chenluo's lead vehicle. With a calm demeanor, Chenluo said, "Please, step aside." Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, a motorcycle approached. From it alighted a tan-skinned but vibrant young man. Chenluo's pupils contracted. It was him, Xiao Haoren, known in the future as Unbeatable Iron Fist. To think that he'd encounter him here, but Xiao Haoren wasn't there for Chenluo. He was there for the middle-aged man blocking the way. Xiao Haoren pleaded, "Bro Long, I heard you caught a live chicken. Can you give it to me? My mother's condition is deteriorating, and she wishes for a bowl of chicken soup before the end. If you help, I'll be in your debt." Hearing this, Bro Long immediately declined. "I'm sorry, brother, I can't do that." Although Bro Long spoke politely, the man behind him was not so kind. A smart calculation, taking Bro Long's chicken and then offering your life to him? Are you expecting Bro Long to take care of you forever? Chenluo, observing this scene, suddenly chimed in, "I have a chicken and a chef who can make the soup you desire. How about you owe me instead?" Taken aback, Xiao Haoren nodded. "Yes, for a satisfactory bowl of chicken soup, I will owe you my life." Chenluo smiled. Deal. Trading a top-tier fighter for a bowl of chicken soup? Who wouldn't take that bargain? He decided to bring both Xiao Haoren and his ailing mother to his base. Half an hour later, Xiao Haoren emerged from a building, carrying a woman in her 50s on his back, showing signs of weariness. After they boarded the vehicle, Xiao Haoren whispered, "She's in the late stages of cancer." Chenluo realized there wasn't much hope for her. Unless Meili could advance to level 7 now, their current healing abilities were only good for treating minor injuries and hadn't reached the capability to cure terminal diseases. In less than half an hour, Chenluo returned to the villa district. He asked Shuyun to arrange a separate room for Xiao Haoren and his mother, ensuring they would be well taken care of. He also mentioned he would organize for the chicken soup to be made. After they left, Chenluo said to Mayu, "Whatever ingredients and seasonings you need, just let me know. Make sure you do this one diligently." Mayu nodded and muttered, "Do you think I wasn't serious before?" Chenluo replied awkwardly, "Cough. What I meant was, be even more meticulous this time." "Alright, but for a good chicken soup, it will take at least 3 hours. After pondering for a moment, Chenluo suggested, "Then prepare some homestyle dishes. After all, we can't just have chicken soup. Maybe Xiao's mother would like to eat something else. If we're trying to win someone's heart, we should go all out." A few hours later, a table full of delicious dishes was served in front of Xiao's mother. Xiao Haoren was stupefied, and his mother had to rub her eyes, thinking she might be hallucinating. Chenluo smiled and said, "Auntie, let's eat." Although she initially declined, with Xiao Haoren's assistance, she enjoyed a hearty meal. Before her final moments, she grasped Chenluo's hand and trembled. "Young man, I can see you're a good person. Please take care of my son." Turning to Xiao Haoren, she added, "A mother knows her son best. If he can offer such precious things to honor me, he must value you greatly. Don't let him down." Holding his mother's hand tightly, Xiao Haoren responded, "Mother, don't worry, I understand." Contrary to Chenluo's expectations, Xiao Haoren wasn't deeply saddened by his mother's passing. He said to Chenluo, "Big brother, thank you. My mother has passed, and it's for the best. She won't suffer from her illness any longer. Big brother, you'll see my performance in the future." He understood Xiao Haoren's character. However, with the team growing larger, it was necessary to establish some rules early on. They couldn't let some people slack off. A system of rewards and punishments needed to be set up. The roles in the community were divided into leader, deputy leader, elders, elite members, regular members, new members, and a special position named devotee, which only Chenluo could assign. Sudaju and Meili held the devotee title. Each rank had its own privileges. Currently, those who reached level 3 could be designated as elite members, while everyone else was a regular member. Newcomers would start as new members, and after half a month, or if they displayed exceptional merit, they would be upgraded to regular members. Later on, they could exchange personal points for resources in the base. Points would be distributed based on individual performance, with extra rewards for outstanding achievements. From then on, positions would be determined by points, not by rank. Thinking of this, Chenluo gathered everyone to announce the system. Any power user who reached level 3 could be designated an elite member. If these elite members had leadership capabilities, they could lead 20 regular members. Shuyun was the leader of the female squad, while Fangyu and Qingguang led the male squads. From today, this ranking policy would be officially implemented. As long as you were willing to risk your life, you could live comfortably. As Chen Luo announced this system, the excitement among the members below was palpable. Their morale soared, and they shouted in unison about killing zombies to earn points. At the same time, outside the villa area, 2 large convoys were approaching Chen Luo's base. The leader, Zhao Hai, asked the other convoy, "I've hardly seen any zombies around here. Do you know what's going on?" Seeing the number of people with Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to hide anything and honestly informed him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai was taken aback. He remembered that before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had mortgaged his villa to him, borrowing 300 million to stockpile supplies. It seemed like Zhao Hai was on his way to collect that debt. Soon, Zhao Hai's convoy reached the entrance of the base. Leng Chen, who was at the gate, saw the convoy and immediately radioed Chen Luo for backup. "Bro Chen, we need reinforcements at the gate. A large convoy has arrived." Hearing this, Chen Luo quickly rushed over. However, when he saw the person stepping out of the vehicle, he was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Isn't this the guy to whom I mortgaged my villa for 300 million? Zhao Hai, seeing Chen Luo's reaction, laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances? It's fate." Chen Luo, a bit embarrassed, replied, "I didn't expect to see you here either. Are you in charge around here?" Once Chen Luo confirmed, Zhao Hai cut straight to the point. "Brother, you owe me 300 million, which has matured. With interest, that's 330 million. You've been overdue for a while now. Given the special circumstances, I'm willing to waive the late fees and interest. Just pay me back the principal." Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled to himself, thinking, "Does he really believe I'll pay him back? Why is he under this illusion?" Out loud, Chen Luo confidently said, "Brother, do you really think Chen Luo, would default on my debt? In fact, I've already transferred the money to your account. Haven't you received it? It's a shame we don't have a signal now, otherwise I'd show you the transfer record. But you can't accuse me of not paying my debts." Zhao Hai was taken aback by Chen Luo's words. He never expected such a maneuver from him. This was like the pot calling the kettle black. One of Zhao Hai's men shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. For such a large sum, wouldn't you personally come to inform us about the transfer? Do you think you can fool us with such a lame excuse?" Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "Well, then you should go to the bank and bring out evidence that I didn't transfer the money. But since you have helped me in the past, I am grateful. I'll give you a ton of rice as a thank you." Zhao Hai, with a grim face, replied, "Brother, that's not fair. I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me some meat. The times have changed, and the value of meat has increased. For 300 million, give me 15 tons of meat, and we'll call it even." Jin Tao, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, sneered, "Everyone present should have a share. I want 15 tons too. That's not too much to ask, right? If you don't have the meat, you can settle the debt with the women by your side." Hearing Jin Tao's words, Chen Luo's expression turned cold. "Even if I had the meat, why should I give it to you?" Seeing Chen Luo's attitude and the expressions of those behind him, Zhao Hai suddenly realized something. Chen Luo's team must have cleared out so many zombies due to their strength. Realizing this, Zhao Hai quickly changed his tone and said, "I made a mistake. Chen Luo, your money did indeed come through." Upon hearing this, Jin Tao looked at Zhao Hai as if he had gone mad. "I was mistaken. Brother Chen Luo is not one to default on his debts." Chen Luo clapped and said, "You're a sensible man. Take your people and stand aside. Don't interfere." Zhao Hai, cooperating, waved his hand and, along with his subordinates, promptly departed. Jin Tao, on the other hand, hurled insults at the departing Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, you coward. There are just a few people on their side, and you cower so easily? I must have been blind to trust you." Zhao Hai remained silent, thinking that there's no loss in being insulted. Seeing this scene, Jin Tao snorted, "If you want to take me on, come at me." Chen Luo coldly addressed the crowd. "Anyone who doesn't want to meet their end alongside him, go stand by Zhao Hai's side. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Hearing this, indeed there were smart individuals in Jin Tao's group. Sensing the tense atmosphere, some began to retreat quietly. To Chen Luo's surprise, Jin Tao turned out to be a dark element user with a summoning talent. The same talent could manifest in various ways. For instance, the dark element could be divided into curse, summoning, undead, and attack subcategories. On Chen Luo's side, there was a girl named Li Hui who also belonged to the dark element, but her first acquired skill was a curse type that slows down movements. She was likely to specialize in curses. Jin Tao, on the other hand, possessed a summoning talent within the dark element. After 5 or 6 seconds, 7 skeletal figures without flesh materialized in front of Jin Tao. "Never seen this, have you?" Jin Tao boasted. "People killed by my skeletal soldiers go straight to hell. Their souls are devoured, and they're never reborn." Chen Luo laughed dismissively. "Who are you trying to scare? Spouting all that mumbo-jumbo. Why not claim you're the king of the underworld while you're at it?" With that, Chen Luo stepped aside, making space, and shouted, "It's your turn now. 5 points for each kill. Capturing Jin Tao alive gets 100 points." Just then, Thunder King suddenly ran out, barking loudly. Over the past couple of days, he had set his sights on the Elder's position. A twitch appeared at the corner of Chenluo's mouth. "What would you even do with points?" "Fine. If you want them, you'll have them." Hearing this, Thunder King barked twice excitedly, indicating he was in on the action. Leading the charge against the enemies, he released a well-prepared ball of lightning that exploded amongst them, instantly earning himself 20 points. This brought him one step closer to the coveted Elder position. Seeing this, Mi Ling shouted, "Prepare your spells and wait for them to rush us." Jin Tao's side was forced into a passive position, especially with Thunder King relentlessly attacking them. Chenluo was at a loss for words. He had wanted to train his team members, but his plans were completely disrupted by a dog. Suddenly, Thunder King approached Jin Tao and marked his territory right on him before chasing after others who were trying to escape. The message was clear. Jin Tao was his target, and nobody else should interfere. Chenluo, covering his face in disbelief. Thunder King, was it really necessary to urinate in public like that? Watching his own teammates fall one after another, Jin Tao desperately clung to Chenluo's leg, begging, "Boss, spare my life. I'll do anything." Zhao Hai, witnessing the scene, felt thankful for making the wise choice of not deeply offending Chenluo. Chenluo glanced at Jin Tao. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He was preparing to exploit a bug. The undead creatures summoned by Jin Tao could also yield crystals. However, only level 4 undead creatures and above would have them, whereas those below level 3 did not. Chenluo planned to first help Jin Tao level up, thereby acquiring a tool to infinitely farm for crystals. Hearing that Chenluo wouldn't kill him, Jin Tao immediately knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. I can tell you're a man of your word. I'll listen to you sincerely. Young man, your summoning talent is impressive, and I have high hopes for you. But if you dare try any tricks or attempt to escape, I'll break all your limbs." With that, Chenluo instructed those around him, lock him up in a room and treat him like a new recruit. At this moment, Zhao Hai stepped forward to apologize to Chenluo. "Bro Chen, you're truly capable. I apologize for any past offenses." He then handed over a finely crafted silver pistol to Chenluo. Chenluo chuckled lightly, knowing the weapon posed no threat to himself but could serve to intimidate others. With this thought, he boldly fired the gun at his chest in front of everyone. To their astonishment, the bullet couldn't penetrate and simply bounced off his clothes, falling weakly to the ground. Zhao Hai, shocked by what he'd witnessed, stumbled and sat on the ground, thinking, is he even human? The bullet didn't pose any threat at all. Bro Chen's strength has completely shattered my perceptions. Well, no fight, no acquaintance. We might still have grounds for cooperation. Chenluo then loudly called out, bypassing Zhao Hai. "Anyone here from the Light, Dark, Earth, or Nature faction?" Of course, other unique support abilities are also welcome. We offer decent benefits here. Those considering joining, think about it. Quick-witted Lingchen chimed in. "We provide 3 full meals, sometimes with meat. Our conditions are excellent, and our strength is evident. Why the hesitation?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers, expressing their eagerness to join Chenluo's team. Turning to Zhao Hai, Chenluo asked playfully, "Brother Zhao, you don't mind, do you?" Zhao Hai gave a bitter smile, watching as the elites were drawn to Chenluo. "How could I object?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chenluo shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, quiet down. To join my team, you need to kill 10 zombies and obtain 10 crystals as proof." As soon as his words finished, groups of people began to form teams to hunt down zombies. Seeing his team members leaving, Zhao Hai didn't dare to stay longer, fearing if he did, everyone else might leave too. "Bro Chen, if you ever need anything, come find me at the Golden Dragon Garden. I live there. If I ever run into trouble, I hope you can help, as friends." Chenluo nodded, indicating no problem. That night, Meili lay in Chenluo's arms and asked, "Brother Chenluo, I noticed the new members are performing well. Why don't you let them clear out the nearby zombies earlier? Zombies can evolve. Shouldn't we clear them all out before they complete their evolution?" Chenluo explained, "That's just your perspective. Even now, some survivors are still afraid to confront zombies. If everyone comes together and they encounter a higher level mutated zombie, everyone could be wiped out." Meili responded with a simple acknowledgement and gradually fell asleep in Chenluo's embrace. However, Chenluo couldn't sleep. What he told Meili was just part of the reason. Knowing the future progression, he understood that zombies needed to evolve. After clearing out the zombies, there won't be enough high-level crystals, and humans couldn't evolve rapidly. When the more formidable creatures descend, they would be doomed. The next morning, like always, Chenluo held a mobilization meeting, reminding everyone, be cautious when going out. The zombies will become increasingly stronger. But after they left, Rice suddenly seemed to sense something and anxiously said to Chenluo, "I have a bad feeling. I feel that Mi Ling might get hurt. There's no life-threatening danger, but I'm still worried." This statement made Chenluo's face turn serious. Mi Ling, Meili, and Su Dezhu always acted together, and with Thunder King as their bodyguard, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger to her. Thinking of this, Chenluo sought confirmation, so she'll only be injured, and there's no threat to her life, right? Rice nodded in agreement. After hesitating hesitating for a long moment, Chenluo took a deep breath and ultimately decided not to follow them. He thought, protecting her like a caged canary won't help. Even if she becomes a king level, she won't be the spirit flame princess from my past life. Chenluo gently petted Rice. You're truly a remarkable cat. At least a level 10 psychic power user would be needed to sense impending danger, and that's usually only for themselves. But Rice can perceive danger for others and foresee it so much in advance. I should start collecting higher grade crystals to enhance Rice. Meanwhile, with the combined efforts of Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su Dezhu, they quickly cleared the surrounding zombies. Throughout their journey, they didn't encounter any zombies above level 2. Initially, everything went smoothly, but unbeknownst to them, a mutated zombie had set its sights on them. This level 4 zombie, with a fairly high intelligence, observed Mi Ling's group from a distance. Instead of rashly attacking, it decided to rally other zombies for help. Just then, Thunder King noticed 3 zombies in an alleyway and charged at them. However, as soon as he was a distance away from Mi Ling's group, the horde of zombies launched their surprise attack. The level 4 zombie hid amongst the masses, letting the lower level zombies lead the charge as cannon fodder. Mi Ling didn't run immediately. Instead, she cast an explosive fireball, annihilating several zombies, planning to gradually wear down the horde. After casting her spell, the trio turned to flee, their faces showing no signs of panic. But at that moment, the level 4 zombie suddenly made its move, manipulating the power of wind to whip up a massive gust. Assisted by this wind, the speed of the zombie horde increased dramatically, rapidly closing in on Mi Ling and her companions. Glancing back, Mi Ling's face turned pale, realizing that there must be a high-level zombie within the horde. Though unsure of its level, she knew they couldn't continue running. They had to turn and fight. Su Dezhu led the charge, swinging his staff at the zombies in front of him. Mi Ling unleashed a fiery explosion, reducing the zombie horde from over 20 to just a dozen. However, this created an opening for the level 4 zombie. It unleashed a wind blade at Mi Li, who had no time to dodge. Mi Ling, seeing the impending danger, instinctively shielded Mi Li with her own body. The wind blade slashed across Mi Ling's shoulder, and her bright red blood instantly stained Mi Li's clothes. If it wasn't for Mi Ling's level 3 strength and Mi Li's defensive enhancements, her entire shoulder might have been severed by the level 4 zombie's attack. Pain flashed across Mi Ling's face, but her uninjured hand promptly launched a fireball. To her dismay, the level 4 zombie narrowly dodged it. Su Dezhu made a snap decision, positioning himself between the zombie and the girls. Mi Ling, you handle the regular zombies. I'll hold off this one. Then, we'll take it down together. Mi Ling nodded in agreement. After Mi Li cast a healing spell on Mi Ling, she pulled out the handgun given to her by Chenluo and fired at the level 4 zombie. Unfamiliar with the weapon, the zombie tried dodging whenever it could. Though the handgun wasn't immensely powerful, it managed to delay the level 4 zombie momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Su Dezhu, empowered by Mi Li's enhancement, charged at the zombie. For a short time, even the level 4 zombie couldn't kill Su Dezhu. Meanwhile, alerted by the gunshots, Thunder King finally realized something was amiss. Fearing for Mi Ling's group, he dashed to the scene. Seeing Thunder King's arrival, Su Dezhu's face lit up with relief. Quickly, Thunder King began circling around the zombie, leaving it slightly disoriented. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Su Dezhu swung his staff at the zombie, but it blocked the attack with its hand. At that moment, Mi Li cast an amplification spell on Thunder King. Seizing the opportunity, Thunder King hurled an electrified orb at the back of the level 4 zombie. However, the zombie evaded the attack by leaping aside. Realizing it was outmatched, the level 4 zombie turned to flee. But Thunder King wasn't about to let such a valuable score slip away. He kicked the zombie's back, causing it to stumble and fall. Su Dezhu quickly pinned the zombie down, preventing it from getting up. The group then took turns pummeling it. Afterwards, Mi Li continuously healed Mi Ling and Su Dezhu. The trio sighed with relief, grateful for the close call. Thunder King, on the other hand, extracted a crystal from the level 4 zombie. Holding the sizable crystal, his eyes gleamed with delight. Upon returning to base, Thunder King was the first to disembark, presenting a bag of crystals to Chenluo with a sycophantic smile. Rice relayed to Chenluo, this sneaky dog wants to know how many points these crystals are worth. After pondering for a moment, Chenluo responded, let's say 100 points. Thunder King's face lit up with excitement. Chenluo washed the crystals, intending to use them to help Rice reach level 4 more quickly. Thunder King looked dumbfounded. I worked hard for these crystals, and you're giving them to Rice? Shouldn't you give them to me? Is that fair? After Rice translated Thunder King's words, Chenluo handed the level 4 crystal back to Thunder King, retorting, you gave me the crystals, and I gave you points. Sounds fair, right? Thunder King couldn't argue with that logic and handed the crystals back to Chenluo, mumbling, crystals aren't as enticing as points. After all, Chenluo tightened his grip on Rice. Rice was spot on. Mi Ling was in danger, but not life-threatening. When Mi Li was in danger previously, Rice had alerted me in advance, allowing me to rush over and play the hero. But why didn't it detect Sudaju's injuries? Was it because they were minor, or can it currently only sense danger for those it's close to? Chenluo mused. Regardless, such a game-changing ability must be nurtured and upgraded. At dinner, Thunder King excitedly ran over, urging everyone to look at him. Chenluo and the others gathered around, giving him a thorough examination. Is it just me, or did Thunder King get bigger? Someone questioned. Another joked. Maybe you fed him too well. Infuriated by their baffling comments, Thunder King asked Rice to translate his message. Thunder King explained that he had successfully advanced to level 4, and with that, his size had changed. Mi Ling recalled when she first met Chenluo, who had said that she couldn't even beat his dog. At the time, she had been indignant, but now it seemed the statement was no exaggeration. I can't believe I'm less competent than a dog, she lamented. Rice then translated another message for Thunder King. Chenluo, Thunder King wants to know how many points you're giving for the first one to advance to level 4. Chenluo curiously asked, what do you want with the points? Thunder King proudly proclaimed, I have a dream to become the dog elder, and then, the deputy leader. Then, everyone will call me dog leader. Chenluo looked stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. He gently nudged Thunder King with his foot. Dog leader? I feel like you're mocking me. Just then, the walkie-talkie on Chenluo's chest buzzed to life. Big brother, Xiao Hai has sent people over again. 3 cars, about a dozen men, claiming they've come for help. I initially brushed them off, but they're really here. Let them in. Song Ling approached first, offering a box of cigarettes. Bro Chen, you probably have plenty of food here. Bro Hai couldn't find anything special, so here's 100 cigarettes as a gift. Bro Hai went to great lengths to gather them. Whether you accept our request or not, the cigarettes are yours. Chenluo smiled. What's the matter? Tell me. Song Ling nodded cautiously. An issue arose on our end. A powerful individual with special abilities named Jiang Wu has emerged. He's competing with us for resources and is trying to take in survivors. That would have been tolerable, but he's too arrogant. He claims that 2 tigers can't share a mountain and threatens to wipe us out if Bro Hai doesn't become his subordinate. This guy is truly formidable. He effortlessly killed over a dozen of our people, including several competent fighters. Most of them were level 2. Bro Hai can't handle him, so we had no choice but to seek your help. Hearing this, Chenluo pondered. 1 against a dozen, and many of them were level 2. The difference between level 2 and 3 abilities isn't that vast. It must be at least level 4. Unless this person had access to high-level crystals from the onset of the apocalypse, it must have been a level 6 or even level 7 crystal. Such high-level crystals don't get absorbed quickly. If I manage to take him down, Chenluo felt this could be a profitable venture, but out of caution, he inquired, what kind of abilities does this person possess? How did he kill those men? Song Ling replied, it seems like he's of the physical type. He simply overpowered and killed our people without much technique. After some thought, Chenluo agreed to help. Alright, I'll come with you to take a look. Upon hearing this, Song Ling was elated. Thank you, Bro Chen. Let's not waste any time and leave right away. He then turned to Rice, holding him and asked, Rice, do you think I might face danger on this trip? If you sense any threat, I won't go. Rice pondered. I don't think so. I haven't sensed anything. What do you mean? Think. Is there danger or not? After a more thorough sensing, Rice confirmed, no, you can go in peace. Chenluo gave him a deadpan look at the phrase, go in peace. If we're setting out, we go together. Thunder King, you stay and guard the house. Soon after, the two arrived at Zhao Hai's base. Bro Chen, I can't thank you enough for coming to help. I'll remember this kindness. Jiang Wu is truly formidable. Our spells barely affect him. Please wait for a moment, Bro Chen. I'll gather our men and track down Jiang Wu. At this moment, Jiang Wu was surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying pleasures he had never experienced before the apocalypse. Then, relying on the crystals in his hand, he leveled up to the 4th level. Just as he was about to interact with the beauties in his arms, a panicked subordinate burst through the door, shouting, Boss, Zhao Hai has brought people here. Seeing his good time interrupted, Jiang Wu was furious. I didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for me. Is he courting death? Call all the brothers, grab your weapons, and follow me. In a short while, Jiang Wu and his men arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Thus, the two groups confronted each other at the entrance. Meanwhile, Chenluo was observing Jiang Wu from the back of the crowd. Although he couldn't determine Jiang Wu's exact level, it didn't matter. As long as he wasn't at the 7th level, there was no one he couldn't kill with a single stroke. Then, Jiang Wu started yelling at Zhao Hai. I gave you a chance because I thought you were someone of worth. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I wanted to accept you, but you're courting death. Zhao Hai's face turned extremely unpleasant. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even have the chance to deal with such a brat, let alone be cursed by one. Jiang Wu, think you're so great? If I bring a dozen more men, dare you take them on? If you can handle them, I'll serve as your subordinate. Facing Zhao Hai's provocation, Jiang Wu agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai sneered internally. After all, he's just a naive youngster. He can't resist being provoked. Who dares to take on Jiang Wu? A pound of sausage for each. As expected, with such a big reward, many brave souls stepped up. A group of men began ferociously smashing Jiang Wu with iron rods. However, Jiang Wu's body seemed as hard as iron, and he remained unscathed. Seeing this, Chen Luo knew it was his turn to act. He quietly approached Jiang Wu from behind. As everyone was busy assaulting Jiang Wu, Chen Luo secretly summoned a void sword behind his back. He swung the conjured void sword towards Jiang Wu, and in an instant, Jiang Wu was split in half. At that moment, he looked down in disbelief. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the onlookers, Chen Luo immediately searched for possible crystals on Jiang Wu's body. Even after checking all pockets, he found nothing. Could it be hidden in the bedroom? Recovering from his shock, the experienced Song Ling began to search Jiang Wu's groin area. Seeing Song Ling retrieve a crystal from Jiang Wu's underwear pocket, Chen Luo was astonished. He really knows how to hide things. Isn't he afraid it might be uncomfortable? What if his little brother absorbed the crystal and mutated? Song Ling caressed the crystal in his hand. It was the largest crystal he had ever seen. The larger the crystal, the better its effect. However, before Song Ling could cherish it, Chen Luo reached out for it. Even though Song Ling knew the importance of the crystal, he dared not refuse. He didn't want to end up being bisected like Jiang Wu. Chen Luo took the crystal with a look of disgust, saying, "This is even more nauseating than finding it in a zombie's head." After inspecting the quality and remaining power of the crystal, Chen Luo was a bit disappointed. It's only a level 6 crystal, and there's not much power left, only about a quarter. Luckily, it's a psychic type, which should be suitable for Rice to absorb. At this moment, Chen Luo pulled out another crystal from Jiang Wu, making Zhao Hai watch enviously from the side. He too knew the value of the crystal, but he dared not utter a word. He wouldn't dare to compete with Chen Luo. He was well aware that Jiang Wu, whom he couldn't handle, was instantly killed by Chen Luo. Moreover, the manner of Jiang Wu's death was bizarre. Even though he was split in half, not a single drop of blood was shed. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned to Jiang Wu's subordinates and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I promise I won't make things difficult for you." Jiang Wu was an idiot. At this time, we should all come together and focus on getting rid of the zombies. I can assure all of you that following me will not lead to any losses. Those who want to join us, come forward. Chen Luo glanced at the time and said, "It's time to go. I can't leave my home unattended." Zhao Hai sighed in relief. "Bro Chen, thank you again for your help. If you ever need assistance in the future, just let me know. Do you want some people to escort you home?" Chen Luo waved his hand. "No need, but about that golden Bentley, I won't be shy about taking it. If Bro Chen likes it, feel free to take it. If we find any good cars in the future, we'll make sure to send them to you first," Zhao Hai assured. Watching Chen Luo drive away, Zhao Hai remarked, "It's really advantageous to know a powerful person like him. Send a message down the line. If any of our people encounter Chen Luo in the future, they should be very respectful. He might just save their lives at a crucial moment." On the way back to the villa, Rice was catching up on a TV drama from the morning. Rice was engrossed in the show. Chen Luo took a glance and noticed it was a historical drama. In one scene, a Taoist priest was telling the protagonist's fortune, "Young friend, I see a great misfortune looming over you." True to the priest's words, the protagonist soon faced danger. This piqued Rice's interest. "This person is even more skilled than me." Chen Luo chuckled. "The priest is just acting, but Rice is the real deal." Rice mimicked the movements of the Taoist priest from the TV, making Chen Luo burst into laughter. "You're too adorable." Rice, trying to tell a fortune with her claws, said, "Let me predict for Mi Ling." Chen Luo laughed, wondering if Rice had been genuinely inspired to tell fortunes. Suddenly, Rice's expression turned serious. "I foresee a large chest omen for Mi Ling." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused in confusion. "A great misfortune? Is this real or fake? I'm not at home right now. Is Mi Ling in danger?" With these thoughts, Chen Luo pressed hard on the accelerator, rushing back to the base. Upon arriving, Chen Luo was met with stunned faces. "What happened to all of you?" Xu Yun, with a bruised and battered face, replied, "We went to the artificial lake for training and encountered a swarm of bees. There were over 2,000 of them, making them really hard to deal with. So, understanding the situation, Chen Luo then turned to Meili. "Meili, are you okay? Were you hurt? And where's your sister? Why don't I see her?" Meili looked around, ensuring no one was listening, before whispering, "I'm fine, and so is my sister, but she got stung in a sensitive area and it swelled up. She's gone back to her room." Chen Luo, a bit puzzled, asked, "Which area?" Meili blushed and pointed to her chest. Suddenly, everything clicked for Chen Luo. So the large chest omen was not the great misfortune I was thinking of. "Rice, you should have been clearer. You scared me half to death." Rice responded with a pitiful look. "I did say large chest omen." Meanwhile, on the streets, Su Yang held his dying brother, grief evident in his eyes. But his brother, struggling to breathe, advised, "Brother, I've observed the villa-based base you joined. It's safe there. You don't have to worry about someone betraying you constantly." Tears streaming down his face, Soo-young cried, "Brother, don't leave me. You're the only family I have left. If we're to join, let's join together." Difficulty, his elder brother smiled. "I can't make it. Currently, we only have 2 crystals, and we need 3 to join." However, they didn't specify that the crystals must come from zombies. "Extract my crystal to make it 3, and then you can join them." His brother's strength waned, and soon his head drooped, leaving Soo-young devastated in the middle of the street. In the end, Soo-young did extract his brother's crystal, but this event drastically changed his mindset. "Even though we were a bit cowardly at the start, why didn't you give us a chance? Why couldn't we join you to kill zombies as a team? Instead, you forced my brother and me to face the zombies alone. If it weren't for your harsh requirements, my brother would still be alive. I hate you all. I'll make sure every one of you pays for my brother's death." Soo-young's plan was to first join Chenluo's side. However, when he returned to Chenluo with the crystal, Rice immediately sensed his malicious intent. "This man wants to kill you," Rice said. Although Chenluo didn't show any reactions on the surface, he was wondering, what grudge does he hold against me to want me dead? He sent Rice away, saying, "The scene that's about to unfold isn't fit for viewing." Then he took Soo-young to a room where Jin Tao was. Without uttering a word, Chenluo slapped Soo-young across the face. "Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Who sent you?" Soo-young was shocked, wondering how Chenluo knew his intentions. He feigned innocence. "We just met. Why would I want to kill you? I genuinely wanted to join." At this, Chenluo slapped him again. "Tell me the truth. My patience has limits." Unable to restrain himself, Soo-young stood up, electricity crackling in one hand and a blazing fireball in the other. Chenluo's pupils shrank. This was dual ability activation, a phenomenon extremely rare and difficult to attain. In his previous life, even after reaching the king level, Chenluo had never managed to activate a second ability. Soo-young yelled, "All because you set such strict requirements. My brother died because of you, while you sit back at home and play with cats. Don't you deserve death?" Chenluo replied exasperatedly, "As if I caused the apocalypse. Was it my fault you suffered? Did I beg you to join?" Enraged, Soo-young unleashed his dual abilities on Chenluo, but to Chenluo, it was nothing. Without holding back, Chenluo waved his hand, a spatial force cutting Soo-young's head off. Later, members of the team began to go on various missions. Rice, however, was intently staring at someone, saying hesitantly, "I feel this person will die." Chenluo was taken aback. Previously, Rice could only sense danger around those close to him, but after reaching the 4th level, he could sense strangers' fates. To verify Rice's prediction, Chenluo decided to personally follow the person. Meanwhile, Su Mingqing stepped behind a tree to relieve himself. Su Mingqing had distanced himself from the group when Chenluo looked up and noticed a zombified cat on the tree. It was a black cat, well hidden amongst the branches. Just as it was about to pounce on Su Mingqing, Chenluo, with lightning-fast reflexes, slapped it away. Simultaneously, back at the villa, Rice suddenly spat out blood and fainted. This startled Thunder King, whose eyes widened in shock. What's happening? If something happens to Rice, how will I explain to the master? The main concern for Thunder King was that only it was present with Rice, and there were no witnesses. What if the master thinks I hurt Rice? I wouldn't even be able to explain, and I might end up as dog meat. With trembling fear, Thunder King approached Rice, gently nudging him, but Rice didn't respond. Growing more anxious, Thunder King decided to inform the master. Holding Rice in its mouth, Thunder King placed him on a chair and ran out to find Chenluo. Within moments, a teary-eyed Thunder King located Chenluo and barked twice before turning to lead the way. Thunder King knew Chenluo would understand the urgency. Sure enough, Chenluo's face paled, and he followed Thunder King at full speed towards the base. In less than a minute, Chenluo arrived at the base. Thunder King stood beside the rocking chair, barking in distress, as if trying to say, "It wasn't my fault." The sight truly panicked Chenluo, who rushed to Rice's side, cradling him and checking his condition. His heart was still beating, and his body was warm. He's still alive. Chenluo sighed in relief, but he was puzzled about how Rice, in perfect health, could have been injured when none of the members on guard duty were hurt. Clearly, no outsiders had been here. With murderous intent in his eyes, Chenluo demanded, "Who did this?" Thunder King shivered and hastily shook its head, indicating its innocence. Mi Li, who had just arrived, asked, "Chenluo, what happened? Why did you call me back so urgently? What's wrong with Rice? We'll discuss it later. First, heal him." Mi Li nodded, quickly employing her healing ability to tend to Rice. Chenluo was lost in thought. Why would Rice get hurt? Was it because I intervened and saved Su Mingqing, causing Rice's prophecy to backlash against him? But before this, Rice had also prophesied about Mi Li and Mi Ling, and intervening had never been an issue. After undergoing the healing, Rice slowly opened his eyes, appearing extremely drained. "Don't worry," he murmured. "I'm fine. This time, I was indeed affected because the prophecy was altered." Feeling guilty, Chenluo said, "I shouldn't have been so impulsive." Rice, focusing his senses, explained, "I sense a track around me. You, Mi Ling, and Mi Li are on this track, orbiting around me, while others are outside outside of it. If you three deviate from it, I can correct the course. But if anyone else does, it comes with a significant risk for me. Thunder King seems to be desperately trying to get onto the track, but he's at the farthest point from me. Correcting his path might mean I'd never get to eat fish again. Chenluo analyzed Rice's words, realizing that if someone had a 100% intimacy level with Rice, then the outcome of Rice's prophecies could be altered without backlash. Currently, only Chenluo, Mi Li, and Mi Ling fit this category. Such power must be used judiciously. In my past life, I never met Rice. Turning to Thunder King, he patted its head. Thunder King, it would benefit you to get closer to Rice in the future. Thunder King looked puzzled. I'm not a sycophant. Why would I need to cozy up to him? After Chenluo whispered an explanation into its ear, Thunder King's eyes widened in realization. The benefits are so significant, it means I can ensure my survival. Chenluo placed Rice on Thunder King's back. From now on, Thunder King will double up as your mount, Rice. A month swiftly passed, and Chenluo once again gathered everyone. As you all have witnessed in the past month, within just over 30 days, some of the level 2 zombies have started evolving again. When Chenluo spoke, everyone below began to panic, discussing amongst themselves. I encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday. It scared the life out of me, one said. I haven't even reached level 3 yet, another exclaimed. They're not going to keep evolving indefinitely, are they? Wondered a third. Hearing these comments, Chenluo interjected, everyone, stay calm. The zombies' evolution only means they have had some enhancement in attributes and gained a little intelligence. It's not the same concept as your level evolution. However, I'll still ensure everyone has enough time to adapt. For the first 3 days, I only require 1 level 3 crystal daily. Any additional crystal you acquire will earn you 2 points. After 3 days, the daily requirement will increase to 2 level 3 crystals, and any extra will earn you 3 points. At that moment, the intercom crackled with Chenguang's voice. Bro, Zhao Hai's people are at the door again. They say they have news to share with you. Chenluo rolled his eyes, thinking, what now? He announced, everyone, form teams and practice nearby for now. Dismissed. Walking to the villa entrance, Chenluo straightforwardly asked the visitors, what's the matter? The visitor explained, there's a gathering being organized near the toll booth on National Highway 999. The intention is to bring everyone in the vicinity together to discuss how to overcome our current challenges. The gathering is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Bro Hai intends to attend, and he wanted to know if you'll be joining. Rubbing his chin, Chenluo remembered something similar from his past life. Of course I'll attend this gathering. I didn't participate in my previous life, but after being reborn, my goal is to gather and unite the elites from everywhere. I want to create a strong and unified haven to withstand these apocalyptic times. A social event like this is the perfect opportunity to network and collaborate. The day after tomorrow quickly arrived, and Chenluo led his team to the gathering. As they stepped onto the highway, a sleazy voice called out, hey handsome, wanna have some fun? How about you guys? Our shop offers a variety of services at reasonable prices. Just 10 kilograms of rice or a level 2 crystal. Chenluo looked at the sleazy man with disgust. The world's ending, and you're still preying on women. He held a particular disdain for such individuals. The trading post was situated on the highway. Everyone parked their vehicles on either side and set up stalls in front of their vehicles, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Chenluo's group was taken aback by the lively scene, something they hadn't seen in a long while. Chenluo also set up a stall, displaying a sign detailing the benefits offered at his base. The sign stated they were only recruiting level 3 power users or those with unique abilities. It also mentioned they would pay high prices for high-level crystals, with the tagline, don't worry about our ability to pay, just make sure you have the goods. After setting up, Chenluo instructed his group, browse around, buy what you want, and contact anyone who has something of interest. After briefing them, he began wandering the market with Chenguang, Fangyu, Xiaohaoren, and Su Daju. As they were about to complete their round of the market, Chenluo noticed a crowd gathered around a particular stall. He quickly made his way there, politely pushing through the crowd for a better view. Recognizing the vendor, he exclaimed, isn't this Brother Long, the one I met at the market after gathering supplies? Isn't that chicken the one Xiaohaoren begged for? To his surprise, it seemed the chicken had yet to be eaten. At that moment, Zhou Mingliang coldly smirked at Jiang Long. You want money for that damn chicken that burned my brother's hair? Do you think you can bully me? I'll give you 100 kilograms of rice, not a grain more. Otherwise, let's settle this elsewhere. Jiang Long, looking distressed, replied, this chicken has the potential to become a phoenix. I want at least 10 tons of rice or dozens of level 2 crystals. Chenluo's eyes lit up when he saw the chicken. Brother Long, I'll give you 20 level 2 crystals for this chicken. I'll take it. At this, Zhou Mingliang glared menacingly at Qianluo. Are you trying to stir trouble? This chicken injured my brother. It's only right that it's sold to me. Qianluo merely glanced at him and chose not to respond. Seeing Qianluo ignoring him, Zhou Mingliang's anger boiled over and he lunged at Qianluo. However, before he could make a move, Xia Haoran punched him, sending him flying. Now, Zhou Mingliang was utterly enraged. Damn it, anyone who wants to live better get out of the way. It's always been me, Zhou Mingliang, bullying others. Today, someone dares to stand up to me? Get them. Qianluo, with a smirk on his face, watched Xia Haoran's swift action. I wonder what Brother Long's reaction would be if he knew just how powerful Xia Haoran is, Qianluo thought. Without hesitation, Xia Haoran, with a steely expression, moved forward. With fists as fast as lightning, he took down each opponent. In less than 2 minutes, the dozens that had surrounded them were all knocked to the ground. And even after taking down so many, Xia Haoran was unscathed. Seeing this, Jiang Wang was utterly flabbergasted. Even though he knew Xia Haoran was a champion in free fighting, he hadn't expected such a difference in power, especially now that it was the end of days and many had supernatural abilities. He regretted his previous decision. He could have had someone of Xia Haoran's caliber on his side just for a single chicken. How could I have been so foolish back then? Jiang Wang lamented. Where he bought a fire-breathing chicken. Brother Long, they do their thing, and we continue with our trading. This made Jiang Wang very reluctant to part with it. Although the price was far from what he had expected, Jiang Wang didn't dare say anything after Qianluo forcibly took it away. He didn't want to end up like the person who was just beaten up by Xia Haoran. My chicken is gone. Qianluo, with a full face of smiles, grabbed the old hen. Would be nice to use this to nourish Meili's health when I have the time. However, the chicken, not knowing what's good for it, immediately pecked Qianluo's hand. Although its beak is quite sharp, it didn't cause any harm to Qianluo due to its low level. Instead, it had a feather forcibly pulled off by Qianluo. The hen cried out in pain. Qianluo glared at it threateningly with a gloomy face. Peck me again and see what happens. I'll pluck all your feathers on the spot and have you for dinner tonight. Try me. The old hen immediately behaved. Qianluo then put the hen in a bag. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. All team leaders please gather at the East Toll Station. Space is limited, so it's best to bring only 2 people with you. Upon hearing this, Qianluo immediately returned to his team's stall. Looks like the organizer is finally showing up. Chen Haoran, Su Daju, the 2 of you come with me. Everyone else, you're free to move around. After giving his instructions, Qianluo then led the 2 to the toll station. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Hai called Qianluo over to sit next to him and began to introduce the organizer of this trade fair. Bro Chen, that man is Yi Gaofei, the heir to Yi Corporation, dealing in international trade. I hear this young guy is quite skillful and experienced. Qianluo slightly nodded, but his attention was not on Yi Gaofei. Instead, he focused on a young man next to him wearing a gray t-shirt. He knows this person, Lam Yu, a metal element ability user who can transform into various shapes to serve as a weapon for others. Metal element ability users are quite rare, and besides Meili, he is another king-level support powerhouse from his past life. If I can recruit him, wouldn't that mean he could transform into a sword for our warrior or a staff for our mage? At this point, seeing that most people had arrived, Yi Gaofei began to introduce himself. I am very pleased that everyone could attend this trade fair I organized. My name is Yi Gaofei. I have set up a base that currently houses 1,252 survivors, 812 of whom are level 2, 56 are level 3, and 3 are level 4. As soon as he said this, everyone but Qianluo was shocked. They actually have level 4 ability users. Qianluo then counted how many level 4 individuals were in his own base. It seemed that aside from himself being level 5, there were only 4 others, and a cat and a dog. It looks like this guy must have high-level crystals. Yi Gaofei smiled as he watched the astonished expressions on people's faces. They probably don't yet know how big the gap between level 3 and level 4 is. If they did, they'd be even more surprised. Next, I have 2 pieces of good news to share with everyone. The first is that as long as you reach level 4, you will no longer have to worry about contaminated water. Even level 3 physical types can handle it. Water is the source of life. This indicates that we humans can continue to survive. Qianluo chuckled softly at this. Although it was true, unfortunately, contaminated water would permanently reduce human potential. Bad luck for anyone who drinks it. The second piece of news is about the secret of the crystals. With that, Yi Gaofei took out a level 6 crystal from his pocket. Qianluo immediately narrowed his eyes, looking a bit disappointed. Too bad, it's a bit low level. Yi Gaofei continued. Now, I will share with you the secrets of the crystals I know about. I believe many people here have used level 3 crystals. Anyone who has used them knows that they are much better than level 1 or level 2. The crystal I have here is even more advanced, although I can't distinguish its specific level at the moment. The reason our people advanced to level 4 so quickly is all due to using this advanced crystal. Zhao Hai below the stage stage widened his eyes upon hearing this, then turned his head towards Chenluo with sudden realization. So that's why he is so powerful. He must have used a very high-level crystal. No wonder he was so eager to loot the body after killing Jiang Wu. Then Yi Gaofei went on to talk about individual crystal absorption rates and personal growth rates. Yi Gaofei was being completely open. Chenluo sneered. Yi Gaofei is so kind-hearted. He must be up to something. Sure enough, Yi Gaofei's next words confirmed Chenluo's suspicion. Yi Gaofei continued, "Folks, I am sharing all this with you because I can't bear to see any more mutual killing. Individual power is hard to sustain in this post-apocalyptic world. I've called you all here to form a unified group. Of course, I'm not insisting. It's up to you to decide. This collective will be co-ruled by everyone. We will form an elders council, and any leader here with decent strength can become an elder. All decisions will be made by voting within the council." Chenluo thought to himself, he's putting on this whole show just to recruit some followers. The crowd began to get excited. Based on Mr. Ye's selfless sharing, we can tell you're a good person of high character. I'm willing to join. Mr. Yi has 3 level 4s. Joining him would make me feel secure. At this point, a white-haired woman stood up to speak. Our boss Yi said it's all voluntary, but if someone chooses not to join, don't blame us for outnumbering you when we cross paths while gathering supplies later. Xiao Hai thought to himself, damn, this woman is intentionally playing the bad cop. Next, Yi Gaofei distributed a leaflet to everyone. Chenluo looked at it and thought, by distributing such a tempting leaflet to the members of each team, there will always be some who want to join, even if their leaders disagree. There will be a number of followers who will come to him on the sly. Yi Gaofei saw that the time was about right and stood up to say, all right, everyone, think it over. If you're willing, come over here and register. Those who come are all brothers. Chenluo smirked to himself. This Yi Gaofei is really something, pressing some people into a corner. But I haven't heard much about this Yi Gaofei in my previous life. So, if nothing unexpected happens, he should pretty much bring about his own downfall soon. Once he's gone, I'll approach Long Yu to express my sincerity and try to win him over. Chenluo was well aware that his scheme not only offended all the leaders present, but also brought some survivors with ill intentions into his team. Sure enough, some restless leaders were already preparing to band together. Even though Yi Gaofei was relying on having 3 level 4s on his side, he wouldn't be able to withstand all the leaders working against him covertly. After all, each survivor has their own ulterior motives. It's not possible for everyone to unite against the zombies. After discussing some plans with the other leaders, Xiao Hai turned his head to ask Chenluo if he wanted to join in. Chenluo responded, I won't get involved in a children's fight. Xiao Hai nodded. Chenluo initially thought he wouldn't recruit anyone, but surprisingly, he managed to get 3 people. However, when Chenluo looked at these 3, he noticed their eyes were a bit shifty. He immediately realized that these 3 were likely spies planted by others, planning to infiltrate his ranks. It seems I'll have to get Rice to take a closer look when I get back. Seeing that the time was about right, Chenluo signaled for everyone to start heading back to the city. Driving at the front was Chen Guan. While Chenluo occasionally looked out at the scenery, suddenly he saw a young woman in the distance staring at his convoy. Initially, Chenluo didn't pay much attention, but when he recalled the woman's face, he hit the brakes abruptly. Opening the car door, he and his team immediately ran towards the young woman. Seeing Chenluo and a bunch of men getting out of the car, the young woman panicked and started running away. Chenluo shouted from behind, "Don't run, I mean no harm." Meng Yin kept running ahead, ignoring him completely. Time to transform. The next second, Meng Yin turned into a little white rabbit, speeding up considerably. Although Meng Yin was fast, she was no match for Chenluo. He used his void walk technique and grabbed the rabbit by its ears, lifting it up. Fear filled the rabbit's eyes. How can this person run so fast? Chenluo said with a smile, I really mean no harm. Are you alone? Why don't you transform back? Meng Yin, who was caught, had no intention of transforming back. Seeing her reluctance, Chenluo simply smiled. It's dangerous for you to be alone. Come back with me. If you don't respond, I'll assume you agree. Let's go. Big brother will bring you back for some good food. Tears flowed down Meng Yin's cheeks. Where did you get the idea that I agreed? Upon returning to the main camp, Meili asked in surprise, where did you get this chicken and rabbit? Chenluo laughed. I picked them up on the way. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chenluo accidentally let go, and the rabbit dropped from his hand. Drained of her abilities, Meng Yin transformed back into a young woman. Standing up, Meng Yin glared at Chenluo. What do you mean picked up? You clearly kidnapped me. Chenluo ignored her remark, and instead directed Shuyun to take her to eat. Meng Yin, forcibly brought by Chenluo, was extremely angry. I'd rather starve to death than eat anything from you. To this, Chenluo chuckled. Be careful not to speak too soon, young lady. By evening, an extremely hungry Meng Yin began eating. Who was it that said they'd rather starve than eat my food? Meng Yin retorted, I didn't starve, did I? If I'm alive, of course, I'll eat. You have pretty thick skin, young lady. Go ahead and eat. I'm genuinely sorry for bringing you here by force. We are in great need of nature-based ability users in my base. If you can grow crops, a meat meal every day won't be a problem. Somewhat discontent, Meng Yin responded, well, you've already kidnapped me, so it seems like I don't have much choice. I'll take the opportunity to observe. deserve, and if it's truly good, I'll have him bring Xiao Yu over. Chenluo then handed her a bunch of potato seeds, asking her to try and improve them. After saying this, Chenluo turned to leave. At that moment, Su Dezhu found Chenluo and said, "Bro, Rice told me that the 3 new recruits from the trade meeting are spies. Chen Hao ran and I just beat them up, and they've all confessed. 2 are from Yi Gaofei's side, and 1 was sent by Qilin." Upon hearing this, Chenluo made a throat-slitting gesture and ordered, "Kill them all. Let's keep this quiet and see how things unfold." At this moment, Zhao Hai's subordinate ran over. "Brother Chen, sorry to bother you again. Qilin has suddenly sent an invitation asking Brother Hai to discuss dealing with Yi Gaofei, and Qilin has insisted multiple times that you should also come along." Chenluo directly agreed, thinking to himself, "I'm quite curious about how Qilin and others plan to deal with Yi Gaofei. Maybe I'll find a chance to help Long Yu if he's in danger." Soon all the local leaders gathered together and started discussing a plan against Yi Gaofei. Qilin confidently said that he could take down Yi Gaofei. "I have a way to kill Yi Gaofei, but in return, I'll take 30% of the supplies. The rest will be evenly split among everyone. Who wants to join me in taking down Yi Gaofei?" Chenluo immediately refused, stating he had too few men to participate. Hearing this, Qilin stared coldly at Chenluo. "Don't push your luck, young man. If you're hoping to profit from our mutual destruction, I suggest you abandon that thought. Otherwise, you'll be the first I take down." Zhao Hai, startled by this, broke into a cold sweat. "Didn't I warn this old guy not to mess with Chenluo? Is he asking for death?" Zhao Hai immediately vouched for Chenluo. "Brother Chenluo is definitely not that kind of person. He simply does not wish to get involved in disputes." But Qilin was not convinced. "I don't believe in words, only actions. If it weren't for giving you some face, he would be kneeling, not sitting." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai knew Qilin was doomed, and no longer tried to persuade him. Chenluo let out a cold laugh from the side. "So you think you're brave? I'd like to see what gives you the audacity to make me kneel." Qilin glared menacingly at Chenluo. "I can see you're not a nobody, even if you're a level 4, just like Yi Gaofei. I don't believe a level 4 can take on hundreds of people. You've grown so quickly, you must have high-level crystals on you. Hand them over, and swear to lead the charge against Yi Gaofei, and I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, Chenluo finally understood the situation. No wonder he's planting spies while insisting that Zhao Hai bring me into this. He's just looking for an excuse to deal with me. Seeing Chenluo unfazed, Qilin immediately ordered his men to search him. Several burly men moved in to pin down Chenluo, but in the next second, Chenluo appeared behind Qilin. Before he could react, Chenluo slapped him across the face. "I ask you, what's your plan to kill Yi Gaofei?" The slap wasn't damaging, but it was highly insulting. Qilin couldn't remember the last time he'd been slapped. For someone as arrogant as him, it was extremely humiliating. "If you've got the guts, kill me, and you won't walk out of my base alive." People immediately surrounded Chenluo. If not for their fear of what Qilin might suffer at Chenluo's hands, they would have already attacked. One of Qilin's subordinates shouted, "Let go of my big brother," but Chenluo paid them no mind, as threats were the least effective on him. He continued slapping Qilin, quickly turning his face into a bloody, swollen mess. At this point, Qilin sneered, "I've been hustling since I was 13. I've been beaten up plenty. Haven't you had your fill? Kill me, and we'll die together." Upon hearing this, Chenluo instantly gripped his throat. "You do have a tough guy's demeanor, but unfortunately, you messed with me without knowing better." At this point, one of Qilin's subordinates, burning with rage, threw caution to the wind and charged forward. Chenluo coldly conjured a sword from the void and began slaughtering. Very few were level 3, most were level 2. They stood no chance against Chenluo. After killing just a portion, the crowd collapsed and scattered in fear. Chenluo generally leaves no loose ends, but in this situation, he alone couldn't eliminate the fleeing crowd. He turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and the others, telling them not to be afraid. "I won't kill spectators. As long as you don't provoke me, I never stir up trouble, and I'm not like Yi Gaofei, coveting everyone's manpower. I can't afford that." The other leaders, hearing this, could only awkwardly comply with Chenluo. Meanwhile, at Yi Gaofei's base, a man wailing in despair came to Long Yu, holding a foul, rotting woman. He begged Long Yu to take his side. "3 days ago, I went out with you to kill zombies. When I returned, my wife had disappeared. Today, someone secretly told me Yulingjie did this." Upon hearing this, Long Yu angrily turned and headed for the level 3 area to confront Yulingjie. Just as he reached the door, he heard disturbing words from inside the room. Gripping his fists, Long Yu burst in, ready to interrogate Yulingjie. When Yi Gaofei arrived, upon seeing Yi Gaofei, Yulingjie looked as though he had seen his savior. Yi Gaofei directly advised Long Yu, "Although Yulingjie is at fault, his offense is not worthy of death. His value is much higher than others. He can kill more zombies in the future and atone for his mistakes." Upon hearing this, Long Yu exploded with anger. "In terms of value, aren't I more valuable than him? I want to kill him right now." Upon hearing this, Yulingjie, horrified, revealed the truth. "Brother Fei, save me. I'm the fall guy for you." At this, Long Yu angrily turned to Yi Gaofei and questioned, "Is what he said true?" Before Yi Gaofei could answer, Yulingjie jumped in and spoke first. "Brother Yi is busy managing the entire base during the day. What's wrong with relaxing boxing with a few women at night. Only with a clear mind can you make sound decisions, ensuring more people survive. You don't lead anyone to kill zombies or gather supplies. You're just daydreaming about uniting the entire country, leading everyone to laze around and await death. And now you're even leading in womanizing? Why did I ever blindly follow you? If our paths are different, we cannot make plans together. I bid you farewell. After saying this, Long Yu turned and left. Watching Long Yu's departing back, Yu Lingxie immediately suggested to Yi Gaofei that they kill Long Yu here and now. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble later. Once he spreads this incident, it will undoubtedly cause chaos in the base. Although Yi Gaofei wanted to deal with Long Yu right away, he knew that he couldn't act openly. After all, quite a few people in the base had good relations with Long Yu. Having them act against Long Yu was unrealistic. Moreover, Long Yu himself was a level 4 powerhouse. Yi Gaofei couldn't just watch him leave. Suddenly, Yi Gaofei had an idea and turned to Yu Lingxie. He instructed him to spread the word, saying Long Yu is a bully who oppresses both men and women and has lost his humanity. In light of his past merits, I'll let him go. He and his followers should leave the base. Long Yu left the base with more than 40 people, somewhat lost and uncertain about where to go. Long Yu muttered to himself, I was too naive. I wanted everyone to kill zombies together, as if it would be that simple. On the other side, Qi Lin's subordinates decided to ally themselves with Yi Gaofei, asking for his help in dealing with Chen Luo. After returning to the base, Xia Haoren excitedly approached Chen Luo, announcing he had reached level 4. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt very relieved. He then told Xia Haoren that once you reach level 4 in physical series, the crystals would continually release power to refine your body. You can control where this power refines you, apart from vital areas like your head and heart. I think you should focus the remaining energy on refining your fists. Xia Haoren thought about it and agreed. My fists have been my strongest weapon since I've been practicing boxing from a young age. Just as he was chatting with Xia Haoren, Qin Guang urgently contacted him via radio. Big brother, Zhao Hai has come here for refuge. He says Yi Gaofei is coming. Chen Luo immediately instructed Qin Guang to let him in. How could Yi Gaofei find my base? Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. It's the followers of Qi Lin you didn't kill yesterday. They have joined Yi Gaofei. Hearing this, Chen Luo cursed inwardly. The one time I didn't eliminate a threat, it came back to cause trouble. He then spoke to everyone. Prepare for the enemy. Soon, an army of 2,000 people arrived at the front of Chen Luo's villa. Looking at the surrounding walls, all more than 5 meters high, with only the entrance lacking a wall, but only accommodating about a dozen people at once, Yi Gaofei couldn't help but admit that Chen Luo had some substance. However, even the most robust fortress can easily crumble from within. Thinking of this, Yi Gaofei took a megaphone and began to shout, Chen Luo, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons, give up the struggle, and surrender. No killing if you surrender. I advise you to come out with your followers to avoid unnecessary deaths. I guarantee on my honor that those who surrender will be treated as brothers. Otherwise, don't blame me when my army of 2,000 flattens your base. The first 10 people to surrender will be rewarded with 2 cans of Red Bull and 2 sausages. But after shouting for quite a while, Yi Gaofei saw no one come out to surrender. Hearing this, Chen Luo was utterly speechless. How ridiculous. Even an ordinary member on my side eats meat every day. But why are there only 2 level 4s? Where is Long Yu? Seeing that there was no movement from Chen Luo's side, Yi Gaofei, unable to contain himself, looked toward Zhang Hao and told him to take his men to be the vanguard. Zhang Hao had just joined Yi Gaofei and led a small group. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao had no intention of taking action. He was just there to make up the numbers. He knew they would win the battle, but his group of over 50 would be wiped out, and he would be left with nothing. Eventually, Yi Gaofei would swallow him whole, not leaving even a trace. The moment Yi Gaofei ordered Zhang Hao, various small group leaders shrunk back and moved to the rear. Yi Gaofei was somewhat baffled, realizing he couldn't even find a vanguard among his 2,000 men. Though numerous, they were all inept, and they feared to face just over 200 enemies. After all, except for Yi Gaofei's confidants, nobody really trusted his team. The situation thus became oddly stalemate. Chen Luo sat quietly on the top floor of his villa, watching this group of clowns. In this odd stalemate, Chen Luo casually threw an apple core, of an apple he had just finished, into the crowd. The crowd scattered, thinking it was a hidden weapon, but when they looked closely, they realized it was just a fresh apple core. At this moment, Yi Gaofei finally realized a serious problem. Apart from Long Yu, who had followed him before, and his ultimate sycophant Hanya, nobody would actually risk their lives for him. Now that Long Yu had left in a huff, only Hanya remained. He had no choice but to look at Hanya with deep emotion. Hanya, you go. You are level 4. I will have Luwen add some protection to you. The level 3s can't harm you. If this stalemate continues, my prestige will be gone. You are my only reliance now. You will help me, right? Faced with Yi Gaofei's tender words, Hanya was almost moved. Without hesitation, Hanya nodded. As Hanya took the lead to charge, the others followed suit and rushed forward. As soon as they got close, They were attacked by long-range ability users, but they were all blocked by an earth shield. Hanya kicked open the iron door, only to discover a strange earth wall inside the entrance. Just as she was puzzled, Mi-Ling and Shuyan suddenly jumped out from behind the earth wall. At the same time, they threw spells they had conjured in their hands at her. Hanya's instincts made her hair stand on end. She quickly grabbed one of her subordinates to shield herself, but it still couldn't block Mi-Ling and Shuyan's attack. Instantly, more than a dozen figures were sent flying into the air. Their earth shield couldn't protect them. Hanya, who was blasted away, finally realized these two must be level 4s, otherwise the damage wouldn't be so high. Just then, Thunder King couldn't wait any longer and jumped out. Only then did Chenluo notice Thunder King as soon as he entered the field. How could others practice their coordination? But it was too late. Thunder King had already rushed into the crowd, going around the large army to find their leader, Yi Gaofei. After all, in Thunder King's eyes, Yi Gaofei was a moving point source. At this moment, Yi Gaofei also noticed something rushing toward him. Looking up, he saw a dog flying at him. In midair, the dog's mouth suddenly generated a terrifying ball of lightning. With a bang, the lightning ball exploded, sending several people next to Yi Gaofei flying. Yi Gaofei stared blankly. The power seemed to be stronger than his own abilities. After landing, the dog actually stood up like a human and launched a lightning palm attack straight at Yi Gaofei. Yi Gaofei wanted to dodge, but had no time to react. He was directly slapped by the dog. Yi Gaofei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Following that, Thunder King executed another Thunder Tail swipe, followed by another lightning ball, and finally, a flying kick to finish it off. Upon landing, Yi Gaofei died on the spot. He never thought that he would be killed by a dog today. Seeing that their boss Yi Gaofei had died, the surrounding people scattered in all directions. Among the crowd, a cleric even fell to his knees begging, "Don't kill me. I'm from the Light Series. I can heal." Upon hearing this, Chenluo had Xia Haoran bring him over. Driven by the desire to survive, he quickly introduced himself. "Big brother, don't kill me. My name is Luwen. I am from the Light Series. I'm a cleric." Chenluo chuckled. "One more cleric means more protection for my subordinates. Alright, then you better answer my questions honestly. Why didn't Wang Yu come? Is he staying back at the base?" No, that's not it. He was kicked out of the base by Yi Gaofei for harassing men and women." Chenluo paused for a moment. "Wang Yu isn't that kind of person, is he?" Luwen meekly replied. Yi Gaofei framed him. Chenluo suddenly understood. This man really brought it upon himself. After taking care of Yi Gaofei, Chenluo learned about Wang Yu's whereabouts from cleric Luwen. So Chenluo asked Zhao Hai to clean up the battlefield, promising to treat him to a feast later. He then took all his teammates to Yi Gaofei's base to collect the spoils of war, and along the way, search for Wang Yu. He definitely wanted to bring such a talent into his team. At this time, Thunder King approached Chenluo with Yi Gaofei's crystal in its mouth to exchange for points. Seeing how obsessed the dog was with points, Chenluo took the crystal and told him to stay home. "We'll settle the points when I get back." Thunder King barked twice to indicate that he understood. Song Ling watched as Chenluo walked away inside. "Bro, hi, why don't we join Chenluo as well? Following him wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, the world's order has collapsed. Relying on relationships and worldly wisdom is useless." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Hai's other subordinates also began to discuss. "I'm not going. I at least have a high-ranking position here with Bro Hai, and good stuff goes to us brothers. If we go to Chenluo, and we don't even have the qualifications to be small fries, we'd be considered newcomers. Do you think Chenluo would give us face and directly promote us to elite members?" Hearing this, Zhao Hai felt a bit bitter. He sighed, deciding to wait and see. If he got lucky and found a high-level crystal, there might still be a chance for him to rise. On the other side, with Luwen leading the way, Chenluo easily reached Yi Gaofei's base and took all the supplies, instructing others to carry the supplies. Chenluo himself was bored and wandering outside. Suddenly, Chenluo's eyes brightened, noticing a dog with golden fur in the base. The golden-furred dog seemed pleased to see Chenluo and wagged its tail cutely. Chenluo began to check its hindquarters, and after an examination found out it was a female dog. Chenluo let out a strange laugh. "Ah, it's a female. Perfect to bring back as a wife for Thunder King. Thunder King, I found you a wife. Charging you 1,000 points for it isn't too much, right?" With that thought, Chenluo took a leash from his inventory and put it on her, then led Golden Fur to find Thunder King. However, when Thunder King saw that Chenluo brought back a dog, it lost all interest in waiting for Chenluo to settle its points. After locking eyes with Golden Fur, Thunder King looked at Chenluo with teary eyes. Seeing Thunder King like this, Chenluo was puzzled. Is it really necessary to get this emotional? The next second, tears burst forth from Thunder King like a fountain. An unhappy Thunder King barked. "Not only did you get rice, but you also have another dog outside, and you even brought her back. What does that make me?" Meanwhile, Golden Fur, sensing Thunder King's hostility, began to tremble. Chenluo, also feeling flustered by Thunder King's sadness, wondered, "What's all this about?" Then Chenluo carefully explained. "Thunder King, you've misunderstood. She's your wife-to-be, not a pet I keep outside." Hearing this, Thunder King gave Chenluo a side eye. "This dog is so timid. She doesn't deserve the majestic me." Chenluo crossed his arms. "If you don't like her, it's fine. I'll send her to my sister's place to be a pet when the sun rises. You want your points, right? Rice, come and translate. You got 300 points for killing Yi Gaofei, okay? Thunder King indicated that it also killed several other people today. Qianluo continued. Then I'll add another 200. Let me calculate. That makes it 1,500 points. Thunder King immediately used these points to exchange for the elder dog position. Qianluo was speechless. Fine, I don't know why you're so obsessed with this position. Thunder King insisted that this should be announced, so everyone would know. Everyone should respectfully call me elder dog. Qianluo nodded with a smile, agreeing. Hearing this, Qianluo playfully said, everyone, rest up for tomorrow. I'm going to bed too. Thunder King barked once, and Rice translated. Stupid dog says you should wake up early tomorrow, and don't forget to announce it in public. The next morning, Qianluo made the announcement to everyone. Recently, one of our members has shown exceptional performance, accumulating 1,500 points, meeting the criteria to become an elder. So, I will now bestow upon him the title of elder. The members below immediately started to whisper among themselves. So quickly, someone has already become an elder. Could it be Xia Haoren? He kills a lot of zombies every day. It must be Xia Haoren, right? He's a strong guy. It could also be Mi Ling. Or could it be Xu Yun? Just as everyone was speculating, Qianluo cleared his throat. Let's welcome this member. Come, let everyone take a look. Thunder King appeared, wearing a purple hat, clad in a purple cloak, and holding a long stick as if it were a cane, walking upright, with Thunder King's cool appearance. He made a dazzling entrance. Those in the audience who were unaware were completely taken aback. The first elder is Thunder King? Well, if it's Thunder King, that makes sense. Everyone knows Thunder King's strength, except for Qianluo. Even if the rest of us teamed up, we couldn't beat him. At this moment, Qianluo looked at the crowd and shouted, what are you all staring at? From now on, Thunder King is the elder. Call him elder dog. The members woke up as if from a dream and collectively shouted, hello, elder dog. Xiao Hai in the crowd was even more stunned. Is this even possible? Hearing the crowd call him elder dog, Thunder King was extremely excited and barked twice. Qianluo translated. Elder dog says, he's covering all the drinks tonight. Everyone can drink to their heart's content. With these words, the crowd erupted. Thank you, elder dog. On the other side, Long Yu was quite shocked after hearing Qianluo's news. He killed Yi Gaofei and Hanya, and Qianluo is still recruiting. Long Yu thought for a moment and decided to come take a look. Upon reaching Qianluo's base, the first thing Long Yu was attracted to was the smell of barbecue. Is the treatment at their base this good? If we join now, do we also get to eat barbecue? Long Yu saw a notice board. He went up to it and his eyes brightened as he read, minimum level 3. Very strict. Not many people have reached this stage, and you must kill at least 2 zombies every day. More kills come with rewards. Long Yu found himself in strong agreement. Order is maintained within the base. No law breaking allowed. Those who violate the rules will be severely punished. Unlike Yi Gaofei, who would take anyone, Long Yu felt that this base was pretty good. Long Yu looked back at his own people. About half of them haven't reached level 3 yet. If they join, they should join together. They've been through a lot with him. He can't just leave them behind like that. After some thought, Long Yu clenched his teeth and walked up to ask, brother, my name is Long Yu, and I'm a level 4 special ability user. Could you please pass a message to your leader for me? On the other side, Qianluo looked at Thunder King and said, looking at the bill, we've consumed a total of 1,568 bottles of drinks today. That means your points are now negative 1,568. Better work hard, doggy. Hearing this, Thunder King was instantly dumbfounded. He had wiped out all his points for an elder position in one fell swoop. Just then, Chen Guang suddenly said into the walkie-talkie, Bro Chen, a group of people outside want to join us. The one leading them is called Long Yu. He's a level 4, but 4 people in their group are level 2. They say they want to talk to us. Upon hearing this, Qianluo excitedly ran to the recruitment office. After fully understanding Long Yu's requirements, Qianluo said he could accommodate them. But why do you want to join us? Because your management philosophy aligns with mine. I want to clear out all the zombies and restore the world back to normal as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Qianluo had an epiphany. But you can't just kill all the zombies because you want to. Thinking about this, Qianluo asked him what abilities he currently had. Long Yu replied, I can control metal. My offensive power is average, but I can metalize my body. My physical defense is very strong, and my strength is not weak. Hearing this, Qianluo couldn't help but smile. Kid, your talent is not as simple as just metalizing your body. Very strong? Let me try. Long Yu confidently spread his hands. Come on. Qianluo charged his right hand, and then launched a punch directly at Long Yu's chest. Long Yu was pushed back a few meters. Long Yu was astounded. Normally, I feel nothing when level 3 ability users hit me, but he only used one punch. Qianluo shook his head. I only used 50% of my strength. Then Qianluo took out a steel pipe and explained, Long Yu, I've actually seen a metal ability user who could melt metal, recombine it, and shape it into various forms, making them even more robust and sharp. I've tried that. I can do it too, said Long Yu. Qianluo shook his head and said, what I want is not for you to change the shape of the metal, but to try and turn it into gold. Here is a gold ring. Familiarize yourself with the atomic structure of gold, and give it a try. After Qianluo's reminder, Long Yu tried it out in the way he suggested, and was shocked to find that he actually succeeded. Looking at the stunned face of Long Yu, Chenluo continued, the short time for the metal transformation is due to your low level. As you level up, you'll be able to permanently change metals. Do you now understand your real value? You can restructure metal, create extraordinary weapons as equipment. Isn't that stronger than fighting on the front lines yourself? Very well, Long Yu, welcome to the team. Have you had dinner yet? We're holding a barbecue celebration. Come on in. The scene shifts. Meng Yin's sister, who was previously kidnapped by Chenluo, found Chenluo's base. Using her invisibility powers, she snuck into Chenluo's compound. Meng Yin was not being mistreated, but was eating some delicious fried chicken. I was so worried about you, trying desperately to find you. I've been starving for days, and here you are, happily eating fried chicken. Saying this, Xiao Yu looked at her pitifully. This made Meng Yin feel a bit embarrassed. At this time, Thunder King, who was patrolling outside, suddenly heard noises from inside, knew someone had broken in, and hurried to inform Chenluo. Chenluo, hearing the news, rushed over cursing. What are these guards doing? How could someone just break in? Meng Yin is my future hope for cultivation. She can't be in any trouble. Bursting through the door, Chenluo yelled, who are you? How did you get in here? Hearing this, Meng Yin hurriedly explained, she's my friend. She can become invisible. She snuck in. Hearing this, Chenluo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, turns out it's her friend. I thought someone had snuck in to harm her, but such a rare talent must be recruited. So Chenluo said, it's dangerous for a young girl like Meng Yin to be outside. That's why I brought her back. Sorry to have worried you. Look, she's eating well here, living a much better life than you. If you have nowhere to go, you can also stay here. We have lots of ladies here. It's better to have some company. We have water, electricity, and no shortage of food. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was somewhat tempted, so she asked Chenluo, if I stay, what would I need to do? Chenluo replied, use your invisibility skill to go outside and help me find mutated zombies. Mutated? Are those the powerful zombies that are on a completely different level than regular ones? What? Have you encountered such zombies? Xiao Yu nodded, indicating that she had just passed by one on the road. She saw a dead zombie, but its body and surroundings were covered in unmelted ice. It was completely different from regular zombies, so she didn't dare to approach it. The crystal is still on it. Hearing this, Chenluo immediately had an answer. It looks like there are high-level mutants fighting for territory around there. So Chenluo got the location from her and prepared to go take a look at dawn. The next morning, just as Chenluo was about to set off, he was stopped by a hastily arriving Zhao Hai, who told him to flee for his life. Just now I saw a zombie that was 100 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it teleported next to my men. The zombie blew a breath and killed them. Its strength is incredibly strong, and what's even more frightening is its speed. The wind blades it generates can't be dodged by anyone. Hearing this, Chenluo realized it might be the high-level mutated zombie that Xiao Yu saw. Just as Chenluo was contemplating whether or not to lead the team to deal with that zombie, Rice suddenly walked over and told Chenluo, Chenluo, you might be screwed. Hearing this, Chenluo was shocked, so he immediately took Rice to the side. Rice, focus and sense carefully. After a detailed sensing, Rice explained, I feel that you're on the verge of death. Although it's extremely dangerous, it seems there's a tremendous benefit. Hearing this, Chenluo was speechless. Damn it, so that high-level mutated zombie that appeared is actually targeting me? According to what Zhao Hai just described, it can teleport 100 meters instantaneously. At the very least, it's a level 7 wind attribute mutant. If I'm not mistaken, there should not have been a level 7 zombie appearing at this point in my past life. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by my appearance? And what is this earth-shattering benefit? It can't possibly be a level 7 crystal, can it? Although it's rare, it's not a huge surprise for me. With that in mind, Chenluo asked Rice, are Mi Ling and Mi Li in danger? Rice indicated that they weren't. Zhao Hai, Song Ling, and others were sitting by the roadside, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Just then, Chenluo appeared at the entrance, holding Rice. Bro Chen, what do you think? Should we move immediately? Chenluo shook his head, indicating there was no need. You guys can take refuge here for now. As for that zombie, don't worry, I'll go check it out. Zhao Hai and Song Ling were stunned. Isn't that a bit too brave? Just then, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and others who had gone out to kill zombies returned, chatting and laughing. They had barely stepped into the base when a young man, covered in blood and enveloped by the wind, approached the villa. He stared at Mi Ling and Mi Li with interest. The guards on duty, seeing his bloody appearance, shouted, who are you? What are you doing? The young man gave a cold smile without answering. With a swoosh, his somewhat darkened palm swung towards the gatekeepers. A sharp gust of wind immediately struck them. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su Dazhu heard the commotion and turned back to see the guards instantly killed. Chenluo, who had rushed over, also witnessed this. He immediately conjured the Sword of the Void and slashed towards the zombie's back. Unexpectedly, the Sword of the Void couldn't break through its defense, making Chenluo's face change dramatically. Is it level 8 or level 9? The wind attribute zombie, recovering, slapped Chenluo's arm, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The zombie looked disdainfully at Chenluo and continued to walk towards Mi Ling and Mi Li, clutching his arm and ignoring the pain. Chenluo thought the only option was to use void walking walking to flee with them. However, he had not yet mastered void walking with others. It was a gamble he had to take. Chenluo instantly teleported beside the trio, encircling them. However, only he disappeared. The others remained in place. Just as the wind attribute zombie's hand was about to grasp Meili's neck, Chenluo used void walking to appear in front of her, blocking the wind attribute zombie's attack on her. There's only one more option. That is for this mutant to drop dead when its lifespan ends. Chenluo screamed in his mind, just freaking die already. Due to Chenluo's emotional upheaval, the crystal in his mind underwent mysterious changes. The wind attribute zombie suddenly seemed as if it were fast-forwarded. The next second, it toppled over stiffly. The crystal in Chenluo's mind also consumed all its power in an instant, nearly shattering. He then collapsed, his vision going black. Meili cried as she used healing magic on Chenluo. Meiling instructed Sudaju to close the gate tightly. Until Chenluo wakes up, nobody leaves. We'll defend the base. At that moment, Thunder King shouted furiously, "How could you all let this happen to the master? Why is he the only one affected?" Despite his worry, Rice tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, I had already calculated that something would happen to him. He won't die. Instead, there will be immense benefits." Yet nobody believed him, leaving Rice speechless. "I told you he'd be fine, and that there would be benefits. Why does no one believe me?" 2 days later, Chenluo woke up in a daze and suddenly realized he had awakened a second superpower, a terrifying time-based ability. He couldn't believe it for a long time. My second superpower is actually time-based? In his previous life, Chenluo had only encountered one person with a time-based ability, and he had witnessed the terror of it. It was an incredible power. With this thought, Chenluo's mind involuntarily started to recall the only time user he had encountered in his previous life. "In my past life, I used to sneak into Meiling's base to steal vegetables, but once, I encountered an inexplicable power. Not only did my abilities not respond, but my body was also immobilized. That was the time I got kicked by Meiling, and that person was Jiang Chuxue. Although she could only use one time-stopping skill, that ability was extremely terrifying, almost magical. After Jiang Chuxue died in my previous life, I took her body from a monster and placed it in a spatial dimension, but I never absorbed her crystal back then. Ah well, never mind. I almost shattered my own crystal this time. It won't recover for at least 3 months." Chenluo, still puzzled, turned to Meili and asked, "Was the crystal from that mutant retrieved?" Meili handed over a pink crystal, which disappointed Chenluo. "After all that trouble and almost losing my life, it's just an 8th level crystal. I can't even absorb it now. It will be at least a month before I can." With this thought, he decided to give the crystal to Thunder King to advance him to level 5 first. It would make him capable of guarding the base and the surrounding area while he recovers from his injuries. However, Thunder King directly refused, saying, "Dog doesn't want it. It would put Dog in debt." Chenluo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't deduct your points. If you reach level 5 first, not only will I not deduct your points, I'll also reward you with 500 points. How does that sound?" The next second, Thunder King grabbed the crystal in his mouth. "If you say so, then Dog is not troubled." Chenluo then instructed Thunder King to have Rice contact Meiling and tell everyone that he's okay. Tell them to go ahead and eat the beef and mutton freely for the next 3 days as a celebration. Thunder King barked twice to indicate understanding. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person riding an elephant stopped a group of people. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay a toll. Leave behind all your food, or don't blame me for showing no mercy." Faced with the threat from the elephant, people loudly retorted, "What's so great about you? You're not even as strong as a dog. I guarantee, if you dare go against him, you won't even know how you died." "What?" Upon hearing these words, and Chen's face darkened, disbelieving that a dog could be so remarkable. "This is an elephant, you know? It's dozens of times bigger than any dog. How could any dog be more ferocious than it? Plus, I'm a level 3 nature elemental user with the ability to enhance the elephant's abilities. Just yesterday, the elephant advanced to level 4. Any level 4 elemental user would be no match for it." Thinking this, and Chen immediately led his followers towards Chenluo's base to confront Thunder King and prove his strength. As Chen left, however, a white wolf and a gray wolf were watching him from the shadows, their eyes filled with cold, vengeful glares. That's because Chen had killed and eaten their companions. Wolves are creatures of strong vengeance. Soon, Chen and his elephant arrived at Chenluo's base, immediately putting everyone on alert. Upon seeing this, Chenluo thought, could this be Elephant Master Chen? He was quite famous in my past life, mostly because his elephant was indeed very powerful. After a boost from Chen, it was virtually unbeatable at the same level. Chen was eventually backstabbed by his own men and died. His elephant went on a rampage after losing its master, killing anyone it saw until it was put down by Meiling. This intrigued Chenluo, who had been wanting to lay low during his recovery period. It looked like he had found something interesting to pass the time, and Chen rode his elephant and appeared before everyone in a condescending manner. "Ladies, I heard you have a very remarkable dog around here. Is it this golden fur right in front of me? Courageous, if nothing else." Hearing this, both Mi Ling and Mi Li were stunned. Thunder King was enraged. So you ignore me just because I'm smaller? You underestimate me, you scoundrel. Golden Fur was even more confused and scared as the massive elephant approached, causing him to crouch on the spot, trembling with fear. Seeing Golden Fur's weak reaction, and Chen broke into unabashed laughter. Is this all? Mi Ling on the side was speechless. Are you looking for someone to compete with your elephant? How about I give it a try? At these words, Thunder King became anxious and wanted to rush out. This is free points walking right up to me. But he was held back by Chen Luo. Thunder King, don't go causing trouble. It's time to train Mi Ling. If you don't follow orders, you can stop being the dog elder. At that moment, Mi Ling's body was enveloped in flames, signaling in Chen to make his move. And Chen snorted and had no intention of holding back. He directly commanded his elephant to charge at Mi Ling. The elephant's trunk was ready to strike hard. Just as it was about to hit Mi Ling, she channeled all her flames to her fingertips and pointed it towards the trunk. Chen Luo, who was watching from the side, immediately recognized this as one of Mi Ling's signature moves, the prototype of Red Lotus Burst. Mi Ling's Red Lotus clashed with the elephant's trunk, incinerating the massive animal in a blink of an eye. However, using this move drained all her energy, and she sat down, panting heavily. Seeing his beloved elephant in such a state, and Chen let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Everyone, attack! Kill them all!" Hearing this, Chen Luo sighed. Su Daju, Xiaoran, go on, show them some color. Soon after, and Chen watched as his men were instantly taken down by Chen Luo and the others. Astonished by their strength, he turned to flee towards the main gate. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo signaled Thunder King to chase after him. Thunder King, who had been eager for action, saw this as an opportunity for 100 points. Seeing Thunder King chasing after him, and Chen panicked and chose a smaller path, hoping to shake him off. Little did he know, two wolves had been waiting for him. The wolves immediately lunged at him. One grabbed in Chen's arm, tearing and biting, while the other aimed straight for his throat. Thunder King, who caught up from behind, was shocked. These were his points. How could someone beat him to the kill? So, Thunder King leapt high into the air and slapped in Chen on the head, and Chen died instantly. This terrifying sight left the two wolves stunned. They looked at Thunder King in horror, realizing they should not mess with this dog. However, Thunder King had his eyes fixed on the white wolf, his face revealing a lecherous expression. You look pretty good, he remarked, scaring the wolves into running. With a single pounce, Thunder King had the white wolf under him, putting on a roguelike expression. Hey there, beauty, wanna be friends? The gray wolf, seeing its companion caught, turned back and let out a menacing howl. Thunder King squinted, instantly recognizing the other wolf as a male. What? You want to compete with me for her? By then, Chen Luo and the others had also arrived. Everyone was surprised to see the two wolves. However, when Chen Luo saw Thunder King, his face darkened. You're making me lose face. You're acting like a complete simp. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Luo grabbed the wolves and headed back to base, with Thunder King wagging his tail behind him. Seeing this, Chen Luo kicked Thunder King a few times. Look at you. You're a disgrace. Do you think you can win them over with gentleness? They respect power. Beat them until they submit, or go all out. Hearing this, Thunder King had an epiphany. Indeed, the boss knows best. Watching Thunder King eagerly run toward the white wolf, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel annoyed. Once Thunder King had left, Chen Luo started thinking about the future planning of the base. Considering the current rate of zombie evolution, within a month all zombies would reach level 4. These level 4 zombies wouldn't only be more powerful but would also have a certain level of intelligence. They might even start searching for survivors purposefully. Even though the base was currently in a remote location, it was still within the city limits. It would inevitably come under large-scale zombie attacks in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Luo took out a map of the nearby area from his storage space. He began selecting a new address for the base. After all, one couldn't leave preparations for such matters until the last minute. Chen Luo decided to abandon the villa area, planning to move the base to a village 30 miles away. There, he would build a larger, more robust base to handle the impending zombie wave. The location was not only spacious but also had a water source that hadn't been seriously polluted. It only needed simple filtering for drinking. Unexpectedly, just as they entered the village, their convoy was attacked by a big-headed zombie. Several ordinary members who didn't react in time were instantly killed. The big-headed zombie mocked, I am Iron Head. My head is hard. Move aside if you don't want to die. At that moment, Chen Luo walked up to him expressionlessly and kicked him in the groin. Iron Head instantly winced in pain, saying, I said my head was hard, not this part. Hearing this, Chen Luo kicked him several more times, making Iron Head wince and clutch his groin. Are you sick? Don't you know where the head is? Hearing this, Chen Luo decisively met his request by slapping him across the face multiple times. Iron Head was sent flying into a wall. His head was buzzing, and he was in immense pain. Under the continuous slaps from Chen Luo, Iron Head had tears in his eyes. It really hurts. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't be hard-headed anymore. Hearing this, Chen Luo ordered, since that's the case, bow down. Iron Head has a strong physique. He'll make a good training target for Xiaoran, Su Daju, and Mi Ling. Let's keep him for now. Meanwhile, in a coastal city led by a mutated crab, a group of smaller crabs were advancing across across the beach. Feng Zhenqing, the leader of a level 5 base, looked extremely grim. Most of their supplies were gone, and some people had been washed away. After being persuaded by his subordinates and doing some thinking, he ordered everyone to prepare supplies and vehicles. We'll head out to the capital of gods first thing tomorrow morning. A month later, Ling Chen angrily gripped Lei Hao's neck. You fatso, you dare to deceive our boss. No, brother Chen Luo, how would I dare deceive you? A group of people appear out of nowhere, led by someone named Feng Zhenqing. He forced me to cooperate with him. Upon hearing this name, Chen Luo seemed thoughtful. I remember, in my past life, Feng Zhenqing was a king-level ability user. My goal is to gather a group of elites to survive this apocalyptic world. A king-level ability user is definitely worth a try. At that moment, Lei Hao managed to squeeze out a smile. Brother Chen Luo, it's my fault. I'll give you 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of oil from the supplies we got yesterday. Chen Luo, he is someone I really can't afford to offend. Just then, a voice came through Chen Luo's walkie-talkie. Big brother, a group of people has arrived outside the villa, wanting to see you. The leader says his name is Feng Zhenqing. Let him in. As soon as Feng Zhenqing entered, he apologized to Chen Luo and offered 300 tons of rice and flour as compensation. He's as grand and bold as he was in his previous life. If you're being generous, I won't hold back. 300 tons it is. But you didn't come all this way just to deliver supplies, did you? No, brother, I've just come from Cloud City. To put it arrogantly, I'm the overlord of Cloud City. Any base leader wouldn't dare to say no in front of me. But things have changed. The sea is mutating, and so are its creatures. Coastal cities are no longer suitable for survival. I suspect other coastal cities will also migrate en masse. Capital of Gods is the only large city nearby. It will likely become a battleground for all sorts of powers. So, I suggest we form an alliance. Strong allies can weather any storm. Hearing this, Chen Luo sneered inside. So, he wants to form an alliance. Ha, but a leader like Feng Zhenqing isn't easily tamed. If we're to form an alliance, you'll have to listen to me, or there's no deal. You're being too arbitrary. In an alliance, whoever is stronger leads. Chen Luo chuckled. So, you think you're stronger than me? Feng Zhenqing smiled confidently. Brother, to be honest, I advanced to level 5 more than half a month ago. I admit I can't face your base head-on by myself, but if I pick off a few dozen of your people every day and your forces can't catch me, you'll eventually be worn down. Chen Luo sneered. Are you threatening me? Level 5 is impressive. Thunder King reached level 5 1.5 months ago. Milang and Su Dazhu also reached level 5 a month ago. So, you've been at level 5 for only half a month? You're not that impressive for a king-level ability user. Feng Zhenqing said, brother, why don't we have a duel? Each side sends out 3 members, best 2 out of 3 rounds. Whoever wins, we listen to them. Or, one could join the other. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Better today than tomorrow. Let's meet this afternoon outside the city, shall we? Feng Zhenqing also agreed immediately. Both of them had their own secret plans. They were both thinking of killing the other during the competition. After all, that would be the easiest way to take over the other's territory and subordinates. As both parties arrived at the arena, Chen Luo sent out Su Dazhu as the first to fight. Seeing Su Dazhu's physique, Feng Zhenqing guessed he was a physical ability user. So, he sent out Sun Yu, a level 4 earth ability user known for countering physical abilities. As the referee shouted to start the match, Sun Yu took the first move. 4 earth pillars immediately encircled Su Dazhu. Seeing the narrow gaps between the pillars, Su Dazhu was stunned for a moment. If I were a bit skinnier, I could pass right through. Hanging out with Big Brother during the apocalypse has actually made me gain 10 pounds. Taking advantage of Su Dazhu attacking the earth pillars, Sun Yu directly used his special move, Swamp Technique. The ground beneath Su Dazhu's feet turned into a swamp, trapping his feet. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but think, this Sun Yu is pretty talented. He'll at least be a level 10 powerhouse in the future. Temporarily immobilized, Su Dazhu became an easy target. 3 sharp spikes came flying at him. Unfazed, Su Dazhu extended his hands and blocked the spikes. A level 4 ability user couldn't harm him. Seeing this, Feng Zhenqing's expression changed dramatically. He knew Sun Yu's attacks were weak, but they shouldn't be so weak that they couldn't even draw blood. Faced with an enemy he couldn't harm, Sun Yu had no choice but to concede defeat. Feng Zhenqing's face darkened. He couldn't believe the opponent had such a strong player. He had lost the first round and absolutely couldn't afford to lose the second one. For the sake of security, he decided to play his trump card. A small truck drove up, and Feng Zhenqing ordered a zombie to be released. The crowd was shocked. No one had expected Feng Zhenqing to actually send out a zombie. Even Chen Luo was stunned. Fine, I'll also send out a zombie, he decided. Chen Luo had Su Dazhu bring out Iron Head. When Su Dazhu and Shu Yun escorted Iron Head over, the zombie roared at Chen Luo, I'm starving. Give me something to eat now. Annoyed by the tone, Chen Luo kicked Iron Head. You've been obedient this past month, which pleases me, but I don't like the tone you just used. What? Don't care for your life anymore? Chastised, Iron Head calmed down a bit. Chen Luo pointed at the zombie on the other side. Kill it. The instruction instantly piqued Iron Head's interest, and he let out a roar towards the opposing zombie. Feng Zhenqing's expression changed drastically. What the hell? Whatever I have, Chen Luo has 2. I control a zombie, and he controls a zombie too. I wonder how strong this one is. Iron Head charged towards the enemy fire elemental zombie, which immediately immediately released a fireball explosion. Unfazed, Ironhead extended his head to directly counter the fiery blast. The fireball hit Ironhead's head, leaving only a small scorch mark, but Ironhead dodged around the zombie and charged towards the crowd. Seeing this, Chenluo quickly rushed over. He absolutely couldn't let Ironhead eat people, especially not the girl who could grow plants. Chenluo forcefully pulled Ironhead's head away, saving Oyanlu in the process. Ironhead roared madly, "I want to eat people." Chenluo responded emotionlessly, "I said tomorrow." Enraged, Ironhead roared, "You lied. I'll never make it to tomorrow. If you won't feed me, then I'll eat you. I've had enough of this." Just then, Ironhead began to undergo an unknown transformation. He started to grow rapidly, his entire body enlarging. Chenluo's face changed. He's mutating, and mutations have a process. Should I deal with him before he completes the mutation? After thinking for a moment, he decided to watch Ironhead's transformation coldly. Right now, Ironhead is level 5. If he mutates, he'll be at least level 7 or even higher. However, since Rice didn't send a warning, it means there's no danger. Maybe I'll even obtain a level 7 crystal later. That wouldn't be too bad. With that thought, Chenluo conjured a sword from thin air and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Run! Do you want to die?" He then swung his sword at Ironhead's leg, aiming to sever it. However, to his surprise, the sword inflicted no damage. By now, Ironhead had completed his mutation, growing from under 2 meters to an enormous 13 or 14 meters, a literal giant. Ironhead shouted, "My head is truly iron now. I'll crush you." Saying this, he stomped repeatedly, creating huge craters with each step. Chenluo was shocked. This is at least a level 8 attack. Fine, then don't blame me for targeting your weak points directly. He leapt high into the air, aiming his sword directly at Ironhead's groin, only to find that he couldn't inflict any damage, not even breaking through the defense. Ironhead sneered, "I told you, my head is truly iron now. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Realizing that what was once a weakness had now become Ironhead's strongest point, Chenluo found himself under continuous stomping attacks. With only brief moments to spare, he managed to take a swing at Ironhead. The current Ironhead proved to be more troublesome than the level 8 wind-type zombie he had killed using time acceleration. Despite the relentless attacks, Chenluo managed to cope with ease. He also saw this as a rare opportunity to practice his second special ability. He focused his mind on the space around Ironhead's waist, causing Ironhead to suddenly halt. Ironhead felt as if something was tearing at his body and concentrated his own special abilities on his waist to resist the tearing. After some attempts, Chenluo fully unleashed his power, creating a spatial force around Ironhead's waist. However, due to Ironhead's level 8 robust physical constitution, Chenluo encountered considerable resistance while trying to cut through. Just as they reached a stalemate, Feng Jinqing suddenly shouted, "Chenluo, let me help you." He couldn't allow Chenluo to live, otherwise, his base would be in jeopardy. The next moment, a tornado swept towards Chenluo. Though the tornado enveloped him, Chenluo remained unshaken. It wasn't that the tornado had no effect on him, but rather that the force was too weak. Seeing Chenluo unscathed, Feng Jinqing was shocked and quickly apologized, claiming it was unintentional. He couldn't believe his ultimate move had no effect. By this time, Ironhead's waist had already been cut in half. Ironhead cried out in pain, "Don't cut my waist. I was wrong. Ironhead was wrong." Ignoring his pleas, Chenluo cleaved him in two with one swipe of his sword and immediately extracted the crystal from Ironhead's body. Witnessing this, Feng Jinqing was flabbergasted. Could this mutated zombie have been level 8 or 9? And yet, Chenluo killed it effortlessly. Regret filled him. He shouldn't have tried to ambush such a formidable opponent. With cold sweat running down his face, Feng Jinqing offered his allegiance to Chenluo, willing to recognize him as the leader. However, Chenluo didn't acknowledge his offer and instead questioned why Feng Jinqing had tried to ambush him. Frightened, Feng Jinqing hurriedly explained, "Younger brother, you have to believe me. It was truly an accident." Upon hearing these words, Chenluo suddenly slapped Feng Jinqing across the face. "Don't take me for a fool. Who would believe such nonsense? Ask your own men if they believe you. Next time you lie, come up with a better excuse." Saying so, he backhanded Feng Jinqing with another slap. "You bastard." Bruised and battered, Feng Jinqing lowered his head and mumbled, "Big brother, please stop hitting me." Chenluo coldly snorted, "Per our agreement, the loser joins the winner. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Oyanlu thought for a moment and agreed to honor the agreement, especially since Chenluo had just saved him. From any angle, she had no reason to refuse. "Bring forth the talented individuals in your team. You should know who they are," Chenluo added. Without any fuss, Oyanlu promptly pointed out the level 4 members of his team as well as those with light and nature abilities. Feng Jinqing, seeing all of this, was fuming with anger at their betrayal, but he dared not say a word. Survival was his top priority now. Believing that as long as he was alive, he would have another chance to rise again, Feng Jinqing proposed a deal to Chenluo to spare his life in exchange for persuading his men to join Chenluo's base. "People can be replaced. With my level 5 abilities, I'm not afraid of not being able to recruit more." "A deal, you say? Fine, I promise not to lay a hand on you," Chenluo responded. Feng Jinqing quickly completed the transaction and hastily turned to run away, confident that no one could catch up to him except Chenluo. What he didn't know was that Chenluo had no intention of chasing him down. Instead, he had dispatched unleashed his killer dog, Thunder King. After running for about 2 kilometers, Feng Zhenqing relaxed, thinking he had escaped. However, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to find a stray dog, Thunder King, catching up with him. Before he could react, Thunder King unleashed his newly learned attack, Electro Dragon Drill. Lightning surged endlessly, channeling into Feng Zhenqing. In his final moments, Feng Zhenqing let out a roar of frustration, realizing he wasn't even a match for Qianluo's dog. Thunder King's eyes lit up, thinking, this round should at least get me 1,000 points. After Qianluo reviewed all the information on Feng Zhenqing's subordinates, he thought that although the new base could easily accommodate 3,000 people, they still needed to pass some tests. With this in mind, he instructed Leng Chen to brief them on the rules and benefits at their place, as well as the guidelines for the tests. Once Leng Chen left, Thunder King returned, carrying Feng Zhenqing's level 5 crystal in his mouth, hoping to claim his points. Looking at Thunder King's expectant face, Qianluo chuckled and said, the crystal is worth 300 points, and your operation fee is 200, so that makes it 500 points in total. Okay, come on, let's go to the new base and see how the construction is going. Meanwhile, Xia Haoren, who was guarding the new base, encountered a huge dung beetle pushing a ball of dung along with a group of smaller beetles. Annoyed, Xia Haoren punched it, sending it flying 10 meters away. This infuriated the dung beetle. I'm just here to eat some dung. Why are you hitting me? Just as Xia Haoren was about to deliver the finishing blow, Qianluo arrived. Seeing the dung beetle, he quickly intervened. Don't kill it. This creature can help improve the environment. We should keep it alive. Qianluo looked at Meng Yin, his eyes lighting up. Can you communicate with it? Meng Yin nodded. This dung beetle is saying it didn't expect to get hit for trying to eat some dung. It's crying. Hearing this, Qianluo was overjoyed. You can communicate with it. Perfect. Be my translator and tell it that it was an accident. If it wants to eat dung in the future, it can feel free to come over. We've got plenty. The dung beetle, hearing this, drooled and said it could eat 200 pounds of dung a day. Qianluo immediately agreed. Ah, all right, we'll have plenty. Elsewhere, Zhao Hai heard from his subordinates that Qianluo had taken everyone to a new base, and many were considering pledging allegiance to him. After some thought, Zhao Hai decided to dissolve his base and lead everyone to join Qianluo. After all, in the apocalypse, power is everything. Managing skills are irrelevant if you're not strong enough. When they saw the tall walls of the new base, they felt a complex mix of emotions. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Qianluo received the news and came out to greet them personally. Bro Hai, what brings you here? Qianluo laughed. Zhao Hai's face was full of smiles. Don't call me Brother Hai anymore. Just call me Little Hai. He added bitterly. I came to join you for survival. Without a second thought, Qianluo agreed. Although Zhao Hai was not very powerful, he was excellent at gathering information. Qianluo had just formed 2 intelligence teams, and the second team needed a leader. Zhao Hai was perfect for the role. Hearing this, Zhao Hai was thrilled. It was a role that didn't require frontline fighting with zombies and allowed him to play to his strengths. Just then, Chen Guang brought in a man named Lin Tian, who claimed to have come from a nearby coastal city. He said he brought gifts to meet Qianluo. Qianluo took the list and his eyes turned icy. To think Lin Tian, an enemy from his past life, would present himself. In his previous life, Lin Tian not only stole the resources he and Su Dazhu had painstakingly gathered, but also had his men kill his good brother Su Dazhu. Although Lin Tian had not yet done anything in this life, he still had to die. Lin Tian ordered his men to bring several turtle shells, saying they were incredibly sturdy, and even a level 4 ability user would find them hard to break. After accepting the gifts, Qianluo prepared to head to the coast. Unexpectedly, on his way, he encountered a zombie blocking the road to rob him. Seeing Qianluo's car approach, the zombie immediately stopped it, tapped on the window, and gestured for Qianluo to get out. I have something to talk to you about, it said. Seeing Qianluo obediently get out of the car, the zombie was quite pleased and smirked. I have an ambush set up. You lure humans to me so I can eat them, but be careful not to lure too many at once. I might not be able to handle it. Qianluo asked what the benefits would be for him. The zombie immediately threatened Qianluo, saying that if he dared to ask for benefits, he would remove Qianluo's kidneys without anesthesia. Unbeknownst to him, this move earned him a beatdown from Qianluo. Qianluo now understood that this was a low-level zombie, but possibly smarter than level 6 or 7 zombies. After some education from Qianluo, the zombie immediately cowered, falling to its knees and begging, Big brother, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Qianluo coldly chuckled. You have 2 choices. Either you help me lure in higher-level zombies, and I'll give you meat to eat, or I kill you right here and now. Hearing this, the zombie immediately chose to help lure higher-level zombies. Next, Qianluo arrived at the coast and immediately aroused the attention of large sea turtles. 3 of them stretched out their long necks and were about to bite Qianluo right in the groin, causing him to quickly cover himself. Where the hell are you trying to bite? Following this, Qianluo swiftly and accurately grabbed one of the sea turtles by the head and decapitated it using a sword conjured from thin air. In this way, he easily killed all 3 turtles. Just as he finished collecting the turtle shells, a roar came from nearby. Turning his head, Qianluo saw a giant sea turtle about 10 meters long. Judging by its size, it probably had the strength of a level 8 creature. The sea turtle looked at Qianluo with icy eyes. It was this man who had killed many of its kin. Although it was 5 or 6 meters away away from Qianluo. The Sea Turtle King opened its enormous mouth and lunged toward Qianluo's head. Facing the lightning-fast attack from the Sea Turtle King, Qianluo was well prepared and easily dodged. He then reached out with his left hand and firmly gripped the Sea Turtle King's head while swinging his sword of emptiness with his right hand. Not only did it cause no harm, but it also successfully enraged the Sea Turtle King. Instantly, several astonishingly powerful water jets burst from the gaps in its shell and body. Qianluo's pupils constricted as he quickly let go of the Sea Turtle King and used his Void Walk to evade. Had it not been for Void Walk, Qianluo would certainly have been hit directly by this attack. Qianluo looked at the Sea Turtle King with wavering eyes. He had originally planned to kill the Sea Turtle King and steal its offspring, but his plan backfired. Although he could fight the Sea Turtle King, it would drain almost all of his abilities. Without the power of Void Walk, he could lose his life in this dangerous coastal environment. Therefore, Qianluo used a diversion tactic to lure away the Sea Turtle King and Void Walked back to the beach. Digging in the sand, he indeed found 4 turtle eggs. Seeing the Sea Turtle King return, Qianluo used Void Walk to flee again. The Sea Turtle King, now realizing it had been fooled, let out a frustrated roar for a good while. Then it swam furiously into the depths of the ocean, intending to find its companions to rescue its offspring. What the King of the Void wants, he gets, Qianluo mumbled, carrying the turtle eggs back to base. 2 days later, Qianluo suddenly remembered his previous agreement with the zombie. He asked Rice if there was any response. There were surprises, but all were without danger. It was as if luck was on his side. If Rice said there was no reaction, Qianluo would go out, leaving Rice puzzled. Rice couldn't understand why he couldn't continue to sense Qianluo, while Mi Ling and Mi Li still could. Could his ability have a cooldown time for the same target? Arriving at the agreed location, the zombie indeed brought another zombie from a distance. Upon seeing Qianluo from far away, the zombie pointed at him and loudly said, "Boss, it's him." Upon hearing this, the skinny zombie revealed a sinister smile on his face and directly launched a space-cutting attack aimed at Qianluo. Qianluo's pupils constricted, and he immediately used Void Walk to escape. Without Void Walk, he would have definitely died. Just then, the skinny zombie sprinted toward him with full speed. Qianluo was startled by the zombie's speed, thinking, this must be at least level 9. I'm confident in dealing with level 8, but definitely not level 9. If I encounter that, I can only run. Hiding behind a large rock, Qianluo cautiously observed the zombie. This was truly terrifying, but Rice had said his luck was explosive, with only surprises and no danger. It seemed the only solution was to use time acceleration. Just then, the skinny zombie, noticing Qianluo had disappeared, shouted loudly, "What ability did you just use? Was it a spatial ability? Can you teach me?" Before Qianluo could reply, a closed spatial barrier appeared around him. It was a spatial cage designed specifically for countering Void Walk. Seeing there was no way out, Qianluo had no choice but to draw his sword of emptiness and slash at the zombie. However, he couldn't even cut through the zombie's defense. Angered and in pain, the zombie slashed at Qianluo with its claw, wounding him. Qianluo hesitated no more and immediately activated time acceleration. Although using time acceleration risked crystal fracture, it was his only option now. Trusting in Rice's prophecy that he would have surprises without danger, he activated the ability. Under the acceleration of time, the level 9 zombie screamed and fell to the ground. Qianluo was ecstatic, but did not immediately collect the crystal from the dead mutant. What if it's playing dead, he thought. Meanwhile, the burly zombie next to him rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. He then turned around and ran. He had failed in his mission to kill Qianluo, and if caught, he would surely be killed. However, he hadn't run far when Qianluo blocked his way using Void Walk. Well, you actually brought people to kill me," Qianluo said. Hearing this, the burly zombie was frightened and immediately begged for mercy. "Big brother, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me." "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I kill you? You've earned some merit. According to our agreement, I owe you some meat," Qianluo responded. "Remember, same place in a week. Bring another zombie, understood?" Holding a chicken egg-sized transparent crystal in his hand, Qianluo was ecstatic. With a crystal this big, my promotion to level 7 is guaranteed, he thought. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over. "Big brother Chen, I've gathered a list of some ability users for you to review." Upon reading the list, Qianluo's eyes gleamed. Jin Yuan Jiang, a suspected level 5, mastering earth binding and earth explosion abilities. Excellent combat skills. This one could be a future king level. Even if only at a mid-tier level, he would make a good subordinate for me. Qianluo then ordered a thorough collection of information on Jin Yuan Jiang. Meanwhile, Chen Guang's voice sounded from the intercom. "Big brother, there's a guy named Jia Shan being pursued. He's come to us for sanctuary. He's willing to offer a level 7 nature crystal." Qianluo pondered for a moment. This person is obviously in trouble, but I could use this opportunity to create a sanctuary. In the future, anyone who can offer something valuable will receive my protection, regardless of their crimes or who comes after them. Qianluo then instructed, "Chen Guang, spread the word. I'm protecting Jia Shan. No one can touch him. Anyone who wants him will have to deal with me. Those who disagree are welcome to come and get him themselves." On the other side, a subordinate yelled, "Brother Zhen, Jia Shan has taken a crystal and entered Qianluo's base." Learning that Qianluo was giving no quarter, they didn't dare to engage in combat. A man in a black hat walked up to a large iron door and knocked. "Mr. Iron Leg, it's your turn to take action. And as long as he feeds a person to Iron Leg will step in to solve all the man's problems." Just as the man was about to have Iron Leg kill his enemy, a henchman suddenly rushes in, yelling anxiously, "Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone has invaded our base. We are no match for that guy." But before he could finish, he was cut in half with a sword, only to see a man holding a large sword arrogantly shout, "You must be the boss here. Should I do it myself or will you do the honor?" Hearing this, the zombie immediately stood up and coldly said, "This is Iron Leg's territory. Kid, are you tired of living?" That said, Iron Leg quickly sprinted towards Moning, and then swiftly kicked him with a Iron Leg technique. Unexpectedly, the man vanished into thin air. Before the two could figure out what was happening, Moning suddenly appeared behind the man and beheaded him with a single slice. At that moment, a woman looked at Moning admiringly and said, "Boss, you must be the strongest in the world. Not only have you reached level 6, you are also incredibly rare as a spatial type, and you even have mastered the divine technique, Sword of Space. Even mutants can be killed in one slice. Brother Moning, look what I just found in their base." Taking the note, he found it was a flyer from Chenluo's refuge. Reading the contents, Moning chuckled. "This guy is really full of himself, but I enjoy smacking down that kind of thing. We're not busy anyway. Let's gather the others and teach him a lesson about bragging. Make him a little more humble." And Chenluo knew nothing about this. He was currently cheering on turtle eggs that were about to hatch. 3 minutes later, 4 little turtles all broke out of their shells. This made Chenluo extremely happy. He picked up one little turtle to check its gender, only to be squirted in the face with water by the little turtle. Chenluo's face went dark. "I didn't expect this little guy to have almost level 2 power right after birth. What would happen if I used time acceleration to speed up its growth?" Just then, Chen Guang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, a man named Moning has broken into our base, killed more than a dozen of our members instantly, and also kidnapped one of our brothers. He says if you want to save the hostage, you need to meet him at the top of Wuyan Mountain tonight." Upon hearing this, Chenluo broke out in a cold sweat. Moning? Could it be the one that got away whom I've offended? On second thought, that couldn't be, since he never leaves anyone alive. But either way, since he dares to challenge me, he must die. At that moment, on the top of Wuyan Mountain, Moning was sitting with a beauty, sipping wine, when Chenluo appeared before him. Upon arriving at the peak of Wuyan Mountain, Lu Ben, who was caught by Moning, shouted excitedly, "Big brother, I'm here. Don't worry, no one can hurt you as long as I'm here." Hearing this, Moning calmly stood up and smiled. "You actually came, and you're alone. Very gutsy. I admire that. No wonder you could build such a large base." Chenluo chuckled coldly. "I don't think I know you. Why are you targeting me? Do we have a previous grudge? Or did someone send you?" "Neither. I just find you arrogant and wanted some entertainment." Upon hearing this, Chenluo realized, so he's just tired of living. Moning smirked as he conjured the Sword of Space. Chenluo looked at him with some pity. It's rare to see a talented space type. Too bad he's seeking his own death. Just as Moning was about to scoff, the next second, his eyes revealed an incredulous look. A sword of void appeared in Chenluo's hand. The woman behind him even screamed, "Impossible. Only Brother Moning should know the Sword of Space. How could someone else know it too? I don't believe it." That said, she summoned a 2-meter-tall skeletal horse, on which sat a dark knight. This made Chenluo's eyes light up. Another summoner tool person, perfect to take over Jin Tao's role. With a swift stroke, he sliced the dark knight in half, then rushed into the crowd, slaughtering all of Moning's followers, and even cut off Moning's limbs to hang him at the base as a warning to the surrounding forces. The woman was directly locked in a small dark room to become another tool person. Awaiting her would be the same fate as Jin Tao. Chenluo will make her summon level 7 undead to farm crystals until she dies from the backlash. Just then, Zhao Hai suddenly found Chenluo and told him 2 pieces of good news. The first one, they've just recruited a pair of siblings to join the base. The brother is called Zhao Zichen, a level 5 wind type. The sister, Zhao Zi, is an extremely rare psychic type. She supposedly has the ability to interfere with minds, can confuse the zombie's senses, a talent that's hard to come by. Hearing this, Chenluo chuckled. "Good job, bro Hai. So what's the second piece of good news?" Zhao Hai took a drag of his cigarette and said, "The team we sent to approach Jin Yuanjiang, led by Song Ling, came back with news. Apparently, Jin Yuanjiang is isolated and suppressed within his team, so the persuasion went quite smoothly. Plus, his wife is pregnant. Jin Yuanjiang is willing to defect, but he has some demands. He needs 30 cans of milk powder and a regular supply of vegetables." What Zhao Hai didn't expect was, Chenluo agreed without a second thought, but insisted that he would personally deliver these supplies. Soon after, Chenluo drove to Jin Yuanjiang's base and showed him the supplies. Upon seeing this, Jin Yuanjiang was shocked that Chenluo was so sincere. Jin Yuanjiang agreed on the spot to join, "But I hope my wife only does logistics in the base and doesn't participate in combat." Hearing this, Chenluo readily agreed, but you have to cover her share of the points. After reaching an agreement, Chenluo took Jin Yuanjiang back to his own base. Meanwhile, the Sea Turtle King, whose son was stolen by Chenluo, found his good friend, asking her to help retrieve his son. A stunningly beautiful clam spirit burst out from the clamshell. Since she had advanced to level 10 and taken on human form, she named herself Sea Princess. Princess. Facing the tearful pleas of the Turtle King, Sea Princess immediately agreed to help, but my power will be much weaker on land, and I'll need your people to guard my clamshell. The Turtle King agreed on the spot. Then the two of them immediately set out for Chenluo's base. On the other side, Chenluo's mind was suddenly forcibly connected, and then he heard a woman's voice in his head. Bro Chen, I'm the new member Zhao Zi. Sister Mi Ling says that the prophet has given a warning. You need to hurry back, or she and Mi Li will die. Hearing this, Chenluo was shocked. Thunder King in the base had reached level 7. Mi Ling, Mi Li, Xu Yun, and others were even at several level 6s. How is this even possible? What kind of crisis could put Mi Ling and Mi Li in danger? So Chenluo rushed back to the base first. In just 4 minutes, Chenluo returned to the base with a look of shock on his face. Weren't you in mortal danger? Why do you seem so calm? Rice was lying on the sofa and saw Chenluo. If you're back, then there's no danger. Just as Chenluo was puzzled, his walkie-talkie suddenly transmitted the voice of Chen Guan. Boss, an 8-meter-long sea turtle has broken into our base. Chenluo was stunned. A giant turtle? Could it be the one whose eggs I stole, coming to find me? Chenluo immediately sprinted towards the main gate of the base, thinking to himself, I've already broken through to level 7 now. With my dual-element special physique, my current strength is already equivalent to a normal level 9 ability user. Do I need to fear an level 8 Turtle King? Soon he saw the Turtle King going berserk at the gate. Upon seeing this, Chenluo immediately shouted, Beast, how dare you? At that moment, Sea Princess coldly said, So you're the one who stole my friend's eggs, and you still dare to act so boldly here? When Chenluo saw who was speaking, he broke out into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Isn't that the Dark Witch Sea Princess, a deity? Numerous ability users died at her hands in my past life. How did she get here? Oh no, she even has the ability to fly, which means her level has reached level 10. I'm only a fake level 9 now. The gap between a real level 9 and her is not small at all, but since Rice prophesied that I could resolve this crisis, what's there to fear? I killed her in my past life. I can kill her again. But just at that moment, Sea Princess suddenly released a dark barrier towards Chenluo, hoping to trap him inside. What Sea Princess didn't expect was, just as the barrier was about to close, Chenluo used his spatial walk to teleport out. This really angered Sea Princess. Without saying another word, she threw several charming glances at him. Luckily, Chenluo's quick reflexes barely allowed him to dodge this fatal attack. Seeing the opponent's attack getting more and more fierce, Chenluo had no choice but to continually use spatial walk to evade. Then he seized the right moment, instantly teleported behind Sea Princess, raised his sword of the void, ready to end this menace with one stroke, but her reaction speed was extremely fast, and she narrowly dodged the sword by twisting her body. Just at that moment, the Turtle King suddenly opened its big mouth, biting towards Chenluo. Just when it thought it had succeeded, Chenluo once again mysteriously disappeared from its sight. However, before one wave had settled, another rose. Just as he landed, Sea Princess suddenly slapped towards him. With no alternative, Chenluo once again used spatial walk to dodge. At this point, Sea Princess sneered, I don't believe your teleportation can be used infinitely. Once your abilities run out, let's see what you will do. Hearing this, Chenluo suddenly felt a chill down his spine, thinking, she's right. Even without using any skills, I can only use spatial walk about 100 times. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before she catches me. In that case, I have no choice but to use that move. Sea Princess naturally counters spatial abilities, so Chenluo has no choice but to use his time-based abilities against her. As long as he can use time stop, even if it only freezes her for 2 seconds, Chenluo is confident he can kill her. However, after he shouted time stop, Chenluo found himself frozen in place, and not only was Sea Princess not affected, her attacks became even more fierce. Turtle King, watching from the side and seeing that it couldn't handle Chenluo, turned its anger towards the other members. Mi Ling was quick to notice. Realizing that no one here could stand against Turtle King, she promptly ordered everyone to retreat to the base, and quickly informed the base elders to come out and fight. I'll hold off this turtle. Just at that moment, Thunder King suddenly burst out holding one of the turtle's children, with the other 3 little sea turtles closely following behind. Recognizing its children at a glance, Turtle King immediately stopped attacking the base members, then yelled, Release my turtle children. Thunder King paid no attention. Instead, he slammed a paw onto the ground, instantly creating several deep cracks. The meaning was clear. Imagine what will happen if this paw lands on your child. If you don't want your child to get hurt, behave. Chenluo, seeing this, couldn't help but admire. It has to be you in key moments, even resorting to such despicable methods. For the record, I didn't teach this, but it was indeed effective. Chenluo squinted, and an idea came to him. He used his spatial walk to appear next to Thunder King, grabbing one of the little sea turtles and said, If you dare attack again, it's uncertain who will die first. Upon hearing that someone wanted to hurt their master, the little turtle immediately roared at Turtle King, If anyone dares to hurt my master, I'll bite them. Turtle King, eyes filled with tears, said, My good son, how could you choose a thief as your father? Sea Princess added, Your child has become a human servant. There's no point in saving him. You can have more children, but if we don't kill this human today, he will become an endless threat. Thunder King did not expect was. After saying this, Sea Princess didn't attack Chenluo. but aimed a beam of annihilating light at him. This scared Thunder King, who barked hastily, "Are you insane, old woman? I haven't offended you." As he spoke, Thunder King erupted with a terrifying current around him. He then used his newly learned ability, Lightning Clone, prepared to use the clone to confuse the opponent. At that moment, Sea Princess coldly said, "You think a few clones can help you escape from me? How naive." With that, she launched attacks at multiple targets simultaneously. After 3 loud bangs, all 3 of Thunder King's clones were annihilated by Sea Princess. Seeing this, Chenluo froze in place, realizing Thunder King and Sea Princess were not on the same level. While Chenluo had spatial walk to save his life, Sea Princess couldn't do anything to him either. So, she immediately switched her focus to attack Thunder King. Chenluo knew that Thunder King, being only level 7, couldn't dodge Sea Princess's attacks, and if caught, would surely die on the spot. Without any hesitation, Chenluo instantly used spatial walk to shield Thunder King, yelling, "Get lost to the ends of the earth." The next second, the space around Sea Princess started to fluctuate strangely, and with a swoosh, Sea Princess vanished from her spot. At that moment, Chenluo was completely dumbfounded, unexpectedly mastering spatial exile in a critical moment. Seeing that the crisis was averted, Thunder King finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "My master is awesome. Otherwise, I would have been a dead dog by now." Chenluo could vaguely feel that he had sent Sea Princess to a very distant place, but it won't be long before she returns, so the immediate concern is to quickly find Sea Princess's clamshell. Only by getting hold of that can they save themselves. Although Chenluo had no idea where the clamshell was, Turtle King certainly knew, so he quickly picked up the little sea turtle and threatened, "Tell me where Sea Princess's clamshell is hidden, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Turtle King turned pale and shouted, "How do you know Sea Princess's secret?" Chenluo chuckled, "That's not important. What's important is, didn't you see she was about to harm your children? If I hadn't used spatial exile to send her away, your 4 turtle sons would probably be dead by now." At this moment, Turtle King finally realized, "Yes, I called her to help me save my children, but when she was about to attack this kid, she didn't consider my children's safety at all. If you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." Then Turtle King solemnly said, "I can tell you where the clamshell is, but you must return my children to me." However, without even thinking, Chenluo declined, saying, "It's not that I don't want to give them back to you, but Sea Princess is ruthless and cunning. Think about it. You betray her. Do you think she will spare you and your children? How about this? You temporarily live in the river near my house, so if Sea Princess comes for revenge, I can quickly step in and deal with her. With both of us working together, we can better protect these 4 little ones." Hearing this, Turtle King immediately agreed to Chenluo's proposal. He then took off a piece of his shell from his back and gave it to Chenluo, telling him, "My clan guards the area near Sea Princess's clamshell. Take this with you, and they will obey your orders." Hearing this, Chenluo immediately showed a sly smile, thinking, "Now I not only have Turtle King in my grasp, but I also know the exact location of Sea Princess's clamshell." Soon, Chenluo found the clamshell following Turtle King's guidance. He knew that if he destroyed Sea Princess's clamshell now, she would undoubtedly die soon, and that would result in a mutually destructive scenario. However, at this moment, Chenluo thought of a perfect solution. Why not exploit Sea Princess's vanity and make her work for me? Thinking of this, Chenluo immediately tapped the clamshell beside him, and the next second, Sea Princess eerily appeared before his eyes. At that moment, Sea Princess anxiously said, "How do you know the secret of my clamshell? It must be that Turtle King who betrayed me, right? Friendship's boat turns over so easily." But Chenluo calmly responded, "Please calm down, Lady Sea Princess. We have no old grievances. Why must we fight to the death? I don't want to be your enemy. I've awakened a 1 in a million time ability, and I've mastered time acceleration. Soon I'll be able to grasp time reversal, and then I can help you become young again." Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately asked, "Is that really true? You can actually make me young again?" Seeing that the fish has taken the bait, Chenluo began to talk nonsense very seriously. "If I'm lying, may I turn into a little dog? However, my current level is too low to have mastered it yet, but if I diligently practice, within a year, I should be able to grasp this divine skill. If by then I don't keep my word, you can do whatever you want with me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sea Princess readily agreed, saying, "I'll wait for you for a year. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for turning against you." Although Chenluo verbally agreed readily, what he was actually thinking was, who will be stronger in a year is still uncertain. Then he suggested, "How about this? I will give the clamshell back to you right now, and you give me the pearl on your head for safekeeping. As a token of our cooperation, I'll return it to you in a year." Chenluo thought, "Anyway, this clamshell is useless to me. Might as well secure the water-repelling pearl first." After pondering for a moment, Sea Princess took off her pearl and handed it to Chenluo, saying, "I will come to retrieve it in a year. Don't forget the promise you made to me." Having fooled Sea Princess, Chenluo left with the pearl, thinking, "What I rely on in this apocalypse isn't strength, but my clever mind." Meanwhile, on the other side, a mutated creature suddenly broke into a small base. With a wave of its giant hand, it instantly formed a huge light ball in the air. Its emitted light instantly cooked everyone crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. However, just as the mutant was about to enjoy its feast, a small minion tremblingly approached and said, said. Don't kill me. My boss sent me to bring you a message. He says he's willing to provide you with food long-term. Upon hearing this, the mutant immediately agreed, saying, if you dare to deceive me, I'll turn you all into barbecue. The reason why the base leader, Chan Yuan, did this was to keep the mutant at the base and wear it down, for he also knew the secret that the mutant's lifespan was extremely short. But soon this news reached Chen Luo's ears. Xiao Hai received intelligence that Chan Yuan has adopted a mutant of the Light series, but its level is unknown. According to informants, the zombie is extremely strong. Its single ability instantly killed more than 20 people. Upon hearing it was a mutant, Chen Luo instantly became interested. Now that he has mastered the skill of time acceleration, he sees mutants as nothing more than moving crystals, so he immediately decides to go to Chan Yuan's base to eliminate the menace for the people. Before leaving, as usual, he first consults with Rice about the fortune for the day, but Rice calmly says, there is nothing special happening to you today. It's Mi Li who seems to have a good opportunity coming her way. He then storms into Chan Yuan's base, at which point Chan Yuan's minions quickly notify him that something bad has happened. Someone has forcibly entered their base and is now rushing toward the mutant's room. This scares Chan Yuan immensely. He immediately orders his minions to gather people to go there. Having raised the mutant for so long, he would be at a huge loss if someone else took it first. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mutant is comfortably enjoying the delicacies provided by Chan Yuan, unaware that danger is quietly approaching. With a clang, the thick iron door is easily kicked open by Chen Luo. At this moment, the zombie is still feasting on human flesh. Seeing that a living person has broken in, the mutant quickly says, is this an extra meal for me? Hurry and cut off your ear to go with my drink. Don't force me to take action. To this, Chen Luo pays no attention, saying, you cheeky brat, how dare you speak to your Chendaddy like that? This angers the mutant greatly. Without saying another word, it forms a large Rasengan. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo is not the least bit flustered. Summoning his void sword, he coldly says, is that all? Your flashy technique takes too long to release. But before Chen Luo can finish speaking, the mutant quickly forms 7 or 8 Rasengans and attacks Chen Luo fiercely. Faced with this unavoidable strike, Chen Luo is not frightened but rather pleased, even mocking, your attack speed is a bit too slow, isn't it? As soon as he finishes speaking, Chen Luo disappears from the mutant's sight with a whoosh sound. Before the creature could figure out what was going on, Chen Luo uses his void walk skill to appear behind it, and with a swift sword strike, slashes at its back. Although the strike didn't cause significant damage, Chen Luo becomes even more excited, because only mutants at level 9 or above can withstand his sword without being harmed. Given that, he decides to use his time acceleration skill to collect this high-level crystal. That sword strike had thoroughly enraged the mutant, who shouts, kid, your life is mine, and forms an even larger Rasengan to charge at Chen Luo. At this moment, Chen Luo is already in position to use his time acceleration skill. With his shout of die, the next second sees the mutant frozen in place. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the mutant falls rigidly at Chen Luo's feet. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo reaches into its brain and extracts a level 10 crystal. To his surprise, it's an incredibly rare light elemental crystal. No wonder Rice said Mi Li would encounter a great opportunity. Just then, a stern voice comes from behind Chen Luo. Put down my crystal, or don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckles. Why should the crystal I obtained from killing a zombie belong to you? This instantly infuriates Chan Yuan. You break into my base, harm my men, kill the zombie I've been nurturing, and steal my crystal, and you think you're in the right? Chen Luo, I know you're strong, but this is my turf. Can you really overturn the heavens all by yourself? Either you leave your life here, or obediently give the crystal back to me. Your choice. Who would have thought that? Chen Luo calmly replies. What if I choose neither? What can you do to me? This response enrages Chan Yuan even more. He shouts loudly, guys, get him. Whoever kills Chen Luo gets 2 boxes of instant noodles, 10 cans of food, plus a box of pickled vegetables. But before he finishes speaking, Chen Luo makes a sweeping gesture with his hand. A force of spatial cutting sweeps across Chan Yuan's neck, and his head thumps to the ground. Seeing this, everyone present loses their color, and no one dares to move forward. At this moment, a man named Zhang Chuan walks up, bows and says, the arrogant fool who dared to oppose you is not worth mentioning. I'll have them clear the path for you right away. Zhang Chuan then shouts, who dares to block Chen's path? I'll be the first to cut him down. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone immediately steps aside respectfully to make way for Chen Luo. Chen Luo sees that the young man knows his place, so he pats him on the shoulder and says, since your boss has been killed by me, from tonight on, you'll be in charge of this base. If anyone disagrees, they can come find me. Upon hearing this, the room falls silent. No one dares to voice any objection. Then Chen Luo takes the level 10 crystal to Mi Li, telling her to quickly upgrade to level 8. Initially, Mi Li refuses, saying, brother Chen Luo, you haven't even upgraded to level 8 yet. You should keep this high-level crystal for yourself. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately becomes playful, saying, I only need 1 more level 7 crystal to break through. If you don't hurry up to level 8, you won't stand a chance against me in wrestling tonight. Besides, this is a light elemental crystal. You're better suited to use it. Before he can finish, Mi Li blushes and yells, brother Chen Luo, you're so annoying. annoying. I'm ignoring you. Afterward, Qianluo returns to his room to absorb the crystal. In just 2 hours, he successfully advances to level 8. With the aid of his dual elemental constitution, Qianluo's overall strength has also reached level 10. Now, it's time to start planning his next move. He plans to play a big game, gathering all the bases in Divine Capital and the surrounding areas to announce 2 significant things to the world. Not only does he want to share the technology for growing organic vegetables for free, he also intends to provide high-quality seeds that can increase yield by 50%. Upon hearing this, everyone lavishes praise on Qianluo for his nobility. He's willing to share such crucial secrets for free with everyone, and his doing so is not out of excessive altruism. It is simply paving the way for selling his seeds. If he doesn't teach people how to plant, who will buy his seeds? Then Qianluo claps his hands and shouts, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have another announcement to make today. Starting today, I will provide a service to solve your troubles. No matter who you are, no matter what troubles you've gotten into, as long as you can provide something valuable, I, Qianluo, can settle any trouble for you." After making these 2 significant announcements, Qinguang immediately arranges for Oyanlu to share tips on planting. But at that moment, Qianluo spots an old acquaintance from his previous life in the crowd. This person is named Wang Lai. In his previous life, he was a king-level bigshot and also one of Mi Ling's sycophants. In order to win Mi Ling's heart, this shameless person even collaborated with zombies to create a crisis, planning to stage a hero saving the beauty scenario. However, things spiraled out of his control, and Mi Ling tragically died in that crisis. It was also at that time, Mi Li suddenly mastered the art of resurrection, using this divine skill to revive the deceased Mi Ling. So this person must die, but now is not the time. Better wait until he ascends to king level and use him as a stepping stone for Mi Ling. Meanwhile, Liangluo's presentation is coming to an end, so those who are interested can come and register with me. We have 2 schemes for selling seeds. One is to purchase directly from us, and the other is that we provide seeds for free, and you give us half of your potato harvest. At this point, Qinguang speaks solemnly. While everyone is considering, let me insert a quick advertisement. Our base offers various problem-solving services. Does anyone here need our help with something? As long as you can offer something of value, there's no problem we can't solve. Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd immediately shouts, "I want to ask Big Boss Chen to avenge my brother. All I have to offer is this level 7 crystal." I don't know if that's enough for Big Boss Chen to make a move. A beast ate my brother. That person's name is Feng Wang, and he's right here. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Lai immediately asks Feng Wang what the heck is going on. Can't you be more discreet in your actions? Got caught, did you? But just at that moment, that person points at Feng Wang and yells, "He's the man-eating demon. I asked Big Boss Chen to act for the public good." Qinguang immediately uses Zhao Zi's psychic communication to consult with Qianluo, asking if they should take this job. Although a level 7 crystal is not attractive to Qianluo, for the sake of promoting their services, Qianluo nods, signaling Qinguang to accept this task. Seeing this, Qinguang immediately speaks righteously. Although the reward offered this time is a bit low, given the heinous acts committed by this person, we simply have to take this job. Hearing this, Wang Lai immediately stands up and starts to defend his subordinate. "What evidence do you have that my man ate your brother? Don't make baseless accusations if you have no evidence." The man responds, "I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do you need?" But Wang Lai remains unconvinced and says, "Empty words. Anyone can claim they saw something. I could also say I saw you eat my brother. Is that considered evidence?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nods in agreement that Wang Lai makes a lot of sense. Without evidence, who can say what really happened? Looks like the hosts are about to lose face today. But at that moment, Qianluo casually walks into the venue, hands in his pockets, muttering, "I think there might be a misunderstanding about us, since Mr. Deng has offered a reward for us to act, and we've accepted this job. Whether or not Mr. Feng Wang ate someone is not our concern, nor do we need any evidence. We will simply complete the task as per our employer's wishes. Therefore, Mr. Feng Wang must die. Even if a god were to arrive, they couldn't save him. That's what I'm saying." Upon hearing this, the crowd is instantly shocked. Everyone's saying this Chen guy is way too arrogant. Has he lost all reason? Seeing this, Wang Lai immediately says, "Leader Chen, we have no grievances. Is there really a need to go all out just for a level 7 crystal?" But Qianluo remains unconvinced and states, "No matter what you say today, you can't save him. Let me ask you, will you hand over Feng Wang willingly, or should I take him myself?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lai is stunned on the spot. He never expected Qianluo to be so uncompromising. He's a local ruler himself, but is given no face at all. But if it comes down to a fight, he'd surely be the one at a disadvantage. This is his territory after all. Although Feng Wang is my base's second in command, it's not worth risking my life fighting Qianluo for him. Better to lose the battle to win the war. I'll settle this with him once I reach level 7. Thinking this, Wang Lai immediately backs down and agrees to hand over Feng Wang. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the guy starts to make a run for it without a word. Qianluo doesn't hesitate. He immediately shouts, "Xia Haoren, it's your turn." The next second, Xia Haoren mysteriously appears in front of him. Seeing this, Feng Wang angrily says, "So there are really people who dare to stop me? You're tired of living, huh? Better get out of my way if you know what's good for you." But before before he can finish speaking, Xiaohaoren's fist, the size of a sandbag, abruptly greets him with a loud bang. Feng Wang is sent flying 10 meters by this sudden punch. But it's not over. Xiaohaoren quickly steps forward and disables his limbs with a few punches, then tosses the crippled Feng Wang in front of the client to do as he pleases. The crowd is utterly stunned by this efficient service. Chen Luo, showing great business acumen, immediately starts advertising. As you can see, this is our strength. As long as you can put up enough stakes, there's no problem we can't solve. I know you all think I, Chen Luo, am arrogant and have doubts about my abilities. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I won't hide it anymore. I'm revealing my cards. I am a level 8 superhuman. Upon hearing this, the entire room instantly erupts into commotion. People are saying, how is this even possible? Even a level 5 is considered a top expert these days, and a level 6 is a force to be reckoned with, and he claims to be level 8? Well, I don't believe it. At this point, someone bravely raises their hand and asks Chen Luo, could you show us the strength of a level 8? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo smirks. Indeed, words alone are not enough to convince people. Today, I'll satisfy everyone's curiosity. Mr. Deng, do you have any grudges with this Wang Lai? The man immediately grits his teeth and says, if it weren't for him enabling his subordinates, my brother wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, my crystal isn't enough, or else I'd have asked you to take care of this scourge as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately says, to thank our first customer, Mr. Deng, for his support. Today we have a buy one, get one free offer. I'll give Wang Lai to Mr. Deng as a free gift. Hearing this, Wang Lai's first instinct is to run, but before he can turn around, a force of space sweeps across his neck. The strange thing is, his head doesn't fall to the ground, it flies straight into Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo slightly smiles and says, have you all witnessed the power of a level 8? Seeing this, the crowd is so frightened that they nearly wet themselves. No one dares to doubt Chen Luo's strength anymore. To avoid causing panic, Chen Guang immediately explains, this man deserved to die for enabling such heinous acts by his subordinates. But Chen Luo disagrees. He throws the head onto the ground and menacingly says, I never leave loose ends when I act. No one who has crossed me has lived to see the next day. I did all this to make it clear to everyone. Life is only once. If you don't have 9 lives, don't even think about messing with me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately bows and nods, saying, we have already witnessed Leader Chen's strength. We wouldn't dare show you any disrespect. But who would have thought? Chen Luo suddenly changes his tone. Actually, I'm a very approachable and hospitable person. If you have any problems, remember to come to me for help. And those who want to get seeds can also come and register with us. I assume you won't cheat me. I'll only want half of a yield. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately assures Leader Chen, if anyone dares to default, I'll be the first to not let them off. Just at this moment, Su Dazhu suddenly approaches Chen Luo, saying, Brother Chen, something bad has happened. We just received a message from a zombie named Big Strong. There's another zombie named Bing Lin who has formed a group called the Bing Lin Society, and they are planning to raid our base tonight to deal with this crisis. Chen Luo announces that he is recruiting a group of level 5 or higher individuals with special abilities. Upon hearing that a level 8 expert is recruiting, everyone starts expressing their desire to join. Chen Luo doesn't keep them in the dark. He immediately reveals that a large group of zombies will attack their base tonight. The number could be around 10,000. Those willing to join will all have to participate in this base defense battle. Those who survive will become official members of the base. Upon hearing this, most people choose to leave on the spot. Looking at those who stay, Chen Luo immediately applauds, saying that those who stay are brave and smart. 10,000 zombies are nothing to us. Please rest assured, if there are high-level zombies, I will take action. Otherwise, consider this as a large-scale combat exercise. That very night, Bing Lin brings a zombie army to the outskirts of Chen Luo's base. Though they have only gathered 7,000 zombies, Bing Lin believes it's more than enough to wipe out a base, saying we don't need to personally get involved. He then orders Big Strong to lead them to the entrance of the base. Once the mission is complete, return and watch the battle with me. Upon hearing this, Big Strong tearfully accepts the task to attack his own brother's base, muttering to himself, being a zombie undercover agent is not easy. Then Big Strong leads the overwhelming zombie army toward the base. At this moment, Chen Luo has been waiting for some time. Seeing the zombie army at the gates, Chen Luo shows a satisfied smile. At his command, a rain of special abilities suddenly pours down from the sky, taking the vanguard by surprise. But soon, the elemental ability users find something amiss. The following zombie troops immediately pick up their fallen comrades as shields, making it impossible to inflict effective damage on them anymore. Just at this moment, a fire dragon suddenly breaks through the sky, then swiftly dives into the zombie horde. Any zombie touched by the fire dragon instantly turns into charcoal, immediately inflicting massive damage on the enemy. At this point, the caster Mi Ling shouts, I can only use my fire dragon technique once more. Other elemental users are also running low on their abilities. What do we do now? Seeing this, Chen Luo doesn't hesitate at all, immediately leading the physical ability users out of the base, and Su Dazhu, who serves as the vanguard, charges ahead, swiftly plunging into the zombie horde and engaging them in combat. At this moment, Su Dazhu seems to be invincible, holding the line all by himself. One punch takes down a large large swath of zombies. Seeing this, Bing Lin is stunned, yelling, "How could my meticulously planned raid be so easily thwarted? They seem to have been prepared for this. It looks like there's a traitor among us." Just then, Chen Guang shouts, "Brother Chen, something bad has happened. Big Strong has sent a telepathic message through Zhao Zi. His undercover identity has been exposed. Why would the humans be prepared?" Only Big Strong and Bing Lin knew about the plan to raid this base. Realizing this, Bing Lin immediately understands everything, so it starts to severely interrogate Big Strong, yelling, "Quickly, what benefits did the humans give you? Why did you betray me?" Upon hearing this, Big Strong frantically shouts, "I'm innocent, boss," while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Chen Luo that he has been exposed. Upon receiving the message, Chen Luo is immediately unsettled. Big Strong is his one and only zombie undercover agent. He was relying on Big Strong to help him control the zombies. In that case, Bing Lin must die. Saying this, Chen Luo disappears from the spot with a swoosh. The next second, he mysteriously appears behind Bing Lin. Then he says with a smile, "So it's you who's been controlling zombies to attack my base, daring to challenge me. It looks like you're tired of living, aren't you?" But before he could finish speaking, Bing Lin throws several hidden weapons at him. Seeing this, Chen Luo doesn't indulge it, immediately using a void walk to reappear behind it. Then with a single swing of his sword, he decapitates Bing Lin. After that, he quickly signals Big Strong to come and attack him. That way no one would suspect you as an insider. Unexpectedly, Big Strong turns out to be quite the actor. First, it lets out a long howl, "I'll fight you to the death. You dare kill my big brother?" Then, it rushes at Chen Luo like a madman, landing a heavy punch on his face. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately clutches his face and angrily shouts, "If I hadn't been worn out from fighting your big brother, I would have killed you today. You just wait. I'll remember this." Saying this, Chen Luo picks up Bing Lin's head and pretends to flee in panic. Seeing this, the zombies all praise Big Strong's courage, saying he really dares to step up when needed. I don't think he's a spy. But just then, a zombie suddenly steps forward and says, "Since our big brother is already dead, I, Lei, will take over from now on. From today, the Bing Lin gang will officially be renamed the Lei gang." Before it could finish speaking, Big Strong instantly roars at it, "Our big brother's body is not even cold yet. You're already eager to take his place? I think the real traitor is you." Without hesitating, Big Strong grabs Lei by the neck and pins it to the ground, thinking to himself, "Since you love the limelight so much, you can take the blame for being the traitor." After a few punches from Big Strong, Lei is killed on the spot. Seeing this, the other zombies quickly say, "From now on, we'll follow Big Strong. How about renaming the gang to the Big Strong Gang?" Upon hearing this, Big Strong quickly responds, "We're all brothers. How about we call it the Brotherhood Alliance? From now on, if there's meat, we all share it." After doing all these, Big Strong immediately goes to the designated meeting place to find Chen Luo, shouting, "Big brother, my acting just now wasn't bad, right?" Hearing this, Chen Luo smiles slightly. "I'm very satisfied with your performance today. I will focus on cultivating you in the future. Your task is to recruit more high-level zombies and send me crystals by attacking bases in this manner." Saying this, Chen Luo rewards Big Strong with a level 7 crystal, adding, "Follow me closely in the future, and there will certainly be benefits for you." This makes Big Strong exceedingly happy, instantly saying, "Big brother, rest assured, I will complete the tasks you give me on time." But just then, Zhao Zi suddenly contacts Chen Luo through mental communication, saying that Sea Princess has just sent her a message via telepathy, claiming she wants to help him advance to level 10 as promised, and asks him to meet her at the beach immediately. This elates Chen Luo, who without a word starts sprinting towards the beach. He soon arrives at the designated location, and upon seeing Sea Princess emerge from the sea, he shouts, "Sea Princess, sister, I'm here." Seeing this, Sea Princess doesn't hesitate, and immediately hands several high-level crystals to Chen Luo. Looking at the shining crystals in his hand, Chen Luo can't help but feel overjoyed, thinking, "Sea Princess is really helpful. Once I truly master time reversal, I must help you become younger." Then, Sea Princess speaks gravely, "Actually, there's a level 10 ice element ribbonfish nearby. It's too fast in the water for me to kill, but now that you're here, it's a different story. I'll go and lure it out now. Let's team up to kill it." Hearing about a level 10 crystal, Chen Luo immediately agrees without a second thought. In no time, Sea Princess successfully lures the ribbonfish to the water's surface, then urgently shouts, "Now's the time, let's kill it quickly." Chen Luo doesn't hesitate, and immediately releases a spatial slice attack towards the ribbonfish. But who knew? This creature reacts extremely quickly, not only easily dodging Chen Luo's attack, but also shooting an intense freezing ray towards him. Seeing this, Chen Luo's pupils constrict, thinking, "This is bad. The ray is too fast. I don't have time to use my spatial walk to dodge." In just 0.001 seconds, the ray hits Chen Luo, who is standing on the shore. Unable to escape in time, Chen Luo is instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, the ribbonfish continues to release its freezing rays at the cost of its own life, trying to take Chen Luo down with it. However, just as Chen Luo is about to be completely frozen, he timely uses spatial banishment to send the ribbonfish thousands of miles away. Seeing this, Sea Princess quickly comes forward to break him out of the ice, and asks where he has sent the ribbonfish, wondering if it's it's the same as the last time when he didn't know the exact direction. Hearing this, Chenluo gives a wry smile. Sis, don't underestimate me. Last time was my first use. Now, I've mastered this skill. I sent it 30 miles to the east. The creature was already on its last legs, and now that I've teleported it to land, I estimate it's probably dead by now. Let's go grab the loot. The two then successfully find the body of the ribbonfish to the east. Seeing this, Chenluo immediately extracts the crystal from its body. But just then, Sea Princess suddenly proposes an idea that shatters Chenluo's worldview. I think you can take this ribbonfish back and eat it. It's good stuff. Don't waste it. Hearing this, Chenluo is taken aback, shouting, Sis, you've got to be joking. You know how bad mutated sea creatures taste, and the higher the level, the worse the taste. This ribbonfish is level 10. Then, Sea Princess finally reveals the secret of the ocean's mutations, and the real reason why she can take human form, all because she inadvertently ate a piece of meat that fell from the sky. A tremendous force surged into her body. As the meat digested automatically within her, a vast amount of energy was absorbed by Sea Princess endlessly, causing her unimaginable pain. But she couldn't spit the meat out, and just as she was about to burst, thankfully her good friend, King Turtle, appeared in time to open the clamshell and ate the remaining meat for her. Thus, Sea Princess barely survived. Ever since then, she and King Turtle began to grow stronger and stronger. To this day, Sea Princess still feels a lot of energy inside her that hasn't been digested, so her own strength is increasing every moment. Hearing this, Chenluo was stunned. Isn't this the same feeling as when superhumans absorb high-level crystals? What kind of meat could have the same effect as crystals? Sea Princess tells him it was from that time that sea creatures started to mutate gradually, and those like her who evolved rapidly were all because of eating that mysterious meat. I can sense that the same kind of power exists in this ribbonfish, and its flesh still contains a lot of residual energy. That's why I suggest you take this ribbonfish back and eat it. Hearing that eating it could make him stronger, Chenluo thought, well, if it tastes bad, it tastes bad. I've eaten worse in my past life. Maybe if I take it back and let Sister You handle it, it won't be so unpalatable. Afterwards, Chenluo takes the ribbonfish back to the base and asks Sister You to try cooking this mutated ribbonfish, not expecting it to be delicious, just so long as it is a little bit palatable, and it must be strongly flavored. The stronger, the better. Saying this, Chenluo assists Mayu, beginning to use spatial power to slice the ribbonfish. Soon, Mayu makes a fish fillet as requested. Looking at this high-end dish emitting a disgusting odor, Chenluo immediately has second thoughts, but remembering what Sister Sea Princess said, he nervously picks up a piece to try. He immediately started to vomit. It's safe to say, it was even worse than eating feces. Soon, that captivating smell was picked up by Thunder King's dog Nose, and without a word, Dog Elder immediately rushed into the kitchen. It even took a deep whiff of that soul-stirring stench. Seeing this, Chenluo immediately understood, and promptly handed that bowl of incredibly stinky fish fillet to Thunder King. This made Dog Elder extremely happy, and it crunched down the stinky ribbonfish in just a few bites. Indeed, it proved the old saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating feces. Even something this foul-smelling was appetizing to this creature. But that's okay. Let Thunder King help me test if eating this will really make him stronger. If it's a Sea Princess, Sister said, even if it's disgusting, I'll have to swallow it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mermaid is leisurely sunbathing on a coral reef, but is suddenly interrupted by a seal. The seal plaintively cries, Congealed Frost Sister, my brother has been killed. You have to help me. Hearing this, Congealed Frost quickly asks, was it done by a shark claiming to be the sea god? The seal immediately clarified that it wasn't that creature, but a clam that had transformed into a humanoid. Hearing this, a glint of coldness appeared in Congealed Frost's eyes. It seems that clam must be a minion of the false sea god. Then she splashes into the sea, asking the seal to lead the way. Let's go meet this giant clam now. At this moment, Sea Princess is searching for high-level crystals for her brother Chenluo when she suddenly hears a voice. Congealed Frost Sister, she's the one who killed my brother and took away his crystal. Upon looking, she sees the seal she had let go, coming for revenge, accompanied by a mermaid. Seeing this, Sea Princess immediately let out a cold snort. If it weren't for my brother forbidding me from hunting low-level mutated creatures, would you even be alive to complain? I was worried I wouldn't find high-level crystals, but you've conveniently delivered yourself. My brother will surely love this mermaid's crystal. Having said that, Sea Princess launched a devastating ray of light towards the mermaid, but to everyone's surprise, Congealed Frost effortlessly lifted her hand, blocking this lethal attack with ease. Seeing this, Sea Princess' pupils narrowed, realizing that this creature was far more powerful than the level 10 ribbonfish. Knowing she stood no chance, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and turned to flee, but it was too late. With a wave of her hand, Congealed Frost instantly froze Sea Princess into an ice sculpture. At this point, the seal, eyes filled with tears, said, Congealed Frost Sister, quickly help me kill her and avenge my brother. But Congealed Frost responded, doesn't she have a brother? Why don't we lure him over and deal with both of them? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chenluo also received the news that Sea Princess was in trouble. Over the walkie-talkie, Zhao Zi frantically said, Bro Chen, this is really bad. Someone has erased the contact mark I placed on Sea Sea Princess sister and is threatening you to come to the small island to the east to save her, or else they will kill Sea Princess. Hearing this, Qianluo was immediately alarmed, thinking that anyone capable of capturing Sea Princess must be at least level 10, or even possibly at king level. Upon thinking this, he immediately sought out Rice to inquire if he faced any danger today. Unexpectedly, Rice only said, "You won't face any danger within the next 3 hours." Hearing this, Qianluo fell deep into thought. The journey to the eastern island would take more than 3 hours. Would I, being as cautious as ever, take this kind of risk? But then he thought about how kind Sea Princess had been to him and decided to take a gamble. Although this was a journey filled with unknowns, I'm actually interested to see if there is anyone in this world who can kill me, the Void King. Following that, Qianluo arrived at the pre-agreed location on the small island, but to Congealed Frost's surprise, isn't he Sea Princess's brother? Why can't I see through his true form? So, she hurriedly asked Qianluo if he was the sea god. Hearing this, Qianluo smirked and said, "I think you've got the wrong person. I'm no sea god. Now, tell me why you captured my sister." Upon hearing this, Congealed Frost immediately recounted the story of how Sea Princess killed the seal's brother, adding that she could not tolerate such senseless killings. Seeing this, Sea Princess shouted, "Little brother, run. I appreciate your kindness, but this guy is not someone you can handle." But Qianluo was unfazed, responding, "Sister, don't worry. She accuses us from a moral high ground, right? Well, today, I'll give her a lesson in reason." With that, Qianluo shouted, "The law of the jungle has always been the rule of survival. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. What's wrong with that? And you hypocritical seal, don't you eat fish? On what grounds can you senselessly kill?" Upon hearing this, the young seal was left speechless, finally blurting out in frustration, "I just want to avenge my brother. What's it to you?" At this moment, Congealed Frost authoritatively declared, "You make a very valid point. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and since I'm strong and she's weak, she must die today." This made Qianluo furious, shouting, "So, you've abandoned reason, have you?" He then unleashed his spatial slicing technique. Seeing this, Sea Princess quickly yelled, "Don't worry about me, little brother. Your move won't work on her." But before she could finish, Qianluo directed his attack at the seal beside them, muttering, "Survival of the fittest, right? Two can play at that game." Seeing this, Congealed Frost was immediately enraged, shouting, "You dare kill my friend? You must be tired of living." But before she could even finish her sentence, Qianluo vanished right in front of her eyes using his void walk. Before she could react, he mysteriously appeared beside Sea Princess. After he shouted and used his spatial slice, the next second, Sea Princess broke free from the ice. Then he smirkingly looked at Congealed Frost and said, "I assume Mermaid's sister wouldn't want to chase us in her birthday suit, right?" No sooner had he spoken than the seashells on Congealed Frost's chest were shattered by a force of space. This angered the mermaid greatly, who immediately covered her chest and screamed, "You pervert!" Qianluo didn't bother to argue, leaving only a word, "Goodbye," and vanished from the spot with Sea Princess using Void Walk. Impressed by this move, Sea Princess couldn't help but shout, "Awesome!" But Qianluo said, "The sea is no longer safe. Let's go back to the base to lay low." Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately agreed, saying, "Sister will listen to you. Once I break through to king level, I'll settle the score with Congealed Frost." After this episode, Qianluo realized how powerful Congealed Frost was. Who knows, she might come to the base for revenge. It's unfortunate that his time-related abilities haven't progressed. If he mastered time stopping, he wouldn't fear her anymore. It seemed like now was the time to find Jiang Chuxue to avoid misunderstandings with his wife. Qianluo shared this thought with Meili, saying he was planning a long trip to recruit a girl with the time-stopping ability. Meili was very understanding, only asking how long he'd be gone. Qianluo told Meili that if all went well, he could be back in 3 to 5 days. The issue was if the other party would be willing to come along, but regardless, he would drag her back if he had to. The next morning, Qianluo arrived in H City alone. He clearly remembered, in his past life, Jiang Chuxue's father was a local magnate here. Only after their base fell did she go to seek refuge with Mi Ling. Soon, Qianluo spotted a group of survivors nearby. He immediately took out a pack of cigarettes and approached them to inquire about Jiang Chuxue. Upon hearing this, one of the men arrogantly responded, "Bro, the person you're asking about is the daughter of our boss. Take my advice. Don't have any wicked thoughts about our young lady. My big brother is a level 6 strongman. Besides, not just anyone can join our base." Upon hearing this, Qianluo immediately responded, "I'm not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. I also have a level 5 physical system. Could you introduce me?" The man listened and said, "Well, I'll have to test whether you really have level 5 strength." Saying this, the man suddenly threw a punch at him. There was a loud thump, and the punch felt as if it had hit a steel plate. Seeing this, the man grinned. "Didn't expect you to really be a level 5 strongman. My apologies. I'll introduce you to join the base right away." Although Qianluo successfully infiltrated, how would he abduct a young lady living in such comfort? Using resources to lure her definitely wouldn't work, since a base this size wouldn't lack for that. Given this, he'd have to resort to some tricks. First, he snuck into the food storage in the middle of the night, collecting all the food in the base into his special ability space. On his way out, he didn't forget to steal Jiang Chushua's pet Samoyed when they went to distribute food to the base members the next day. day, they found that thousands of tons of food and the guarding Samoyed had mysteriously disappeared. This scared Jiang Tiancheng quite a bit. A base without food is a base without a future. Soon enough, members who heard the news chose to leave the base. In just 2 days, more than half of the base members had left. Seeing this, Jiang Chushua quickly suggested seeking food loans from other bases. Otherwise, their base would be done for. Just as things were going bad, a subordinate suddenly burst in and yelled, "Boss, we're in trouble. People from the neighboring country are causing problems again. I heard their leader has now broken through to level 7. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chushua said, "Didn't we just beat them back recently? Why have these bandits come again?" Jiang Tiancheng immediately ordered to gather all their brothers, saying, "No matter what, we'll defend our land to the last drop of blood. We will not back down." All these words were heard by Chen Luo, who was standing outside the door. He originally wanted to hide in the dark, watch the two sides fight, and then reap the benefits, but in the end, reason prevailed over desire, thinking, "Today, I'll make sure these ignorants never return." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Tiancheng had gathered all his remaining men, preparing for a life-and-death battle with the bandits from the neighboring country. However, just as Jiang Tiancheng was about to order to move out, a young man suddenly started laughing, shouting, "For the glory of my country, take this, my deathly poison explosion." Then the man's body suddenly began to inflate wildly. With a loud boom, an explosion happened, and a mist of poison sprayed across the entire hall. Although the poison was not lethal, it was strong enough to make the affected lose their fighting abilities instantly. Jiang Tiancheng never dreamt that one of the core members of his base would actually be a spy from another country. Seems like fate really wants me gone. But just then, Chen Luo suddenly walked in with his hands in his pockets, muttering, "Don't panic, I alone am enough." Hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng immediately responded, "Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? They have an army of millions. What can you do against them?" But Chen Luo grinned and said, "All you have to do is close the doors and enjoy the show. No need for leader Jiang to worry about how I'll fight them. But I have one condition. Once I've taken them down, this young lady will have to come with me." Deal? Jiang Tiancheng thought this kid must be crazy, remembering that when he joined, he was registered as having a level 5 physical system. No matter how tough you are, can you withstand an assault from tens of thousands? Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't waste any more words, and directly walked out of the hall. At this moment, Jin Haoyu had already led an army of 50,000 to the city's edge. However, when Chen Luo made his entrance, he instantly stunned everyone. Chen Luo then slowly floated into the air, yelling, "Prepare to meet your end." Seeing this, everyone was immediately frozen in place, wondering, how can this man fly? Jiang Chushua was full of disbelief, thinking to herself, wasn't he just a level 5 in physical abilities? How is this possible? Little did she know that, for those with abilities who reach level 10, they can acquire the power of flight. Although Chen Luo is currently only at level 8 with his dual element abilities, his actual power level is equivalent to level 10. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly flew towards the army, frightening Jin Haoyu, who immediately shouted, "Focus fire and bring him down. I can't believe an army of 50,000 can't handle a single fly." At that point, Chen Luo had already charged up his ultimate move. After he shouted Space Pulse, a series of spatial fluctuations instantly burst forth from his hands. This large-scale move immediately wiped out a large number of enemies below level 7. Just then, Jin Haoyu smugly said, "I thought your attack was going to be impressive. It didn't even break my earth shield." However, Chen Luo coldly responded, "You don't think I can only do it once, do you?" Without further ado, Chen Luo unleashed a flurry of space pulses. The spectacle made Jin Haoyu's legs give way, and he fell to his knees. Jiang Chushua and her father on the city wall were sweating bullets, muttering, "How is this possible? Didn't he say he was in the physical abilities category? What level of power does one need to achieve this?" Seeing this, Jin Haoyu immediately cast gravity magic on Chen Luo. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then stopped what he was doing. Jin Haoyu then yelled, "Brothers, run. I've slowed him down. He'll struggle to move even a meter." However, before he could finish, Chen Luo used Void Walk to appear right in front of him. He coldly said, "Your gravity magic did have some effect on me. You've managed to reduce my 500-meter sprint speed by a whole 2 meters. With that, Chen Luo lunged at him at an astonishing speed, muttering, "Since you've broken through to level 7, you must have a high-grade crystal on you, right?" This scared Jin Haoyu considerably, who hastily unleashed his earth shield in an attempt to block Chen Luo. With a clank, the impregnable earth shield was shattered by a single palm strike from Chen Luo, who then slapped Jin Haoyu on the forehead. Jin Haoyu immediately bled from 7 orifices and died on the spot. This scene stunned Jiang Tiancheng, exclaiming, "What level of power does this kid have? He just killed a level 7 with a single slap. What is his real purpose for infiltrating my base?" Upon hearing this, one of the underlings hurriedly said, "This guy came for the young lady. He was asking about her even before he entered the base." Hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng thought that Chen Luo was interested in his daughter, thinking to himself, not only is he incredibly strong, but he also seems to be patriotic. Jiang Chushua would not suffer if she stayed with him. So, regardless, this kind of outstanding talent must not be allowed to leave. So he immediately took him upstairs for a discussion. He got straight to the point, saying, "If you're willing to stay, I'll not only set you up with my daughter, but also also make you the second in command of our base. What do you say, Brother Chenluo? However, without a second thought, Chenluo rejected the offer, saying, I just want to take your daughter, Jiang Chushua, away. Hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng froze, thinking to himself, damn you, Chenluo, I wanted you to become my son-in-law, but you want to make me a lonely old man. Then he sternly said, if you don't want to be my son-in-law, fine, but don't most families offer some dowry when marrying off their daughters? I won't ask for much. 200 pigs as dowry should be reasonable, right? Actually, he didn't mean to sell his daughter. He just wanted to deter Chenluo from running away with Jiang Chushua, hoping that he would stay. Chenluo immediately responded, aren't you just trying to make things difficult for me? With the way the world is now, there probably aren't even 200 live pigs left in the entire world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng said, you have two choices. One is to stay, and I will set you up with Jiang Chushua. The second is to leave the way you came in. Make your choice. Chenluo realized he was being deliberately difficult, so why should he continue negotiating? Then, Chenluo seriously said, do you know what time it is now, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Tiancheng, without a second thought, told him it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, are you in a rush? But who would have thought? Just as his words fell, Chenluo suddenly changed his tone and turned the tables on him. What I'm saying is, this is the end of the world. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? You haven't forgotten my abilities just now, have you? You also have two choices before you. One is for me to forcibly take your daughter away. Or two, you can try to persuade Jiang Chushua to willingly come with me. You wouldn't want to see your daughter crying as I abduct her, would you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how did this kid change his face faster than flipping a book? With no choice, he asked Chenluo where he intended to take Jiang Chushua. Chenluo told him, I have a base as well. People like you at level 6 wouldn't even rank in my place. My idea is to build a super base, so we can better survive in the post-apocalyptic world. That's why I want to take Jiang Chushua with me. You can bring your elite members along too. Whether you want to join us or go your own way is up to you. Also, I must warn you, H City will soon face unprecedented heavy rainfall, which will flood the city completely. If you don't leave now, you'll have to leave then. With that, Chenluo turned to leave, but happened to encounter Jiang Chushua standing at the door. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He asked Jiang Chushua, who was at level 6, to use her time-stopping ability on him. If she could freeze him, it would indicate she had king-level potential. Without hesitation, Jiang Chushua released her ability on him. In the next second, Chenluo was frozen in place. Sure enough, this girl has the makings of a king-level powerhouse. What's strange, though, was that although my body was frozen, my internal powers still circulated. In my previous life, even my abilities were frozen when I was stopped. What's going on? Could it be related to my awakened time ability? After being frozen for 3 seconds, Chenluo immediately asked her to cast the spell on him again. This scared Jiang Chushua quite a bit, thinking to herself, I only stopped him for such a short time. This Chenluo is truly unfathomable. She then cast the time-stopping spell on Chenluo once more. However, this time she couldn't even freeze him for a second, as he used his time ability to break free from the freeze. This delighted him immensely, thinking to himself, as I thought, in my previous life, only time-stopping could limit me, the king of the void. In this life, I'll be an invincible existence. At least, there's no ability that can restrain me anymore. Meanwhile, on another front, a young lady named Seeing had actually replicated the Elder Badge of Dawn City, and she was about to use this badge for something earth-shattering. A week later, Chenluo returned to Dawn City with the newly subdued Jiang Chushua and her father, but as soon as they entered the base, the members immediately surrounded them, saying, Brother Chen, you're finally back. Big things have happened in Divine Capital while you were gone. A brazen young lady actually forged our Elder Badge and wiped out a base using Dawn City's name. Hearing this, Chenluo was shocked, thinking, I remember renaming the base to Dawn City before I left, right? How come someone is already using our name to scam people so quickly? And this Elder Badge was made by Longyu with anti-counterfeit features. How did that crazy woman manage to forge it? Just then, Mi Li, who had heard of Chenluo's return, immediately ran excitedly towards him and threw herself directly into his arms, making Jiang Chushua, who had affection for Chenluo, feel uncomfortable. At that moment, Mi Li sweetly said, it's all my fault for not being careful enough to let Seeing join the base. She exploited the loophole, but we've already captured her. However, Chenluo did not blame Mi Li, instead asking her where Seeing was being held. Soon after, Chenluo came to the room where she was imprisoned, then coldly said, you're quite audacious, daring to use the name of my base to commit murder. Also, our Elder Badge can withstand high temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees. How did you forge it? Seeing told him she had only copied the appearance, and because Dawn City's reputation had already been well established, nobody dared to question the authenticity of the Elder Badge. Upon hearing this, Chenluo immediately asked, why did you wipe out that base then? Upon hearing this question, Seeing clenched her teeth and said, because their leader took a liking to me. When I refused, those beasts killed my brother. While Chenluo deeply sympathized with her, he said, regardless, impersonating an elder from my base and issuing fake orders is a crime. Then he turned and left, knowing well that he couldn't be soft-hearted in such matters. He must make a public execution to serve as a warning. Otherwise, everyone will follow suit. suit in the future. Just then, Chen Guang suddenly ran over and shouted, "Brother Chen, there's an urgent and tricky situation. Please come quickly. Someone has brought a mysterious corpse outside seeking our protection. The corpse is really strange. Several of our elders have gone to look at it, but none could inflict any damage on it." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was immediately alarmed, wondering, could it be a king-level mutated corpse? Only a corpse at the king level would be this tough. With this thought, Chen Luo instantly used a void walking technique and disappeared from the spot. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to find that it was indeed a king-level corpse. This made Chen Luo extremely happy, thinking, although dual-element ability users need to absorb twice as much energy for advancement, as long as I absorb this king-level crystal, my power could at least reach the peak of level 9. Chen Luo then immediately asked the man why he was seeking protection. The man promptly replied, "My name is Zhao Jing. I just came to Divine Capital and was robbed by 2 groups of people. I heard that Leader Chen provides protection here. I wanted to offer you the crystal, but the corpse is too hard. I've tried everything but can't inflict any damage. I guess the level of the crystal inside should be quite high. Would this qualify for your protection?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly ordered, "From now on, I, Chen Luo, will protect Brother Zhao Jing. Anyone who dares to touch him will be against me in Dawn City." Chen Guang, given that Brother Zhao Jing has been robbed, his home probably has little food. Take 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of potatoes to him. Chen Luo felt it would weigh on his conscience to not offer something in return for the king-level crystal. Hearing this, Zhao Jing was moved to tears and loudly exclaimed, "Thank you, Leader Chen, for your generous reward." Then Chen Luo took the king-level corpse back to his own yard, immediately conjured a void sword and made a hole in it. Looking at the huge king-level crystal, Chen Luo estimated that he could advance to level 9 within 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to sudden heavy rains causing flooding in multiple areas, a large number of refugees have flooded into Divine Capital. Among them was a man named Gu Changfeng, who claimed to have some power and immediately wanted to occupy others' bases. Boasting that he was a level 7 strongman, he said, "Surrender now, and you may be spared." People who heard this immediately scoffed. A level 7, how impressive. Our Divine Capital's Dawn City's leader, Chen Luo, may even be at level 9 by now. You guys are many and strong today, so we yield. I'm going to seek protection from Leader Chen right now. Then the man led all his members to evacuate the base. However, Gu Changfeng showed no martial ethics and immediately launched a surprise attack on those who surrendered, shouting, "Don't let them escape. Kill them all to eliminate future troubles." Soon, nearly all members of this base were slaughtered by them. At that moment, one of them, while attacking the remaining members, arrogantly said, "Is every base in Divine Capital this weak?" A member lying on the ground disdainfully replied, "Bullying us isn't an accomplishment. Try saying that in Dawn City." But Gu Changfeng's men dismissed it, boasting, "We'll try. We came here to dominate Divine Capital." Meanwhile, another group of refugees had also arrived in Divine Capital. Among them, a level 6 nature element ability user named Ling Weiwei was heading for Chen Luo's Dawn City. Her teammates had heard that their place particularly valued nature elements, especially those like her who have improved seed technology. However, they heard that the base had already developed seeds that could increase yields by 50%. Hearing this, Ling Weiwei was stunned. She thought her seeds, which could increase yields by 30%, were already impressive. She didn't expect someone in Dawn City to be even more proficient. Her teammates told her about a large exchange meeting in Dawn City the next day. Not only would seeds be distributed for free, but they would also recruit qualified ability users. Hearing this, Ling Weiwei immediately said, "Let's go then." Little did she know that this decision would make her regret for the rest of her life. 2 years ago, due to workplace setbacks and extreme mental stress, she had a violent temperament and even had cruel thoughts. A stray dog accidentally bumped into her, and she crazily cut off a piece of the dog's ear. What she didn't expect was that dog not only survived, but also became the dog elder in Dawn City after the apocalypse. The next day, tens of thousands of people arrived at the exchange meeting, obviously more than twice as many as the last time. Chen Luo had also heard that many people had come to Divine Capital due to flooding, and several bases had been attacked by outsiders. He chose to host the meeting today, specifically to deter these newcomers. Then Seeing was brought to the venue. At this moment, Chen Guang said sternly, "This person, for impersonating an elder of our Dawn City, destroyed a base by trickery. I, by the order of the city leader, publicly execute this person. As a warning to you all, anyone who dares to impersonate a member of our Dawn City in the future will meet the same fate as this woman." Upon saying that, Chen Luo released spatial slicing from behind the curtain. The next second, a force of space sliced through Seeing's neck. Watching such a beautiful girl get decapitated on the spot scared the people in the audience quite a bit. Everyone expressed that even with 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to impersonate. Gu Changfeng was especially terrified, his face turning pale, thinking to himself, "Those people yesterday didn't lie. We can't afford to mess with this Dawn City for now." Then, Chen Guang continued, "Back to the main point. Those who need free seeds can come to us for registration. Same old rule. Half of the potatoes you grow should be given to us. Also, we have changed our recruitment criteria. Now we only recruit ability users above level 6. Hearing this, base. Gu Changfeng was shocked, thinking, is this even reasonable? As if everyone in your base is above level 6. However, Ling Weiwei, who heard this, immediately stood up, thinking, luckily, I've advanced to level 6. I can finally get rid of this burden. Then she coldly said, thank you all for taking care of me during this time, but I choose to join Dawn City. We are not on the same path. Saying that, she heartlessly left her teammates and went on stage, saying, I am a level 6 nature element ability user, with the ability to improve seeds. I am very eager to join your Dawn City. Am I qualified? Hearing this, Chen Guang immediately accepted Ling Weiwei. Chen Luo was also very satisfied with this new member, even personally taking her on a tour around the base, preparing to send her to Mengyin for experience exchange. But at that moment, Thunder King, who was idly roaming around the base, suddenly heard that unforgettable voice. A surge of painful memories flooded its mind. In a winter before the apocalypse, Thunder King, due to the cold, had taken refuge in a basement, unknowingly bumping into a girl. Thunder King thought it had encountered a kind person, but who knew? That woman immediately pinned it down, and then directly took out a knife to cut off a piece of its ear. For a moment, Thunder King's screams resonated throughout the entire parking lot. However, this venomous-hearted woman didn't stop there, and continued to violently assault it with her blade. In order to survive, Thunder King used all its might to bite Ling Weiwei's hand, but because she was wearing leather gloves, it couldn't do any harm. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately escaped from this woman's clutches. Had it not been for a kind old lady's rescue, this dog would have died in that cold and hungry night. It must be her. This elder would never forget that voice until death. Seeing that she had the ability to improve seeds, Chen Luo planned to hand her over to Mengyin, but he was unexpectedly stopped by Thunder King halfway. Seeing its owner bringing its enemy into the base, Thunder King immediately let out a hate-filled roar towards Ling Weiwei, followed by non-stop barking. This scared Ling Weiwei quite a bit. Without saying another word, she hid behind Chen Luo and coquettishly said, oh my, this dog is so fierce. I'm so scared. At this moment, Chen Luo also sensed something was off. This was the first time he had seen Thunder King act so aggressively toward someone, even revealing a chilling intent to kill. So, he immediately brought Rice as a translator. But when Rice heard about Thunder King's experience, he instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then he showed an extremely disgusted look and said, it's this wicked woman who cut off Thunder King's ear, and even stabbed it multiple times. Thunder King asks, do you still honor your promise to avenge its enemy? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately glared at Ling Weiwei, then directly questioned if she had ever cut a dog's ear in the past. Upon hearing this, Ling Weiwei was greatly shocked, thinking, why would he suddenly ask me this? Does he know about what happened back then? So she hastily said, how could I possibly do such an unconscionable thing? Heaven and earth can testify, I have never done such a thing. Chen Luo paused, and from Ling Weiwei's expression, confirmed she was indeed guilty. Then he disdainfully said, whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. If our dog elder thinks you're guilty, that's enough. Should I kill her for you, Thunder King? Or do you want to do it yourself? Upon hearing this, Thunder King immediately barked, I will avenge my own grudge. This scared Ling Weiwei quite a bit, and she immediately shouted, Leader Chen, please spare me this once. I admit I cut a dog's ear, but I didn't mean to. I had just started working at that time, and I was continuously bullied by colleagues, so I lost control. Please forgive me this once. At this point, Chen Luo coldly said, you take out your frustrations from others on a little puppy, is that it? A kick might have been overlooked. Thunder King would probably let it slide, but you cut its ear and stabbed it. Isn't that going too far? Even Rice angrily added, forgiving you is God's business. What Thunder King needs to do is send you to meet God. Seeing Chen Luo remain indifferent, Ling Weiwei shouted in desperation, you just praised me for being talented, didn't you? I'm a human. It's a dog. How can you side with a dog? You can't do this to me. But Chen Luo didn't pay any attention and directly signaled for Thunder King to make its move. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, and with all its might, swung a paw at her. Unexpectedly, Ling Weiwei, who was at level 6, wasn't injured at all, which immediately made Chen Luo realize something was wrong. Thunder King is level 8. By logic, she should be either dead or severely injured. Could it be that she awakened dual abilities due to extreme emotional fluctuation? Chen Luo wanted to warn Thunder King, but it was too late. At that moment, it was already blinded by hatred. Just as Thunder King prepared to launch another attack, a terrifying energy suddenly burst forth from Ling Weiwei. She abruptly transformed into a 5 to 6 meter tall monster, shouting, I'm going to kill you all. This scared Chen Luo quite a bit. He quickly asked Thunder King if it wanted him to step in, but Thunder King refused his offer, insisting on taking its own revenge. Seeing that Ling Weiwei now had the power to battle Thunder King to prevent damage to the base, Chen Luo immediately deployed a void banishment, transporting Thunder King and Ling Weiwei to an empty field. This way, Thunder King could go all out. It leaped high into the air for a thunderous tail swipe, and harshly smacked it onto Ling Weiwei's face. But to Chen Luo's astonishment, the strike did not cause her any substantial harm. Thunder King didn't lose heart. It launched another thunder palm at her, but still to no effect. At this point, Ling Weiwei mockingly said, are you trying to tickle me? Did this dumb dog skip a meal? What can you do with such little strength? This really ticked off Thunder King, who without hesitation unleashed a thunder whip combo at her. But just then, Luo sensed something was off. Thunder King's attack speed was gradually declining, and its strength was also waning. Given Thunder King's level, it shouldn't be tiring out after just a few attacks. Could there be some sort of curse effect on this monster? Meanwhile, Ling Weiwei kept taunting Thunder King. "Come hit me, you idiot. Are you already panting after a couple of strikes?" Hearing this, Thunder King leapt forward to claw at her, aiming to shut her up, but Ling Weiwei's reflexes were incredibly quick. She slapped Thunder King to the ground with a backhand. At this point, Thunder King also sensed something wrong, feeling its strength continuously draining away. Through observing the battle, Luo deduced what was happening. It seemed Ling Weiwei was using some technique to absorb Thunder King's power. Each time Thunder King attacked her, she would siphon off a portion of its strength. But at this time, Thunder King was already blinded by hatred, completely unaware of this. It kept attacking Ling Weiwei over and over again. After a while, both in terms of power and speed, Ling Weiwei was completely dominating Thunder King. Before Dog Elder could react, he was sent flying with a swift kick from her. Ling Weiwei arrogantly said, "Foolish dog, still calling yourself Dog Elder? How about I cut off your other ear right now?" This scared Luo quite a bit. He never expected that Thunder King, a level 8, would be toyed with by her. However, it was precisely Ling Weiwei's words just now that thoroughly enraged Thunder King. "How dare you insult the Elder title I've worked so hard for? I've never wronged you, yet you cut off my ear. Well then, taste my fury." Old grievances combined with new hatred made Thunder King completely fall into a state of rage. At this moment, Thunder King's body suddenly erupted with countless purple lightning bolts. After a few angry barks from Thunder King, the purple lightning around its body converged into a bolt of purple sky lightning, which furiously struck the black monster. As the purple sky lightning instantly shattered the black monster into pieces, Luo was completely stunned, thinking that even he couldn't produce such destructive power. And what was the deal with the purple lightning? He had never seen Thunder King use purple lightning in his past life. Before Luo could figure out what was happening, Thunder King collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, Luo immediately went to check the situation, but Thunder King's first words were, "I didn't ask for your help. You can't take my points." He then asked Thunder King if the purple lightning was a newly acquired skill. Since he had never seen him use it before, Thunder King didn't know how to explain, so it lightly blew a breath towards Luo. The next second, a strong wind ruffled Luo's hair. At that moment, Luo understood everything. Seems like this dog has awakened dual abilities. It's evident that its second ability is wind-related, so he immediately asked Thunder King to try blowing with force, to see if it could generate a tornado. Upon hearing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, and took a big breath. As it exhaled, a hurricane was instantly created. This made Luo extremely happy, thinking how this was all thanks to Ling Weiwei. If it weren't for her, Thunder King would never have awakened dual abilities. But why did she transform into a black monster just now? Usually, nature-based transformations are into various animals. Could it be that her abilities had fused, like how Thunder King's wind ability had fused with its lightning ability, resulting in purple lightning? So by that logic, the earlier you awaken dual abilities, the more advantageous it is for ability fusion. At this point, Luo suddenly felt that if he didn't work harder, he might actually be outdone by a dog, especially considering that this dog now had nearly level 10 strength. Thinking of this, Luo immediately challenged Thunder King to a race. "Let's see who can get back to base first. How about a bet of 100 points? Don't worry, I won't use Void Walk." Hearing this, Thunder King was instantly interested, thinking, "What a great deal. With my 4 legs, I'm not afraid of your 2. As soon as Luo yelled start, both man and dog immediately dashed towards the base at full speed. Who would have known that in the next second, Thunder King erupted with a whirlwind mixed with thunder around him. In the blink of an eye, he teleported hundreds of meters. This scared Luo quite a bit. "Wow, Wind Thunder Flash, you dare cheat against me by using skills, huh?" Just as Thunder King was about to charge into the base, he was sent back to his original location by Luo's spatial exile. Frustrated, Thunder King found Luo and barked, "You cheat. How dare you use spatial exile on a dog?" Smiling slyly, Luo responded, "I remember saying I wouldn't use Void Walk, but I never said anything about not using spatial exile. Besides, you used Wind Thunder Flash. You cheated first, okay?" After costing Thunder King 100 points, Luo proceeded to the inner courtyard and found Rice circling around a flower. He immediately went up to warn Rice that the flower is poisonous. "It might not harm you physically, but it will make you dizzy and nauseous. Shall I pull it out now?" Upon hearing this, Mayu immediately shouted, "Leave the flower. Mutant plants can also be ingredients. Let me research this flower. It might solve the issue of tasteless fish." Subsequently, Luo returned to his room to absorb the crystal. Just 2 hours passed, and he felt signs of a breakthrough. After enduring intense pain all over his body, he finally surpassed Thunder King and advanced to level 9. His physical condition reached a near king level, and his abilities were multiple times stronger than before. Thinking about this, he began to try fusing abilities. Ling Weiwei had fused nature and dark elements to create a transformation skill. Thunder King had fused thunder and wind to create Wind Thunder Flash. What kind of ability will I create by fusing space and time to ensure nothing goes wrong? Luo immediately called Rice. asking it to predict for him what would happen if he combined them. Rice then jumped onto Chenluo and started sensing. Soon after, it said with a terrified face, "Chenluo, I saw you die on the spot, so you must never try that skill." Hearing this, Chenluo was stunned, muttering to himself, "Is the consumption of this space-time ability so huge? Do I have to wait until I reach level 10 or king level to use this skill?" Thankfully, Rice warned him in time, or he almost killed himself just now. Early the next morning, a member of the intelligence group sent a valuable message, saying they saw a stunning beauty by the seaside, and that she could turn someone into an ice sculpture with just a breath. Upon hearing this, Chenluo rushed to the beach without a word, because he suspected that the woman they mentioned was Congealed Frost. Indeed, it was exactly as he had guessed, but what he didn't expect was, as soon as Congealed Frost saw him, she ran towards the sea as if she had seen a ghost, mumbling to herself, "Why is it this rascal again? Is he here to destroy my shells?" At this moment, the puzzled Chenluo was a bit baffled, thinking to himself, "Do I look that scary? Scaring away a king-level expert the moment I show up?" So, she ran and he chased. Just as Congealed Frost was about to jump into the sea, Chenluo instantly used Void Walking to catch up and grabbed her, saying, "Why are you running when you see me? Do I look like a bad person to you? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." However, Congealed Frost did not think so. She kept shouting, "You pervert, let go of me now." Hearing this, Chenluo immediately explained that the last time was just a misunderstanding. "You hear me out? No, listen to my explanation. If you don't give me this chance, I can't guarantee if those two small shells of yours will remain intact." Upon hearing this, Congealed Frost instantly transformed back to her original form, and with a loud shout, "You despicable and shameless rogue," she immediately conjured an ice arrow aiming at Chenluo. Then she coldly said, "If you dare to do any filthy things to me again, don't blame me for being ruthless." However, at this moment, a jellyfish suddenly emerged from the sea, blabbering, "Finally found you. I'm here on Poseidon's command to invite you to Poseidon's palace, and let me warn you not to try any tricks. Your dolphin friend is with us." Even though Chenluo couldn't understand what they were saying, he could tell that this jellyfish had reached level 10. He was still missing 2 level 10 crystals. Should he kill it and harvest the crystal? But Congealed Frost was deep in thought. Clearly, this was a trap. Congealed Frost wasn't foolish. Going alone was likely a one-way trip, but the guy in front of her had teleportation abilities, didn't he? Last time, he teleported and saved Sea Princess right under her nose. With this thought, she immediately shouted to Chenluo, "I have a favor to ask. Are you willing to help?" Hearing this, Chenluo was taken aback. He hadn't expected a king-level expert to seek his assistance. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to build a good relationship with her? He then responded with a grin, "Helping others is my nature. Drawing my sword to assist is my hobby. Whatever you need, just let me know." Upon hearing this, Congealed Frost got straight to the point. "My friend was taken by a great white shark called Poseidon. I want you to accompany me to Poseidon's palace. Can you use your special ability to help me rescue my friend?" Hearing this, Chenluo paused in shock, thinking that any adversary that makes Congealed Frost wary must be a king-level entity. Though the journey would be risky, Chenluo immediately agreed to Congealed Frost's request. "If she can hold off Poseidon, I'll rescue the dolphin and owe her a favor. If she can't even do that, then I can only apologize." Meanwhile, in Poseidon's palace, a walrus was seen fawning, "Lord Poseidon, I knew that you and Congealed Frost never got along, so I took the liberty of capturing her friend, the little dolphin, and sent someone to invite Congealed Frost to the palace." But before it could finish, Octopus Bro suddenly burst out from the water, exclaiming, "Big trouble. The captured dolphin has tried to take its own life. It's on its last breath. What should we do?" Poseidon licked his lips. "Just eat it. It's more convenient." Just at that moment, the dolphin suddenly sent out a psychic message, "Dear Congealed Frost, please don't come to Poseidon's palace to save me. They want to use me as bait to kill you. Goodbye forever." Elsewhere, receiving this message, Congealed Frost suddenly stopped in her tracks. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "I just received a farewell message from the little dolphin. To keep me from danger, it chose to end its life." Upon saying this, Congealed Frost shouted, "I'll take revenge for my friend. I'll never forgive this monstrous fake Poseidon." Seeing this, Chenluo immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't act on impulse. If you go now, you'll be playing into their hands and betray the little dolphin's good intentions." But at this moment, Congealed Frost's eyes were clouded with rage. No matter what Chenluo said, she wouldn't listen. She was determined to seek revenge on Poseidon. Seeing this, Chenluo didn't indulge her any further. Using spatial exile, he immediately pulled her back, stating, "A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. I've promised to help you, but we need to plan this out." Only then did Congealed Frost start to come back to her senses, promising Chenluo she wouldn't act recklessly. However, at that moment, sensing something was amiss, the jellyfish tried to slip away, but it was too late. Chenluo lifted the Void Sword, coldly saying, "Do you think you can run faster? Or is my Void Sword faster?" With that, Chenluo cleaved the jellyfish in two with a single stroke. He then solemnly promised Congealed Frost, "Give me 1 year, and I guarantee we'll work together to eradicate this menace." It wasn't just bravado from Chenluo. With 2 or 3 more king-level crystals, he could reach level 10. By then, his power would be close to the king level. However, Congealed Frost remained skeptical. vehicle, replying, "Don't brag here, you're no match for me. What makes you so confident?" Hearing this, Chenluo immediately said, "You don't need to worry about that. Tell me, if I help you get rid of this menace, how will you repay me? After all, we are neither kin nor kindred, and I should get something out of this, right?" Upon hearing this, Congealed Frost quickly replied, "As long as you truly help me eliminate Poseidon, you can have whatever you want." This made Chenluo extremely happy, and he whispered to himself, "This mermaid has finally taken the bait." He then took Congealed Frost back to the shore, and instructed her not to seek revenge on Poseidon on her own within the year. Wait for my good news. Afterwards, he returned to the base in high spirits. Seeing his master return, Thunder King immediately ran excitedly towards Chenluo, but to everyone's surprise, as soon as Thunder King opened his mouth, Chenluo was drenched in cold sweat, and shouted, "I must be hallucinating. Did words just come out of a dog's mouth? Everyone come look, Thunder King can speak." However, at that moment, Xiao Hai approached Chenluo, saying, "The information you requested has been gathered. Here are the details of all the superpowered individuals who recently came to Divine Capital. Please take a look, boss." Chenluo glanced over the information and quickly noticed 3 big red characters. Lu Tianzhu. She was someone from his past life who had reached king level with nature powers. Not only did she have excellent planting skills, but she also mastered a powerful transformation technique, allowing her to turn into a firebird or thunder wolf. She was undoubtedly a rare talent. Yet, another superpowered individual's name soon caught Chenluo's attention. Gu Changfeng, a wind-based superpowered individual and a future king-level powerhouse. However, this guy was an ambitious base leader, and recruiting him would not be an easy task. Chenluo decided on the spot to recruit Lu Tianzhu first. After all, this woman didn't have much ambition, and winning her over should be easy. Thinking of this, Chenluo immediately handed the information back to Xiao Hai, saying, "Brother Hai, you can go about your business. I have some matters to attend to." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Changfeng approached Lu Tianzhu. Upon meeting, he proposed they join forces and merge their bases. Unexpectedly, without even a second's consideration, she declined his proposal, saying she had no intention of merging. Hearing this, Gu Changfeng was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Don't tell me you're thinking of joining Dawn City too." Without hiding anything, Lu Tianzhu confirmed his suspicions. "I'm actually planning to approach Leader Chen, and hope he can accept even those of us below the 6th rank into his ranks." This infuriated Gu Changfeng, who muttered to himself, "I humbly asked you to join and you refused, yet you want to kneel and beg someone who has set such high standards. You're really slapping my face." But just then, an alarmed shout echoed from the entrance, "Leader Lu, we're in big trouble. A massive horde of zombies is preparing to attack our base." Seeing an opportunity, Gu Changfeng was elated, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the perfect chance to show off? If I can resolve this crisis for her, she'll surely reconsider and join me." The incoming zombies were led by Big Strong from the Brotherhood Alliance. After Big Strong violently blasted the iron gate open with a single punch, the horde swarmed into the base like locusts. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng immediately took action, declaring, "With me here, you beasts won't advance another step." He then ordered 2 of his subordinates to hold Big Strong back. Fully understanding the principle, capture the leader first to defeat the enemy, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move against the lead zombie. However, with just 2 punches, Big Strong sent the 2 underlings straight to the underworld. Fortunately, Gu Changfeng's ultimate move was already underway. With a powerful shout, he summoned a massive tornado aiming directly at Big Strong. To everyone's surprise, Big Strong not only stood firm against the attack, but also mocked. "Is that all you've got?" Seeing this, Lu Tianzhu transformed into a phoenix, releasing a continuous stream of flames from the sky to attack Big Strong, hoping to push him back with long-range attacks. However, in an unexpected move, Big Strong leapt high into the air, grabbed her wings, and violently slammed her to the ground. The scene greatly alarmed Lu Tianzhu, who realized the zombie's strength was at the 8th rank. "Is this where my tragic life ends?" Just as Big Strong was about to finish off Lu Tianzhu with a single blow, another zombie rushed over shouting, "Boss, we're in big trouble. Chenluo from Dawn City is here. We can't mess with him. We need to run." At that moment, a bewildered Lu Tianzhu was utterly confused, thinking to herself, "What on earth? Zombies have bosses too?" What surprised her even more was that these zombies were afraid of someone from Dawn City. Before she could figure out what was happening, the horde of zombies began to scatter and flee in terror. Suddenly, a leg appeared from a vehicle, followed by Chenluo stepping out, saying, "Little girl, are you okay? Do you need any help?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianzhu was overjoyed, thinking, "Is Chenluo really that powerful?" The zombie leader that neither Gu Changfeng nor I could handle was terrified just hearing his name. Lu Tianzhu instantly became a huge fan of Chenluo. With admiration in her eyes, she said, "Brother Chen, I've been wanting to join you for a while now. Can I team up with you from now on?" Although Gu Changfeng was clearly annoyed, he didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of Chenluo, because the difference in their power levels was too vast. Chenluo, with a smile, responded, "Since you've asked so sincerely, from now on, you can be with me." Little did Lu Tianzhu know, Chenluo was internally overjoyed, thinking how smooth recruiting her had been. All thanks to that kid, Big Strong. Then, a slightly embarrassed Lu Tianzhu continued, "I know that Dawn City only recruits members of rank 6 and above, and my people might not qualify, but could you give them a chance? Without me, they'll surely be bullied. Qianluo, with a gentle smile, replied, while I can't fulfill that specific request, I have an affiliate organization that can accommodate your people and ensure they're not bullied. After addressing Lu Tianju's concerns, he swiftly turned his attention to Gu Changfeng, saying, You must be Gu Changfeng. Don't think I don't know about the spy you planted in Dawn City. Whatever you're plotting isn't my concern, but let me give you a piece of advice today. Before acting, weigh your own strength. Know what you can and cannot do. Use your head. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng nearly wet himself in fear. Quickly nodding, he expressed his gratitude for Qianluo's advice. However, Qianluo didn't even give him a second glance, and left with Lu Tianju. Unable to retaliate, Gu Changfeng muttered to himself, Qianluo, just you wait. One day, I'll have you beneath my feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there was a sudden phenomenon in Dawn City, where daylight swiftly turned to night. When Qianluo rushed back to the base, he was stunned to see a massive black hole in the sky. Looking up, he saw Sea Princess floating in midair, her face contorted in pain. After an initial shock, a look of delight crossed Qianluo's face, realizing that his sister was about to break through to the king level. Having experience in advancing to the king level himself, Qianluo promptly advised Sea Princess, if you feel the energy is about to burst out of your body, try to gather it together, and then release it with all your might. Without hesitation, Sea Princess conjured a massive dark energy sphere and hurled it towards an open space outside the base. Following a deafening explosion, Qianluo hurriedly congratulated her. Congratulations on officially entering the king level. But before he could finish, Sea Princess suddenly hugged him by the neck, thanking him for his timely advice, or she might have been torn apart by that immense energy. Let's go and take revenge on Congealed Frost now. Qianluo, hearing this, broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, I just made peace with Congealed Frost. If my sister goes there with such aggression, won't it ruin my plan? As he was about to try and dissuade her, Sea Princess suddenly swept him off his feet in a princess carry, saying, just rest in my arms. I'll fly us there. The bewildered Qianluo was utterly confused, thinking, this is bad. I can't stop her now. I must quickly find a way to mediate their conflict. Soon, Sea Princess, flying at incredible speed, reached the seaside. The journey was so turbulent that Qianluo felt dizzy upon landing, but Sea Princess, with her fists clenched in anticipation, was eager to face off with Congealed Frost immediately. Seeing this, the puzzled Qianluo quickly called out to Sea Princess, Big sis, can we discuss something? When you confront her, just give her a lesson. Don't beat her to a pulp. As for that mermaid, I'm confident I can recruit her to our side. Upon hearing this, Sea Princess immediately declared, since my brother likes this mermaid, I'll capture her for you right now. At this moment, Congealed Frost, who was seated on an island, also noticed Sea Princess and thought to herself, you dare come here. Last time you managed to escape, but this time, let's see if you can pull it off again. Seeing that a confrontation between the two women was inevitable, Qianluo quickly retreated to a safe distance to secretly observe the fight, thinking to himself, king level versus king level. Someone insignificant like me should stay out of this. Without any hesitation, Sea Princess released her Dark Eye technique against Congealed Frost, hoping to catch her off guard. However, Congealed Frost responded swiftly, interrupting Sea Princess with her Frost Bloom technique. This infuriated Sea Princess, who shouted, you damn mermaid, watch me beat you so hard today that you'll be searching for your teeth on the ground. She then launched another attack, Darkness Consumes, where a dark energy column, a meter in diameter, shot towards Congealed Frost. Surprisingly, Congealed Frost neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, she countered with her Extreme Cold Solidification technique. The intense battle between them was like a standoff between two fierce opponents. All the while, Qianluo watched from the sidelines, sweating profusely. After 800 rounds, neither had gained the upper hand. Both their powers were drained, leaving them unable to use any more special abilities. However, the fight didn't stop there. It escalated into an even more intense second round of king-level combat. Sea Princess raised her right hand, ready to strike. Congealed Frost, not to be outdone, immediately raised her arm to block the sudden blow. As she smirked with a look of triumph, saying, is that all? Sea Princess unexpectedly slapped her across the face with her left hand. Infuriated, Congealed Frost shouted, how dare you hit my face? You seafood, I'll end you. Without hesitation, the two entangled in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Qianluo rushed forward, grabbing Congealed Frost, and shouted, enough, let's talk this through peacefully. Unexpectedly, as Qianluo held onto Congealed Frost, she received another slap from Sea Princess. Seeing this, Congealed Frost shouted at Qianluo, let go of me. I'll make this mermaid pay. This made Sea Princess even more furious. She yelled, how dare you shout at my brother? Let's see if I don't slap you senseless. Just as Sea Princess was about to slap again, Qianluo quickly turned around to shield Congealed Frost with his back. However, Sea Princess suddenly halted her motion, thinking, why is my annoying brother protecting this mermaid? Oh, I remember now. He wants to recruit her. I should help him. With that thought, she began to pretend to furiously hit Qianluo while yelling, how dare you protect her? I'll beat you up, you annoying brother. Although she seemed fierce, her blows were light. Qianluo caught on quickly, feigning cries of pain. This tactic tactics seemed to work. Seeing Chenluo so protective made congealed frost grow concerned about his well-being. After this dramatic display, Chenluo pulled out 2 lollipops from his pocket and handed one each to congealed frost and Sea Princess. He said, "Misunderstandings aside, my sister here is our key ally against Poseidon. Let's talk things out." Congealed frost responded skeptically, "Your sister is too brutal, even to her own brother. Maybe you should be my brother instead." Chenluo smiled. "I only have one sister. How about you become my little sister?" After some mediation from Chenluo, the 2 women reconciled. Congealed frost even agreed to become Chenluo's sister. Chenluo then said in a serious tone, "Sister Congealed Frost, come back to the base with me. You and my sister can get to know each other's abilities. That way, we can work seamlessly together when we face Poseidon. I estimate in about 3 months, I'll be close to having king-level strength. Then, we can confront Poseidon together." Fast forward 2.5 months, Chenluo finally advanced to level 10. Now, with pseudo-king level strength, he couldn't be easily defeated, even by a king-level opponent's most powerful moves. Afterward, Chenluo immediately asked Rice, "With my current strength, what would happen if I used the space-time ability?" Without hesitation, Rice began to predict the outcome and informed Chenluo, "Using that ability now won't kill you, but it would leave you in a vegetative state." Hearing this, Chenluo became pensive, muttering, "Does this skill have such a high cost? Thankfully, Rice predicted it for me, or I might have been tempted to try it." With that thought, Chenluo instantly teleported outside the window and decided to test his king-level move called the Dimensional Blade. This skill can instantly defeat a king-level opponent and even severely injure those above king level. However, with his current strength, Chenluo could only harness a quarter of its power. Upon activating the Dimensional Blade, he waved his hand, releasing an energy that sliced through a nearby mountain like tofu. The next moment, Chenluo collapsed, exhausted from the effort, murmuring to himself, "Using that move at my current strength was too taxing. I must avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Now, I should keep my promise. Tomorrow, I'll go with Sister Congealed Frost to settle our score with Poseidon." Congealed Frost and her group arrived at the seashore, ready to confront the imposter god, Baihao, in Poseidon's palace. After a 2.5-hour journey, Congealed Frost pointed out the beach ahead as the entrance to Poseidon's palace. At that moment, Baihao was leisurely sunbathing on the beach, unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, Chenluo shouted, "All irrelevant creatures, leave immediately. 3 king-level beings are here to confront Baihao. Those who don't wish to die, move aside." At his command, all the sea creatures quickly made way. However, Congealed Frost was intently focused on Baihao, mumbling, "Why is he wearing that armor?" Upon hearing this, Chenluo looked closely and recognized the armor from a past life. It wasn't worn by Baihao, but by a king-level zombie. Chenluo deduced Baihao must have been killed by that zombie in his previous life, which is why the armor ended up on it. He also remembered that this unique armor would automatically deploy an energy shield when attacked. Thus, until the armor's energy was depleted, they wouldn't be able to inflict any real damage on Baihao. Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately suggested, "Then we should destroy its armor." Chenluo shook his head in response, saying, "Doing so would be a waste of such a treasure. If possible, I'd like to take that armor for myself." At that moment, Baihao noticed the intruders in his territory. Without hesitation, he charged at Chenluo and the others. Seeing this, Sea Princess swiftly cast a curse skill at Baihao. However, the gem on Baihao's armor shone with a brilliant white light, absorbing all the curse energy from Sea Princess. Stunned, Sea Princess exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Meanwhile, Congealed Frost launched her Icy Blossom attack. Not only did it fail to harm Baihao, but it also didn't even scratch his armor's shield. Completely taken aback, she yelled, "When did this imposter god become so strong?" Before everyone could react, Baihao threw a powerful punch at Chenluo, just 0.1 meters from landing on Chenluo's face. Chenluo quickly activated a skill called Spatial Banishment. The next moment, Baihao's punch hit nothing but air. Before Baihao could react, Chenluo devised a plan. He instructed Jiang Chushue to cast Time Freeze on Poseidon. Although the skill would only last for 3 seconds against a king-level entity, it was enough time for Chenluo to act. Jiang Chushue didn't hesitate and cast Time Freeze on Baihao. As a golden light enveloped him, Baihao found himself unable to move, as if he had been paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Chenluo used Void Walking to appear behind Baihao. Without wasting a moment, Chenluo, with the speed honed from being single for 20 years, removed the armor from Baihao in just 2 seconds. Seeing this, Poseidon was left stunned. Just as the time freeze was about to wear off, Chenluo shouted, "Spatial Banishment," and Baihao vanished from the spot. Chenluo then gleefully wore the armor and ordered the Sea Turtle King to escort Meili and Jiang Chushue to a nearby island, anticipating Baihao's return for revenge. Before departing, Meili cast several buffing spells on the group and reminded everyone to be cautious. 2 hours later, Baihao returned, even more furious than before, shouting, "You despicable human, return my divine armor or prepare to face my wrath." Chuckling, Chenluo replied, "Such arrogance. I'd like to see what you're capable of. I'll also test out this armor's abilities." Baihao, infuriated, yelled, "Stop acting so arrogant in front of me. Give me back my armor." Chenluo immediately stated stated there's no way he'd return it, challenging Bai Hao to take it back himself. But before Chen Luo could finish his words, Bai Hao mysteriously appeared right in front of him. Bai Hao's massive fist came hurling toward Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo sensed something was amiss. The opponent had breached the armor's defensive radius, but the protective shield didn't activate. Before he could understand the situation, Bai Hao's powerful punch landed squarely on his face. With a painful scream, Chen Luo was sent flying. In shock, he thought, does this armor recognize its owner? Why doesn't it protect me? Seeing the situation, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and blocked Bai Hao's path. She first used a skill to slow down Poseidon's movement, and then cast the Dark Eye on him. Congealed Frost also launched her Icy Blossom attack. Although both attacks hit Bai Hao squarely, they didn't even scratch him. Chen Luo, watching from behind, was terrified and muttered, this guy's defense is insanely strong. Bai Hao then mockingly said, are you giving me a scratch massage? Ignorant sea creatures, today I'll show you my true power. With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Hao, and a massive golden tornado enveloped him. Before anyone could react, a great white shark, with its jaws wide open, charged at Sea Princess. Sea Princess couldn't escape in time, but thankfully, Congealed Frost quickly used her powerful skill to freeze the shark, saving Sea Princess from a perilous situation. Chen Luo immediately instructed Sea Princess to unleash her ultimate move, Dark Devour. Despite its immense power, the skill required a few seconds of casting time. Sea Princess wasn't entirely confident she could hit Bai Hao with it, but she obeyed her brother's instructions regardless. Just as Sea Princess began casting Dark Devour, Chen Luo utilized spatial banishment, transporting Bai Hao, who was attempting to flee, directly into Sea Princess's attack. Before Poseidon could react, a powerful constricting force instantly overwhelmed him. Following a heart-wrenching scream from Poseidon, the sky echoed with agony. Even though the move was effective, Bai Hao's physical resilience meant Sea Princess had to expend a vast amount of energy to inflict damage. Within just 2 minutes, Sea Princess had exhausted her limits. As her technique dissipated, Bai Hao broke free from her hold. Enraged, he declared, mere sea creatures dare oppose a god like me? None of you will leave here alive today. Bai Hao then lunged out of the water, his massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at the duo. Observing this, Chen Luo realized the gravity of the situation. Both Congealed Frost and Sea Princess were too drained to evade. Without hesitation, Chen Luo teleported in front of them, grabbing their hands, and used void walking to escape. By the time Bai Hao tried to bite, he found only emptiness. Utterly bewildered, Bai Hao wondered, how did my prey escape just like that? Meanwhile, the trio had already reached a location hundreds of miles away. No matter how fast Poseidon was, he couldn't catch up to them. Congealed Frost said dejectedly, last time, this pseudo-god wasn't this powerful. Now, even with all three of us combined, we're no match for him. Brother Chen Luo, what should we do now? Chen Luo responded, no rush. Once I advance to the king level, I'll help you take him down. Soon after, they met up with Mi Li at the shore. On seeing them, Mi Li immediately asked about the progress. Chen Luo shook his head. It was challenging. Our plan failed. We need to rethink our strategy. Still, it wasn't a total loss. We managed to get Bai Hao's armor, though I don't know why it had no effect on me. Upon hearing this, Mi Li quickly inquired about the gem on the armor, suggesting, Chen Luo, do you think this gem might be the key to activating the armor? Upon hearing Mi Li's words, a realization struck Chen Luo. He immediately attempted to channel his powers into the red gem. Sure enough, as the gem absorbed the energy, it responded. With excitement, he said, sis, try hitting me with all your might. Without hesitation, Sea Princess threw a punch at him. To her surprise, her fist stopped half a meter from Chen Luo, blocked by a purple energy shield that suddenly appeared around him. Before Chen Luo could celebrate, he received a telepathic message from Zhao Zi. Brother Chen, we have a problem. Big Strong just sent out a distress call. A zombie is challenging him for leadership, and they're fighting in an octagonal cage. Big Strong is on the verge of losing. We need your help right now. At that moment, the mutant zombie spoke arrogantly. You have two choices before you. 1. Accept me as your leader. Or 2. I kill you right here and now. Choose quickly. I'm not a patient one. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Luo was already hovering above them. Seeing the audacity of the mutant, Chen Luo decided he would help Big Strong save face in front of his subordinates. Within a moment, Big Strong received a message from Zhao Zi. Big Strong, don't panic. Brother Chen is here. He says that if you count to 3, the mutant in front of you will drop dead. Just pose as if you killed it, and it will all play out. Gaining confidence from these words, Big Strong shouted, you're pretty bold, aren't you? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Do you believe that if I count to 3, you'll be dead? This statement left the onlooking zombies in doubt, wondering if Big Strong had become overconfident. It was evident that the mutant had a higher level, and they weren't sure Big Strong could defeat him, let alone in 3 seconds. The mutant smirked and said, go on, count to 3. I'd love to see how you think you can kill me. Without any hesitation, Big Strong began counting. At this moment, all the zombies stared at Big Strong as if he was an idiot, eagerly awaiting the moment he'd embarrass himself. To be honest, even Big Strong had doubts. While he knew Brother Chen was powerful, he found it hard to believe he could kill a level 9 mutant without even showing himself. He silently hoped, brother, you better not be setting me up. I've put everything on the line this time. As the 3 3-second countdown ended. Big Strong bellowed, "Die!" Simultaneously, Chenluo executed a spatial slice on the mutant. Seeing that the countdown was over, the mutant taunted, "Weren't you saying I'd be dead in 3 seconds? I'm still here," and before he could finish, his head dropped to the ground. Witnessing this, Big Strong immediately began to boast, "A mere firefly daring to compete with the sun and moon? A fool challenging my position as the leader? Who else here dares to defy me? Come at me, all at once if you wish." With that, the entire crowd began chanting their allegiance to Big Strong, swearing to follow him loyally. Having made his point, Big Strong excitedly approached Chenluo, offering him the crystal from the mutant. However, Chenluo declined, generously suggesting that Big Strong keep it for himself. This left Big Strong momentarily stunned, wondering if Brother Chen had had a change of heart, being so unexpectedly kind. But the next moment, Chenluo began to frisk Big Strong, leaving the latter thinking, "Ah, this is more like my brother," always suspecting I might be hiding some high-grade crystal. He soon arrived at Jin Yuanjiang's base. Chenluo inquired about any useful intel. Jin Yuanjiang admitted that things weren't going smoothly. There was another base, similar in scale to Dawn City, led by Yiyu, a level 9 power. Hearing this, Chenluo immediately sank into thought. Yiyu was a renowned figure from his past life, having awakened dual abilities at level 10 and becoming the only dual ability user at the king level. Moreover, he was also a favored individual with unparalleled luck. He had stumbled upon 3 king-level crystals and countless ones at levels 9 and 10. Thinking of this, Chenluo immediately had a sinister idea. "I want to steal the luck of the Child of Fortune. Every time he finds a king-level crystal, I'll steal it. Wouldn't I then be the most fortunate?" However, he realized that Yiyu wouldn't broadcast the fact that he found such a crystal, let alone tell him. So, Chenluo needed an inside source close to Yiyu. Sending someone new would be suspicious, so it was better to turn someone already close to Yiyu. Quickly, Chenluo thought of a suitable candidate. This person was not only close to Yiyu but also known to be fickle in loyalty, making them the perfect mole. With that in mind, Chenluo decided to head to Yiyu's base. He instantly appeared at Yiyu's base using the void walking technique. There, he saw Wan Jiangui in conversation with Yiyu. Once the two separated, Chenluo immediately used a space banish on Wan Jiangui. The next second, the unsuspecting Wan was sent flying. Chenluo quickly grabbed his shoulder, startling Wan Jiangui, who exclaimed, "Are you human or ghost?" Wanting to keep things discreet, Chenluo took him back to the ground. A confused Wan Jiangui was taken aback. He'd never seen a human fly before. Wondering if Chenluo was some kind of deity, he immediately knelt and bowed, repeatedly saying, "I pay my respects to the immortal." Once he finished his greetings, a table full of delicious hot dishes appeared in front of him, further convincing him of Chenluo's divine nature. Chenluo then handed him a pair of chopsticks and said, "Wan Jiangui, how about you follow me from now on?" Seeing this, Wan Jiangui didn't hesitate. He picked up the chopsticks and began feasting, thinking to himself, "This definitely tastes like fresh beef. I can't be wrong." He couldn't remember the last time he had meat, let alone fresh beef. Overwhelmed by the taste, tears of joy formed in his eyes. He wondered if he was dreaming, but the sensation of the food felt all too real. After wolfing down the meal, Wan Jiangui almost burst from overeating. However, at that moment, the aroma of the food suddenly attracted a horde of zombies. Seeing this, Wan Jiangui immediately volunteered, saying, "Please wait here, immortal. I'll be right back." Hearing this, Chenluo swiftly grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "You shouldn't exert yourself right after eating." With a casual wave of his hand, the zombies at the door were instantly killed. This scared Wan Jiangui, who exclaimed, "What kind of sorcery is this? That was way too effortless. Like swatting flies, you wiped out a horde of zombies." He then fell to his knees, shouting, "I, Wan Jiangui, am at your service. I would go through fire and water for you." Chenluo replied, "Just stay by Yiyu's side. If he encounters anything unusual, let me know immediately." Wan Jiangui, being no fool, thought to himself, "Isn't he just asking me to be a mole? What are you up to?" Upon hearing this, Chenluo quickly clarified, "I am not an immortal. I am just a king-level ability user. My power is equivalent to combining 100 or so Yiyus." He continued, "I'll introduce myself to you soon, and then you'll understand who I am." With that, Chenluo gave him a level 8 crystal, promising, "Stick with me, and you'll be rewarded, and there'll always be food and drink. Just let me know what you want." Hearing this, Wan Jiangui acknowledged, "I understand what I must do." With a wave of Chenluo's hand, Wan Jiangui was transported back to his room. Holding the crystal, he lamented, "I'm sorry, brother Yu. I didn't want to do this, but the immortal holds me in high regard." Following this, Chenluo confidently headed to his base to show his strength and give a demonstration of his power. Sensing hostile intent, Yiyu shouted, "Who approaches and what is your purpose?" Chenluo replied with a smile, "My name is Chenluo. I'm here to introduce myself. I come from Divine Capital and plan to establish a branch of our Dawn City here. I heard that Brother Yi is a promising level 9 big shot around here. I've come specifically to visit and hope we can coexist peacefully. It would be unfortunate if it came to blows between us later on." Yiyu wasn't a fool either. He naturally noticed that Chenluo's strength surpassed his own. Thus, he hurriedly assured Chenluo, "Brother Chen, don't worry. I promise nothing of that sort will happen. Since you're here, why not stay for a meal before before you leave. However, Chenluo immediately declined Yu's kind offer. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Suddenly, he lifted his left foot and exclaimed, "Why does my foot itch so much?" Then, with a powerful stomp, the ground trembled as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Some weaker members were knocked off their feet. This scared Yu considerably, thinking, is he even human? While Wan Jiangue looked at Chenluo with eyes full of admiration, muttering to himself, if he's not an immortal, then how can a simple stomp have such power? Chenluo, with a grin, apologized. I'm really sorry. I didn't control my strength because my foot itched. I'll send over a gift later as an apology. With that, he vanished using void walking, leaving Yu disheveled in the wind, reflecting on his earlier assumption of being invincible. The realization of even more formidable beings in the world led him to immediately instruct his subordinates to avoid conflicts with Dawn City, with the decree that violators would be executed. At that moment, Chenluo had already arrived above Mi Ling's base, intending to check on its progress. Upon his arrival, he felt exhausted and slumped onto a sofa. After all, he hadn't rested properly since returning from the Poseidon Temple. Seeing Chenluo's fatigue, Mi Ling hesitated before asking, "Do you want me to massage your shoulders?" Without any pretense, Chenluo replied, "If you're offering, I'd gladly accept." As Mi Ling massaged his shoulders, she reported the situation on her end and sought his advice on future developments. Chenluo smiled gently and said, "You have full authority here. Decide on its development as you see fit. Go ahead with confidence. No matter how it turns out, I've got your back." Mi Ling responded gratefully, "I'm afraid I might not live up to your expectations. I can't imagine the hardships my sister and I would have faced if we hadn't met you." Unexpectedly, this made Chenluo feel a bit awkward. From his past life's memories, if Mi Ling and Mi Li hadn't encountered him, they would have already become rulers of a city by now. At that moment, Chenluo suddenly noticed fruit on the table. It was a rarity from his previous life. In fact, he had narrowly avoided starvation thanks to it in his past life. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Mi Ling where it came from. Upon hearing this, Mi Ling promptly mentioned that it was found on the hill behind the base. Getting the information, Chenluo used void walking to instantly arrive at the hill. There, he quickly found the coveted mirage fruit, which was not only delicious but also had many miraculous properties. But as he approached, a vine snapped towards him. Without hesitating, he used void walking again and appeared in front of a giant tree. With a thunderous sound, he uprooted the entire mutant mirage fruit tree, turning over the surrounding soil in the process. What he hadn't expected was to discover a rat's nest underneath. The alarmed rats charged at him aggressively. Without missing a beat, Chenluo unleashed a spatial cutting technique, swiftly eliminating all the rats. In just 2 minutes, he had dealt with them all. Holding the mirage fruit tree, he happily prepared to return to the base. Unknown to him, all this was witnessed by a mother rat, whose eyes seethed with deep-seated hatred. She watched Chenluo leave, but held back from revealing herself. The next morning, Chenluo received a telepathic message from Wan Jiangue. Your predictions are indeed accurate. You truly acquired a high-grade crystal today. Without delay, Chenluo used void walking to arrive at Wan Jiangui's base. At that moment, Yu was in high spirits, exclaiming, "We must pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate today." Unbeknownst to him, he had already been marked by a thief. With a wave of Chenluo's hand, a skillful spatial force made a slit in Yu's pocket. A milky white crystal dropped out, and in the next second, it appeared in Chenluo's hand. Upon inspecting the crystal, Chenluo's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, "I got all excited for nothing. It's just a level 10 crystal." By now, Yu realized something was amiss. The once bulging crystal in his pocket was now gone. In shock, he shouted, "Where's my crystal? The quality of these trousers is so bad. I've only worn them for 2 days, and there's already a hole." Wan Jiangue, let's retrace our steps and find it. Hearing this, Wan Jiangue froze, thinking to himself, the immortal's methods are truly ingenious. He stealthily took Brother Yu's crystal without anyone noticing. Wait, it's not stealing. How can it be considered stealing when an immortal takes something? Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of men was bullying a young girl named Yin Ling. She was also a spatial ability user. Her presence would forever change Chenluo's life. The leader of the group lecherously said, "It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't get ahead of yourself. I am a level 7 powerhouse." Saying this, one of the goons lunged at Yin Ling, but was instantly killed by her spatial cutting move. Seeing this, the lead man unleashed his powerful skill, the Ice Arrow Storm. However, Yin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, she used her own move, Spatial Transfer. In a second, the man's skill was teleported right above them. Before they could react, the downpour of ice arrows caught them off guard. Though they suffered significant damage, Yin Ling, exhausted from using so much of her ability, collapsed. Just as they were about to harm her further, a horrifying scream echoed from behind them. Turning around, they almost wet themselves in fear. A zombie heroically charged out, not only slaughtering over a dozen of the goons, but also warning the remaining ones to run if they didn't want to die. Ling, seizing the opportunity, tried to escape, but her path was blocked by an ice wall cast by the zombie. It shouted, "The rest can leave, but you, girl, you stay. Your flesh looks tender." As the zombie got closer, Ling thought she had no other option but to use a certain skill. If she couldn't shake off this zombie in 10 seconds, her life would end here. With that thought, she unleashed her trump card. The next second, the zombie's lunging arm went straight through her body. Before the zombie could figure out what happened, Ling took off in a full sprint, but the zombie pursued her relentlessly, as if madly in love, vowing not to give up until it caught her. However, after only 9 seconds, Ling, drained of all her energy, collapsed. The zombie approached her with a sinister cackle, taunting, "Run. Why aren't you running? Weren't you so good at it just now?" Just as the zombie was about to feast, a humanoid figure suddenly stepped in front of Ling. It was the dashing and suave Thunder King, also known as the Dog Elder of Dawn City. As his power grew, Thunder King's body had evolved into a humanoid form. Seeing a zombie daring to harass a woman in broad daylight, Thunder King didn't waste time talking. Without hesitation, he swiped the zombie onto the ground. After just 3 swipes, the zombie was dead. Extracting a crystal from the creature, Thunder King realized it was just an 8th level mutant, which was somewhat disappointing. However, when his gaze shifted to the girl on the ground, a painful memory from his past resurfaced in his mind. After escaping from Ling Weiwei's clutches back in the day, Thunder King was taken in by a kind-hearted elderly woman. Ling was the granddaughter of this benevolent old lady. Thunder King had spent a peaceful period of his life in the old woman's home. However, this tranquility didn't last long. The elderly lady soon succumbed to a severe illness, and Ling was taken back by her parents. Thunder King once again became a stray. Recalling this, Thunder King gently lifted Ling from the ground, whispering to himself, "I can't be wrong. She's the old lady's granddaughter. As long as there's food in my mouth, I'll ensure you never go hungry." He immediately brought Ling back to their base. After explaining everything to his master, Thunder King firmly stated that he would bear all of Ling's future expenses. Stammering slightly, Ling said, "Hello, sir. My name is Ling. I'm a level 6 spatial ability user." Hearing this, Luo was taken aback. He was all too familiar with that name. In his past life, she was a prodigious talent and spatial abilities, mastering many powerful skills, surpassing Luo in this regard. However, the Ling from his previous life was nothing like the innocent young girl before him. Her face was disfigured, and she lacked both sides of her cheeks. She was also fierce and brutal. Luo deduced that her personality change was likely due to the trauma from her disfigurement. Regardless, this young girl was a prodigious talent and spatial abilities, and she knew skills he didn't possess in his previous life. This seemed like a golden opportunity. With that thought, Luo decided to take Ling as his disciple. Without wasting any time, he grabbed Ling's wrist and used the void walking technique to soar above the base, and then swiftly return to the ground. Luo thought, "This skill was my unique move from my previous life." Ling was envious of it. "There's no way she won't want to learn it from me." Witnessing this display, Ling became deep in thought. She had always believed her spatial talent was exceptional, but in front of Luo, it seemed insignificant. "If I had mastered this technique, I wouldn't have been in such a mess just now," she pondered. Without hesitation, she knelt to the ground and exclaimed, "Disciple Ling pays respects to master." Just as Luo was reveling in the joy of acquiring Ling as his disciple, Rice suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Luo, something terrible has happened. I've foreseen that Ling is in grave danger." This startled Luo, who immediately asked Rice about the specifics. Rice replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but if you go, not only will her crisis be averted, but Ling will also reap a huge benefit." Without giving it a second thought, Luo instantly used void walking to appear above Ling's base. Sure enough, at that moment, an enemy base with over 1,000 members launched a surprise attack on Ling's base, taking advantage of the absence of many of her members who were out gathering supplies. Ling didn't hesitate. She unleashed her Red Lotus fire, which enveloped her, and charged headlong into the enemy's main forces. In that moment, Ling resembled a starving tiger tearing through a flock of sheep, casting her spells and setting ablaze everything in her path. Any enemy near her met a swift end. In no time, she decimated the invaders. This left Luo, who was observing from a hidden location, utterly speechless. He thought, how can this be considered a life-threatening situation for her? It seemed more like she single-handedly crushed an entire base. But Luo had faith in Rice's predictions, believing something else must be about to transpire. Thinking this, he used void walking to discreetly follow Ling, vowing not to let her out of his sight. Unbeknownst to him, one of the enemy had managed to escape the scene. The escapee soon located a sleazy-looking, short-statured man named Ma Shuai, also known as the Spectre of Death. The man, seeking revenge for his fallen comrades, told Ma Shuai, "If you can help me take my revenge, I'll willingly hand over half of our base's supplies." As he spoke, he handed Ma Shuai a portrait of his enemy, but to his shock, upon seeing the portrait, Ma Shuai became livid. Without warning, he slapped the man across the face. The man, completely taken aback, tried to ask Ma Shuai for an explanation, but before he could finish his sentence, Ma Shuai slapped him again, this time shouting, "Jiang Chen, tear this worthless fool apart." The next second, the man was torn in half by a puppet standing beside Ma Shuai. Ma Shuai then lecherously stared at Mi Ling's portrait, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, but my goddess is still as beautiful as ever. Back then, I wasn't even worthy of being your lapdog, but now, I must make you my servant. You'll accompany me forever, just like Jiang Chen does. My dear, wait for me, I'm coming for you." This man was Ma Shuai, a high school classmate of Mi Ling's, and one of her many obsessive followers. When he learned that Mi Ling had established a base nearby, he immediately led his army of puppets to attack. The sentinels at Mi Ling's base were terrified and shouted, "The army of the undead is coming. Quickly, notify Sister Mi Ling." Upon hearing the news, Mi Ling rushed to the entrance. Ma Shuai, with a sleazy smile, greeted her. "Mi Ling, my dear, do you remember me? I'm Ma Shuai. We went to the same high school." Mi Ling was taken aback because she had no recollection of this Ma Shuai. She retorted, "I don't know you. Why have you brought these monstrous creatures to my base?" Infuriated, Ma Shuai shouted, "How dare you, you ungrateful woman. Soon, you'll never forget my name. Undead army, attack. Leave no one standing." Seeing the threat, Mi Ling didn't hesitate and unleashed a fire skill, obliterating the charging undead. But Ma Shuai remained unfazed, taunting, "Using such a petty trick in front of me? Jiang Chen, go and bring Mi Ling to me." Mi Ling's anger flared at his words. She summoned the red lotus fire and transformed into a firebird, charging at Jiang Chen. The moment she landed, Jiang Chen was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. After a piercing scream, the level 8 puppet was reduced to ashes by the red lotus fire. Yet Ma Shuai remained calm. With a loud chant of puppet resurrection technique, the next second saw Jiang Chen, previously burned to nothingness, reappear in front of Mi Ling. It was then that Mi Ling had a realization: to defeat the minions, one must first target the master. With that in mind, she dashed straight towards Ma Shuai. What she didn't expect was that Ma Shuai didn't retreat. Instead, he opened his arms and allowed Mi Ling to strike him down. Although Mi Ling was perplexed by this, she rejoiced when she saw him burn to nothing. However, Chen Luo, who was observing from a distance, wasn't convinced. He knew that a necromancer capable of crafting a level 8 puppet couldn't be defeated so easily. Before Mi Ling could celebrate her victory, a sleazy voice came from behind her. "They say big breasts mean no brains, and it seems they're right." She turned around to find 3 identical Ma Shuais mocking her in unison. "You got complacent after destroying one of my puppets. How does it feel to be drained after using 2 of your big moves? Jiang Chen, kill her for me. I want to make her my puppet servant." Just as he was about to reach Mi Ling, Chen Luo suddenly appeared between them using the void walking skill. He swiftly raised his right hand and delivered a powerful slap to Ma Shuai's face, sending the creepy man flying several meters away. He then helped Mi Ling up and said, "Sorry, I was late. Are you okay?" Although Chen Luo had initially wanted to let Mi Ling handle this on her own for experience, he couldn't bear to see her tormented. He coldly said, "You rest up. I can handle these clowns in 2 seconds." Unexpectedly, Mi Ling publicly declined Chen Luo's assistance, stating, "I don't want to live under your protection forever. I have one more ultimate move that I haven't used. I've been hesitant because if I don't control it well, it could backlash on me. If I fail, you can intervene then." While Chen Luo didn't want her to take this risk, Mi Ling was determined. She insisted on ending the battle with her ultimate move. With no other choice, Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. After all, a flower sheltered in a greenhouse cannot grow to its full potential. Mi Ling then waved her hand, and the bird formed from the scarlet lotus flames soared once again. What Chen Luo hadn't expected was that the fiery bird didn't target Ma Shuai or Jiang Chen. Instead, it turned and headed straight towards Mi Ling herself. This greatly alarmed Chen Luo. He thought to himself, "No wonder she said using this move might backfire. But isn't this more like self-harm than backfire?" Given the intense heat of the scarlet lotus flames, Chen Luo wasn't sure what consequences Mi Ling might face by attacking herself. This might very well be the life-threatening situation Rice had prophesied. Although Chen Luo internally debated intervening, he ultimately chose to trust Rice's words because Rice had also mentioned that as long as Chen Luo was present, Mi Ling would not only be safe but would also reap a great benefit. At this moment, Mi Ling looked calm, silently awaiting the fire's embrace. The next instant, she suddenly opened her eyes, appearing as if she had undergone rebirth in the scarlet lotus flames. The flames now seemed like a battle armor wrapping around her, revealing only her alluring face. Seeing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was all too familiar with this form of Mi Ling. It was one of her ultimate moves from her past life, the Scarlet Lotus transformation. This was the true embodiment of the Blood Rose Spirit Flame Princess. Highlighted by the Scarlet Lotus flames, Mi Ling started to float gently. She then suddenly rushed above Ma Shuai. With a swift motion of her hand, 2 balls of Scarlet Lotus flames darted towards Ma Shuai like fierce dragons. This terrified Ma Shuai, who without a second thought started to flee. However, the Scarlet Lotus flames seemed sentient, relentlessly pursuing the duo. Soon, they were encircled by these 2 fiery dragons. It was only then that Chen Luo finally sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "It seems this creep won't be escaping today." A deafening explosion followed, and the sleazy man was instantly blasted to pieces by the terrifying strike. The shockwave of the explosion also swept away the entire entire undead army present. But just then, Mi Ling fell from the sky, suddenly losing consciousness midair. Fortunately, Chen Luo caught her in time using a void walking, saving her from a disastrous fall. Looking at the stubborn young woman in his arms, Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "You really love to push yourself too hard, don't you? I wonder if the crystal inside you is shattered." He immediately checked Mi Ling's condition. Thankfully, she was okay. She had merely fainted due to overusing her abilities. Afterward, Chen Luo, weary from the day's events, returned to Dawn City. Seeing her husband return to the base, Mi Li quickly approached and asked about her sister's condition. Chen Luo smiled slightly and replied, "She's fine now." Not only did Mi Ling survive the crisis, but she also mastered a powerful skill called Scarlet Lotus Transformation. Now, no one with abilities below level 9 can match her. Mi Li sighed with relief after hearing this. Then, she said urgently, "There are some important things I need to tell you. First, according to Rice's prophecy, many zombies will evolve to level 6 tomorrow, and some of our members were killed while out on a mission today." Chen Luo was taken aback and immediately asked, "Which base dared to harm our Dawn City members?" To which Mi Li replied, "It wasn't a base. It was a group of unaffiliated individuals. Su Dashu captured one of them and learned they've been surviving by eating rats. They resented us for our abundance and comfort, so they sought revenge." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo commented that these types of people are the most difficult to deal with because they are reckless and fear nothing. From now on, he ordered, when someone goes out on a mission, there should be at least 10 people together. This way, those unaffiliated individuals won't be a threat. Mi Li praised Chen Luo for his smart thinking. She then added, "Yin Ling told me she's located the enemies who were after her. They reside at the EU base." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately sat upright, declaring loudly, "How dare they bully my disciple, Chen Luo's student? As her master, I must help her regain her honor. It's also a good opportunity to put the nearby EU in their place." Meanwhile, at another location, Yin Ling's enemy, Li Lian, was celebrating his birthday at his base. Yu was also invited for the feast. A curious man then remarked, "Brother Lian, I heard that a young girl recently killed several level 6 powerhouses from your base in a matter of seconds. Is that true?" Li Lian chuckled. "Indeed, it's true, but that woman is now in pieces. Her ability was indeed unique. She was a spatial type power user. She had a signature move called Spatial Slash that could kill anyone below level 7 instantly. It's as if with just a glance, the person would be dismembered. But I'm at level 7, so her technique has no effect on me." Upon hearing this, Yellow Hair quickly replied, "That explains a lot. I once saw Chen Luo use this technique in Divine Capital. He killed a level 6 powerhouse with just a look, which made him famous there. So, this move only works on those below level 7. I need to return to Divine Capital and expose him." Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "Brother Lian, someone has breached our base." Peering closer, they saw Chen Luo and Yin Ling strolling in. Chen Luo shouted, "Who was the blind fool that bullied my disciple? Step forward, or face my wrath." Pointing to the people above, Yin Ling angrily said, "Master, it was them who wanted to kill me." Chen Luo responded, "I won't bully you all." But before he could finish, Yellow Hair interrupted with a mocking grin. "Oh, isn't this the great leader of Dawn City, Chen? We've just uncovered the trick behind your gaze kill technique. It's called Spatial Slash, right? It only works on those below level 7, doesn't it? I'm going back to Divine Capital tomorrow to expose your scam. I'm already at level 7. What can you do to me?" However, before Yellow Hair could finish his taunts, a spatial force sliced off half of his head, followed swiftly by one of his arms. Chen Luo coldly retorted, "Do you still think I'm a fraud now?" In agony and disbelief, Yellow Hair screamed at Li Lian, "Didn't you say Spatial Slash wouldn't work on level 7 users? You've killed me." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Luo used his Spatial Slash to decapitate Yellow Hair. With a smirk, he said, "I, Chen Luo, am not unreasonable. The two who tried to assassinate my disciple must die today. Those uninvolved can be spared." However, a voice suddenly came from behind Li Lian. "It was you, Brother Chen. Long time no see. My friends truly didn't know Yin Ling was your disciple. Ignorance should be pardoned. Besides, your disciple is unharmed. Can you give me face and spare them?" Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. "By the sound of it, Brother Yi, you want to protect these two?" Instead of answering directly, Yi took out a level 7 spatial crystal and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Consider this crystal as compensation." Chen Luo instantly realized that Yi was trying to win him over. Even though he accepted the crystal, he didn't really give Yi face, as that would undermine his own authority. Seeing this, Yi hastily added, "If they ever offend you again, you won't need to lift a finger. I'll deal with them myself." But Chen Luo wasn't impressed, asserting, "No one who has ever offended me lived to tell the tale, including you, Yi. If you dare cross me, you'll meet the same fate as them." With a wave of his hand, the two culprits were instantly cut into 8 pieces by his Spatial Slash. After doing so, he coldly added, "If anyone can withstand the retaliation of a level 10 power user, feel free to conspire against me behind my back. Yi, come talk about face when you reach level 10. This infuriated Yi. He muttered to himself, "Damn you, Chen Luo, your arrogance won't last long. When the mutant I've been nurturing dies, that'll be the day I end you." It turns out, 2.5 days earlier, Yi had encountered a king-level mutant in the wild. Desperate to obtain its crystal crystal by causing its death. Yu shockingly knelt before the mutant, pledging allegiance and promising to provide it with fresh prey daily. Meanwhile, elsewhere, shortly after leaving Li Liang's base, Chen Luo ran into Wan Jiangui, who had been waiting for him. Wan Jiangui excitedly reported, "Master Chen, there's significant news. Yu has found another king-level mutant and has kept it in the woods near our base. Currently, Yu only trusts me and Gao Yiheng, so he's planning to take us with him tomorrow to feed the creature. Master, what should be my next move?" Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. "Well done, Wan Jiangui. You've made a significant contribution. Once this matter is resolved, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Tomorrow, when you go to feed the creature, use telepathy to notify me." The next morning, as Yu led Wan Jiangui and others to feed the mutant, Wan Jiangui secretly informed Chen Luo of their location. However, as soon as he arrived, the king-level mutant sensed something amiss. With a swift movement, it aimed a palm strike at where Chen Luo was hiding, shouting, "Who's skulking around there? Show yourself." Chen Luo brazenly replied, "What a coincidence, Brother Yi. I never expected to bump into you during a stroll. How could you associate with a creature like this? Is this beast blackmailing you? Don't worry, I'm here to help eliminate it." "Then please, Master Chen." He then whispered to himself, "This guy is only level 10, and he dares to brag about defeating a king-level mutant. My luck knows no bounds." Wasting no time, Chen Luo used void walking to teleport behind the mutant, raising his void sword to decapitate it. Unexpectedly, the mutant reacted with lightning speed. It employed an earth stomp technique, thwarting Chen Luo's surprise attack. The mutant then swung its claws at Chen Luo. Fortunately, due to Chen Luo's agility, he narrowly evaded the blow. He silently thought to himself, "Had I not possessed near king-level strength, I would have been finished just now. This king-level mutant is truly formidable." The mutant summoned 3 earth elemental giants to attack Chen Luo. Fortunately, these mud figures were no match for him. After attacking Chen Luo continuously for 2 minutes, they couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Witnessing this, the bystanders were utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Is Chen Luo really this powerful? Is he truly just a level 10 superpower?" Only Wan Jiangui remained calm, thinking, "It's no surprise, given that he's like an immortal. How could a mere mutant be a match for Master Chen?" This utterly infuriated the king-level mutant, who shouted, "Arrogant child, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it unleashed a move called Dynamic Light Wave. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was caught off guard and was directly hit in the heart by this terrifying attack. He then plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground. Seeing this, Yu feigned concern and shouted, "Brother Chen, are you alright? Why were you so reckless?" But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Luo quickly got up and cheekily flashed a scissors gesture at him. With a playful tone, he said, "Brother Yi, how's my acting? I was just messing with this mutant." He then changed his tone, "I've already given you a chance. If you can't take it, it's not my fault. Do you want to learn about a one-way ticket to hell?" Hearing this, the mutant was utterly shattered, repeatedly muttering, "This can't be. How can someone survive after taking my most powerful attack?" Before Chen Luo could even accelerate time to affect the mutant, the creature coincidentally met its end. This scared Yu, who thought to himself, "This mutant's timing of death couldn't be worse. Who does the crystal belong to now?" At that moment, Yu felt a deep sense of regret. The king-level mutant he had discovered ended up benefiting someone else. Wan Jiangui, always observant, noticed Yu's desire for the crystal and his hesitance to speak up in front of Chen Luo. Seeing an opportunity to assert himself, he immediately pointed at Chen Luo and shouted, "Listen here, kid. My big brother was the first to discover this mutant. The crystal rightfully belongs to him. Don't force me to take action against you." Hearing Wan Jiangui's words, Yu was deeply moved. He thought to himself, "Wan Jiangui, you truly are my loyal brother." However, what they didn't expect was that, upon hearing this, Chen Luo didn't attack. Instead, he generously stated, "I, Chen Luo, am not an unreasonable person. Since you found the mutant first, you can extract the crystal, but I'll only give you 10 seconds. Hearing this, Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately conjured a superpowered blade and approached the mutant. He fiercely struck the mutant's forehead multiple times, but to his surprise, after more than 10 strikes with all his might, he couldn't even scratch the mutant's scalp. This amused Chen Luo greatly, who thought, "A level 9 like you trying to open the head of a king-level mutant without at least 3 to 5 minutes? It's impossible." Chen Luo then laughed, "Brother Yi, you've been at it for almost a minute. Isn't it my turn now?" With that, he conjured his void sword. He skillfully extracted a king-level crystal from the mutant's head. Patting Yu on the shoulder, he said, "Brother Yi, you can't blame me for this. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. So, until we meet again." Hearing this, Yu was so furious that he sat down hard on the ground, shouting, "Chen Luo, I swear I'll make you pay double for this in the future." Seeing this, his 2 subordinates hurriedly helped him up. At that moment, Gao Yan gravely said, "Boss, I don't think Chen Luo had any ill intentions. He even let you extract the crystal first. I believe there's no need to see him as an enemy." Upon hearing this, Yu quickly responded, "Do you think his sudden appearance here was a coincidence? If I remember correctly, before he arrived, you had an excuse to leave for a while, didn't you?" Gao Yan hastily explained that he had an upset stomach, asking, "Boss, you can't possibly think that I'm a mole who informed Chen Luo, can you?" Wan Jiangui also quickly jumped in, saying, "I believe Gao isn't that kind of person. Could there be some misunderstanding misunderstanding here? Upon hearing this, Yu immediately said, Wan Jiangui, some people can be known by their appearance, but not by their heart. Never be deceived by their exterior. He stole my crystal, and you tell me not to consider him an enemy? What benefits has Chen Luo given you? You're a treacherous traitor. At this point, Gao Ying realized that once trust is broken, no matter how much he tried to explain, it would be seen as a mere excuse in Yu's eyes. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Seeing Gao Ying's silence, Yu slapped him on the forehead, shouting, So you have nothing to say now that I've exposed you? Wan Jiangui, watching from the side, was quite alarmed. He thought to himself, thank goodness Yu brought two of us along this trip. Otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. In the future, I must be more cautious in my actions. I'm sorry, Gao. You took the blame for me. Little did they know, Chen Luo hadn't left at all. He was observing everything from the shadows. After the two left, Chen Luo used void walking to approach Gao Yang. He whispered, I'm sorry, my friend. In your past life, you were a loyal king-level warrior, devoted to Yu, and you fought to your death without leaving his side. Because of my presence, you died. Rest assured, I'll give you a proper burial. But as he was speaking, Chen Luo suddenly noticed a slight movement in Gao Ying's fingers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to extract Gao Ying's crystal. Even though a level 7 crystal is of no use to me, it would be useful for Wan Jiangui. Let's hurry back. As they turned back, they happened to witness Chen Luo carrying away Gao Ying's body. This scene further confirmed Yu's suspicions. Indeed, Gao Ying must have been working for Chen Luo. Otherwise, why would Chen Luo come back to take his body? At this moment, Chen Luo had already brought Gao Ying back to his base. As soon as they entered, Chen Luo ordered the Light faction to spare no effort in saving Gao Ying. 2 hours later, Gao Ying slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Luo by his bedside. He quickly asked, We have no relation. Why did you save me? Chen Luo earnestly began to weave a tale. You were lucky to meet me. When I saw you still had a breath left, I couldn't bear to see you take your crystal. So, I took you away from him. Whether you believe it or not, everything I do is to ensure the survival of humanity in this apocalypse. Now, you have two choices. The first is to join my Dawn City. You can observe my actions, and then decide whether you want to join us. The second choice is to pretend I never saved you and end it all yourself. Think it over, and when you've decided, come find me. With that, Chen Luo turned and left. Immediately after, he eagerly returned to his room to absorb the king-level crystal he had just obtained. He needed to quickly advance to the king level to face Poseidon. The longer he waited, the more king-level creatures would emerge in the sea. By then, dealing with Poseidon would not be so simple. Moreover, he planned to nominate the Sea Princess as the new Poseidon to realize his tripartite plan. Currently, he was the leader of the strongest human base. Big Strong led the most potent zombie base, and only the marine domain was left. So, you had to work hard for humanity. Chen Luo thought, when I can reach the king level depends on you. But at that moment, Gao Ying suddenly sought out Chen Luo and said, Brother Chen, I've made up my mind. After this incident, I've seen you use true colors. My life was saved by you. From now on, I will follow you loyally. Hearing this, Chen Luo gave a slight smile and said, You'll be proud of the choice you made today. Rest up and recover first. In a few days, I'll have someone brief you on the rules of our base. With the matter of Gao Ying settled, Chen Luo decided to scout Poseidon's palace and fetch some seafood for Thunder King on the side. They were almost out of the mackerel from last time. Without hesitation, he used void walking to arrive at Poseidon's palace. However, he didn't spot Poseidon. Regardless of Poseidon's whereabouts, his primary goal was the seafood. Not wasting any time, he quickly chose a 2-ton orca, thinking to himself, this should be enough for Thunder King for a while. He then unleashed a dimensional blade skill. Before the orca could react, it was instantly killed by Chen Luo, who subsequently retrieved its crystal and stored its body in his dimensional space. The scene terrified the surrounding sea creatures, who exclaimed in horror, He's terrifying. He took down a level 10 orca instantly. Chen Luo coldly declared, All you sea creatures listen up. Anyone who continues to follow Bai Hao and causes trouble, I'll kill on sight. If you don't want to die, you can join me. Hearing this, the sea creatures scattered in fear. Roughly 2 hours later, Bai Hao finally returned to Poseidon's palace. The sea creatures immediately informed him, Lord Poseidon, you're finally back. While you were away, that Chen Luo attacked our palace again. He killed one of our brothers and threatened that if we continue to follow you, he'll wipe us all out. This enraged Bai Hao, who shouted, Has that brat lost his mind? I haven't even settled the score with him, and he's already provoking me. This time, whether he hides at the ends of the earth or the deepest corners of the sea, I'll find him and tear him to pieces. Just recently, this dog stole 3 golden eggs from the golden eagle. That's why the golden eagle has been chasing it all the way to the base. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly asks Thunder King what's going on. But before he could finish speaking, Sea Princess suddenly bursts out shouting, What blind fool dares to run rampant in my Dawn City? Are you asking for death? Seeing that the foolish bird has no intention of leaving, Sea Princess didn't waste words and immediately bound it with a force of darkness. At that moment, Dog Elder grinned and said, Master, taming this golden eagle as your mount would be a good choice. Go ahead and start your performance now. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and lightly patted Thunder King on its back, while shouting, What's wrong with you? Learning to steal other people's children? children. I'm going to break your dog legs today. This really frightened the golden eagle on the side, who thought to itself, what's going on? Isn't this dog supposed to be powerful? Even I am not its match. Why is it being disciplined so harshly now? Before it could figure out the situation, Chenluo handed the golden eggs back to it, saying, my brother didn't know better. I apologize on his behalf. I'm returning your eggs now. You can go back. With that, Chenluo gave Sea Princess a look, hinting for her to play the bad cop. Seeing this, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and shouted right away, what do you think this place is? You think you can come and go as you please? You attacked our Dawn City. I won't be satisfied until you're punished for years. This amused Chenluo to no end, who thought to himself, my sister really knows how to handle things. Then he said with a resigned face, Golden Eagle, look at this mess. I want to let you go, but my sister disagrees. How about this? Stay my base for a while, and once my sister cools down, I'll let you leave. How does that sound? Thunder King, ever perceptive, jumped in, shouting, we don't keep idle birds here. If you stay, you must work. My master needs a mount. Are you willing? But before he could finish, the golden eagle began shaking its head non-stop, becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, Rice suddenly popped out and said, it says, it's better to die than to be humiliated. Although you look like a good person, you obviously aren't strong enough. Even if I, the golden eagle, have to die, I won't serve as a mount to a weakling. You might as well kill me. Hearing this, Chenluo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Someone actually dares to call me weak? Do I really look that weak? Fine. It must be because I haven't taken action against it yet. It probably misunderstands my strength. Today, I'm going to use my overwhelming power to conquer this arrogant golden eagle. Chenluo immediately shouted, you dare to call this Lord of the Void weak? Then how about we make a bet? I'll let you leave with the eggs, and I'll stand right here, not moving. If you can get out of the boundary of my Dawn City, I promise no one will stop you. But if you can't make it out, you'll have to become my mount. How about that? Upon hearing this offer, the golden eagle didn't hesitate and agreed to the bet, thinking to itself, this Chenluo is really a good person. Isn't he just intentionally letting me go? With that thought, it launched into the air, soaring into the sky at a speed of 1,200 yards per second. Seeing this, Chenluo was not alarmed but delighted, thinking to himself, my mount is going to be so amazing. No matter what, I must make this golden eagle mine today. By this point, the golden eagle was almost out of Dawn City's boundary, but Chenluo remained calm. With a shout of spatial banishment, the golden eagle was mysteriously sent back to the starting point the next second. Although shocked beyond belief, the golden eagle once again took to the skies. However, after several attempts, each time it was about to fly out of Dawn City, Chenluo would use spatial banishment to teleport it back to the starting point. This left it utterly distraught, thinking to itself, why can't I just fly out of here? Why is it like I'm walking in circles? This Chenluo's power is far too unfathomable. At that moment, Chenluo said with a smile, don't waste your energy. You can't escape my 5-finger mountain. A bet is a bet. Are you willing to become my mount? Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. I guarantee you and your offspring will be well taken care of. This move instantly humbled the proud golden eagle, who immediately prostrated itself before Chenluo in submission, signaling its willingness to become his mount. Chenluo didn't stand on ceremony, jumping onto the golden eagle's back without a second thought, and commanded it to fly at full speed around Dawn City. Seeing that his master had successfully acquired a new mount, Thunder King once again ventured out of Dawn City to hunt for crystals and earn points. Soon, he spotted a white figure nearby. He discovered it was a woman in white, who appeared to be a zombie. Strangely, this zombie woman was not only clean and neatly dressed, but she was also exceptionally graceful. If it wasn't for her red eyes, Thunder King would have mistaken her for a human girl. Just at that moment, a group of survivors happened to pass by, pointing at the woman in white and exclaiming, look at that female zombie over there. She's so beautiful. Being single for so long, even zombies are starting to look refined. Today, I want to try something new. Let's see how different this zombie is from humans. Hearing this, the woman was first stunned, then shouted, why do you ignorant humans call me a zombie? Can't you tell I'm White Gull? As soon as she spoke, the survivors lunged at White Gull like wolves. She didn't entertain them and shouted, if you no longer wish to live, then I shall grant you that wish. No sooner had she spoken than she instantly killed them all with a single move. This scared Thunder King, who was hiding nearby. He muttered to himself that this zombie definitely has king-level strength. I must notify the master immediately, or my life is at risk today. At that moment, Chenluo was busy instructing his subordinates to build a mansion for Golden Eagle. Zhao Zi suddenly ran over shouting, Big Brother Chen, something terrible has happened. Thunder King sent an emergency message, saying he's encountered a king-level zombie. Please go and provide backup immediately. Meanwhile, White Gull noticed Thunder King hiding behind a rock and menacingly approached him. Seeing this, she didn't waste any time and easily moved the rock that was hiding Thunder King with a wave of her hand. This instantly shocked Thunder King, who was thankful that Chenluo arrived just in time. Otherwise, his life would have truly been in jeopardy. Chenluo's first reaction upon seeing White Gull was that she was indeed a king-level mutation, for the simple reason that zombies have red eyes, which is also the simplest way to distinguish between humans and zombies. What he didn't know was that White Gull was actually a red-eyed seagull, whose eyes remained red even after taking on human form. At that moment, White Gull curiously asked, what exactly exactly do you want to do with me? Black Dog, answer my question. As soon as she spoke, Thunder King was instantly hypnotized by White Gull, and without hesitation, revealed their intent. We want to get your crystal. This infuriated White Gull, who shouted, we have no past grudges, nor present disputes. Why do you seek to kill me for my crystal? Chenluo didn't respond, but instead secretly accelerated time around White Gull. Much to his surprise, it appeared to have no effect on her. In that instant, he realized that she wasn't a mutated being. Could she be a regular zombie that had reached king level? No wonder she showed no signs of collapsing despite his prolonged time acceleration. Just then, White Gull also sensed that something was off, and quickly questioned what Chenluo was doing to her. Due to the massive consumption of his special ability while using time acceleration, Chenluo decided to abandon the idea of engaging her further. He immediately performed a void walking technique and disappeared from the spot with Thunder King. This infuriated White Gull, who shouted, cowardly humans, come out at once. What skill is there in hiding? Having said that, she reverted to her true form and flew into the sky, looking for any trace of the man and the dog. Meanwhile, Yu stumbled upon a highly poisonous flower. To get rid of Chenluo, he immediately collected the flower's toxic pollen. However, he was unsure if this could kill a level 10 being. To test the toxicity of the flower, he poured 2 grams of the pollen into water and handed the glass to one of his level 8 physical-based subordinates, telling him to drink it quickly. The subordinate hastily said, boss, I'm not thirsty. You should keep it for yourself. But before he could finish speaking, Yu forcibly opened his mouth and poured the water down his throat, shouting, if I say drink, you drink. No more nonsense. No sooner had he spoken, the subordinate took a half step back, began bleeding from all orifices and collapsed to the ground with a thud. This greatly alarmed Wan Jiangui, who was nearby, who exclaimed, brother Yu, he's one of us. But Yu was unfazed and said that if he could get rid of Chenluo, killing a level 8 subordinate was inconsequential, since a little bit of pollen can kill a level 8 physical-based being. Increasing the dose will surely kill Chenluo. I'll send someone to Dawn City right away to invite Chenluo to a feast, telling him that I am willing to submit to him. Once the pollen is mixed into his food and drink, even if he takes just one bite, he'll be severely injured if not killed. Meanwhile, Rice calculated that Chenluo's dinner party would be a bloodbath. This greatly alarmed him, as he initially thought the king-level female zombie they encountered during the day might seek revenge. So, he immediately summoned Sea Princess and congealed Frost for protection. Just then, Chen Guang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Brother Chen, Yu has sent a message saying he wants to join our Dawn City. He has set a banquet for tonight and invites you to attend. Hearing this, Chenluo chuckled. Reply to them that I will certainly attend the banquet tonight. He thought to himself, it seems the bloodbath Rice mentioned must be from Yu. Later, as promised, he arrived at Yu's base, curious about what Yu was planning. Upon meeting, Yu expressed a strong desire to join Dawn City. Hearing this, Chenluo didn't hold back. He immediately said, if you want to be my subordinate, you must bow down to me, following the rules of Dawn City. Hearing this, Yu was stunned, wondering what kind of rule this was. Seeing Yu's hesitation, Chenluo smirked. If you can't even show this bit of sincerity, we should just say our goodbyes. What Yu didn't expect was, at the critical moment, Wan Jiangui stepped forward and bowed 3 times to Chenluo. Seeing this, Yu thought, a small concession can lead to a greater plan. It was not easy to invite him here. If I don't bow, how can he stay for dinner? Thinking this, Yu immediately knelt down and shouted, big brother, muttering to himself, you just wait, Chenluo, I'll make you pay double. At that moment, Chenluo said solemnly, get up, from now on we are brothers. Yu then quickly ordered his subordinates to serve the prepared meal, saying, big brother, you've traveled a long way. Please taste the food and see if it's to your liking. Chenluo was no fool. He knew that if something seemed off, something was definitely wrong. From the moment he picked up the sausage, Yu was staring directly at him. It was obvious that something was added to the food. Just then, Wan Jiangui suddenly shouted, Master Chen, don't eat it. The sausage is highly poisonous. This poison can instantly kill a level 8 physical-based being. Yu wants to use it to kill you. Upon hearing this, Yu was completely stunned, then shouted, Wan Jiangui, do you know what you're saying? Unexpectedly, after finding out the situation, Chenluo didn't rush to kill Yu. Instead, he wanted to provoke him further, because he clearly remembered that Yu was a dual system ability user in his past life. But it seemed that he hadn't awakened yet, and could a regular level 9 crystal compare with a level 9 dual system ability crystal? Thinking of this, Chenluo immediately recounted how he had stolen his crystals before, and how he had found out about his king level mutant, spelling it all out. At this moment, Yu finally understood. So the mole beside me isn't Gaoyang, but you, Wan Jiangui, you scum. I've treated you so well, why would you betray me? Saying this, Yu burst into flames, which indicated that he had awakened his dual abilities. Clearly, his second ability was fire-based. At that moment, Yu arrogantly said, didn't expect to awaken my dual abilities at this moment. It seems fate is on my side. Now my power has also reached level 10. Chenluo, I will tear you to pieces. Then he smirked and continued, Chenluo, now I'm also a pseudo level 10, and I have dual abilities. Let's see how you can compete with me now. This greatly alarmed Wan Jiangui on the side, who quickly hugged Chenluo's thigh and shouted, Master Chen, he has awakened his dual abilities abilities now. I'm guessing you're no match for him anymore. Let's run away together. But Chenluo was not impressed. He even swept Wan Jiangui away with his hand. To Yiyu's disbelief, Chenluo instantly appeared in front of him, then grabbed Yiyu's neck and said, I forgot to tell you, I'm also a dual system ability user, and my level is above yours. However, Yiyu was not fazed, still shouting, who are you trying to fool? The next second, a terrifying fire-based ability burst out from Yiyu, scaring Wan Jiangui, who immediately turned and ran. To avoid collateral damage, Chenluo instantly decided to relocate for a decisive battle. After he shouted void walking, the two instantly appeared at a zombie stronghold, because he wanted to see if Yiyu's luck could attract another king-level zombie before his death. At this point, Yiyu frantically said, what the hell do you want to do to me? Chenluo didn't respond, but instead raised his right hand high and fiercely slapped him on the forehead. Instantly, blood spurted out from Yiyu's nose and mouth, but just as Chenluo raised his arm to strike again, Yiyu immediately unleashed a fire-based ability towards him, then took the opportunity to break free. Seeing this, Yiyu didn't hesitate, and without a word, turned and ran. But Yiyu had only taken a few steps when he was pulled back by Chenluo through spatial exile. Then he summoned a sword of void and slashed at Yiyu. Faced with this sword, Yiyu could only widen his eyes and await his death. However, just as Chenluo was about to decapitate him, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. Following the direction of the light, they found a female zombie bathed in the holy light. This couldn't help but earn Chenluo's praise for Yiyu. You truly are a child of fortune. You actually attracted another king-level mutant before dying. At this point, the mutant angrily said, what are you two jabbering about? You're too noisy. And then she shot several huge golden beams at them. Seeing this, Chenluo instantly used void walking to dodge. But Yiyu, who couldn't use void walking, wasn't so lucky, because the speed of the light was too fast. He could only stand his ground and take the hit. What Chenluo never expected was, not only was Yiyu unscathed, but his power also suddenly increased several times. Seeing this scene, Chenluo was completely dumbfounded. This is truly outrageous. How else would you describe him as having a god-tier luck? Such ridiculous events could actually happen to him. At that moment, Yiyu waved his hand, and several fire blades, each several meters long, suddenly appeared in front of Chenluo. Although Chenluo was quite shocked, he was far from frightened, as the situation had not yet slipped out of his control. But Yiyu thought otherwise, and taunted, Chenluo, prepare to die. Today, I will tear you to pieces, to quell the hatred in my heart. Saying that, he suddenly charged towards Chenluo in the air, only to be sent back to the ground by Chenluo's spatial exile. Then, seizing the opportunity, he immediately applied time acceleration to the mutant on the side. Only 2 seconds had passed, and the mutant died on the spot under Yiyu's astonished gaze. Chenluo didn't hesitate, and quickly retrieved the king-level crystal from the mutant, before storing it in his own ability space. Before Yiyu could even figure out what was happening, Chenluo cast time acceleration on him. At this moment, Yiyu felt as if someone had hit the fast-forward button on him. His body began to twitch uncontrollably. The next second, he felt like a deflated balloon, as power continuously drained from his body. Realizing something was wrong, Yiyu immediately dropped to his knees. He was about to beg for mercy, but was met with a harsh slap on the face from Chenluo. Chenluo initially wanted to spare him to exploit a bug, utilizing his luck-based physique to obtain king-level crystals. But recalling the events that just occurred, he felt a shiver down his spine. Keeping this guy around was too risky. If not for his mastery of time acceleration, he would have nearly capsized in the gutter earlier. Thinking this, Chenluo immediately said, I'm in a good mood today. If you have any last wishes, say them now. As long as it's not unreasonable, I can fulfill it. Hearing this, Yiyu shouted, last wish is your grandma's leg. I curse you with my life to die a horrible death, abandoned by all. But before he could even finish his sentence, Chenluo decisively severed his head with a sword. He then promptly took out Yiyu's dual element, level 9 wind and fire crystal, planning to give this crystal to his sister, Mi-Ling. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unusual event suddenly occurred within Poseidon's palace. It turns out an orca had advanced to king level, and it was the brother of the orca that Chenluo had previously hunted. Originally, Baihao would never allow such a threat to emerge. If it weren't for dealing with Chenluo, it would have devoured the orca to enhance its own strength without hesitation. But now it needs a helper to deal with Sea Princess and congealed frost. So, it immediately proposed to appoint Orca as its left guardian, saying, I am willing to work with you to avenge your brother. I've already found out the location of Chenluo's base. Do you have the courage to accompany me? Hearing this, Orca didn't hesitate, and immediately expressed his willingness to follow Poseidon's orders, saying, let's go and eliminate that Chenluo. Rice sensed that Chenluo was in imminent danger, and informed him that a group of powerful beings from the sea would come to Dawn City to seek revenge today. Hearing this, Chenluo froze, muttering to himself, isn't this referring to Poseidon Baihao? In another 2 or 3 days, I could have advanced to king level. Then even 10 Baihaos would be no match for me. But this guy has to show up today of all days. What can I do? I can't abandon everyone. Feeling perplexed, Rice suddenly jumped into his arms and said, don't worry, it will be a close call, but you'll be safe. And the special ability fusion technique you've been yearning for has come into play. This skill is enough to turn the tide. Hearing this, Chenluo was overjoyed and shouted, I can finally used that space-time ability. He then hastily went to find Mi Li, wanting to share this good news. But he found Mi Li wearing glasses, deeply engrossed in a book. Seeing this, Qianluo quickly asked, "Do you have myopia? But you look pretty good in glasses." Mi Li hurriedly explained, "No, I don't have myopia. I just feel that wearing glasses gives reading a certain feel." At that moment, Qianluo suddenly embraced Mi Li from behind, and then gave her a king-level light crystal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Poseidon Baihao was rallying his troops to prepare for a fight to the death with Qianluo, declaring that everyone must participate in this operation. Upon hearing this, various sea creatures responded, "Lord Poseidon, it's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. We don't even have legs. We can't exert our full strength on land. Sending us shrimp soldiers and crab generals won't be of any help. We should stay and guard our home instead." Hearing this, Orca became furious and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Whoever dares say no again, I'll kill them on the spot. Those who can't fly will ride on me and Lord Poseidon." Just then, White Gull suddenly descended from the sky into Poseidon's palace, muttering, "Count me in. I know the guy who can disappear in the blink of an eye. The first time I met him, he tried to kill me and take my crystal." Hearing this, Baihao quickly asked, "Who are you? Why should we believe you?" A nearby seagull quickly explained, "Lord Poseidon, this is my friend White Gull. I can vouch for the truth of her words." White Gull then snorted, "So you're Poseidon. Your strength doesn't seem to be anything special. You're making a big deal out of dealing with a human. You should know that guy was scared away by just one of my glances." Although these words made Poseidon lose face, it desperately needed help at this moment. So, it reluctantly agreed to let White Gull join, thinking to itself, "A mere seagull dares to mock me. After I've dealt with that Qianluo, you'll be the first one I kill." Subsequently, Baihao and Orca led their shrimp soldiers and crab generals to the shore, hoping to catch Qianluo off guard. But as soon as they emerged from the sea, they found Qianluo and his companions, who had been waiting for them for some time. Upon seeing this, Qianluo didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a fusion technique involving both time and space. The next second, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky. Following that, a long-haired, bearded Qianluo appeared at the other end of the beam. Seeing this, Qianluo was stunned, thinking to himself, "Isn't that future me? Is this technique about summoning my future self to help me fight?" This realization delighted Qianluo, knowing that his future self had emperor-level strength, which is above king level. With him on his side, even 10 Baihaos would be no match. However, strangely enough, no one else could see the beam of light. It turned out that this technique wasn't what Qianluo had thought. It didn't bring his future self into the present, but rather created a temporal tunnel to borrow strength from his future self. The next second, future Qianluo began transmitting his power to present Qianluo. At this point, Baihao arrogantly said, "Kid, give me back my armor right now, or I'll destroy your base." Qianluo ignored him and continued to absorb the transferred power. This infuriated Baihao, who shouted, "You dare to ignore me?" Then he charged at Qianluo. At this moment, Qianluo's face turned pale, thinking, "Why is the transfer of power so slow?" It wasn't that he was afraid Baihao would interrupt the power transfer. The Qianluo in this time was merely an illusion. He couldn't be harmed by any attacks during this period. Realizing this, Qianluo yelled at Sea Princess and Congealed Frost, "Run, quickly, find a way to buy us 2 minutes." Unexpectedly, they couldn't hear the voice of Qianluo from another timeline, and assumed Qianluo was asking them to guard him. Without a second thought, they charged towards Baihao. Just at this moment, White Gull suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the two of them, quickly casting an illusion spell on Sea Princess and Congealed Frost. At this moment, Qianluo finally realized that this individual was not a zombie, but an evolved red-eyed seagull in human form. Seeing this, Orca didn't hesitate, and immediately used the Blade of Thunder on the two under the illusion spell. By the time they broke free from the illusion, they had already missed the best opportunity to escape. Luckily, Sea Princess cast the Shield of Darkness just in time, saving both from a close call. An enraged Sea Princess immediately unleashed the Eye of Darkness, planning to eliminate the one capable of casting illusions. Congealed Frost, understanding Sea Princess's intention, synchronized and cast his ultimate skill, the Icebound Spear, towards White Gull. However, just as both skills were about to land, Baihao suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal blow, murmuring, "You think you're so great? Let's see what you can do." Upon hearing this, White Gull slightly smiled, saying, "As you wish." She then once again cast the kaleidoscopic blood eye on Sea Princess, hoping to invoke the killing instinct inside her, making her lose her sanity completely and turn into a bloodthirsty demon. Her potential was also fully unlocked. The now irrational Sea Princess summoned the Eye of Darkness, beginning indiscriminate attacks on everyone present. This infuriated Poseidon, who shouted at White Gull, "Are you sure this skill isn't just amplifying her powers? If she hadn't attacked Congealed Frost as well, I would have thought you're a mole on their side." At this point, even Baihao didn't dare to confront Sea Princess directly, so it decided to avoid her for now and dash into Dawn City to eliminate Qianluo's subordinates first. Unexpectedly, only half of Qianluo's power had been transferred at this moment, and he could only watch helplessly as Baihao led the seafood army into Dawn City. Soon, Orca, who was leading the charge, found the core area of the base, and without hesitation cast his ultimate skill, the Thunder of Five Heavens, shouting, "Qianluo, you killed my my brother. Today I will take the lives of all your loved ones to avenge him. Seeing this, Sudaju didn't hesitate and immediately enlarged his body several times in an attempt to block the lightning. But how could an 8th level Sudaju withstand a king level ultimate skill? However, just as Orca was about to bring down the 5 heavenly thunderbolts, Melee suddenly transformed into a huge shadow and took the hit. It turned out that Qianluo was concerned for Melee's safety and had given her the gemstone from his Poseidon armor. As all the special abilities stored in the gemstone were exhausted, the protective shield shattered with a crack. Seeing this, Orca was shocked and alarmed, shouting, "How is this possible? Are there other king-level fighters here?" But the observant Baihao quickly figured it out, murmuring, "I was wondering why something felt off about Qianluo's armor." So, he gave the gemstone to this woman. Their relationship must be special. With that in mind, he rushed toward Melee, shouting, "Foolish humans, give me your lives." Fortunately, congealed frost arrived in time to freeze Baihao with her skill, saving Melee from imminent danger. But unexpectedly, Orca released another ultimate skill aimed at Melee. In the nick of time, Thunder King appeared and pushed Melee out of the way. Just as Thunder King was preparing to go head-to-head with Orca, White Gull suddenly appeared and cast an illusion spell on him. The next second, Thunder King's eyes became vacant. At the same time, Baihao broke free from congealed frost's freeze, preparing to move in for the kill. Realizing that she couldn't save Melee from 3 king-level fighters by herself, Congealed Frost knew she could only stall for time, waiting for Qianluo to come to the rescue. It seemed that now was the time to use that ultimate move. "Goodbye, Qianluo. Goodbye, friends of Dawn City," she muttered as she released her ultimate skill, the Sorrow of Frost. Suddenly, Snow White Frost began to fall from the sky, and Congealed Frost collapsed, her heart stopping. The next second, the 3 king-level fighters were completely frozen by Congealed Frost, at the cost of her own life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianluo finally completed his power transfer, instantly breaking through from king level to emperor level. Not pausing to feel the once familiar yet powerful energy, he immediately teleported back to Dawn City. But what he saw was Melee holding Congealed Frost, crying uncontrollably, shouting, "Congealed Frost, how could you be so foolish? You sacrificed your own life to save me. I won't let you die." Saying this, Melee began to cast healing spells on Congealed Frost continuously. However, no matter how hard Melee tried, there was no sign of life from Congealed Frost. Seeing this, Melee didn't hesitate and immediately cast her newly learned ultimate skill, Resurrection. Qianluo wanted to stop her, knowing that using the Resurrection spell could risk shattering her crystal. But on second thought, Congealed Frost had lost her life to save Melee. It's unlikely Melee would listen to anything he said now. Moreover, Rice's prophecy didn't mention any danger to Melee. Thinking this, Qianluo hesitated, unable to speak. Unexpectedly, even after casting the Resurrection spell, Congealed Frost still showed no signs of waking up. At this moment, Melee broke down completely, constantly shouting, "Why did the resurrection fail? Congealed Frost, wake up!" Seeing this, Qianluo was instantly furious, muttering to himself, "You 3 worthless beings dare to kill my sister? None of you are leaving here alive today." Just then, Poseidon Baihao was the first to break free from Congealed Frost's freeze, taunting, "Mermaid, you're quite strong, sacrificing your own life to trap me. That's utterly foolish. All you did was delay the inevitable." Before he could finish, a hand silently appeared in front of him. With a slap, a resounding slap landed squarely on Baihao's face. The next second, he flew back like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for more than a mile before coming to a stop. At this moment, Baihao was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "How did this kid get so strong in just a few days?" With that, he threw a powerful punch at Qianluo, only for Qianluo to effortlessly block it with a casual lift of his hand. Seeing this, Orca, who was standing nearby, didn't hesitate. "Lord Poseidon, allow me to assist you." As he spoke, he began to conjure his ultimate move, Apocalypse Thunderstorm. Baihao immediately yelled at Orca, "Are you an idiot? This guy has the ability to teleport. Why would he stand still and let you attack him?" Qianluo chuckled, "How do you know I won't stand still and take the hit? This time, I'm going to disappoint you." Saying this, Qianluo grabbed Baihao and used him as a shield, raising him in front of himself. This scared Poseidon quite a bit, seeing Orca's ultimate move rapidly approaching. "Are you crazy? Put me down." Qianluo ignored him and instead cast a spatial banishment spell on the thawing White Gull. He then lifted both Baihao and White Gull high, using them to block Orca's Apocalypse Thunderstorm. This scared both of them, frantically shouting, "What's going on? Let us go, you maniac!" But before they could finish, the Apocalypse Thunderstorm hit them squarely, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Qianluo stood there, holding Poseidon with one hand and stepping on White Gull, boastfully saying, "Dare to force my sister to her death? None of you worthless beings are leaving here alive today." Unwilling to give up, White Gull attempted to use illusions to control Qianluo, but no matter how she deployed her ultimate techniques, the illusions had no effect on Qianluo. This left White Gull utterly baffled. She had never failed with this technique before, so why was it ineffective against him? Before she could figure it out, Qianluo crushed her like an ant, turning this king-level powerful being into pulp. In that instant, Baihao, who fancied himself Poseidon, felt an overwhelming sense of despair, controlled by fear. He thought to himself, "It's only been a few days. How has this guy become so terrifyingly strong?" Seeing all this, Orca Orca wasn't stupid either, and immediately prepared to make a run for it. Qianluo, however, wasn't indulging him, and instantly used Void Walk to appear in front of him, murmuring, "You miss your brother, don't you? I'll send you to reunite with him." Hearing this, Orca's face hardened, as he quickly conjured a great power of thunder, preparing to self-destruct. But how could Qianluo give him that opportunity? The next second, he unleashed the Void Sword, and immediately sliced him into 18 pieces. This scared Baihao quite a bit, who frantically shouted, "How is this possible? Even I don't have the ability to kill Orca in an instant. Is this really the same human who only knew how to run away?" Hearing this, Qianluo grinned. "Don't worry, you're next, but I won't let you die that easily." Meanwhile, on the other side, Meili, under the conditions of sorrow, actually advanced her resurrection spell to a higher level, as she again unleashed the Sacred Light Resurrection. A miracle finally occurred. The already deceased congealed Frost softly whimpered. This excited Meili to no end, who joyously shouted, "Great, I've finally brought congealed Frost back to life." But at that moment, Qianluo suddenly sensed that Sea Princess's aura had weakened, so without a second thought, he used Void Walk to arrive at the seashore, only to find that Sea Princess was already lying on the ground motionless. He immediately rushed forward to check on his sister, grateful that the crystal had not shattered, just that she had fainted due to exhaustion. It seems the original plan needs to be changed. This position was supposed to be for my sister, but given the current situation, I have no choice but to step up myself. Thinking this, Qianluo immediately grabbed Baihao, because he planned to use him for something earth-shattering. He then immediately stepped on Baihao in front of all the sea creatures, and coldly said, "Everyone, open your eyes and see clearly. This guy is a false god, who dared to steal my divine position to bully and play God. What should be his punishment? Today, I will sacrifice you in public as a warning to others." Having said that, Qianluo tossed him into the air, shouting loudly, "Today, I will let you all witness the power of a true god." Upon hearing this, the sea creatures present were all shocked, exclaiming, "Is this the true power of a god? Baihao is king level, and yet he's utterly powerless in front of Lord Poseidon. Such terrifying power, but who would have known?" Just as those words were spoken, a golden crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the light emanating from it enveloped the entire heavens and earth. Floating mid-air, Qianluo looked like a descended deity, enumerating the false god's various crimes. However, Baihao remained defiant, still shouting, "I am the true Poseidon. Stop confusing the public with your lies." Hearing this, Qianluo gave a slight smile, then casually waved his hand. The next second, a blade of immense dimensional power sped towards Baihao. Surprisingly, even at death's door, he remained stubborn, shouting, "A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon." Having said that, he transformed into his true form and charged towards the dimensional blade. However, the moment Baihao touched the blade, his body was instantly cleaved in two as if it were tofu. The aftershock also created a 200 to 300 meter long crack in the ground. The apocalyptic power scared all the sea creatures, who immediately knelt, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the power of a god." At that moment, Qianluo solemnly said, "From tonight onwards, I am the king of the sea. Does anyone here object?" Hearing this, a seal immediately knelt in front of Qianluo and shouted, "I serve Lord Poseidon, and am willing to be at your service." Looking at the seal on the ground, Qianluo thought that mere display of power would not make them completely loyal. A combination of grace and might was necessary. Thinking of this, Qianluo immediately stated, "Seal, as the first to submit to me, I decide to bestow upon you divine power." Saying this, he applied time acceleration to the seal, and just like a fast-forward button had been pressed, the seal instantly broke through to king level and transformed into a human form. This delighted the seal, who hurriedly exclaimed, "I also have the ability to transform into human form like Baihao. Thank you, Lord Poseidon, for granting me divine power." Saying this, it didn't stop from kissing Qianluo's feet. Seeing this, Qianluo immediately began to speak with utter seriousness. "As long as everyone listens to me obediently, I guarantee that you will all obtain this ability within a year." Upon hearing this, the sea creatures all shouted in unison, "We serve Lord Poseidon. We swear allegiance to Lord Poseidon to the death." Little did they know, these sea creatures were mostly at level 9 or 10, and even without Qianluo using time acceleration on them, they would naturally advance to king level within a year. But just at that moment, Golden Eagle suddenly appeared above Qianluo, continuously letting out urgent cries. It seemed to be telling its master that something significant had happened. Then it flew straight into the base, indicating that something was going on inside. Seeing this, Qianluo immediately followed with a Void Walk, only to find that Golden Eagle's 2 chicks had hatched. Only then did Qianluo realize Golden Eagle was bringing good news, not alerting him to a situation at the base. Seeing this, Qianluo had an idea, muttering to himself that to secure the position of Poseidon, he must demonstrate abilities that would genuinely convince the sea creatures. Thinking this, Qianluo immediately said to Golden Eagle, "I can make your 2 chicks grow up healthy instantly. What do you think?" Hearing this, Golden Eagle was momentarily stunned, then thought, "What could be more important in this cruel post-apocalyptic world than my children growing up healthy?" It immediately nodded, signaling gratitude for the master's blessing. Hearing this, Qianluo didn't hesitate. He immediately took Golden Eagle and its 2 chicks to the seaside. Then he publicly announced, "These are the 2 children of my mount, Golden Eagle. Due to its constant hard work and unwavering loyalty. I've decided to bestow divine power upon its children. Having said this, Chenluo applied time acceleration to the two golden eagle chicks. The next second, the two palm-sized young golden eagles grew into adult forms in front of everyone's eyes. This scared the sea creatures present, who all exclaimed, "This is too miraculous. Lord Poseidon is indeed a true god. Following Lord Poseidon is our only way." Having witnessed Chenluo's ability, all the sea creatures were in awe and admiration. They knew that when they followed the false god Bai Hao, not only did they not get rewarded, they were at risk of being eaten if they weren't careful. At that moment, a seahorse mustered the courage and shouted, "Respected Lord Poseidon, I also have a baby. May I dare to request Lord Poseidon's blessing?" Hearing this, Chenluo grinned and said, "All descendants who are loyal to me can receive my blessing. For now, you all can step back. Come back here in a month with your children." Saying this, he gracefully soared into the sky. But just at that moment, Chenluo suddenly felt as if his heart was being wrenched, and then violently coughed up a mouthful of old blood. It turns out the power he'd borrowed had reached its limit, and using this fusion ability almost shattered his core again. It seemed he would have to reach king level before he could use this space-time ability without backlash. This time, he'd likely need a month to recover. In the following days, Chenluo didn't go wandering. Every day, he rode Golden Eagle and traveled the four seas with Mi Li, living like a pair of divine lovers. But just then, Mi Li sensed something was wrong. Looking closer, she saw a huge army of rats approaching Chenluo's base. It looked like they were preparing a large-scale attack on Dawn City. This scared Mi Li quite a bit. Judging by the number of rats, there were likely 1,000,000 or so. And what's worse, it wasn't just ground troops preparing to attack Dawn City. An army of flying ants was also participating. This immediately made Chenluo realize the severity of the situation. Two species had gathered in such large numbers to invade Dawn City. This battle would be no less than a massive tide of undead. Little did he know that he was the culprit behind this crisis. It turns out that last time when he was picking the illusion fruit tree, he found a rat nest beneath it. He disposed of the attacking rats then, but one female rat had managed to survive. Holding a grudge, she had allied with the Ant Queen for revenge. Having lived 2 lives, Chenluo had never seen so many rats and flying ants. He decided to return to the base immediately, alerting everyone to be on guard. He then found Chen Guan, telling him to alert everyone to gather outside the city to prepare for battle. To test his subordinates, Chenluo announced he wouldn't intervene easily. He'd just supervise from the back. He then pointed at the approaching army and shouted, "I don't care how you do it, but keep these creatures from entering the city. If they get in, our food supplies will be wiped out. Then you'll have to get used to eating rats." As soon as he said this, the morale of the crowd surged. Everyone shouted that they would defend Dawn City to the death, not allowing a single rat to set foot inside. At that moment, the combined army was already approaching the city, launching their first wave of attacks on Dawn City. Seeing this, everyone didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful offensive against the enemy. Continuous streams of flame, chilling ice abilities, violent wind hurricanes, and dense electric nets caught the enemy off guard in an instant. But just at that moment, the Rat King suddenly made a series of squeaks, as if giving orders to the rat army. The next second, the rat army split in two, one part attacking Dawn City head-on, while the other part began digging tunnels, preparing to enter Dawn City from below. This frightened everyone greatly, and they shouted for someone to quickly use an area control skill to stop them. Seeing this, Shuyun didn't hesitate, and immediately unleashed her ultimate move, a blizzard, trying to wipe them out in one go. But to everyone's surprise, the flying ant army collectively generated a shield that blocked the attack. Although Shuyun was incredibly shocked, she did not lose her composure. She immediately directed everyone to concentrate their firepower on the flying ant army, needing to break their shield as quickly as possible. But when it rains, pours. Before Shuyun could even finish speaking, an ant queen launched a psychic attack, rendering the members who were hit instantly incapacitated. This scared Shuyun considerably, wondering if the city she was responsible for was going to fall. Although the levels of these snakes, insects, rats, and ants were not very high, their overwhelming numbers immediately put humans at a disadvantage. As the commanding officer, Shuyun knew the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for everyone. To quickly end the fight, a decapitation strategy was necessary. Thinking this, she immediately drew her bow and aimed at the Ant Queen, then fired a cold ice arrow at it. With a whoosh, the frost-filled arrow hit the Ant Queen dead on, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Shuyun hurriedly shouted, "Capture the leader first to stop the army." Everyone quickly focused their firepower to take down the Ant Queen, but just as the words left her mouth, thousands of rats suddenly emerged from the ground. Before anyone had time to react, several team members were killed in this sneak attack by the rats. Just in the nick of time, Yinling deployed a spatial storm, annihilating all the rats that had emerged from the tunnels. Seeing this, Chenluo couldn't help but praise, "Truly, my star pupil, you've turned the tide of the battle with a single move." The appearance of Yinling also alerted the mother rat to the crisis. It knew that it had only one chance for revenge. If this operation failed, it would never be able to assemble such a large rat army again. Damn humans not only destroyed my home, but also slaughtered my entire clan. If I don't avenge this, I swear I won't be a rat. Since since I am bound to lose this battle, I won't let you get away easily even if I die. Having said this, the mother rat ordered its army to make a final charge. Seeing this, Ling immediately pointed at the mother rat and shouted, "Everyone, focus your firepower on that rat." But just as the words left her mouth, a thick black mist erupted from the mother rat's body, and it emitted a series of sinister squeaks. The next second, the members who inhaled the black mist began to spurt blood from their mouths. In an instant, the black mist enveloped the entire Dawn City. Qianluo immediately realized something was off. Silently cursing, "These damned rats have unleashed a plague." Although the plague wouldn't be life-threatening, it would cause any member below level 8 to instantly lose combat capabilities. Just as Qianluo was preparing to order lower-level members to evacuate, a gigantic eye of darkness suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Sea Princess was controlling the eye of darkness, constantly absorbing the black mist, murmuring, "Such immense power. This is like a tonic for me." Saying this, she herself began greedily absorbing the black mist. In just 2 minutes, the black mist that had shrouded the base was completely absorbed by Sea Princess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big Strong had surprisingly won over the top beauty of the zombie world, Thorn Queen. The Queen not only voluntarily gave him various high-level crystals to absorb, but also expressed her intent to help him overthrow Qianluo and take over Dawn City, to make him the true king of this post-apocalyptic world. Hearing this, Big Strong was visibly shocked, muttering to himself, "I've just gotten comfortable eating off the Queen. Why is she hellbent on taking down my big brother? How can I dissuade her from this idea? I can't very well tell her that I'm an undercover agent sent by Qianluo." Just as he was at a loss, one of his underlings suddenly ran over shouting, "Big Strong bro, there's trouble. I just saw that your new henchman Li Hua is hiding a high-level crystal." Hearing this, Thorn Queen was immediately furious, saying, "I've been providing for Li Hua, giving him shelter, and he dares to hoard a crystal. This ungrateful wretch must not be kept." Hearing this, Big Strong didn't hesitate. He immediately lunged forward and grabbed Li Hua by the neck, demanding to know why he was hiding the crystal. But before Big Strong could even finish, Li Hua casually shook off the grip, muttering, "I wanted to lie low and grow stronger while under your roof, but now that I'm exposed, we'll meet again later." Saying this, he transformed into a streak of fire and vanished from Big Strong's sight. Seeing this, Big Strong was visibly shocked, never expecting to harbor such an extraordinary master in his base. This guy must have ulterior motives for hiding here. I need to urgently inform my big brother to take care of this problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianluo had just finished dealing with the rat swarm when he received a psychic message from Big Strong. But when he heard the name Li Hua, he was instantly stunned. That guy has a significant background. He was the first regular zombie to ascend to king level in his past life. Since humanity's highest level fighters were only level 9 at that time, no one could match him. To protect themselves, people had to regularly supply him with fresh meat, which was a major reason for humanity's extinction in the past life. Now having been reborn, Qianluo would naturally not indulge him. He immediately told Big Strong, "I'm aware of the situation, but I'm currently in seclusion. Once I'm on in a few days, I'll help you sort this out." Just then, a voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie from the sentry. "Brother Chen, there's a level 8 ability user named Fang Feichen who wants to meet you." Hearing this, Qianluo immediately instructed the sentry to bring him to the conference room to wait, saying, "I'll be right there. Be polite to him. In my past life, this person was not only a formidable king-level fighter, but he also died tragically at the hands of Li Hua protecting humanity." Qianluo then quickly arrived at the conference room and asked him what his business was. Fang Feichen got straight to the point, saying, "Leader Chen, do you realize you've become a target? Aside from your territory, most people can only survive by eating rats, and you've recently killed tens of thousands of rats. Driven by hunger, they'll inevitably launch a major attack on your Dawn City. What will you do then?" Hearing this, Qianluo chuckled. "I'd like to hear your insights." Upon hearing this, Fang Feichen immediately said, "I think you should open your granaries and distribute food. These are pitiable people. There's no need to kill them off completely." Hearing this, Qianluo's face instantly changed, and he shouted, "Are you teaching me how to run things? Charity has only 0 instances and countless instances. I have no intention of being a great philanthropist." Upon hearing this, Fang Feichen was immediately angered, saying, "You cold-blooded and heartless man, our paths are different and we seek different things. If that day comes, I'll stand against you." Saying this, Fang Feichen turned and left gracefully, if it weren't for the fact that he had sacrificed himself heroically for humanity in his past life. Speaking to Qianluo like this would have been a death wish many times over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hua had also finished absorbing the privately stashed king-level crystal. At this moment, his level had successfully broken through to king level. The first thing he wanted to do was to destroy Dawn City. However, he knew that as the strongest human base, Dawn City would undoubtedly have top-level experts, so he decided to test his newfound king-level strength on another base before taking on Dawn City. Soon enough, off. He set his sights on Fang Feichen's base, deciding to use them for practice. Meanwhile, in another location, Thunder King was also in the area searching for high-level zombies, muttering to himself, "This is the most active time for zombies. I might catch a level 10 or higher today." But just as he finished speaking, the base in front of Thunder King was attacked by zombies, and the one leading the attack was the king-level zombie, Li Hua. After his barrage of attacks, the base was filled with screams. People were shouting, "Leader Fan, something terrible has happened. Come out and save us." Hearing this, Fang Feichen was greatly shocked, thinking to himself, "Is this guy a regular zombie or a mutant? Why is he so strong?" The next second, Fang Feichen was completely dumbfounded. He saw Li Hua in the sky casually waving his hand, sending a fireball tens of meters in size, crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, a crater several tens of meters deep was instantly created on the ground. This scared the people present, and they began to run around like headless chickens. At that moment, Li Hua arrogantly said, "Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Even if God himself came, he couldn't save you today." Upon hearing this, Thunder King was immediately enraged, muttering to himself, "You're quite arrogant. I'd like to see who gave you the audacity to act like this." With that, Thunder King charged toward Li Hua, shouting, "I am the deputy leader of the dogs in Dawn City. You dare to slaughter my human tribe. You're really bold." As he spoke, Thunder King unleashed a purple lightning palm strike toward him, only to be blocked by Li Hua's flame shield. Hearing that this dog was a deputy leader from Dawn City, Li Hua burst into a laughter that sounded like a pig's squeal. "I was just curious about the strength of Dawn City's top experts. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep." With that said, Li Hua used his flame meteor fist against Thunder King. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, immediately using wind and thunder flash to dodge the attack, murmuring, "You think you can hit me with that speed? You're dreaming." But just as he finished speaking, Li Hua unleashed his flame-rising dragon tyrant at Thunder King. Although Thunder King dodged multiple fire dragons in time, he was caught off guard by one. Seeing the situation was dire, Thunder King immediately opened his mouth and took a deep breath, then unleashed a lightning hurricane to disperse the fire dragon. Although this maneuver allowed Thunder King to narrowly escape, the wind actually fanned the flames, making them burn even more intensely. Several columns of fire shot up like a volcanic eruption, forming a fire cage that trapped Thunder King. Although Thunder King's wind and thunder flash was fast, it couldn't escape the cage like Chenluo's ability to walk through the void. Trapped, Thunder King was immediately at a disadvantage, taking a solid hit from Li Hua. Before Thunder King could recover, a massive fire dragon formation swept towards him. At this moment, Thunder King had no way to escape, and if hit by this attack, he estimated that he would most likely die here today. Seeing this, the dog leader didn't hesitate at all. He immediately conjured purple lightning to confront the enemy head-on. Under Thunder King's full-on assault, he finally managed to shake off the 4 fire dragons that were entangling him. Seeing this, Li Hua was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the dog could break through his ultimate move. Unwilling to accept defeat, Li Hua once again deployed his fire dragon formation towards Thunder King. The dog leader, having learned his lesson, wasn't foolish. Without a second thought, he used wind lightning flash to dodge. He thought to himself, "I want to see how long you can maintain your ultimate move. After all, my wind lightning flash consumes very little energy. Once you run out, let's see how I take you down." This really angered Li Hua. He hurriedly cursed, calling Thunder King a coward. "If you're so tough, stop running." Hearing this, Thunder King chuckled, "I'll run. What can you do about it? Come and chase me, you idiot." At this moment, Li Hua also realized he was being baited. If this continues, his powers will be drained in no time. Thinking this, he immediately rushed to the ground. Then he yelled, "So you want to play the hero? I'm going to destroy your Dawn City now." With that, he grabbed Fang Feichen by the throat and yelled, "Tell me where Dawn City is. Speak up, and I might spare your life." Though he disapproves of Dawn City's ways, he isn't an ungrateful lowlife. He knows if Thunder King hadn't intervened, none of them, including himself, would have gotten away. Even when subjected to the fiery torture, he didn't leak a single detail about Dawn City. He was burned alive. Yet Fang Feichen never gave in to the enemy. Thunder King wanted to step in and save him, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. Seeing Thunder King escape his fire dragons once more, Li Hua was utterly enraged this time. The next second, 2 pillars of fire erupted around him, but this time, his target wasn't Thunder King, it was himself. Before the dog leader could react, he suddenly appeared in front of Thunder King, as if propelled by a rocket. He then directly grabbed Thunder King's left leg, muttering, "You like to run, don't you? Now let's see where you can run. Prepare to die." As he spoke, a burst of intense flame erupted from his body, aiming to roast Thunder King inside and out. Yet Thunder King didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he grinned and asked, "Are you an insulator? Let me introduce you to 1,000,000 volts." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of dominant purple electricity instantly spread throughout his body, forcing Li Hua to let go in self-preservation. Before he could understand what was happening, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Thunder King's counterattack officially began. With a deafening boom, the bolt of lightning struck directly at Li Hua. However, he was extremely quick to react, immediately deploying a fire shield for protection. Seeing this, Thunder King wasted no time, immediately releasing 6 bolts of lightning in quick succession under Thunder King's relentless assault. Although this wave of attack consumed a lot of energy, it didn't deal fatal damage to Li Hua. However, Li Hua had almost completely drained his own powers to defend against the lightning. At this moment, Li Hua couldn't help but sigh. If a dog from Dawn City can do this to me, what will happen if their leader comes? Thinking of this, Li Hua quickly proposed a ceasefire, arguing that continuing would only lead to mutual destruction. Thunder King disagreed, saying, "I've finally drained your powers, and you still have the audacity? Today, I must bring back a king-level crystal for my master." As he spoke, Thunder King launched a Chidori Rasengan at him. This truly frightened Li Hua. He immediately shouted, "I'm going all in. It's either you die or I die today." Saying this, he used his remaining powers to block the lethal attack. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, immediately using Thundering Tail Sweep at point-blank range. With a bang, Li Hua was sent flying by this unexpected attack. Seeing this, Li Hua immediately yelled, "You dirty dog, no sense of martial ethics, using your tail to ambush me?" In response, Thunder King didn't bother with idle talk. He rushed towards him, trailing sparks and lightning. At that moment, Thunder King was like a hungry tiger breaking into a flock of sheep, wielding his claws recklessly, massacring freely. He hit him with a 79 combo move right on the spot. But it's not over yet. Thunder King immediately followed up with a lightning whip combo, only stopping his attack when he saw his opponent finally defeated. By the time Qianluo arrived, he found that the great battle had long since ended. At that moment, Thunder King said proudly, "Master, why did you take so long to get here? I just took out a king-level zombie who was planning to attack our Dawn City. About the guy who visited our base yesterday, he's a real man. No matter how the zombie tried to torture him for information, he never revealed the location of our Dawn City." Upon hearing this, Qianluo fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, in this life, Fang Feichen still didn't change his destiny, still dying at the hands of Li Hua. However, the once arrogant Li Hua had fallen into the hands of Thunder King. Life really is full of surprises. Meanwhile, on Big Strong's side, his minions brought forward the recently captured humans. This guy wasn't stupid. Seeing the situation, he immediately knew that Big Strong was the zombie king here. He quickly shouted, "Don't kill me. I'm the leader of the base. I can provide you with fresh meat on a regular basis." Hearing this, Big Strong disdainfully said, "I won't kill you, but besides providing food, you'll also have to gather information from the human side for me." Hearing this, the bearded man quickly knocked his head on the ground 3 times, then shouted, "Thank you, great king, for sparing my life. I am willing to serve you." Seeing this, Big Strong immediately acted the part, saying, "Very good. If you have any troubles in the future, you can come to me. I'll take care of it for you." The man's name is Gaoyang. After Big Strong promised to help him with any troubles, he began to plot his own plans. "My biggest problem right now is Dawn City. With this behemoth in place, our smaller bases can't recruit any elites. Only by overthrowing Dawn City can I expand my base. Humans and zombies have always been at odds, and the zombie king must also consider Dawn City a thorn in his side. So, all I need to do is to ally with the zombie king, as well as some other bases that also dislike Dawn City, to get rid of this nuisance." Upon this thought, he immediately thought of Wan Jiangui. Not long ago, Qianluo had killed his older brother, Yu. Wan Jiangui must harbor a deep grudge against Qianluo. Shi Gaoyang promptly sought out Wan Jiangui to share his plan, asking if he'd like to join an anti-Dawn City alliance. Hearing this, Wan Jiangui instantly said, "I can't coexist with Qianluo. If I can avenge my brother, I'll gladly join." Hearing this, Shi Gaoyang grinned, saying, "Then we will jointly work against Dawn City. I've also acknowledged the zombie king as my big brother today. With his help, what's Qianluo?" Little did he know, the help he sought to fight against Qianluo was actually Qianluo's own followers. Wan Jiangui also smirked to himself, thinking, "I'm going to accomplish a great feat again. This guy must be mad to go against Chen the Immortal." Thinking this, he immediately used telepathy to send this information to Qianluo, asking if he should sabotage the plan secretly. Qianluo just smiled slightly, saying, "No need to stop them. Let them establish the anti-Dawn City alliance. I want to see how many people dare to oppose me. This way, I can eliminate them all at once." "You've done well this time, Wan Jiangui. Continue observing and contact me immediately if anything comes up." Having said that, Qianluo resumed his absorption of crystals. Just thinking about their faces when they find out that the zombie king is his follower, he could hardly hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rice had another breakthrough in strength. However, when Meili opened the door, she froze in place and shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment, a cat-eared girl spoke in a cute voice, saying, "I'm Rice." Saying this, Rice jumped into Meili's arms, murmuring, "I've finally evolved into a human form." Meili curiously asked, "Why do you have ears and a tail, just like Thunder King? Should we ask Sister Congealed Frost?" After everyone discussed, the conclusion was that Thunder King and Rice both morphed into human forms at level 10, which is why they both still have tails and ears. Just then, Qianluo also arrived. Before he could recover from his shock, Rice suddenly rushed over shouting, "Qianluo, will you play games with me after dinner?" Hearing this, Qianluo instantly felt as if he gained a daughter. Something felt odd about this. However, when he returned to his room, he instantly felt something was wrong. Pulling back the covers, he found Rice hiding inside, muttering, "You big idiot. idiot. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. This unreasonable request was immediately rejected by Chenluo. You used to sleep with me all the time. Why can't you do it today? Hearing this, Chenluo immediately responded in a flustered manner. Rice, you're not a little kitten anymore. You need to learn to sleep on your own now. Besides, you've evolved into a human form. It's not appropriate for us to share a bed anymore. Upon hearing this, Rice could only nod reluctantly. Even though Rice looked extremely cute at the moment, Chenluo resisted the temptation to let her stay in the room. Instead, he told her to sleep in Mili's room for the night, saying, I'll arrange a new room for you tomorrow. Left with no choice, Rice obediently agreed. Chenluo then immediately resumed absorbing crystals. As tomorrow was the day he had promised to bestow divine power upon the sea creatures, he had to break through to king level tonight. Otherwise, the time acceleration wouldn't have the magical effects. After 2 hours of absorption, Chenluo finally reached king level. With the boost from his dual abilities, his actual strength had reached the mid-level of the king tier. Although not as strong as the borrowed emperor level power, it was more than enough to fool the sea creatures. The next morning, Chenluo notified Zhao Zi through telepathy, asking her to accompany him to the seaside, where she would be responsible for marking the sea creatures with a mental imprint for future communication. He then took Zhao Zi on the Golden Eagle to fulfill the appointment. Zhao Zi, aware of the situation, didn't hesitate, even asking if she could be rewarded with some delicious food for completing the task. Before she could finish, a man on the ground caught Chenluo's attention. The next second, Chenluo couldn't help but swear, exclaiming, well, I've finally caught you this lifetime. The man's name was Su Cohen, and in their past lives, he and Chenluo had a deep-seated grudge. 3 years after the apocalypse in their previous life, food became extremely scarce. The two once fought over a 2-year expired sausage, and what angered Chenluo more was that Su Cohen tricked him and swallowed the sausage, packaging and all. Thinking of this, Chenluo angrily ordered the Golden Eagle to land, muttering to himself, I always seek revenge. Seeing the Golden Eagle descending from the sky, Su Cohen was also startled, shouting, what are you trying to do? Ignoring his question, Chenluo pulled out a sausage and asked, do you want to join me? I've heard of you. You're a top-tier Earth Element ability user, quite powerful. Hearing this, Su Cohen didn't give in. He immediately pulled out 2 sausages and retorted boldly, who are you looking down upon? I offer you 2 sausages. How about you join me? Hearing this, Chenluo didn't argue with Su Cohen, but instead asked, where are you guys going? Upon hearing the question, Su Cohen immediately said, we're heading to the seaside to catch some seafood. Got a problem with that? As soon as the words were out, Chenluo directly told him, not only do I have a problem with it, I forbid you from doing so. Hearing this, Su Cohen immediately burst into a fit of rage, shouting, do you live by the sea? Why are you interfering? You're not going to say the ocean is your private property, are you? Chenluo grinned, believe it or not, the ocean is indeed my private property. Su Cohen was skeptical and retorted, the ocean is common property for all humans. What right do you have to forbid me from fishing? Chenluo grinned again, believe it or not, how about I prove it to you right now? Hearing this, Su Cohen angrily said, go ahead, I'd like to see what you've got to prove the ocean belongs to you. Seeing his nemesis from his past life turning red with anger, Chenluo was inwardly very pleased, thinking, recruiting this guy as a subordinate wouldn't be bad. What's more satisfying than ordering around your nemesis? But just then, one of Su Cohen's henchmen suddenly ran over, shouting, something terrible has happened. Su Cohen, run! A female monster is attacking from the seaside. She's already destroyed 2 bases. At that moment, a psychic ability user also quickly approached, adding, Su Cohen, their words are true. I sensed a strong creature approaching. We should run. Seeing Su Cohen ready to flee, Chenluo quickly grabbed his hand, muttering, what's there to be afraid of when I'm here? But just as the words left his mouth, a sea dog that had transformed into a human shape suddenly charged towards them, shouting, you're all going to die. Seeing this, Chenluo smirked and thought to himself, so it's this guy. Is this not the perfect opportunity to show off? He then shouted at the sea dog, how audacious, dare to act so recklessly in my presence? This scared Su Cohen, who was standing nearby, shouting, bro, how dare you confront such a powerful creature? Don't get me killed if you're seeking death. But before he could finish speaking, the sea dog in the sky let out a cackling laugh. Ignorant humans, I'll tear you into pieces. Upon hearing this, Chenluo was so embarrassed that he could dig a hole with his toes. The atmosphere instantly turned icy, as people were waiting to see Chenluo make a fool of himself. This really angered Chenluo, who immediately used a spatial banishment spell to pull the sea dog closer. At that moment, the sea dog came to its senses, fixing her unwavering eyes on the figure of Poseidon before her. Then, with a thump, it kneeled on the ground, shouting hurriedly, greetings, Poseidon. I was not aware of your arrival and failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Lord Poseidon. Upon hearing this, this. Chenluo immediately kicked the sea dog away, shouting, "You dare defy me? Have you grown tired of living?" Hearing this, the sea dog crawled back to Chenluo, shouting, "I wouldn't dare. I am your most loyal servant, Lord. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to defy you." Upon hearing this, Chenluo became even more annoyed. "I've been calling you for so long and you've ignored me. On top of that, you even dared to threaten to tear me apart." The sea dog then finally realized, could it be that I offended you while I was out of my senses just now? What should I do? Thinking of this, the sea dog began to repeatedly slap its own face, continuously saying, "Please forgive me, Lord Poseidon. I was momentarily out of my senses and offended you. Please spare my life, Lord Poseidon." Seeing that Chenluo remained silent, the sea dog immediately began to kowtow and apologize with loud thumps. This scared Su Kulin, who was standing nearby, muttering to himself, "This creature has king-level strength, yet it is so humble in front of Chenluo. Just what kind of terrifying existence is this guy?"